In the opening scene, stranded on a desolate island, our protagonist finds himself accompanied by a feeble bug Pokemon. A Caterpie. Would you like to join me? He muses. Those who wish to come are welcome. With the power of bonds, one can comprehend the language of Pokemon. After some contemplation, he stumbles upon a Shiny Ralts, which can be captured. Intriguing indeed. As he evolves into Curlia, he becomes utterly devoted, longing to share his bed every night. Enough said. Who else but me? Chapter 1. Stranded on an island, lost to the world. Crashing waves, the sound of relentless surf, coupled with the briny bitterness of seawater and grains of sand in his mouth, jolted Yin Onching from his stupor. Struggling to sit up, he spat repeatedly, finally alleviating the numbness in his taste buds and mouth. Where am I? Wait, have I been transported to another world? In a daze, memories surged forth, leading Yin Onching to understand that he had indeed crossed into another realm. Previously, he was but one among the countless masses, leading a mundane life filled with the relentless grind of repaying mortgages and car loans, scarcely aware of which would claim him first, death or tomorrow. Remarkably, after an exhaustive night of overtime, he had fallen into a deep slumber, only to awaken in this unfamiliar place. The owner of this body, also named Yin Onching, had lived a much more comfortable existence. Orphaned by a tragic accident, he had inherited a considerable fortune, ensuring a life free from financial worries for the rest of his days. Yet, within 3 short years, he had squandered most of it. The opulence that surrounded him filled Yin Onching with envy. He wished he could assume that life. But he had already taken his place. Just as everyone presumed this prodigal would perish from starvation, fate intervened. Perhaps he was destined for wealth, incapable of enduring hardship. Just as his funds dwindled, news arrived of his aunt's passing in a distant city. A widow without children, she bequeathed a substantial inheritance, which ultimately landed in Yin Onching's hands. This inheritance included a staggering 80 million after taxes, a modest estate, and a farm. Thus began Yin Onching's resurgence into a life of luxury. Accustomed to lavish spending, he promptly gathered a group of friends, chartered a yacht, and invited a bevy of women for a grand outing at sea. Alas, this revelry led to his disappearance. The yacht met with misfortune, caught in the tumult of a clash between 2 colossal creatures, resulting in a devastating tsunami. Yin Onching, along with his entourage, was swept away. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the body of this new Yin Onching. Rubbing his temples, he scrutinized the final moments of his memories. The massive beings resembled Pokémon he had once known. Here, Pokémon were not the ethereal creatures of Western fantasy, but rather those from the Pokémon universe. That creature is undoubtedly Kyogre, one of the Titans, he exclaimed. The other, grappling with Kyogre, bore a greater resemblance to Lugia than to Groudon or Rayquaza. This fellow, having consumed so much alcohol and surrounded by women, remarkably managed to hold his own. What extraordinary talent! Yin Onching chuckled at the absurdity before rising to assess his predicament. His expression darkened upon inspection. He found himself on a beach, far from a tropical paradise, as behind him loomed a chaotic expanse of untamed tropical foliage. Before him stretched an endless sea, devoid of even the most common gulls, let alone a kingler. The waters were eerily calm, as time seemed to stand still. Damn it, you enjoyed your pleasures, yet I am the one to suffer. Frustrated by his dire situation, Yin Onching kicked at the sand. Ow. That hurts. His foot inadvertently struck a buried red and white Pokeball, sending it tumbling into the open. Clad only in his undergarments, Yin Onching cradled his injured toe and cried out in agony. The Pokeball, triggered by the force of the kick, burst open, releasing a pitiful Caterpie in a state of near death. A Caterpie! Upon seeing it, Yin Onching's eyes lit up, and he dashed forward, embracing the frail creature. Through the remnants of his memories, he recalled the previous Yin Onching, who had squandered his fortune on frivolities, showing little interest in the Pokémon of this realm. If not for the legal requirement that every adult must possess at least one Pokémon, he likely would have neglected even the capture of this malnourished Caterpie, which was hardly expected to survive much longer. Yet, to Yin Onching's surprise, this seemingly sickly Caterpie proved remarkably resilient, enduring for over a year in its fragile state. And now, it had become his sole lifeline. What a disastrous beginning. With nothing left, it's just you and me, my little bug. Yin Onching lamented, tears streaming down his face. The Caterpie raised its head, emitting a few weak sounds. Hearing its unique cries, Yin Onching's tears ceased, and he looked at the Caterpie with confusion. Did you just say that you wouldn't perish, while I wouldn't survive beyond 3 episodes? Upon hearing this, the caterpie widened its eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Goodness! This human can understand me. Wait, I can comprehend your cries." Both human and Pokemon burst into exclamations, staring at each other in astonishment. After a moment of silence, Yin Anqing tentatively asked, "The king covers the earth? What are you talking about? Since you can understand me, this simplifies things," the caterpie replied, shaking off its lethargy. "The ship capsized. Had I not spun a cocoon of air with my silk, you would have drowned long ago. I saved you, and you owe me a debt of gratitude. From now on, my rations will double. Double? I'll give you 10 times." Yin Anqing exclaimed in resignation. "But the condition is that we must survive and escape this island." Upon hearing this, the caterpie grew serious and nodded. Just when Yin Anqing thought the caterpie agreed with him, it spoke up. "It seems I was right. I can survive on leaves, but you, my friend, won't last beyond 3 episodes. Yin Anqing. Suddenly, I have an overwhelming urge to strangle this caterpie." Suppressing the urge, he stood, clutching the caterpie, and declared with determination, "What do you mean I won't last beyond 3 episodes? Have I not watched countless survival videos on deserted islands? Just watch, caterpie. In less than a day, I will thrive on this island, and within a week, I will construct a raft to escape." Chapter 2. A glimpse of hope, a fall from grace. From determination to surrender, Yin Anqing took merely 3 hours. Before his unexpected journey, he was but a mere mortal, not an expert in wilderness survival. Despite having watched a few videos, when faced with the reality of the situation, he found himself utterly inept. The unicorn bug leisurely munched on leaves, observing the increasingly exasperated Yin Anqing below, and shook its head, saying, "I told you, you won't last 3 episodes. Nonsense. Even if I can't start a fire to cook, surely I can gather some fruit? As long as there's fruit, I won't starve." In response to Yin Anqing's words, the unicorn bug shook its head in disbelief. An hour later, standing before a towering coconut tree nearly 5 or 6 meters high, Yin Anqing gauged its height and then glanced at his slender arms and legs. Gritting his teeth, he began to climb. However, halfway up, he was panting heavily and could ascend no further. With a feigned smile, he looked down at the unicorn bug, which was watching the spectacle below. "Hey, why don't you climb up and help me get some?" With a resigned sigh, the unicorn bug began to ascend the tree. What could it do? After all, this creature had tamed it. It couldn't just stand by and watch it starve. Climbing smoothly to the top, the unicorn bug began to feast. In no time, 3 coconuts fell, crashing onto the ground below. Yin Anqing hurried over to collect the coconuts, found a stone, and after much effort, finally cracked one open. The refreshing coconut water poured down his throat as he drank, tears streaming down his face. It was so hard. Others had systems and powerful abilities upon their arrival in this world. Yet all he had was a meager understanding of Elvish language, barely a golden finger. He had nothing else. Gnawing on a thread, the unicorn bug descended and, upon seeing Yin Anqing in tears, offered comfort, cried out, "No one's watching anyway." Hearing the unicorn bug's words, Yin Anqing wiped his tears and, forcing a brave face, declared, "I was just thinking incorrectly. I need to change my mindset. If I can tame some elves, then a fire-type elf can start a fire for me, and a grass-type elf can gather resources. And what about a water-type elf?" Suddenly, Yin Anqing leaped up. "If I can tame a water-type elf, I could ride it and escape this island." Observing Yin Anqing's excitement, the unicorn bug sighed in exasperation. "Do you want to hear what you're saying? When you encounter those elves, do you really think it will be you who approaches them, or will it be me?" Yin Anqing froze momentarily, realizing the truth in the unicorn bug's words. Indeed, with his slight physique, encountering an elf would not be about taming it, but rather about surviving its potential attack. As for the unicorn bug, how strong could an unevolved creature like it be? "You should count your blessings," the unicorn bug continued. "Earlier, when those 2 bigwigs were fighting, their presence scared off all the nearby water-type and flying-type elves. It's unlikely they'll return anytime soon. Otherwise, I would be in serious trouble." Yin Anqing scratched his head awkwardly. This world was not the anime realm he was familiar with, but rather an unknown urban landscape inhabited by elves. Thus, a food chain existed among the elves here. In fact, weaker elves could fall prey to local beasts. Having a few skills wouldn't guarantee a comeback against such predators. For instance, the unicorn bug might seem capable, but if it encountered a tiger or bear, it would be nothing more than a mere swat to those formidable creatures. Therefore, the scenarios Yin Anqing envisioned were unlikely to materialize. After all, why would powerful elves submit to someone so weak? Was it because of his good looks or charm? Realizing this, Yan Anqing's spirits dwindled. The unicorn bug noticed his despondency and, after a moment of thought, spoke up. Actually, there's another way. Yan Anqing turned to the unicorn bug. Since you can understand our language, you might seek out some gentle-natured ones for assistance. They typically lack aggressive tendencies. And if you communicate well with them, they might be willing to lend you a hand. Right. Yan Anqing exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. He had fallen into a cognitive trap. Having watched numerous battles between elves and their subsequent taming, he had forgotten that the initial bonds formed were based on relationships, not mere conquest. In other words, as long as he cultivated appropriate relationships with the elves, these inherently innocent beings would be more than willing to assist him in small matters, whether it was sharing food or helping him cross the sea to return to civilization. It would pose no problem. With clarity restored, Yan Anqing scooped up the unicorn bug and showered it with affectionate kisses. Yes, this is the key to unlocking my golden finger. As for taming, Yan Anqing felt it was a lost cause. After all, he possessed nothing but a pair of underpants and a single Pokeball containing the unicorn bug. He had no resources to speak of. Even a mouse would pity him. With no Pokeballs to capture more elves, what could he do? Let us search for other elves, Yan Anqing declared, filled with determination. This way, we can escape our current predicament. Onward to the forest. Wait. The unicorn bug swiftly halted Yan Anqing in his tracks. Faced with Yan Anqing's expectant gaze, the unicorn bug sighed, changed direction. When I climbed the tree earlier, I noticed some claw marks on the nearby trees. This forest is likely the territory of an adult circle bear. Circle bear. The destructive force of a circle bear flashed through Yan Anqing's mind, causing his lips to twitch. It should be fine, right? We mean no harm. Calculating the time, he realized it was likely mating season for the circle bears. Upon hearing the unicorn bug's words, Yan Anqing immediately asserted, let us take a detour. We must avoid interrupting the circle bear and its cubs. The unicorn bug silently rolled its eyes. Meanwhile, Yan Anqing clutched his rapidly beating heart, thinking how lucky he was. Regardless of the animal, any creature that had just given birth would be in a heightened state of alertness, ready to lash out at any disturbance. Considering their small physiques, he doubted they could withstand even a single swipe from a circle bear. At this moment, it was wise to be cautious. After all, he had only one life. He couldn't gamble on surviving an encounter that might lead to his demise. Resolute in his decision, and while there was still light in the sky, Yan Anqing gathered 2 coconuts, took the unicorn bug, and headed along the beach towards his left. Chapter 3. The Caregiver Bug and the Nurturing Bug, Emerging Shadows. At the end of the sandy path lay a cluster of rocks. Struggling to climb, Yan Anqing was met with a breathtaking sight, a flat expanse of grass where he could see several cotton-like balls, and near the forest, a gathering of nurturing bugs and nurturing bugs. Fortunately, grass-type elves were typically gentle. They shouldn't be as volatile as the circle bears. Yan Anqing sighed in relief, making his way to the grassy area with the 2 coconuts in tow. However, he did not rush to engage with the elves. Instead, he leaned against the cliff's edge, admiring the slowly setting sun while using a stone to crack open a coconut, replenishing his hydration and energy. He chose this spot primarily for the rock formations. Once the tide receded, he might find sea snails, crabs, or even seaweed nestled in the crevices. From the moment of awakening until now, nearly a day has passed, during which I have consumed but 2 coconuts. Although I managed to quench my thirst, it hardly sufficed for true satiety. After a brief digestion, I would soon find myself utterly famished once more. Poor child. As Yan Anqing gazed at the setting sun, awaiting the retreat of the tide, a voice filled with warmth and affection emanated from behind. Before Yan Anqing could fully comprehend the situation, a shadow loomed over him. Upon realizing, he discovered that he was draped in a garment fashioned from leaves and silk threads, with some seams thoughtfully padded with soft cotton. This was, as he stroked the leafy attire, Yan Anqing quickly turned around to find a caretaker bug beaming at him, gently reaching out a forelimb to pat his head, saying, "You must be hungry. Here, have this to eat." As it spoke, the caretaker bug extended another forelimb, presenting a blue-orange fruit, which it placed in Yan Anqing's embrace. "Thank you." Yan Anqing felt the sting of tears welling up again. Though it was the innate nature of caretaker bugs to protect young spirits, he was not a spirit but a human. This moment of compassion, when faced with adversity, truly warmed his heart. The caretaker bug smiled at Yan Anqing, oblivious to his understanding of her words. "Oh no, the baby has fainted." At that moment, another caretaker bug called out from a distance, causing the caretaker bug beside Yan Anqing to reveal a look of concern and hastily return. "Let's go take a look," Yan Anqing said to the unicorn bug. rising to his feet and cradling the unicorn bug as he hurried towards the caretaker bug. The spirits did not regard Yan Anqing with hostility. Their attention was solely focused on a fainted, gasping bug baby. The two caretaker bugs appeared anxious, for they were merely wild spirits and were unaware of what had befallen their child. "Let me take a look," Yan Anqing suddenly spoke, drawing the attention of many spirits. Without waiting for their consent, he knelt down to assess the condition of the bug baby. The bug baby's body was feverish, and upon inspecting it, Yan Anqing discovered a wound on its body. The wound appeared to be festering. It was likely the cause of the bug baby's condition. The wound had become infected, and lacking antibiotics, what could be done? Yan Anqing furrowed his brow tightly, rapidly recalling videos he had watched, pondering what remedies might exist. Yet soon, he felt helpless, for he remembered that facing such a situation with bare hands was wholly unrealistic. All that remained was to clean the wound, apply a cold compress, and ensure rest. These were the only thoughts that came to his mind, and for the first time, he felt a pang of guilt for not having retained this knowledge more diligently. "I can help you treat the wound and alleviate its condition, but whether it can hold on will depend on its constitution." Yan Anqing looked up at the two caretaker bugs, his tone profoundly sincere. The caretaker bugs regarded him with a nod, saying, "We entrust this to you. Rest assured, I will do my utmost," Yan Anqing replied earnestly, then began to tend to the bug baby's wound. His response momentarily stunned the two caretaker bugs. They gazed at the unicorn bug perched on Yan Anqing's shoulder, who spoke, "As you suspected, he can understand our language." With the unicorn bug's confirmation, the two caretaker bugs instantly placed greater trust in Yan Anqing. Yan Anqing then cracked open the last coconut, using some of the coconut water to clean the wound and feeding a portion to the bug baby. After some contemplation, he decided to offer the blue-orange fruit to the bug baby as well. In the game, the blue-orange fruit served as a health-restoring item. While uncertain of its efficacy on the wound, it was assuredly harmless. Having done all he could, Yan Anqing gently stroked the feverish bug baby and gritted his teeth, asking the caretaker bugs, "Could you make me a pair of pants?" The two caretaker bugs paused momentarily before nodding and swiftly crafting a pair of pants from leaves and silk threads. Yan Anqing, in a bold move, discarded his own undergarments. Though scant, they were indeed fine quality, made of pure cotton. After donning the pants and securing his undergarments, he leapt from the rocks onto the beach, then soaked the undergarments in seawater before climbing back up. The damp fabric was laid over the bug baby's head. As the moisture absorbed heat and evaporated, the bug baby's temperature began to gradually decrease. However, after a brief moment, the seawater grew warm, losing its efficacy, compelling Yan Anqing to retrieve it once more for soaking. Just as he was about to act, a caretaker bug intercepted him. "Leave this to me. We will take the baby to the sea. It will be quicker that way." Yan Anqing nodded, and the caretaker bug took the undergarment, moving at a speed far surpassing his own, and within moments, they had reached the shoreline with the bug baby. Yan Anqing followed suit down the rocks. Approaching the ocean, they could more quickly replace the warm water with the cool sea. They took turns, continuously utilizing the seawater's evaporation to lower the bug baby's temperature. Through their collective efforts, the bug baby's fever gradually subsided, and its breathing became steadier. Exhausted after a long day, Yan Anqing finally sank onto the sandy shore. Looking up at the sky, he realized that night had completely fallen, with the moon illuminating the heavens. Rubbing his stomach, which had grown indifferent to hunger, he sighed in resignation, "I'm so hungry. Come on, unicorn bug. Let's check the rocks for food." The unicorn bug glanced at Yan Anqing, then curled up in the sand, quickly drifting into slumber. With no other option, Yan Anqing set off to search for sustenance. However, with poor visibility, after a lengthy search, he managed to pry loose a small oyster and a half-strand of kelp washed ashore. Though meager, the hastily gathered food was savored by the famished Yan Anqing. Just as he was relishing his meal, a small figure appeared atop the cliff, seemingly having materialized from thin air. She observed Yan Anqing and the group of spirits below, tilting her head in curiosity, then chuckled softly before vanishing in an instant. Chapter 4. The Shimmering Lalalas. It became evident that whether spirits or beasts, their physical prowess far surpassed that of humans. While it was uncertain whether a human could endure until the next day, after one night, the bug baby regained its vitality and, upon realizing that Yan Anqing had saved it, became particularly affectionate towards him. Alas, if only there were Poké Balls. Capturing the bug baby would undoubtedly be feasible. Yan Anqing sighed. However, the efforts expended bore fruit. That was Yan Anqing and the unicorn bug becoming part of this family. And he had also escaped the clutches of hunger. The two caretaker bugs began to procure more food daily to share with Yan Anqing and the unicorn bug. Naturally, Yan Anqing did not allow himself to become complacent. He too sought to explore the seaside for additional food. When he found something, he would bring it back and share it with the spirits. In this manner, Yan Anqing's life became rich and flavorful, and through the caretaker bugs, he met other spirits, such as the riding sheep, the little ratata, and the pidgey, forming bonds with them. As they grew familiar, Yan Anqing would also visit their areas for meals. These amiable spirits held a favorable view of the human who could understand their speech. However, aside from these amicable spirit groups, there existed others on the island that were not so easy to get along with. For instance, within the forest corresponding to the beach where Yan Anqing and the others initially resided, a group of circle bears thrived. Adjacent to the circle bear tribe resides a group composed of fiery monkeys and monkey monsters, known for their volatile temperaments, making communication exceedingly difficult. They frequently encroach upon the already limited territory of the circle bears. Fortunately for Yan Anqing and his companions, they have been rather fortunate. The beach they previously occupied was the territory of a clan of iron claw lobsters. However, due to a recent battle, the lobsters vacated the area, allowing Yan Anqing and his group to successfully disembark. Otherwise, they would likely have been torn to shreds by those irascible creatures. In addition to these tribulations, Yan Anqing gleaned information from the local spirits. Their island lies along the migratory route of a group of dragon riders. Approximately around October, this dragon rider group will briefly arrive at the island for a respite. This means that if Yan Anqing wishes to leave, he can wait for the dragon riders to arrive and inquire whether they would be willing to assist in returning him and his companions to the mainland. This revelation is of utmost importance to Yan Anqing, as it directly pertains to his ability to return home. However, the original owner of this body had only set sail at the end of June. Currently, it is merely early July, implying that he must wait approximately 3 to 4 months for the arrival of the dragon riders. Although this duration may seem protracted, it offers a glimmer of hope. Even if the dragon riders are unwilling, the impact of the battle between the two divine beasts should dissipate within those 3 to 4 months. By that time, it is certain that water-type spirits will be present in the nearby waters, and if some flying-type spirits also arrive, they could potentially become friends and escort him home. Thus, giving up is not an option. Let us train, Horned Caterpillar. If all else fails, once you evolve into a bee drill, you can carry me back. Yan Anqing encouraged the Horned Caterpillar, hoping to uplift its spirits. The Horned Caterpillar lazily lay on a tree, munching on leaves, and cast a sidelong glance at Yan Anqing, saying, "Please, think this through. What merit do I possess to lift you up for flight? Not to mention how far this island is from the mainland. If I were to fly halfway, and we both fell into the sea, that would truly be a case of calling for help to no avail. Come on, have a bit of ambition." Yan Anqing sighed. "Don't you want to grow stronger and become a being on par with divine beasts?" "Sorry, but no." The Horned Caterpillar replied nonchalantly, showing no signs of being swayed by Yan Anqing's hopes. This left Yan Anqing feeling quite exasperated. Observing Yan Anqing's demeanor, the Horned Caterpillar huffed softly. While it was unclear why this creature had changed somewhat after recent events, the Horned Caterpillar understood that a person's nature is hard to alter. It was merely the hardships that had prompted this change. Once back in its original environment, the Horned Caterpillar would likely revert to being as helpless as before. Yet, it was nearing its limit. The Horned Caterpillar sighed internally. Having endured for so long, it was close to reaching its breaking point. It anticipated that in just a few days, it would enter its cocoon stage and evolve into a bee drill. Should it abandon Yan Anqing? The Horned Caterpillar glanced at him, wondering which spirit wouldn't he desire to grow stronger. With a trainer like this, even if it wished to become stronger, it would be stuck in time. Therefore, to grow stronger, it must distance itself from him and seek a trainer who is more willing to invest effort and share the desire for strength. However, as the Horned Caterpillar observed Yan Anqing pondering beneath the tree, memories of their time together flooded its mind. Should it take a gamble once more? Yet it had already lost the first time. Would it lose again? The Horned Caterpillar wrestled with its thoughts. Just then, a light giggle broke the tension, and the Horned Caterpillar turned to see a small spirit perched on a nearby branch. With blue hair obscuring much of her face, 2 golden, flat horns protruded from the center of her hair. Her body, a soft pinkish white, swayed her little feet as she stifled her laughter and looked at the Horned Caterpillar, saying, "You two are quite amusing. A Shiny Ralts? This color, has she been abandoned by her species?" The Horned Caterpillar spoke, its tone rather displeased, for it understood that Ralts can sense the emotions of humans and spirits alike. Moreover, since Yan Anqing could understand the language of spirits, if he learned of this beforehand, it would not bode well. "Hee, I want to tell him." The Ralts waved her hand at the Horned Caterpillar. "But I find you two quite entertaining. I think I'll stay nearby." Watching her, the Horned Caterpillar raised itself defensively, aware that it could not afford to engage in battle, for doing so might trigger its evolution. The Ralts, undeterred, tilted her head, her large, watery eyes gazing at the horned caterpillar. Of course not, just observing. It's terribly dull, you know. As she spoke, the Ralts teleported instantly, reappearing above Yan Anqing's head. Ah, help me. I'm going to fall. Accompanied by her soft, syrupy exclamation, Yan Anqing looked up just in time to see the shiny Ralts land squarely on his face. Chapter 5. The Curious Ralts and the Evolving Caterpie. A Ralts descending from the heavens? What a miraculous occurrence. Holding the Ralts away from his face, Yan Anqing regarded the uniquely colored spirit, exclaiming, a shiny one. A celestial being indeed. The Ralts, shyly covering her face, murmured, don't look. I'm embarrassed. Here is a picture of embarrassment, not finding a shiny Ralts, but instead settling for something ordinary. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yan Anqing hastily set the Ralts down, yet his eyes remained glued to her. It was inevitable. The Ralts had such a delightful voice, undeniably feminine. Should she evolve into a Gardevoir, his very own made Gardevoir? What a delightful thought. No, he mustn't dwell on that. Meanwhile, the Ralts gazed at Yan Anqing with intrigue, having sensed a significant emotional fluctuation from him moments ago, and faintly felt a hint of affection. Affection? Wait, something feels amiss. She is a spirit, and he is a genuine human. The Ralts' innocent mind hadn't yet grasped the complexities of such emotions, leaving her momentarily confused about what this all meant. Now, her curiosity about Yan Anqing had only intensified. What kind of experiences would unfold with this human? What emotional entanglements would arise between him and the horned caterpillar? No, she desperately wanted to know. The Ralts looked up at the horned caterpillar with a sly smile, thinking, this fellow must surely be hiding something. The horned caterpillar glared back at the Ralts, grinding its teeth in frustration. With a leap, it sprang from the tree, positioning itself between the Ralts and Yan Anqing. Oh dear, you scared me. The Ralts feigned fear. You're not planning to attack me, are you? This creature. The horned caterpillar seethed in its thoughts. Calm down, horned caterpillar. The Ralts means no harm, Yan Anqing reassured him. In fact, Ralts rarely appears before humans. But she must have sensed my positive, determined emotions regarding our quest to grow stronger together, which is why she approached. Yan Anqing spoke with confidence, but his words only elicited eye rolls from the horned caterpillar. Meanwhile, the Ralts' eyes sparkled with delight, her vision obscured by her blue hair, brimming with curiosity. Aren't you eager to train and grow stronger? Don't you want to capture spirits? At that moment, the caterpie unexpectedly spoke up. With the release feature of the Poké Ball, you can obtain an empty Poké Ball. I will assist you in battle, and you can capture this Ralts. The words of the caterpie left Yan Anqing momentarily stunned. It indeed seemed plausible. Ralts also looked towards the caterpie, equally bewildered. Was this caterpie truly resigned to its fate? The caterpie then turned its gaze to Yan Anqing, internally roaring, come on, make your choice. Do you want a rarer Ralts? Or do you prefer a common caterpie like me? Yan Anqing crouched down, gazing intently at the caterpie, gently tapping its head. As the caterpie appeared puzzled, Yan Anqing spoke, what nonsense are you saying? You are my starter Pokemon. If I were to abandon you for a stronger Pokemon, what would that make me? The caterpie was utterly taken aback by her words, an inexplicable emotion swirling within its heart. Rest assured, no matter how weak or inexperienced you may be, I will never forsake you. Yan Anqing stood up, speaking earnestly. I will be with you as you grow stronger. One day, I will help you triumph over those Pokemon you once looked up to. I have that confidence. So caterpie, will you trust me just this once? As Yan Anqing's words resonated, the horn on Ralts' head emitted a brilliant light. How wonderful, Ralts thought to herself. The purity of their emotions fills the bond between them. This truly is delightful. The caterpie lowered its head momentarily, only to suddenly raise it again. This is my second bet on you. Don't let me down. With the caterpie's declaration, it released a cascade of silk threads, which fell like a waterfall, wrapping tightly around itself. The light of evolution shone forth, and before Yan Anqing's astonished gaze, the caterpie evolved into a metapod. As Yan Anqing witnessed this transformation, realization dawned upon her. Goodness. It turned out that the caterpie had been stubbornly holding back its evolution all along, maintaining a half-hearted state until Yan Anqing couldn't resist releasing it. It made sense. Caterpie, being a bug-type Pokemon, naturally evolved at a rapid pace. Even in the games, it evolves into Weedle at level 10. Having been with Yan Anqing for over a year without any signs of evolution was indeed improbable. However, the original Yan Anqing was rather frivolous and had never considered such matters, which is why it had dragged on until now. Now, with Yan Anqing taking over. Though Caterpie was weak, Weedle still had a certain charm, and it could even mega-evolve. She would absolutely not abandon her Caterpie. A starter Pokemon is akin to a first love. How could one easily forsake it? As she held the evolving Metapod, Yan'anqing marveled at its weight. Observing its rounded head and triangular black eyes, she smiled and said, "You've evolved. So, the transformation into Beedrill should be approaching soon. But can you still move?" Metapod looked at Yan'anqing and replied in a rather subdued voice, "I can't move, and I can no longer use my silk, but I can harden my shell. How long until you evolve into Beedrill? I want to train you well. One day, we will defeat the likes of Gyarados and Poison Lugia." Listening to Yan'anqing, Metapod rolled its eyes silently. "I'm just a bug-type Pokemon. Please don't hold me in such high regard. If a Pokemon lacks dreams, how is it different from a mere fish out of water? My aspirations aren't lofty. If I could defeat a Teddiursa, I could boast about it for 10 years. You underestimate me. While I may lack practical experience, my theoretical knowledge is extensive. Under my guidance, we shall undoubtedly become the best." Metapod. It chose to ignore her and closed its eyes. "Hey, wake up." Yan'anqing shook Metapod, but seeing it resolutely keep its eyes shut, she felt somewhat helpless. She then turned her attention to the sparkling Ralts, who still wore a curious expression, contemplating how to entice this little fairy away. Meanwhile, Ralts, observing the interaction between Yan'anqing and Metapod, felt a sense of satisfaction. It had been a long time since she encountered such an amusing situation. She decided to observe for a while longer. Chapter 6. The Power of Bonds. With a plethora of enticing schemes swirling in her mind, Yan'anqing found herself devoid of any resources to execute them. After much hesitation, she awkwardly inquired, "Are you lost?" Sensing the helplessness in Yan'anqing's heart, Ralts couldn't help but chuckle inwardly but maintained an outwardly pitiful demeanor. "Yes, I was abandoned. I am the only Pokemon stranded on this little island. Kind soul, could you spare me some food?" Upon hearing this, Yan'anqing's masculine instincts surged, and he patted his chest, declaring, "Don't worry, leave it to me." As he spoke, Yan'anqing dashed out, determined to find something to eat. Ralts found this scene exceedingly entertaining. Meanwhile, Metapod opened its eyes and remarked to Ralts, "Hey, don't take advantage of him. He.S. already foolish. The shipwreck must have knocked some sense out of him." "Hee, it's quite amusing," Ralts replied while glancing at Metapod. "Besides, bug-type Pokemon should lack this kind of sensitivity, but I possess psychic abilities, allowing me to sense a peculiar energy emanating from him. This must be the reason he can understand our language." "Oh, is that so?" Metapod looked at Ralts curiously. "What do you intend to do about it? Don't you think it would be interesting to draw it out?" Ralts giggled. "I'm also quite curious about this unseen energy." While they conversed, Yan'anqing returned from elsewhere, carrying 2 orange berries. He jogged back and presented the berries to Ralts, saying, "Here, eat up." Ralts's expression shifted in an instant to one of shyness, cautiously accepting the orange berry and nibbling at it. Although each bite was small, it was evident that Ralts was famished, eating eagerly. "Take your time. If that's not enough, I have more." Yan'anqing was determined to keep Ralts around, even if it meant sacrificing his own share of food. Once Ralts finished the last bit of the orange berry, she shook her head, saying, "No, kind soul. The food on this island is precious. You must have worked hard to give me some." "Hee, it's no trouble," Yan'anqing replied with a silly grin, scratching his head in embarrassment. Seeing this, Metapod closed its eyes again. "Out of sight, out of mind. I don't have anything to repay you with," Ralts said, moving closer to Yan'anqing and gently touching his leg, wearing a serious expression. "But I can help you unleash the hidden power within you." "What? Hidden power?" Yan'anqing looked bewildered, having never considered that he might possess something so grand within him. He wondered if it was inherent to this body or a result of his transmigration, a golden finger of sorts. Yet, if it were true, awakening it would surely be far better than his current state of being utterly powerless. With that thought, Yan'anqing became excited, crouching down and scooping Ralts into his arms, exclaiming, "Then please help me quickly. I beg you." Ralts, startled by the sudden embrace, was nearly thrown off balance. Regaining composure, she patiently replied, "All right. But you must follow my instructions to unleash your power." With unwavering resolve, "I solemnly assure you that I shall heed your counsel." At this moment, Yan'anqing is entirely submissive to the directives of Lalulesai, his intellect seemingly diminished to naught. Iron Shell Kuan, observing this spectacle, silently sighed in resignation. Lalulesai had astutely seized upon the fissures of Yan'anqing's fervent desire for transformation, exploiting them to the fullest. Now, he was truly on the verge of enduring grave tribulations. As Iron Shell Kuan anticipated, the ensuing days saw Yan'anqing dutifully comply with Lalulesai's commands. Whether it was swimming a kilometer, running 5,000 meters, or attempting to levitate pebbles through meditation, tasks that seemed utterly absurd, he faithfully undertook them without fail. Each day, he would also gather additional provisions for Lalalaisai, ensuring she would not go hungry, even if it meant he himself would eat less. After a relentless week, Iron Shell Kuin could no longer contain his frustration. Immobilized and leaning against a towering tree, he watched as Yin Anqing sat upon a stone, merrily consuming his food while engaging in Lalalaisai's whims. Suddenly, he spoke in a frigid tone. "Have you had your fill of this nonsense? He may be a bit dim-witted, but he's still my trainer. If you continue to toy with him, mark my words, once I evolve into a Beedrill, we shall settle this." "Ah, are you vexed?" Lalalaisai turned her gaze toward Iron Shell Kuin, chuckling lightly. "This is merely the beginning. I intend to challenge him even further. It shall be quite entertaining." In that moment, Iron Shell Kuin's anger flared. 7 days had sufficed for him to evolve from his original form, shedding his hard shell to become a Beedrill. With a crack, his exoskeleton shattered, a sharp stinger piercing through as the radiant light of evolution enveloped him. In a delightful giggle, Lalalaisai vanished in an instant through teleportation. Where she had once sat, 2 steel stingers pierced the stone beneath. The newly evolved Beedrill, looking strikingly formidable, declared, "You shall not escape." With wings a-flutter, he pivoted sharply, launching his poisoned stingers toward the now reappearing Lalalaisai. "Such attempts are futile," she replied with a playful smirk, effortlessly ensnaring the incoming stingers with her psychic power, rendering them harmless as they fell to the ground. Beedrill, gritting his teeth, remained resolute. Despite this setback, he was determined to exact his vengeance for his trainer. Accelerating to the utmost limits, he surged toward Lalalaisai, yet she merely evaded him with her teleportation, all the while depleting his stamina without him even brushing against her. What on earth is happening here? Yin Anqing, having just returned from his training, was taken aback by the scene before him, exclaiming in disbelief. Now, Lalalaisai suddenly intoned, sending ripples of pink sound waves cascading toward Beedrill. "Beedrill!" Yin Anqing's eyes widened as he shouted, "Spin rapidly in a spiral and pierce through with your twin stingers." In response to his command, Beedrill hesitated for but a moment before obediently spiraling into motion. In that instant, he felt an extraordinary force envelop him, reinvigorating his weary body. With his twin stingers as the focal point, he broke through Lalalaisai's enchanting melody. Upon halting, Beedrill gazed at Lalalaisai, who had reverted to her timid demeanor, and at Yin Anqing, whose expression was fraught with concern. In that moment, he seemed to grasp a profound truth. It was a success. Lalalaisai spoke softly. "The training over these days was designed to strengthen your frail body, enabling it to harness greater power when faced with danger. This force, born of mutual trust and recognition between you and your Pokémon, is the essence of your bond. Thus, it shall be named the Power of Bonds." Chapter 7. The Battle Between Tribes. The Power of Bonds. Yin Anqing observed Lalalaisai, then turned his gaze to Beedrill. Indeed, as Lalalaisai had asserted, though he had not witnessed Beedrill's evolution, he could tell at a glance that this was his Beedrill, not a wild one. Furthermore, at that pivotal moment, he felt as though he and Beedrill were entwined in a shared consciousness. Such a sensation was not easily attained. It was the latent power residing within him, the power of bonds that had yielded such results. "You were not merely toying with him?" Beedrill regarded Lalalaisai with incredulity, astonished that such whimsical training could indeed awaken the latent power within his trainer. "Oh, how terrifying," Lalalaisai quipped, retreating to hide behind Yin Anqing's legs. Gazing up at him with a pitiful expression, Beedrill, in turn, thought, indeed, it may be best to eliminate her. It was clear that one could not conceal one's intentions. Yin Anqing was not a fool. He recognized Lalalaisai's exuberance, and having witnessed her ability to help him access his own power, he had placed unwavering trust in her. Now, however, the murderous glint in Beedrill's eyes, coupled with Lalalaisai's fleeting moments of brilliance during their battle, made it absurd to still regard her as a frail creature. "You are quite powerful, aren't you?" Yin Anqing lifted Lalalaisai into his arms, peering through her thick blue locks into her eyes. "You were not abandoned or lost, were you? Hee, you don't seem so dim after all." Seeing that her facade was slipping, Lalalaisai chuckled, her previously soft demeanor morphing into something mischievous. "Indeed, I am not. I merely found your antics amusing and decided to take a closer look. But since you've discovered my presence, I suppose I shall take my leave." Just as Lalalaisai prepared to bid farewell to Beedrill, Yin Anqing called out to her, "Wait. What's the matter? Are you reluctant to see me go?" Lalalaisai glanced back at him, her smile brightening. "Well, yes." Yin Anqing scratched his head sheepishly, grinning. "You just helped me unlock my inner strength. At least give me a chance to master it before you leave." Lalalaisai paused, sensing the genuine reluctance in Yan Anqing's heart, along with a hint of affection hidden beneath the surface. What a peculiar individual you are. You are far more intriguing than the last one. She tilted her head, amused. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lalu Laisai extended a finger toward Yan Anqing, stating, I may remain, on one condition. Name it. Yan Anqing replied eagerly. I do not relish being captured, nor do I care for those Pokeballs. So, I will accompany you, but do not harbor any ill intentions. Should I grow bored, I shall leave immediately. How does that sound? Agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Anqing nodded in affirmation. Such a rare and luminous Lalu Laisai was not to be easily dismissed. Feeling the purity of Yan Anqing's heart, Lalu Laisai smiled. This sensation was quite delightful. As the sun rose and set, Yan Anqing and his companions thrived on this small island for an entire month. Their daily lives, now infused with training, had transformed into something far less mundane. Through continual experimentation, Yan Anqing began to grasp the fundamental aspects of his newfound power. Most importantly, he could now comprehend the language of Pokémon, allowing for seamless communication. Furthermore, with regard to combat, it is possible for the bond between the sprite and Yan Anqing to enhance their collaborative fighting capabilities. They can achieve a mental fusion, allowing Yan Anqing to execute commands with remarkable swiftness. This ability is poised to grow in potency as the connection between Yan Anqing and the sprite deepens, representing a form of growth potential. Ultimately, this is a rather delightful ability for Yan Anqing, as he continues to interact and communicate with wild sprites. The deepening of their relationship will infuse their shared bond with an aura of camaraderie. What is the significance of this? The answer is quite straightforward. Firstly, as this friendly aura permeates, Yan Anqing's bond power expands, establishing him as a friend to sprites. Even the more temperamental sprites will regard him with a degree of favor, refraining from unprovoked attacks. Secondly, due to this aura, the bond power will experience a subtle enhancement in strength. While the increase may be modest, it is nonetheless a step in the right direction. As Yan Anqing garners the recognition of an increasing number of sprites, the bond power will continue to grow. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly to Yan Anqing, is the ability to request assistance. As the bond power radiates, he can intersperse a few distress signals within it, provided the relationship is well established. Sprites that perceive Yan Anqing's distress signals will come to his aid. This is indeed a comforting thought. Yan Anqing need not capture an excessive number of sprites and nurture each one individually, which would consume both time and resources. Just imagine, having forged friendships with hundreds or even thousands of sprites. Should he find himself in peril, a single swift arrow could summon legions to his side. Such a scene would be undeniably formidable. Moreover, if he could cultivate friendships with legendary creatures, even if he could not capture them, summoning them for assistance should pose no issue. It is often said that one relies on their parents at home and friends when venturing into the world. As long as one has friends scattered across the globe, there is no need for fear wherever they may go. The thought alone is utterly delightful. Of course, with other individuals or creatures, Yan Anqing would not squander his energy on friendships. Instead, he would prefer to hone his skills alone, diligently perfecting his craft over a decade. However, sprites are inherently pure beings. When treated with kindness, they will reciprocate wholeheartedly. Thus, forging friendships across the globe is indeed feasible. Yet, just as Yan Anqing was reveling in his gradual ascension to strength, eagerly awaiting the return of the Dragonite and the flying and water-type sprites, an urgent matter loomed before him. The two factions, the Circle Bears and the Fiery Monkeys, had recently encountered some friction. The land on the small island was limited, and in the quest for survival, both factions were on the brink of open conflict. The Circle Bears boasted formidable individual strength, while the Fiery Monkeys held a numerical advantage, coupled with advantageous elemental attributes, rendering their overall strength relatively comparable. Do you recall the Fiery Monkey that Ash released? After a skirmish, neither side could overpower the other. Consequently, both factions turned their gaze toward the territories of the weaker sprites, preparing to join forces to seize the remaining island resources. When this news reached Yan Anqing through Little Rattata, he was taken aback. It appeared war was imminent. Chapter 8. Striking a Balance. The atmosphere on the island grew increasingly tense, and Yan Anqing's brow furrowed with concern. A comparison of both sides' combat capabilities revealed the following. The Fiery Monkey faction comprised 36 Fiery Monkeys and 12 Monfernos, while the Circle Bear faction consisted of 6 Circle Bears and 5 Kopchus. On Yan Anqing's side were 2 Care Bugs, 17 Caterpie, 5 Cottony, 7 Riding Goats, 12 Little Rattatas, and 8 Dedenne. Alongside Yan Anqing were Weedle and Ralts, representing the entirety of sprites on the island at present. To engage in battle? It would be akin to a futile endeavor. Previously, both factions had hesitated to engage, fearing retaliation against their weaker sprites. However, now they were prepared to unite and eliminate the weaker sprites to divide the remaining territory. Thus, Yan'anqing and his group found themselves in dire straits. Had it not been for the departure of the Seagull faction, the Eagle faction, along with the Kingler and scattered water-type sprites, these two factions would never have reached such a state. The Carebug sighed heavily, pondering the limited options available on the small island. Should they join one of these factions? Dream on. Neither faction was known for their amiable disposition, and should they join, they could easily become targets. At that moment, after deep contemplation, Yan'anqing spoke to the gathered sprites. I shall attempt to intervene. While I cannot guarantee that I will convince the fiery monkeys and circle bears to retreat, I must at least understand the root of their conflict that has escalated so swiftly. The Carebugs, upon seeing Yan'anqing step forward, immediately interjected. Child, do not go. They are often unreasonable, and I fear for your safety. Fear not. I have Weedle and Ralts by my side, Yan'anqing reassured them. Were it not for you, I might have perished from hunger on this island. You saved me, and now I wish to do my part for you. The sprites were deeply moved, their affection for Yan'anqing growing stronger. The two Carebugs gritted their teeth and declared, we shall accompany you. At the very least, we can ensure your safe return. Hearing the Carebug's words, Yan'anqing nodded, recognizing that having their support would indeed provide a greater sense of security than venturing forth alone with Weedle and Ralts. After a brief discussion, they ultimately decided to approach the fiery monkey faction first, as it would be slightly safer than confronting the circle bears. With the two Carebugs by his side, Yan'anqing ventured into the forest. Suddenly, they were ambushed. Shortly after their entrance, they heard an urgent series of monkey calls. As several Monfernos leaped among the branches, swiftly surrounding Yan'anqing and his companions. Making no aggressive moves, they soon encountered a fiery monkey, evidently the leader of their faction. Carebugs, do you seek to declare war upon us? The fiery monkey's irate voice resonated in Yan'anqing's ears. Upon hearing the fiery monkey speak, Yan'anqing quickly restrained the Carebugs, taking the initiative to respond. We do not come to wage war. We merely wish to understand why your faction seeks to strip us of our last remaining habitat. Humans? You can comprehend our words? The fiery monkey regarded Yan'anqing with surprise, soon sensing the aura of goodwill emanating from him. This aura tempered his previously overwhelming anger, and he looked at Yan'anqing. This is not for you to comprehend. Engage us in battle, or surrender the remaining land. But we seek the right to know the reasons behind this conflict. Cannot we discuss this amicably? Yan'anqing stood firm, demanding an explanation. His inquiries ignited a fresh wave of fury within the fiery monkey, who roared in rage and struck the ground with a tremendous fist, creating a deep crater. Human, our patience is limited. The fiery monkey bellowed, clearly at his breaking point. The demand for more land stemmed from an increase in population, as the existing food supply could not sustain such growth. Observing the fiery monkey's wrath, Yan'anqing promptly interjected, what you truly seek is not land, but the remaining fruits and sustenance. With Yan'anqing's words, the fiery monkey became even more agitated. Meanwhile, Ralts, nestled in Yan'anqing's arms, chimed in. You are correct, he has acknowledged it within. With the approval of Raluli, Yan'anqing gazed at the disgruntled fire monkey and seized the moment, declaring, if that is the case, I possess a solution to your predicament. What solution? Fire monkey, suppressing its fury, inquired with a penetrating stare. To learn of my solution, you must first acquiesce to one request of mine. Human, do not overstep your bounds. Fire monkey swung its fist menacingly. I could end your life in merely 3 seconds. And what of it? Yan'anqing retorted sharply. Even if you were to seize the last remnants of resources, it would merely be a stopgap. As your numbers swell, these provisions will inevitably prove insufficient. What then? Will you resort to raiding the Circle Bear clan? Or will you, through conflict, allow the weaker individuals of your own tribe to perish, thereby diminishing your consumption? These words struck at the very heart of the matter, and upon hearing them, even though Fire Monkey was reluctant to concede, the expressions of its fellow monkeys betrayed a flicker of doubt. Seizing the opportunity, Yan'anqing continued earnestly, thus, I have a resolution. If you heed my counsel, we can jointly persuade the Circle Bear clan. Conflict will not resolve any issues, it merely postpones the inevitable. Trust in me, and I can guide you towards a solution without the need for strife. As Yan'anqing spoke with sincerity, Fire Monkey, whose mind had been clouded by anger, gradually regained its composure. Human, you assert that you can resolve this issue. What if you fail? Fire Monkey regarded Yan'anqing with a chilling tone. I will wager my life on it. Yan'anqing declared, offering his life as a stake, which ultimately swayed Fire Monkey's resolve. Fire Monkey fixed a deep gaze upon Yin Anqing before calling out to its subordinates, "Summon the others. Take him to that old coot's territory." Upon hearing Fire Monkey's command, Yin Anqing exhaled in relief. With the agreement of one clan, the groundwork for persuading the Circle Bear clan was laid. A contingent of individuals boldly entered the territory of the Circle Bears, only to find themselves surrounded once more. However, with Yin Anqing's rhetoric and the temporary alliance of the Fire Monkey clan, the Circle Bear clan soon acquiesced. The flames of conflict were momentarily extinguished. Yet both factions turned their gaze towards Yin Anqing. "You've made grand claims. What is your method?" Observing the fruit-bearing trees and various edible species between the two clans, Yin Anqing proposed his solution: agriculture. Chapter 9. Fewer offspring, more trees. When Yin Anqing's proposal was unveiled, both the Fire Monkey clan and the Circle Bear clan were left bewildered. Meanwhile, the caretaker bugs brightened at the notion. The rationale was quite simple. The island's food supply was not as abundant as presumed, primarily because neither the Fire Monkeys nor the Circle Bears practiced agriculture. They merely awaited the natural ripening of fruits or foraged for edibles. Conversely, the caretaker bugs, due to their unique circumstances and the scarcity of food, possessed some experience in pollination, enabling the trees to bear more fruit. However, this alone was insufficient. Thus, Yin Anqing assumed the role of a mentor, instructing the sprites on agricultural practices while urging them to set aside past grievances and collaborate in constructing a granary for the island. Initially, both the Fire Monkey clan and the Circle Bear clan regarded this with skepticism. However, upon glancing at the abundance of fruit on the caretaker bug's side, which indeed surpassed their own, they began to cooperate under Yin Anqing's guidance. The Circle Bears cleared land suitable for planting, while the Fire Monkeys gathered edible plant seeds. Little Rada and the Exploration Mouse tilled the soil, while their mount, the Little Sheep, sowed seeds. The caretaker bugs pollinated the fruit trees of both clans to enhance their yield. Simultaneously, as the tumultuous aftermath of the battles between Kyogre and Lugia subsided, marine resources gradually returned, prompting Yin Anqing and the sprites to attempt fishing and foraging along the shore. Although the yield was not as plentiful as anticipated, it helped to alleviate the current food shortage. Remarkably, the growth rate of the fruit trees was swift. Within just 10 days, the seeds sown in the cleared farmland had sprouted into tender shoots. Upon witnessing this, Yin Anqing could not help but marvel. The Fire Monkey clan and the Circle Bear clan, seeing the flourishing sprouts, were ignited with immense enthusiasm and hope. The outcome was that Yin Anqing secured the friendship of both the Fire Monkey clan and the Circle Bear clan. However, while this ensured a promising future for the two clans, the limitations of the island's size ultimately imposed constraints. Yin Anqing urged both clans: "If you truly aspire to sustainable development, the crux lies in one principle." "What principle?" Ralulai, perched upon Yin Anqing's shoulder, swung her little feet, captivated by his words. "Fewer offspring, more trees," Yin Anqing pronounced with utmost seriousness, causing Ralulai to nearly tumble off his shoulder in laughter. The leaders of the Fire Monkey and Circle Bear clans exchanged puzzled glances and scratched their heads, though they absorbed the message. In the clearing, Yin Anqing observed the caretaker bugs as their arms glimmered with energy, and without hesitation, he encouraged Beedrill to engage in a spar with them. Beedrill surged forward, delivering rapid double stings. The caretaker bugs swiftly blocked the strikes, then lowered their stance to evade the twin stings, abruptly raising their arm to deliver a luminous slash against Beedrill. Beedrill was sent careening backward, barely managing to stabilize itself mid-air with frantic wing beats. In the next moment, the caretaker bug closed in, delivering a hand strike towards Beedrill, but halted just a centimeter from its target. "That will suffice for today." The caretaker bug retracted its arm, smiling at Yin Anqing and Beedrill. "Do not be impatient. Beedrill has just evolved and has not undergone much training. Given its starting point, its current performance is commendable." Yin Anqing let out a sigh of relief as the entangled bond with Beedrill gradually dissipated. Beedrill also felt a sense of relief, accurately gauging its own capabilities, and did not dwell on the defeat by the caretaker bug. It merely chastised Yin Anqing for prioritizing pleasure over responsibilities. What could Yin Anqing do in response? He was destined to bear that blame. Approaching Beedrill, Yin Anqing tapped its stingers. Clang, clang, clang. Remarkably firm. Having tested it against wood and stone, he found it effortlessly penetrable. I feel that categorizing Beedrill as a bug poison type is somewhat misleading. These stingers could easily be classified as steel type without fault. Handle with care, and do not mishandle them, Beedrill retorted, reflecting on their recent bout and remarked to Yin Anqing, "I believe I should not have used Fury Attack." I should have employed Poison Sting to pressure from a distance. You are a trainer, and I am a trainer too, with your limited repertoire of moves. The caretaker bug could easily knock you down during an offensive. Only a swift fury attack could expose a gap. Yananqing rolled his eyes. Your attack speed was simply too slow, allowing the opponent to capitalize on the opening. Hey, let us be reasonable. Did you consider the opponent's strength? Could I keep up with that? That's the essence of sparring. You need to adapt to the caretaker bug's pace. Once you do, you will be able to catch opponents who are slower than the caretaker bug off guard. That sounds simple enough. Why don't you give it a try? I am a trainer. With your skills, even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. Like I said, practice more if you're inexperienced. I'm going. Don't hold me back. If I don't poke a few holes in it, I might as well join Bada and those guys and go vegetarian. The caretaker bug approached Lurantis, who was joyfully engrossed in the spectacle, and glanced at the two adversaries, almost on the verge of physical confrontation. Unable to restrain itself, it inquired, "Are they all right?" "Oh, fret not," Lurantis replied, resting her chin on her hands with a light chuckle. These two are rather amusing, despite their fierce quarrels. Where they seem intent on causing each other harm, their bond is stronger than anything. It's just their way of expressing themselves, isn't it? This has happened several times before. Observing Yananqing and Weedle, whose heads were nearly touching, Lurantis noted that their belligerent words belied any intent to engage in actual combat. But isn't that what makes it entertaining? Yananqing and Weedle, panting and parched from their verbal sparring, were presented with a freshly opened coconut by the caretaker bug. Yananqing gulped half of it down before passing the other half to Weedle, who accepted it gratefully and drank deeply, quenching their thirst. The duo resumed their discussion on past mistakes and strategies for improvement, embodying a serene existence. A soft glow began to emanate from the antennae atop Lurantis' head. Such emotions, regardless of the moment, always brought her a sense of comfort. Suddenly, memories began to surface in her mind, causing her once cheerful demeanor to fade gradually. Shaking her head, she sighed, "What is this? Why am I recalling the past? Did I not vow to forget it all?" Forcing the memories away, Lurantis lifted her gaze towards the heavens. She understood all too well that, even if she chose to ignore them now, the inevitable must be confronted. For the time being, however, she wished to evade it. Super move, adorable appeal for gifts. Chapter 10, The Pursuing Shadows. As days turned into weeks, the small island thrived increasingly. The bickering between Yananqing and Weedle continued unabated, and Lurantis found herself a daily spectator to their antics. She cherished the current atmosphere, occasionally musing that if things could remain this way indefinitely, it would be quite splendid. Yet, such a life was destined to be disrupted. One afternoon, having just concluded her workout, and while discussing tactics with Weedle over lunch, Yananqing suddenly spotted a Monferno swinging down from the trees, its voice laced with urgency. "Trouble. A strange individual has arrived on the island, wielding peculiar items, and has already defeated several of our companions." A strange individual? Yananqing sprang to his feet, excitement flickering in his eyes. How long had it been? He had been stranded on this island for nearly 2 months. The hope of returning home had yet to materialize, but unexpectedly, this surprise arrival of a human could signify a chance for escape. He could hardly contain himself, eager to meet this newcomer, but as he took a few steps, an inexplicable stiffness seized his body. Turning, he found Lurantis had ensnared him with her psychic powers. With a sigh, Lurantis revealed a side of herself starkly different from her usual cheerful demeanor. "Is the individual clad in black attire, wearing a matching helmet?" she inquired, gesturing as she spoke. Monferno quickly recalled and nodded vigorously. Upon receiving confirmation from the Monferno, Lurantis sighed again. With all eyes upon her, she bowed to Yananqing and the others, saying, "I apologize. Those individuals must have come because of me, causing you trouble. I must leave this place, or else you will encounter grave danger." As she spoke, she released her hold on Yananqing and cast a lingering gaze at him and Weedle, offering them a somewhat strained smile. In the next moment, without further farewells, Lurantis vanished from sight using teleportation. This left Yananqing, who had intended to persuade Lurantis to stay, utterly bewildered. The caretaker bug and the others were equally perplexed. Something felt very amiss. After a moment of contemplation, Yananqing turned to the group and declared, "Regardless, I will first engage with them to ascertain their intentions for coming here." The gathered Pokémon nodded in agreement, though a shadow of unease loomed over them due to Lurantis' departure. On the opposite side of the forest, a pair clad in black combat gear, a man and a woman, observed several defeated Monferno, taken down by their Swampert and Kingdra, without a hint of concern. The woman retrieved a tablet, activating it to reveal a map, her voice monotonous as it emanated from her tactical helmet. "The specimen is on the move, departing from this island. Then we mustn't delay. We must capture this specimen, the man replied coldly. Moreover, we have already set up obstruction devices in the surrounding waters. It won't escape. With that, he signaled to his Kingdra, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence of the forest, causing the pair, just about to leave, to halt in their tracks. While Swampert and Kingdra readied themselves for a potential conflict. Wait. At that moment, Yan Anqing burst forth alongside Beedrill. The man and woman stared at Yan Anqing in astonishment, not expecting to encounter anyone on such a remote island. Yan Anqing, seeing them alongside Swampert and Kingdra, exclaimed with exhilaration, "What luck! Real people! I've been shipwrecked and stranded on this island. I have no water-type Pokémon to assist in my escape. Please, save me and take me away from here. I can offer a generous reward." The duo exchanged glances at Beedrill, noting its ordinary appearance, likely incapable of ferrying a person across the sea. "Where are you from?" the man inquired, his tone softening. "A city. My family is wealthy. If you rescue me, I will repay you handsomely." Yan Anqing hastily replied, "I came here with friends, but then we faced a shipwreck, and everyone else has vanished." Hearing his words, the woman murmured, "Not long ago, a spendthrift from D-City did rent a yacht, and subsequently went missing." The man pondered for a moment before responding, "Very well. But we have a mission and cannot take you with us now. Wait for us to complete it, and we will return for you." Upon hearing this, Yan Anqing became frantic. "No. If you leave, what will I do? I'll be left all alone, crying out to the heavens, and receiving no answer. Please, take me with you. I don't wish to remain on this island. I'll offer you 200,000. He pleaded earnestly. "I won't interfere with your mission. Just take me with you." The man's head throbbed at Yan Anqing's desperate pleas, but the woman's heart softened. "Fine, let us help him. It won't hurt to add one more. My Swampert can carry 2 without issue." With the woman's compassion swaying him, the man sighed and finally relented. "All right, come with us." Upon hearing their agreement, Yan Anqing rushed down, eager to join them, then sheepishly added, "Do you have any food? I haven't eaten a proper meal in ages. I'm willing to pay." "Ah, it's just some emergency rations," the man replied as he retrieved 2 energy bars from his tactical suit's pocket, handing them to Yan Anqing. As Yan Anqing accepted them, he tore open the packaging and devoured one with ravenous urgency, finishing it in mere bites, and then offered the other to Beedrill. The delightfully sweet energy bars were precisely to Beedrill's taste, and the sugar content rapidly replenished its stamina. The woman observed Yan Anqing gazing at her with eager eyes, and with a resigned sigh, she produced 2 bars and handed them to him. After receiving them, Yan Anqing shared them with Beedrill, swiftly consuming the energy bars without leaving a trace. Witnessing this scene, the 2 individuals couldn't help but murmur to themselves, "It seems this fellow is genuinely famished. No wonder he yearns to escape from here." Yan Anqing's actions completely dispelled their concerns. Once he finished eating, they proceeded together. With Beedrill returned to its Pokeball, Yan Anqing mounted the back of the Swampert, with the woman leading the way. He exhaled in relief, having successfully deceived these 2. Chapter 11. The Rescue of Ralts. Meanwhile, the woman held a tablet, monitoring the glowing dots displayed on its screen as she directed Swampert forward. Sitting behind her, Yan Anqing, intrigued, inquired, "Might I ask what your objective is?" "We are here to capture an experimental Pokémon that has escaped from a research facility," she replied. "Ah, I see," Yan Anqing responded, realization dawning upon him. Because it is an experimental Pokémon, a tracking chip was injected into its body, allowing for its retrieval after escape, correct? "Exactly," she affirmed. Yan Anqing understood, but he quickly recalled the original owner's limited memories of Pokémon. He realized that in this world, experimentation on Pokémon was not mandatory. As long as an application was submitted and approved, and the Pokémon did not explicitly refuse, the experiment was deemed legal. However, there was a significant flaw. If the Pokémon changed its mind during the experiment, it would be powerless to stop it. This allowed some unscrupulous research facilities to deceive Pokémon with sweet words, securing their consent, and once the Pokémon wished to withdraw, there would be no recourse. Yan Anqing surmised that Ralts was likely in such a predicament, tricked into participating in an experiment, realizing something was amiss, yet unable to halt the process. Her only option was to escape. Even so, the facility would dispatch personnel to retrieve her. "You have no way to challenge that," he thought bitterly. For them, everything was legal. Damn it, if he wanted to save Ralts, he would have to assist her in navigating the immediate troubles and then find a way to destroy the tracking chip inside her. Or else, she would be condemned to a life of perpetual flight. Yan Anqing clenched his teeth inwardly, knowing he could not expose himself just yet, as he had yet to ascertain the true nature of these 2 individuals. A direct confrontation was utterly unrealistic. The two Swamperts and Kingdra were far too powerful, capable of easily defeating his insect Pokémon. Therefore, he needed to devise a method to sabotage their tracking devices before reuniting with Ralts to eliminate her tracking chip. She's nearly out of energy. Swampert, accelerate. Just as Yan Anqing pondered how to eradicate the threat, the woman suddenly spoke, and the Swampert beneath her surged forward, making a sharp turn to the right at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Ralts had teleported into mid-air, gazing at the unyielding invisible barrier before her, gritting her teeth in frustration. Next time I get the chance, I must ask Yan Anqing to teach me how to swim. Ralts paused, bewildered as to why, at this critical juncture. She was thinking of that silly fellow. As she quickly descended, Ralts teleported once more, widening the gap between herself and her pursuers. However, even in doing so, she felt increasingly fatigued. The energy within her was insufficient for many more teleportations. To be captured and returned to that hellish existence? A glimmer of determination flashed in Ralts's eyes. No, absolutely not. Even if it means death, I will never return to that nightmarish place. With that resolve, as she descended, Ralts closed her eyes, teleporting again and vanishing from her previous location. When she reappeared, she found herself submerged in the ocean. Without resistance, Ralts slowly sank towards the seabed. This was her final act of defiance. Swampert and Kingdra arrived, their eyes locking onto the glowing point below, falling silent. This wretched creature wishes to drown. Kingdra dive. Kingdra instantly plunged down with the man. Ralts wanted to perish. They would see if she could get her way. Are we also pursuing? Seeing Kingdra take the man below, Yan Anqing awkwardly remarked, I'm quite afraid of water right now. Fear not. They should have given up on fleeing. My teammate alone is more than sufficient, came the reply. The woman turned to address Yan Anqing, but at that moment, as if by coincidence, he patted his chest and sighed. That's a relief. I've been quite weary sitting here. I shall stretch a bit. With a clap, his hand collided with hers, causing her to lose grip on the tablet, which slipped from her fingers. The woman quickly attempted to catch it, and Yan Anqing, realizing his blunder, lunged forward to grab the tablet. However, in doing so, he tumbled into the water along with the tablet. In an instant, Yan Anqing began to flounder, and the woman, exasperated, commanded Swampert to retrieve him. Yan Anqing clambered back on a Swampert's back, feeling quite embarrassed as he said, My apologies, it was my fault for instinctively reaching for that tablet. The woman, speechless, consoled him. No worries, it was just a tablet. That fellow isn't resisting anymore, and once we capture him, we one team need the tablet for the time being. I sincerely apologize. Once we return, I promise to buy a new one for you. Yan Anqing vowed earnestly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. If the woman were to produce another tablet, he would truly be at a loss. With a splash, Kingdra resurfaced, the man clutching Ralts in his grasp. In that moment, Yan Anqing's heart raced with trepidation. This is a problem. This creature is intent on dying, and she appears half dead already. Surely, upon return, she will perish. The man sighed, having never encountered such a fiercely defiant Ralts before. There's nothing we can do, we'll take it one step at a time. The woman sighed as well, feeling equally powerless. Well, I know a bit of first aid. Shall I give it a try? Yan Anqing's sudden suggestion left both of them momentarily stunned. However, adopting a nothing ventured, nothing gained mindset, they decided to let him try. With that thought, the man unceremoniously tossed Ralts to Yan Anqing as if she were refuse. Yan Anqing quickly stood to catch Ralts, but in the process, he stumbled and fell into the water once again. The woman sighed in exasperation, addressing the man. You need to be more careful. She could die like this, and now we have to fish her out again. The man also felt at a loss, insisting he hadn't thrown her with much force. This fellow was simply too frail. However, as someone had fallen into the water, they had to retrieve him. Otherwise, it would be quite ungrateful to treat someone with such kindness in this manner. Swampert sighed in resignation, turning to extend a hand towards the spot where Yan Anqing had fallen. 1 second, 2 seconds. Not good. The man immediately sensed something amiss and dove down. Yet, in the vast ocean, finding Yan Anqing and Ralts was nearly impossible. Chapter 12. Hide and Seek. Huff, huff. On the reef, Yan Anqing leaned down, directing his breath into Ralts's mouth, while simultaneously crossing his fingers to press against her chest. With a continuous series of 10 presses, followed by a gentle breath, the cycle repeated itself. It was not until Yan Anqing's persistent efforts that Lala Laisai coughed up several mouthfuls of seawater and slowly opened her eyes. She was awake. Awake. How wonderful. Yan Anqing embraced Lala Laisai and fervently kissed her on the cheek. Lala Laisai gazed at the tearfully joyful Yan Anqing, a flicker of tenderness shimmering in her eyes. If Lala Laisai could not be found, then Shinado would suffice. Moments ago, when she was dragged from the depths, She had caught a faint glimpse of Yan'anqing, and it felt as though the sky was collapsing upon her. She feared that even Yan'anqing had been captured. However, when Yan'anqing held her in the water and softly whispered in her ear, "Do not fear, Lalalaisai. I will help you escape." It was those words that rekindled her spirit. Summoning the last vestiges of her strength, she executed her final teleportation, whisking them both to a rocky outcrop above the sea's surface. Yet, having ingested too much seawater, her strength was utterly depleted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. To her astonishment, through the application of artificial respiration and emergency measures, Yan'anqing had pulled her back from the clutches of death. However, before she could fully relish her hard-won freedom, she discovered Yan'anqing's hands began to roam indiscriminately over her body. "Do not touch me indiscriminately. What are you trying to do?" Lalalaisai's cheeks flushed crimson. Lacking the strength to resist Yan'anqing's probing hands, she could only protest. "I am searching for a tracking chip," Yan'anqing explained while continuing to examine her form. "They rely on the chip to pinpoint your location. If we can locate and destroy it, they will be unable to trace you any longer. Though luminous sprites are rare in this world, they do exist. As long as the adversaries cannot ascertain her identity, she could claim ignorance of them. Should they attempt to capture her again, she could accuse them of wrongdoing." After a brief explanation, the reality dawned upon Lalalaisai. In an instant, the suppressed images surged forth within her mind. "Lalalaisai, we merely wish to help you grow stronger. Do not be afraid. It will not hurt. Just nod your head. Find it. Live specimens are needed for the most authentic data. No anesthetics must be used. Useless trash. The theory can enhance the power of 20 super abilities. And you only increase by 2. Live sampling, subject 068. Experiment failed. Proceed with collection again." No one cared for the feelings of a mere Lalalaisai, especially not when she was regarded solely as an experimental sprite. She had cried out in anguish, but her pleas fell on deaf ears. Those who could understand had long since been numbed by experimentation. During that harrowing period, despair and blood were her only companions. Yet she did not succumb or relent, gradually amassing strength until one fateful experiment allowed her to break free from the shackles of that hellish place. She fled, pursued relentlessly by 2 relentless figures. She traversed mountains and rivers, even reaching a remote island, yet they continued to chase her. It turned out they had long injected her with a tracking chip, which explained why she could not escape the nightmarish grip for so long. Lalalaisai closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, she suddenly spoke. "There is only one location, in my right arm. They were careful not to disturb it during the experiments." Upon hearing this, Yan'anqing immediately began to feel around Lalalaisai's right arm, cautiously probing and pressing. Eventually, he located a hard lump not much larger than a grain of rice near her shoulder. This tiny object did not hinder her movements, which explained why Lalalaisai had carried it without feeling its presence. Now that its location was known, Lalalaisai gritted her teeth, regained some of her super abilities, and immediately directed them toward the spot Yan'anqing was pressing. As her flesh tore, a small, exquisitely crafted chip emerged, mingled with blood. Upon seeing it, Lalalaisai's powers surged uncontrollably, and the tiny chip was crushed into fragments. Even so, she continued to squeeze, frantically venting her pent-up anguish. It's all right. I am here by your side," Yan'anqing reassured her as he held Lalalaisai close. She froze for a moment, and then tears streamed down, soaking Yan'anqing's chest. Silently weeping, Lalalaisai felt she could finally bid farewell to her painful past. While Yan'anqing comforted her, he understood that their ordeal was far from over. Although he had rescued Lalalaisai, the vast ocean posed a daunting question. Where could they possibly escape to? Especially with the formidable Swampert and Kingdra, 2 water-type sprites that radiated danger. Attempting to swim away from their pursuit was utterly unrealistic, and without the chip, they would sooner or later be found. As for returning to the island, that was out of the question, for the only viable refuge in these waters, aside from their current location, was that very island. It would be foolish to expect their pursuers to abandon the search for it. "Wait, no," Yan'anqing suddenly exclaimed, cradling Lalalaisai. "Why not use your teleportation to distance yourself from here?" After a lengthy bout of tears, Lalalaisai had regained her composure. Wiping her eyes, she replied, "It seems they possess something that interferes with my teleportation range, like a dome that confines me within this area. In other words, it can thwart the use of super abilities," Yan'anqing mused. "Then aside from teleportation, can it obstruct other abilities? For example, if I swim away, would they be able to stop me? They shouldn't be able to." With Lalalaisai's response, Yan'anqing's eyes lit up. "Let us return to the island." "Huh." Lalalaisai looked puzzled. "There's a saying among humans. Darkness lies beneath the lamp," Yan'anqing explained, If they can block your abilities but not mine, then from their perspective, my best course of action would be to lead you out of the encirclement and then utilize your teleportation to widen the distance, escaping their pursuit. In other words, Lalulacei's eyes brightened with understanding. Indeed, they would likely search outward rather than return to the island. But what if they come looking? Then let us engage in a delightful game of hide and seek with them, Yan'anqing replied with a hint of mischief. With Lalulacei's ability to teleport, they could certainly drive their pursuers to the brink of despair in a game of hide and seek. Chapter 13. The Arrival of the Dragonite Swarm. Indeed, as Yan'anqing had anticipated, when the Beedrill's wings were nearly ablaze from exertion, they finally managed to return to the island. The caretaking Caterpie greeted them, and through their intelligence, Yan'anqing confirmed that the two pursuers had likely ventured out in search of Lalulacei. Of course, it was also possible they had realized their error and returned to search the vicinity. However, Yan'anqing was unperturbed. After all, the perimeter of the island was guarded by sprites, and as soon as they spotted the pursuers, they would promptly inform Yan'anqing, allowing him to evade the island. Once they departed, the cotton-spitting Tangela would release spores into the air, signaling to Yan'anqing and the others to return. Essentially, unless their luck was exceptionally poor, they could easily evade the two pursuers. Yan'anqing glanced at Lalulacei's wound, which had been treated with silk from the Caterpie and cotton from the Tangela, before turning to the exhausted Beedrill. Beedrill, you're struggling. It hasn't been long since we took off, and you're already worn out. Beedrill rolled its eyes in response, retorting, have you considered your own weight? My weight. Previously, I weighed a little over 120 pounds. After arriving on the island, I have shed quite a bit of weight, barely managing to reach 100 pounds. This merely indicates your inadequacy. Do you possess the capability to sprint while carrying 100 pounds? I am a trainer. What do you think my training is for? I have resolved that from this day forth, you shall accompany me daily for aerial exercises, enhancing both my flying speed and endurance. Be reasonable. If it were any other Pokemon, I would have accepted it. Then I shall seek out the Teddiursa. You're tough. 100 pounds is just 100 pounds. The Beedrill was thoroughly defeated by Yan'anqing. Though he would not admit it publicly, when faced with those two Gyarados and the Kingdra, he found himself utterly powerless, trembling in fear, which truly irked him. One day, he vowed to stand before Yan'anqing, compelling all Pokemon to tremble before him. He silently set this goal for himself, and the Beedrill was determined to work diligently to astound everyone. Time swiftly passed, and another half-month had elapsed. During this period, the Beedrill gradually acclimatized to Yan'anqing's weight, enabling him to carry Yan'anqing for flights lasting over 40 minutes. Additionally, while transporting Yan'anqing, he achieved an impressive sprinting time of nearly 10 seconds for 100 meters. Once detached from Yan'anqing, his speed reached an astonishing 6 seconds. Following this experience, the Beedrill was evolving at a remarkable pace, growing ever stronger. Aside from the Beedrill, Ralts also exhibited some notable changes. Typically, she would observe Yan'anqing and the Beedrill train, watching their playful squabbles. However, after this incident, Ralts occasionally attempted to train alongside the Beedrill, heeding some of Yan'anqing's training suggestions for her own practice. Furthermore, Ralts underwent a significant transformation. Every time she awoke, Yan'anqing would find her curled up in his embrace, her tiny hands tightly clutching the leaf garments woven by the Caterpie. From a psychological standpoint, this behavior indicates Ralts' lack of security. Yet, from Yan'anqing's perspective, it was a manifestation of Ralts being captivated by his charm. Despite receiving an exaggerated eye roll and silence from the Beedrill, Yan'anqing reveled in the situation. Aside from these developments, over the past half-month, the two pursuers had visited once. However, contrary to expectations, they did not land on the island but merely passed by, leaving the area entirely. This left Yan'anqing, who was perpetually ready to flee, utterly perplexed. They had initially pursued him with such fervor, so why the sudden abandonment? Yan'anqing was unaware that the root cause lay in his unintentional actions. He had inadvertently disposed of their only food supply, for energy bars. Ill-prepared for an extended pursuit at sea and having exhausted their rations, although the Gyarados and Kingdra could catch some fish, without fire. Consuming raw seafood led to their stomachs being the first to give in. Thus, in a rather inexplicable turn of events, Yan'anqing and Ralts managed to evade their pursuers. By the time they returned to the mainland to recover from their stomach troubles and repurchase tracking devices, it would undoubtedly take considerable time. When that moment arrived, facing a Ralts who had disposed of her tracking chip would truly validate the saying, finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, more importantly, the swarm of Dratini Yan'anqing had eagerly awaited had surprisingly migrated earlier this year. When a baby bear informed Yan'anqing of the Dratini swarm's arrival, he immediately leaped with excitement. Finally, the moment had come. If he could persuade just one Dratini to take him home, he would not only achieve his goal, but also create a significant distance from the two pursuers. They would never dream that Ralts, whom they thought would always flee overseas, had seamlessly integrated into society. When they finally encountered him again, he would say, "Is this the Ralts you intended to take back? I assert that this is my Ralts. If you attempt to forcibly take her, I shall call the authorities." With Ralts by his side, let them see who could out-argue whom. His heart raced, and his hands trembled, as Yan Anqing, accompanied by the Weedle and Ralts, traversed the forest and reached the beach. He was met with a colossal gathering of over 50 Dratini. They were in the midst of their migration, utilizing this location as one of their resting points. At that moment, they were capturing fish in the shallows to satiate their hunger. Even upon noticing Yan Anqing's approach, they remained unperturbed, regarding him with curious glances. "Hello there," Yan Anqing greeted, extending a few orange berries towards one of the Dratini. "I am in need of assistance. Could you help me?" As he spoke, the Dratini leaned closer to him, biting into the orange berry and consuming it. "Human, what assistance do you require?" The Dratini inquired in a melodious voice, rubbing against Yan Anqing's hand in a display of affection. "I can understand your language. I am a castaway due to a maritime disaster, and I wish to request your help in returning home. Is that possible?" Yan Anqing caressed the Dratini's smooth, cool skin, emanating a bond of connection as he awaited their response. Hearing Yan Anqing's plea, the Dratini appeared slightly taken aback but quickly regained composure. The goodwill emanating from Yan Anqing's bond made them view him more favorably. After a moment's contemplation, the Dratini shook its head and replied, "Apologies, little one, but we are currently migrating and may not be able to assist you in returning home. However, within our group, there are a few adventurous young ones yearning for a taste of life beyond our confines. If you are willing, you may attempt to befriend them, allowing them to leave the group and experience the outside world while you make your way home." Initially, the Dratini's words sent Yan Anqing's hopes plummeting, but the next moment, they ignited a spark of hope within him. Chapter 14, The Gentle Little Dratini. "Weedle, can you handle this?" Yan Anqing inquired of the Weedle, who had mentioned that these were young ones, not the mature Dratini. The Weedle remained silent, merely clashing its stingers together, producing a crisp metallic sound, brimming with determination. Observing the Weedle's spirited resolve, Yan Anqing let out a sigh of relief, though soon, a troublesome issue surfaced. That was, he did not possess any Poké Balls. Even if he were to win, he would have no means of capturing a Dratini. Upon expressing his concerns to the Dratini, it chuckled lightly, assuring him that it was not an issue. They could procure a Poké Ball when time permitted. With the Dratini's consent secured, it called out loudly, "Little ones, assemble." At the sound of its voice, the young Dratini, who had been playing and frolicking or fishing, all lifted their heads and gathered towards the beach. The adult Dratini also approached, likely curious to join in. "Little ones, this human trainer seeks to enlist your help to return home." The Dratini spoke gently. "He gives off a good vibe. Those little rascals, don't you wish to experience a different way of life? Now's your chance. Who wants to have a battle with him?" Upon hearing the Dratini's words, four exceedingly excited young Dratini darted out from the group. Yan Anqing recognized them. They seemed to be part of the playful young ones. Just as he pondered which one might be easier to contend with, suddenly, a smaller Dratini emerged from the group. "I want to try too." As soon as she spoke, a voice emerged that was exceedingly delicate and gentle, imbued with a timorous tone that unmistakably conveyed a sense of vulnerability. Just like that, Yan Anqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was undoubtedly the perfect target. Weak, pitiable, and utterly helpless. Unbeknownst to her, Yan Anqing was unaware of the true strength of her opponent, the Weedle, and how it measured up amongst trainers. However, in her quest to return home, she could hardly afford the luxury of sympathy for the weak. When the Dragonair conversing with Yan Anqing heard her choice, its eyelids flickered with uncertainty as it queried, "Are you certain?" "I am." Despite feeling a tad embarrassed, Yan Anqing resolutely nodded. Indeed, it was no surprise that human trainers often favored the strongest Pokémon. Among her peers, Little Gentle was arguably the most formidable. After all, which of these little creatures had not faced a beating? The gentlest of words often accompanied the harshest of actions. Upon hearing these words, Yan Anqing felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. How had she ended up selecting the strongest among them? The four little Dragonairs, noticing her choice, gazed at Yan Anqing and the Weedle with the eyes of warriors. Yan Anqing turned her gaze toward the Weedle, which twitched its mouth in irritation before bellowing. "What are you afraid of? I've undergone hellish training. The outcome is still uncertain." As it spoke, the Weedle darted forward, landing directly in front of Yan Anqing. "Let us prioritize friendship over competition." The Dragonair's soft voice was utterly incongruous with the fierce creature that was about to engage in battle. Go, Beedrill. Use Poison Sting. There was no turning back now. Yananqing had to steel herself and showcase all her training with the Beedrill. The power of their bond surged forth, propelling the Beedrill into a rapid charge, executing several sharp turns as it unleashed a flurry of poisonous stingers towards the little Dragonair. How terrifying! The sight of the densely packed stingers startled the Dragonair, which opened its mouth wide and unleashed a mini blizzard. The howling storm instantly freezing the poisonous projectiles into solid ice. Yananqing ducked just in time to avoid being caught in the blizzard, though the twitching of her lips betrayed the turmoil within her. Beedrill, Twin Needle, don't approach me. The Beedrill swiftly closed the distance, and the Dragonair slapped the surface of the water, sending forth a colossal wave crashing towards the Beedrill. At that moment, the Beedrill felt a twinge of apprehension. This little creature possessed an alarming array of skills. And this power, was it not a jest? The Beedrill promptly abandoned its offensive, flapping its wings vigorously to ascend into the sky, evading the oncoming surf. Maintain focus. Yananqing perceived that the little Dragonair's skills were indeed formidable, but it was not without its weaknesses. Its lack of battle experience and a palpable fear of being attacked were evident. High in the sky, the Beedrill gathered energy, while the little Dragonair, emboldened, opened its mouth to unleash an ice beam towards the Beedrill. Dodge it. With the distance increasing, the earlier attacks were not as swift, and the Beedrill easily evaded the assault with its superior speed, all the while concentrating and enhancing its focus. It's too far. I can't hit anything. The little Dragonair grew anxious as its successive ice beams missed their target. In a moment of desperation, it slapped the water surface with its arms and, to Yananqing's astonishment, soared into the air, twisting its body as it approached the Beedrill. Oh my! Dragon Dance! Yananqing gazed incredulously at the other Dragonairs, who wore expressions that suggested they were unfazed by this display. He found himself at a loss for words. The move Dragon Dance had once been within the Dragonair's repertoire, even attainable through breeding. Yet, it had been removed from later versions. And now, he was left to ponder the immense potential of this little Dragonair. Blizzard, Ice Beam, Surf, Dragon Dance. While the power was somewhat constrained by the Dragonair's size, it was nonetheless formidable. What other surprises could this creature possibly unveil? Furrowing his brow, Yananqing urged, Beedrill, use Hyper Beam. This was a technique previously learned from a Teddiursa, now a trump card for the Beedrill. As the Beedrill observed the rapidly approaching Dragonair, its twin needles collided, unleashing a multitude of energy stars that shot forth towards the little Dragonair at breakneck speed. This is disastrous. The little Dragonair felt a pang of embarrassment. While Dragon Dance allowed her to barely achieve flight, it could only propel her straight up and down. Freedom of flight was merely a dream. This led to her current predicament, where she had no choice but to confront the onslaught of energy stars head-on. However, in a bid for resistance, the little Dragonair expelled a blizzard to counter the energy stars. Yet, at that instant, Yananqing's voice became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Rage. The Beedrill dove downward, its twin needles nearly leaving afterimages, and after the collision of the energy stars and the blizzard, it suddenly burst forth from the attack range, arriving directly before the little Dragonair, its needles striking her with unrelenting force. Boom. The little Dragonair crashed heavily onto the sandy beach, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Yananqing's eyes twitched. If the Beedrill's attack had caused but a fraction of damage, the remaining burden of injury was entirely due to the little Dragonair's own fall. She had defeated herself. This battle was an utter chaos. Chapter 15, Departure. The little Dragonair took several hours to recover. During this time, Yananqing learned from the other Dragonairs about this gentle little one, affectionately known as Little Gentle. Firstly, Little Gentle was indeed a prodigy, mastering various skills with remarkable speed. She could typically grasp a technique after just 1 or 2 demonstrations. Her extensive skill set and wide coverage were her strengths. However, her weaknesses were equally apparent. She possessed a gentle and timid disposition, a fear of pain, and an insatiable curiosity. Because of these traits, despite her inherent strength, she remained internally conflicted. After all, the playful tussles among younglings were not true battles. When put to the test, her true nature was unveiled. Had Yananqing commanded Little Gentle earlier, she would not have attempted to take flight using Dragon Dance, but rather leveraged Rain Dance to seize the advantage of weather, coupled with the ocean's natural benefits. A steady and calculated approach would have assured her victory. Ultimately, it was Little Gentle's fear of pain combined with her eagerness to showcase her abilities that led her to relinquish her advantage and suffer defeat. As Little Gentle regained consciousness, she wore a dejected expression. Though she could dominate her peers within their group, her attempt to prove herself had resulted in a disheartening loss. Have some orange berries, Yan Anqing offered, approaching her with 2 orange fruits in hand. Ow, that hurts. Little Gentle nuzzled against Yan Anqing's hand, momentarily seeking comfort before obediently consuming the berries. Yan Anqing gently patted her head, reflecting on the fact that, despite lacking Poké Balls, he had managed to bond with 2 Pokémon. Quite an accomplishment indeed. The Dragonair clan planned to rest in this maritime region for 3 days before continuing their migration. During these 3 days, Yan Anqing gradually built a rapport with Little Gentle, riding on her back as she gracefully navigated the ocean. As a water Pokémon, Little Gentle's performance was undeniably superior, both steady and swift. Through the accounts of other Dragonites, Yan Anqing came to realize that, as beings endowed with both water and ice attributes, their speed and agility on the icy surface far surpassed their abilities demonstrated in the ocean. Being inherently intelligent and kind-hearted, the fairy quickly forged a strong friendship with them, even within the mere span of 3 days. As the adult Dragonites called out, the young ones eagerly followed suit. Farewell. If fate allows us to meet again, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Standing atop the back of Little Gentle, Yan Anqing cupped his hands to form a trumpet shape, bidding farewell to the group of Dragonites. Larvitar, perched on Little Gentle's head, waved alongside the Weedle soaring in the sky, sending off their companions. With tears glistening in her eyes, this was Little Gentle's first departure from her kin, and her sentimental nature led her to weep. Yet, she had no regrets about her decision. She yearned to explore the world and grow stronger, rather than simply spending her life in one place. After watching the Dragonite group fade into the horizon, Yan Anqing finally withdrew his gaze. He gently patted Larvitar's head and the young Dragonites, saying, "The Dragonites have departed. It is time for us to leave as well. Are we heading back?" Weedle alighted on Yan Anqing's shoulder, sighing, "Honestly, it isn't so bad to remain here. But I must eventually return home." Yan Anqing flicked Weedle's forehead lightly, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, I will never revert to my former self." Weedle shot Yan Anqing a glare, contemplating where to strike him for a deserved payback. "I have yet to see the places where humans reside," remarked the young Dragonite, turning to Yan Anqing with eager anticipation. "You better not hold such high hopes," warned Larvitar, drawing from her experiences. "Among humans, there are both good and bad individuals. The bad ones can be truly dreadful." "It's all right. Our trainer is certainly a good person," the young Dragonite replied, trusting Yan Anqing's character. "Then let us be on our way." Despite his fondness for the island and the friendships he had cultivated with its inhabitants, Yan Anqing found the inconveniences quite burdensome. He could hardly contain his eagerness to return to the human world, to indulge in a refreshing bath, savor delicious meals, and finally rest upon the expansive, plush bed custom-made for him. After another day, the caretaker Pokémon gathered on the beach to bid Yan Anqing farewell. "Everyone, please do not see me off. I must return. I am grateful for all your care during my time here. I will certainly come back to visit you." Yan Anqing stood atop the young Dragonite's back, waving goodbye to the island's fairies. "Here, take this." The caretaker Pokémon presented him with a large, heavy bundle woven from leaves and thread. Upon opening it, Yan Anqing discovered it filled with a variety of fruits and coconuts, alongside 3 neatly stacked sets of leaf-woven garments. In that moment, his heart swelled with warmth. Observing the fairies' bittersweet smiles as they bid him farewell, he struggled to contain his overwhelming emotions, securing the bundle before turning to face the young Dragonite, Weedle beside him, and Larvitar atop the young Dragonite's head. He proclaimed, "Let us depart." The young Dragonite let out a triumphant cry, gracefully gliding away from the island. "Farewell. Take care of yourselves. As the weather cools, remember to wear warm clothes. We will remember you." The voices of the fairies gradually faded, and despite his resolve not to look back, Yan Anqing found himself gazing at the horizon where the sea met the sky. "Little Gentle, do you know where the land is?" he inquired. "Huh, you don't know?" Little Gentle turned her head, puzzled by Yan Anqing's question. "How did you get here then?" "We followed the leading adults," she explained. "We won't get lost, will we?" Yan Anqing exchanged uncertain glances with the young Dragonite, unsure of how to proceed. Weedle shielded its face with its stingers, unable to bear the sight. Larvitar, perched on the young Dragonite's head, sighed, "I know the way. Let me guide you. Just keep moving forward." "Do you really know the route, Larvitar?" The young Dragonite perked up, inadvertently causing Larvitar to tumble down. Yan Anqing swiftly caught Larvitar, who glared reproachfully at the young Dragonite, making it feel embarrassed. "When I was being chased, I traversed the nearby waters, so I have a general sense of direction." To avoid another tumble, Larvitar obediently climbed onto Yan Anqing's shoulder, advising, "So, Just keep going forward. All right, full speed ahead. The young Dragonite responded enthusiastically, propelling them onward. Chapter 16. The Unyielding Original Owner, the Tragic Yan'anqing. Following Larvitar's guidance, they encountered no significant mishaps along the journey. Instead, they stumbled upon a group of relatively docile tentacle. After offering a small portion of their fruits, Yan'anqing received their goodwill. The tentacle even provided them with a bounty of fish as a return gift. With ample food, they faced only a brief spell of heavy rain, which they skillfully circumvented. After 2 days of travel, Yan'anqing finally laid eyes on the familiar port and the bustling crowds therein. What a journey it had been. Tears welled up in Yan'anqing's eyes as he reflected on the trials he had endured since his arrival in this world. At Wind Breeze Port in City D, a wild man, clad in leaf garments, made quite the entrance. This eccentric figure arrived riding a Dragonite, then promptly knelt down to fervently kiss the ground, his behavior drawing bewildered glances from the surrounding crowd. Yet, as the protagonist, Yan'anqing remained unfazed. For only those who had experienced such trials could truly comprehend the depths of his emotions and the significance of his actions. Fortuitously, this world was filled with fairies. It was a blessing that he possessed the ability to communicate with them. Had it not been for these fortunate circumstances, Yan'anqing might have perished long ago, becoming just another nameless corpse on that small island, waiting for a future traveler to stumble upon his remains and learn of his sorrowful tale. With only a single valuable possession left, a Pokeball, he glanced at the young Dragonite and ultimately decided to communicate with Weedle, opting to release the young Dragonite and place it within the now vacant Pokeball. This was an emergency solution. Weedle's Pokeball had endured the ravages of seawater, a kick from Yan'anqing, and the wear of many days, leaving it somewhat dilapidated. Nevertheless, it would suffice for now. Once he returned and secured some funds, he could procure the finest and most comfortable Pokeballs for all 3 of his Pokemon. However, with no money to his name, how would he return? The answer was simple. When in need, seek the police. Finding a kind-hearted individual, he reported his situation, and soon a police car arrived to take him and his companions to the station. After understanding the circumstances, the officers looked at Yan'anqing, who was devouring a box of food as if he were a starving ghost returned to life, with expressions of bemusement. "Mr. Yan, we sympathize with your plight. We will ensure your safe return home. Please sign here." A police officer handed Yan'anqing a document detailing the basics of his maritime mishap, which bore no significant discrepancies from his account. After reading it, Yan'anqing wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and signed his name with the pen provided. Subsequently, the police station assisted Yan'anqing in reapplying for a new SIM card and a temporary identification card, dispatching a police car to ensure her safe arrival at the entrance of a modest yet charming estate. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Yan'anqing stood before the wrought iron gate, accompanied by her Weedle and Ralts, gazing in astonishment at the somewhat aged yet aesthetically pleasing small manor. The original owner had never visited this place after inheriting it. Instead, she squandered the money elsewhere, leaving her oblivious to the existence of her late aunt's additional 2 inheritances. Had it not been for Yan'anqing's presence, the original owner might have sold the estate and the accompanying farm after depleting her funds, likely without even a glance back. However, now that Yan'anqing had arrived, she surveyed the manor's exterior, which, while somewhat weathered, exuded a unique beauty, and her only thought was, how much might this cost? The police also facilitated her connection to a professional agency, and soon a car arrived, from which a sharply dressed gentleman emerged. He approached Yan'anqing, presenting her with the deeds, keys, and pertinent documentation concerning the small estate and the farm. Holding the folder containing these items, Yan'anqing felt as though she were in a dream, still somewhat dazed. "May I inquire about the value of this property?" she ventured, suppressing her astonishment as the man prepared to leave. He frowned at the notorious spendthrift, holding a certain disdain for individuals of this sort, and replied somewhat brusquely, "It's difficult to ascertain an exact value, but I can tell you that over 70% of Miss Yan's total assets have gone towards inheritance taxes. This estate and farm represent the culmination of Miss Yan's efforts. I implore you, do not squander her hard work." With that, he turned and departed without a hint of hesitation. Yan'anqing opened her mouth, though she was unaware of the precise worth of the estate. It was not difficult to deduce from the remaining inheritance that this property far surpassed her previous modest goals. This was indeed a substantial gift. Clutching the folder, she entered the estate through the iron gate, accompanied by her Weedle and Ralts. The house, though not excessively large, welcomed her after she passed through a small garden featuring a nearly dried-up fountain. Upon entering, she flicked the lights on, relieved to find there was power. The bright yet gentle illumination filled the living room. The furniture was covered in dust covers, but it appeared to be well-equipped, requiring no additions on her part. Traversing the living room, she stepped out through the floor-to-ceiling windows to the terraced swimming pool at the back of the house. The water was not particularly clean, littered with leaves and twigs, yet the pool's size was impressive. Yan Anqing released her Dratini into the pool, which, despite the less-than-stellar environment, seemed curious and explored its surroundings. "All right, time for a thorough cleaning," she declared earnestly. "From now on, this will be our home." Weedle and Ralts joined in. While Dratini shot streams of water to cleanse the exterior, they toiled until deep into the night, finally managing to tidy up the master bedroom and living room. Exhausted, Yan Anqing collapsed onto the slightly dusty bed and fell into a deep slumber. Everything seemed fine until the next day when Yan Anqing went to reapply for a bank card, intending to withdraw funds for essentials. To her dismay, she discovered that the once substantial inheritance of 80 million had dwindled to less than 20 million. Staring in disbelief at the expenditure list, her teeth clenched in frustration. If the original owner stood before her, she would have been tempted to confront him with fury. Just look at how this fool spent the money. The purchase of a globally limited sports car had consumed 40 million, followed by a series of extravagant reservations, most of which were rather extravagant in nature, extending into an 8-year plan. 8 years. It seemed as if this individual was so afraid of running out of money that he meticulously filled an entire 8-year itinerary. Such a feat would leave even a time master astounded. Cancel everything. It must all be revoked. Yan Anqing seethed. Having money doesn't mean one should squander it recklessly. She was determined to reverse these expenditures to recover as much as possible. With this money, she could elevate her Weedle and companions to greatness. Chapter 17. Planning and the Acknowledgement of Pokémon. As Yan Anqing trudged back to the small estate, weariness evident in her gait, Weedle and Ralts approached, their eyes alight with anticipation. "Good news. I've secured funds to purchase 3 luxurious Poké Balls and specially tailored energy cubes for Weedle, Ralts, and Dratini that will surely suit your tastes," she announced, forcing a smile despite her earlier frustrations. "Excellent. With those energy cubes, we can ensure rigorous training, maximizing our potential for strength enhancement." Weedle nodded in approval. Ralts, sensing Yan Anqing's emotional state, gently replied, "It seems things haven't gone too smoothly, but fret not. We bear no ill will towards you." Yan Anqing managed a wry smile. "Indeed, it has been a bit tumultuous, but thankfully, most of the funds should be recoverable. I've only lost 25 million. At that moment, she wished fervently for the original owner to be present, eager to express her disdain for his reckless behavior. After canceling all of the extravagant orders, she would still face a loss of 25 million, and her heart ached at the thought. This spendthrift had been utterly reckless. From 80 million, her inheritance had plummeted to 55 million, and after purchasing further necessities and training equipment for her Pokémon, another 5 million evaporated before her eyes. At that moment, Yan Anqing grasped the true essence of the phrase, wealth in the arts, poverty in strength. It was clear that 5 million worth of supplies would merely sustain the top-tier training needs of her 3 Pokémon for a month. If continued, even with some reduced costs for repetitive training equipment later on, the funds she possessed would barely support their training for just over a year. Of course, if she were content to live a mundane life, maintaining only the basic battle capabilities of her Pokémon, her current funds would be more than sufficient for a stable and affluent existence. However, having traversed into this new realm, Yan Anqing could not bear the thought of living a life devoid of excitement. "Weedle, Ralts, let us convene by the pool to discuss our future plans," she urged. Her spirit rekindled. Exchanging glances, Weedle and Ralts nodded in agreement, following Yan Anqing to the edge of the pool. The previously murky water had been drained, and Dratini had taken the initiative to clean the pool, refilling it with fresh water. Now, Dratini lounged comfortably at the water's edge, half submerged, basking in the autumn sun. Upon noticing Yan Anqing and her companions, Dratini raised its head, inquiring, "What is the matter? Are we continuing the cleaning?" "We'll pause the cleaning for now," Yan Anqing replied, her expression turning serious. "I am here to discuss our future and the paths we wish to take." Dratini, sensing the gravity in her tone, immediately adopted a more serious demeanor. "In the future, I wish to explore far and wide, to witness more sights and experiences," it stated earnestly, revealing its aspiration to break free from its lineage. "I want to become the strongest." The Weedle raised its right stinger and proclaimed, "I shall defy fate and alter destiny, ensuring that every Pokémon trembles in my presence." Upon hearing these words, Ralts closed its eyes in contemplation before opening them again to respond. "To witness the diverse and beautiful aspects of life, devoid of sorrowful cries, is my desire. Listening to the heartfelt musings of the three Pokémon, Yananqing also spoke up. My aspirations are quite simple as well. I wish to forge friendships with more Pokémon, and for everyone, every Pokémon, to grant me a modicum of respect. Even the legendary beast should extend me a semblance of courtesy upon my arrival. Having said this, Yananqing noticed the slight surprise in the eyes of the three Pokémon and smiled at them, remarking, although our visions for the future may appear disparate, they share an essential premise. Little gentle, if you wish to explore more wonders and vistas, you must continually take steps forward, embracing new experiences while cultivating sufficient strength to intervene in those matters. Weedle, you too must engage in relentless training and battles if you aspire to become the strongest. Ralts. Likewise, only by possessing ample power can you have the authority to say no to what you perceive. Coupled with my resolve, we shall grow stronger, venture forth, traverse mountains and rivers, and ceaselessly strive for the pinnacle, thus achieving our future. In response to Yananqing's words, the three Pokémon nodded in unison, their eyes shimmering with brilliance. Perhaps I am not the most competent trainer, yet I am willing to change and learn. Yananqing extended his hand, palm up, and gazed at the three Pokémon, asking, are you willing to entrust yourselves to me? The three Pokémon remained silent, but Ralts stepped forward, placing its hand on Yananqing's, and declared, I believe in you. Count me in. Weedle followed suit, placing its stinger in Yananqing's hand, stating, although you have acted like a scoundrel in the past, I am willing to take a gamble on you this time. And me, cried the Dratini, emerging from the water and resting its hand on top. I want to grow quietly and return to astonish all Pokémon. Let them envy me. In that moment, Yananqing felt a significant surge in his bond power. He was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The bond power, in its early stages, was certainly not as robust as the powers of permanence or aura. Its true strength manifested later, heavily reliant on the rapport between Pokémon and trainer. The deeper the bond, the greater the trust, and thus the stronger the bond power became. Yananqing recalled Dratini into its Pokeball before releasing it again. Subsequently, he retrieved 3 luxury balls, setting them out before the Pokémon. Ralts was the first to press one of the luxury balls and was instantly drawn inside. Weedle and Dratini followed suit, each activating their respective switches and being absorbed into the luxury balls. Soon, the 3 luxury balls ceased their movements. Yananqing picked them up and pressed the switches, causing the 3 Pokémon to reappear before him. At that moment, they officially became Yananqing's Pokémon. They exchanged glances and smiled. Let us commence our journey forthwith. For my Weedle is eager to begin. Weedle clashed its stingers, its eyes ablaze with determination. Specific training, however, would have to wait until the necessary resources arrived. Yet, in the next instant, Yananqing doused Weedle's enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. He grinned mischievously. Now, let us continue with the grand cleanup. At the very least, we must tidy up our home. The 3 Pokémon exchanged wry smiles, yet their hearts were lightly stirred. Home, indeed. It warmed the Pokémon's hearts. Chapter 18, A Letter from Aunt. The small manor appeared modest, yet cleaning it thoroughly to restore its original state occupied Yananqing and the others for an entire day. Upon completion, Yananqing became acquainted with the layout of the manor. The front yard was a garden, accompanied by a garage. The backyard featured a swimming pool, an outdoor kitchen, and a small dining area under the open sky. A living room connected to a kitchen, with the left side housing the master bedroom that included an en-suite bathroom and a walk-in closet, while the right side held 2 guest bedrooms and an additional bathroom. This constituted the entirety of the ground floor. The second floor had the master bedroom side, which was mostly empty, containing a study and a storage room. That was the complete layout of the house. After the cleanup, Yananqing also discovered numerous miscellaneous items, such as mini albums and displays left by his late aunt, as well as some decorative collections, clothing, bills, payment receipts, and even tickets from her travels. Unfortunately, there were no hard currencies like gold, which was somewhat disappointing. That night, after taking a shower, Yananqing sat on his bed, calculating the expenses based on what he had found. The monthly costs for utilities like water, electricity, and gas for the manor were approximately over 1,000 yuan. If the fountain and swimming pool heating were not in use, this amount could be reduced further. His aunt was indeed frugal. Other small estates would likely have monthly expenses soaring to at least 3,000 or 4,000. With a sigh, Yananqing heard the sound of a door opening and turned to see Ralts emerging from the bathroom, playfully asking, "Are you going to sleep with me again?" "I prefer not to stay in the Pokeball. Being alone makes it hard for me to sleep," Ralts replied, climbing onto Yananqing's lap and curiously inquiring about the scattered items on the bed. "What are these?" "Some belongings of my aunt that I'd like to look through," Yananqing responded, flipping open an album. We have finished organizing our home, and tomorrow I plan to visit the farm. If there aren't any better offerings, I intend to buy some berry seeds to plant there. That's a good idea, but you must keep an eye on it, otherwise those wild Pokémon might claim the territory. Ralts agreed, soon becoming captivated by the photographs in the album. Yan'anqing was equally drawn in, for the album contained few pictures of his aunt. Rather, it was filled with images of various Pokémon, including many of her with them. His aunt's presence in the photographs was striking. With a quintessential Asian visage, almond-shaped eyes, willow-like brows, and cherry-red lips. Despite her hair being somewhat grayed and her face marked by wrinkles, her aura remained exquisite. As Yan'anqing flipped through some old photographs, he realized that his aunt had been remarkably beautiful in her youth, reminiscent of a blend between Zhou Huimin and Li Ruodong, her figure perfectly proportioned. Observing her with his late uncle, who bore a rather unremarkable appearance akin to a more refined version of an ordinary school principal, Yan'anqing couldn't help but muse on how fortunate this man was. The photographs clearly depicted the deep affection between his uncle and aunt, explaining why she remained solitary and never remarried. Had his uncle not passed away prematurely, and they had children, the current circumstances would likely have been vastly different. Following her husband's death, as evidenced by these photos, it seemed his aunt devoted the rest of her life to companionship with Pokémon, traveling to various locales, capturing the beauty of different Pokémon and landscapes. Among the images were many Pokémon with whom his aunt shared a close bond, such as Bellossom, Noctowl, Shrimish, and Ninetales. However, it appeared she had not captured them, but rather befriended them. From the photograph, it is quite evident that the beautiful woman beside the elf has gradually transformed into an elderly figure over the years, the bonds of several decades. Yan'anqing sighed inwardly. If this were a connection that belonged to him, he could scarcely fathom the magnitude of the bond's power that would be reflected back to him. Gazing at the radiant smile of the woman in the picture alongside the elf, a faint smile graced Yan'anqing's lips. Such a splendid scene indeed evokes a profound resonance in others. Even Lalolesai, upon observing the image, felt the gentle glow emanating from the horns atop her head. The inner joy and comfort resonated deeply within her. Your aunt is a good person, Lalolesai remarked, looking up at Yan'anqing, her smile brightening her face. Indeed, Yan'anqing acquiesced, without contesting her statement, as he continued to flip through the album. However, there were no more photographs. Instead, within a transparent pocket meant for inserts, lay a neatly folded piece of paper, inscribed with the words, "To Yan'anqing, with affection." Momentarily taken aback, Yan'anqing swiftly extracted the folded paper. Upon unfolding it, he discovered a letter addressed to the original owner. "Anqing, your discovery of this letter brings great solace to your aunt, for it signifies that you are not entirely akin to what the world speaks of you." As he read the opening lines, an unusual expression crossed Yan'anqing's face. Had he not traversed into this world, the original owner would likely have never laid eyes upon this letter. If you are not Anqing, then perhaps it is fate that has led you to unveil this correspondence. Yan'anqing nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the meticulous preparations made. "My life has been one of happiness. My beloved departed early, and I mourned for 3 years. After that, the elves pulled me from the depths of despair, igniting my interest in these charming beings. Armed with the camera they gifted me, I traversed mountains and rivers in search of beauty and the most pristine, natural elven ecology. All of these experiences have been transformed into the most cherished memories, preserved within these albums. While this may not be the most precious inheritance, in my heart, it is the most beautiful and significant one. Hence, I have concealed this letter within this legacy. I do not fear my impending demise, for I shall reunite with my beloved who has awaited me for many years on the other side. Yet, I find myself concerned for the old friends I have known over the years. Upon reaching this juncture, I kindly request your assistance in checking on those friends and ensuring they are faring well. Please convey my departure to them, urging them not to wait for me any longer, but to seek out their own new lives. Of course, I shall not send you on this final errand without recompense. Since you have inherited my most treasured legacy, I humbly ask that you accept this token of my gratitude as a contribution towards your journey, to fulfill the last wish of one who has departed. Below, you shall find the specific locations of this final inheritance, along with 7 address coordinates." Upon witnessing this, Yan'anqing let out a soft sigh. The original owner's aunt was genuinely a good person. May she find happiness and well-being in whichever realm she resides. Chapter 19. The moles of the farm. The morning sunlight filtered through the thick seams of the curtains, spilling into the bedroom and rousing Yan'anqing from his slumber. Slowly opening his eyes and stifling a yawn, he glanced at Lalolesai, who was curled up beside him, soundly asleep. Rising gently, Yan'anqing approached the window, drawing back the curtains. The sunlight swiftly illuminated the room, and upon observing the flora in the garden, a smile crept across his face. Good morning. The change in light stirred Lalu Laisai from her slumber, and as she stretched languidly, she greeted Yin Anqing in return. Good morning. Do rise quickly. We have quite a bit to accomplish today, Yin Anqing urged her before heading to the bathroom. Lalu Laisai followed suit, and together they stood before the sink, attending to their morning routines. Once refreshed, Yin Anqing led Lalu Laisai into the kitchen, where he prepared a simple breakfast for himself, complemented by a glass of moo milk. Lalu Laisai's meal was equally uncomplicated, elven food paired with an energy cube and a glass of moo milk. After breakfast, Yin Anqing took his 3 elven companions to the garden in the front yard. Following the address from his aunt's letter, he wielded a small shovel and began to dig beside a rose bush. Within moments, the shovel struck something hard. Lalu Laisai used her psychic abilities to extract the object, a small metal box, its exterior marred with rust. Upon opening it, 3 gold bars appeared before Yin Anqing and his companions. This is the fare for the journey, the final inheritance from the original owner's aunt. This should be worth several 100,000, Yin Anqing mused, weighing the gold bars in his hands and estimating their value. Having obtained this final legacy, Yin Anqing felt a sense of responsibility towards the task entrusted to him by the original owner's aunt. Now, let's head to the farm. After placing the gold bars in his room and washing his hands, Yin Anqing observed his 3 elven companions, recalling the little dragon into its pokeball before making his way to the farm adjacent to the manor. The distance was not too great. Exiting the manor and walking for a mere 20 minutes brought him to the enclosed iron fence. Is that grapes? Yin Anqing exclaimed, recognizing the familiar trellises, climbing vines, and clusters of grapes hanging down. He was momentarily taken aback. One must note that the original owner's aunt had passed away in February, meaning the vineyard had been left unattended. Given that it was merely a small farm, typically managed casually by the original owner's aunt, it seemed improbable that such a harvest could exist now. How peculiar. Even the bee drill found the situation odd and was the first to fly toward the vineyard. Just as it soared over the iron fence, a clump of mud shot toward it like a cannonball. Goodness. Bee drill narrowly evaded the attack, but in the next instant, a barrage of mud from all directions was hurled at it. Ascend. At Yin Anqing's command, bee drill flapped its wings vigorously, soaring upward, and the numerous clumps of mud passed through the space it once occupied without landing a single hit. Wait, we mean no harm. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Anqing finally discerned the source of the attacks, a group of moles emerging from the ground. There were a dozen or so, with the leader being a diglet. However, Yin Anqing's words did not quell their hostility. They continued to glare at bee drill with palpable animosity. Yin Ruyu is my aunt. I am her nephew, Yin Anqing. With no other recourse, Yin Anqing invoked the name of the original owner's aunt. He initially held little hope, but to his surprise, upon hearing her name, the previously hostile moles ceased their aggression, their gazes shifting toward Yin Anqing. The leader, a diglet, approached, peering through the iron fence. Are you the niece of Miss Yin? Yes, I am, Yin Anqing affirmed. My aunt has passed away, and I am her heir. Passed away? Can you understand our words? The diglet's demeanor shifted, evident sorrow clouding its expression upon learning of Yin Ruyu's demise, followed by astonishment at Yin Anqing's ability to comprehend their speech. I can understand, Yin Anqing nodded, then addressed the moles gathering around him. You all were. Miss Yin took us in, and we willingly managed her farm, the diglet explained, gesturing with its eyes for Yin Anqing to enter. Yin Anqing nodded in understanding, producing his key and approaching the entrance of the farm. He unlocked the gate, and bee drill, still shaken, descended alongside Yin Anqing and Lalu Laisai as they stepped into the vineyard, flanked by the moles. Miss Yin's nephew? Do not speak. There is a certain resemblance to Miss Yin. ISNT there? I perceive that all humans seem rather similar. With Miss Yin gone, what shall we do? I am uncertain. Let us see what this fellow has to say. Silence. As the 3 moles began to speak, the others gradually ceased their chatter. Could you share with me the tale of your connection with my aunt? Yin Anqing crouched down, gazing at the 3 moles, her eyes brimming with curiosity. After a moment of silence, the 3 moles began. In truth, there is nothing extraordinary about it. Through their narration, Yin Anqing and the others learned that this group of moles were originally wild spirits from the vicinity, but due to urbanization and environmental degradation, their living conditions were severely compromised. Initially, when they were merely moles, their tempers were rather volatile. Faced with such circumstances, they directed their ire towards humanity, wreaking havoc upon human factories. However, they were swiftly taught a lesson, suffering a brutal beating. On the brink of death, the 3 moles were discovered by Yin Ryu. who devoted 3 entire weeks to nursing them back to health, thereby gaining their friendship. Subsequently, Yenryu invited the 3 moles to reside on her farm. Here, they settled down, and over time, new moles joined, gradually forming the small community that exists today. They assisted Yenryu by aerating the soil and driving away the spirits or beasts that sought to pilfer grapes, in exchange for which they were permitted to take half of the vineyard's grapes each year. Now that Yenryu has passed, they find themselves anxious about how her nephew will determine their future. After hearing the story, Yan'anqing regarded the 3 moles and their companions, scratching her head as she confessed, "I am not particularly skilled in matters pertaining to the farm. I believe I will still need your assistance going forward." Upon hearing this, the 3 moles and their companions broke into smiles. They would not have to leave. However, half of the grapes is excessive. I shall allocate 30% to you and reduce the vineyard's area by half. At this pronouncement, they were taken aback. "For I wish to plant some fruit trees, which will also be beneficial to you. Should the trees bear fruit, I can offer you 20%, alongside 30% of the grapes. Do you agree to these terms?" In that moment, the 3 moles and their companions erupted into cheers, their fondness for Yan'anqing soaring. Chapter 20, Equipment arrives. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bee drill darted swiftly between the grape trellises, a streak of yellow brilliance. Under its twin stingers, the grapevines and trellises splintered, severing nearly half of the branches while retaining the main roots. The moles worked in perfect harmony, transporting the grapes to one side while crushing the shattered vines and burying them into the ground. Once they decompose, they will enrich the soil. As for the fruit tree seeds, the prices are reasonable. If one desires quicker results, transplanting mature fruit trees is advisable. Yan'anqing naturally opted for the faster route, making a call to order 101-year-old fruit trees of various kinds, eager to explore the possibility of hybridizing new fruits within the game. As for the issue of transplanting the trees, that responsibility was entrusted to the mole community, who possessed ample experience in planting and maintenance. With their numbers, managing a farm's land posed no challenge. Ding! After temporarily resolving the farm issues, a delivery truck pulled up to Yan'anqing's South Small Estate, honking its horn. Accompanied by Beedrill and Lurantis, Yan'anqing opened the gates, allowing the truck to slowly back into the estate. Once the driver parked, he opened the container doors, revealing 5 Machoke. With their assistance, the fitness equipment and facilities for the spirits were unloaded. Yan'anqing, meanwhile, carried 2 luxurious-looking suitcases with combination locks. "What is this?" Beedrill and Lurantis approached, eyeing the suitcases curiously. The items for spirit companions are exorbitantly priced. Yan'anqing sighed, having spent 5 million. The equipment itself was worth merely a little over 1 million, while these 2 items for the spirits amounted to nearly 4 million. After inputting the already obtained combinations, he opened the suitcases, unveiling 2 items before Beedrill and Lurantis. One suitcase contained a fist-sized, pitch-black iron ball, which appeared exceedingly heavy. The black iron ball reduces the speed of the spirit carrying it by 50% and causes it to be susceptible to ground-type attacks. The other item resembled a bizarre leftover apple core. The remnants restore a maximum HP of 116 at the end of each turn. The black iron ball is valued at over 800,000, while the leftover item comprises the majority of the cost. "Is this for us?" Beedrill's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed," Yan'anqing replied with a light chuckle, tossing the heavy black iron ball to Beedrill. It was Beedrill's first encounter with a spirit item, and thinking it was something remarkable, it promptly used its stingers to catch the iron ball. The seemingly weighty object, upon contact with Beedrill's stingers, instantly transformed into a shadow, merging seamlessly with Beedrill's body. Yan'anqing was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. Such advanced technology. How is this even possible? His curiosity about the composition of the item was piqued. However, these items were controlled by the state, and only the rights of use were granted to the general populace, not the rights to manufacture. Meanwhile, Beedrill found itself in a predicament. The weight reduction was substantial. Did you think it was merely a matter of cutting speed? The immense gravity pinned the airborne Beedrill to the ground, leaving it flailing. "What is happening? Why can't I fly?" "Yan'anqing, what on earth have you done?" "Excellent equipment," Yan'anqing replied with a smirk. "This is called a black iron ball. Superficially, it reduces a spirit's speed by half. However, it is not as magical as it seems. In essence, it functions similarly to the weights you used when practicing flight with me. Once you can disregard the weight imposed by the black iron ball while flying and attacking normally, I will remove it, and at that point, your speed will reach an impressive standard. So, put in the effort, Beedrill. You're setting me up. Just wait. I will definitely make a few holes in you." Beedrill seethed with rage, but at present, Even crawling was an arduous task. And this is for me. Lurantis hesitated to touch the leftover item, wary of suffering a similar fate as Beedrill. No, this is for the gentle one. Yan Anqing gently patted Lurantis' head, reassuring her, the items I ordered for you have yet to arrive, but I have already ordered the accompanying equipment for training. You may use these for now, and we will change them out once the new ones arrive. Lurantis nodded, appreciating Yan Anqing's fondness. By the way, Beedrill, you did bring all the strength-enhancing equipment, didn't you? After comforting Lurantis, Yan Anqing turned to Beedrill, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You could at least show some humanity. How could you treat me this way? I am quite merciful. Did you not say that all spirits before you should tremble in fear? In light of this, it is only natural to elevate your training to the highest echelon. Yan Anqing gazed at the nearly completed apparatus installed by the Machoke, a smile gracing her lips. Once everything is set up, your task for today will be to crawl a distance of 1 meter. How does that sound? Wait, did you miscalculate? The Beedrill's eyes widened in terror. 1 meter? How much weight are you going to burden me with? You will soon find out. Yan Anqing replied with a benign grin. To the Beedrill, this smile appeared devilish. Before long, the Machoke had completed the installation of the necessary equipment, and Yan Anqing, upon inspection, nodded in satisfaction. Once the driver had taken the Machoke away, she retrieved a collection of hefty, vibrantly colored weighted bands from a modest box. Power braces that, when donned, would reduce speed but significantly enhance attack growth. Power belts that would decrease speed while boosting defense growth, and power mirrors, power bindings, power anklets, and weighted gear. After explaining the functions of these items, Yan Anqing cheerfully adorned the terrified Beedrill with the speed and attack-enhancing power braces and anklets, equipping all of its limbs. Despair engulfed the Beedrill. With these items strapped on, it found itself utterly immobilized, every part of its body tightly constrained. Forget about crawling a meter. Managing to traverse half a meter in a day would be a monumental feat. Observing the Beedrill's plight, Ralts gently touched the power mirror around her neck, feeling a sense of relief. Thank goodness, this level of restraint isn't too severe. Yet, her relief was short-lived as she suddenly noticed Yan Anqing brandishing the remaining 9 power mirrors towards herself, causing her expression to shift uneasily. Yan Anqing, however, felt immense satisfaction, for these items were essentials for any trainer with a modicum of wealth. Their production was abundant, and their prices were not as exorbitant as other items. A complete set of 10 groups cost merely 200,000, a price remarkably accessible compared to other carrying items. Chapter 21, the 99th Jiang Province Pokémon Tournament. With the equipment in place, the fruit trees were also ready. Yan Anqing found herself bustling between 2 responsibilities, monitoring the training progress of the Beedrill and inspecting the cultivation of fruit trees on the farm. Fortunately, neither side caused her much concern. The Beedrill continued its arduous efforts to crawl a bit further, while Ralts began to focus on enhancing her output strength. As for the Dratini, her issues were considerably more pronounced. Undoubtedly, Dratini was an extraordinary talent, possessing a formidable skill pool and exceptional learning abilities. It was clear that she would be a key player in any team. However, Dratini's shortcomings were equally evident, rendering her remarkable gifts somewhat wasted. Her fear of pain, panic in battle, and indecision regarding skill selection were significant obstacles. While Yan Anqing could assist with skill selection, the fears and anxieties would have to be confronted by Dratini herself. To address this, Yan Anqing presented Dratini with 2 possible paths. One was to become familiar with pain, allowing the Beedrill and Ralts to continuously attack her, thus helping her to acclimatize to the sensation. Over time, enduring such attacks would naturally diminish her fears. The alternative was simpler, to focus on wildly enhancing her HP and defensive stats. By fortifying her defenses, the pain would become less pronounced, although this would require considerable time and effort. Faced with these 2 options, Dratini hesitated briefly before earnestly declaring, "Only children make choices. I want both." Yan Anqing silently applauded Dratini's perspective and felt a profound sense of pride in her open-mindedness. However, it soon dawned on Yan Anqing just how naive he had been. The notion of wanting both options was merely the whim of a gluttonous little creature, seeking to consume as many energy cubes as possible. After all, training demanded substantial physical exertion, and with the need to rapidly enhance her attributes, nutritional support was paramount. Typically, the Beedrill and the others required merely 1 energy cube per meal during their regular feedings. However, once special training commenced, this energy intake needed to increase by 3 to 4 times. Additionally, with Dratini now tasked with enduring attacks and sustaining physical damage, the demand for energy replenishment escalated further. Consequently, her meals now included an astonishing 6 energy cubes. Moreover, The fact that Dratini was still growing meant that her nutritional needs would only become more extravagant in the future. Upon discovering Dratini's hidden gluttonous trait and recalibrating her future consumption needs, Yananqing promptly ordered books on energy cube production and portable manufacturing machines. Creating energy cubes was straightforward for beginners, yet mastering the craft was challenging. The energy cubes Yananqing had procured were mass-produced, easily made with sufficient berries and a bit of practice. With proper machine operation, one could expect a success rate of 5 to 6 out of 10 attempts. However, if one wished to enhance quality or create custom energy cubes for specific Pokémon, it would demand a high level of craftsmanship and precision from the producer. While Yananqing did not dare to contemplate bespoke creations at this stage, even producing a few standard versions would suffice for the daily training of his 3 Pokémon. As a month swiftly passed, Yananqing and his Pokémon gradually fell into a routine. On the farm, all 100 fruit trees thrived, despite the plummeting temperatures. The trees remained evergreen and had begun to sprout tender leaves. If conditions allowed, he would soon be able to enjoy fresh berries after winter set in. The training of the 3 Pokémon had also begun to take shape. The Weedle, now equipped with a black iron ball for power braces and 2 power anklets, had finally progressed beyond crawling and could flap its wings for a few brief moments. Witnessing such growth filled Yananqing with joy and anticipation, eager to see the remarkable transformation that would occur once the Weedle fully adapted to the weights and removed them. Ralts also surprised Yananqing. Though he had not imposed overly strenuous demands, she could effortlessly lift a 300-pound barbell over 30 times using only her psychic powers while wearing a single power mirror collar, a testament to her impressive psychic strength. Yet, the most significant progress was undoubtedly that of Dratini. With ample nutrition, she had grown from a height of 1.3 meters to 1.5 meters. While not yet matching the 2-meter stature of a fully grown Dragonair, her growth was remarkable. Moreover, as she gradually adapted to taking hits, her HP and defensive stats soared, solidifying her path as a formidable tank. One day, Yananqing abruptly called a halt to their training, instead preparing a feast of food, barbecues, and beverages, while setting up a screen and projector in the backyard. "Why are we resting so early today?" The Weedle buzzed curiously, struggling to fly a short distance like a large moth, perplexed as Yananqing adjusted the equipment. "A day of rest, alongside a chance for you to witness something enlightening," Yananqing replied, promptly turning on the projector. The images soon illuminated the screen. "Is that a live broadcast?" Ralts tilted her head, her expression one of confusion as she regarded the buffering interface. As for the small Dragonite, it has already plunged its head into the bowl of rice, indulging in a hearty feast. The 99th Jiang Province Pokémon Tournament is underway. Yananqing settled into a sofa chair, gazing at the dimly lit night outside, where the buffering screen flickered. Soon, the buffering completed, and the screen abruptly sprang to life. Charizard unleashed a fiery blast, but alas, the opposing Garchomp was in a precarious state, having previously fallen victim to the deception of an Ice-type Pokémon, which had coaxed out its Dark Pulse. Xiaohu's Garchomp was unable to execute its signature move, Stone Edge. This was unavoidable, as Li Xiangzhe's battle intelligence was exceptionally high, having cleverly forced Garchomp to reveal its last 2 moves, effectively sealing its Stone Edge. The situation was dire. Within the live broadcast, amidst the battlefield, Charizard bravely endured the sandstorm before abruptly opening its mouth, unleashing a searing torrent of flames towards Garchomp. The latter, already gasping for breath, was clearly in no fit state to continue. Its trainer gritted his teeth, his expression darkening, and commanded Garchomp to use its final Dark Pulse. However, the exhausted Garchomp was no match for the newly entered Charizard. Its Dark Pulse was engulfed by the flames, which consumed Garchomp entirely. As the flames dissipated, Garchomp lay defeated on the ground. Chapter 22. 3 Competitive Tiers. With Garchomp down, the opponent swiftly sent forth Toxicroak to counter Charizard. The battle raged on, with both sides fiercely engaged, leaving Weedle and others transfixed. Weedle empathized with the situation, feeling a wave of discouragement wash over him, for he realized that against such formidable opponents, his chances of victory were slim. Charizard. Mega Evolution. The type advantage, combined with Toxicroak's impressive strength, momentarily put Charizard at a disadvantage. Gritting his teeth, the opponent resorted to his final gambit. The light from the Keystone and Mega Stone intertwined, and amidst the brilliance, Charizard Mega evolved into Charizard X. With its attributes altered, this Fire and Dragon-type Charizard X utilized its Dragon Claw to withstand Toxicroak's assault, ultimately turning the tide. Victory was claimed by the trainer named Li Xiangzhe, who successfully defeated his opponent and advanced to the semifinals. Is this the top 8? Beedrill stared in astonishment at Yan Anqing, as the intensity of the battle had led him to believe it was the finals. Yes, the top 8. Yan Anqing took a bite of roasted meat and nodded. Beedrill and the others inhaled sharply, and the inflated mindset they had gradually deflated, for they realized they would undoubtedly lose. Against such a formidable opponent, defeat was inevitable. Moreover, this was the Jiang Province Pokémon Tournament, a provincial-level competition, with national and global tournaments beyond that. Yan Anqing explained to Beedrill and the others. In such formal competitions, the preliminary and early elimination rounds have less stringent requirements and no specific restrictions. However, once reaching the top 64, the competition rules impose limits, with each Pokémon restricted to 4 moves, putting the depth of the Pokémon skill pool and the trainer's mastery of moves and psychological strategy to the test. Upon hearing Yan Anqing's words, the 3 Pokémon fell silent. Even the Dragonite, known for its vast skill pool, began to ponder. Beedrill. Ralts. What's wrong? Dragonite. I'm here. The 3 competitions I mentioned are referred to as the 3 major tiers, but beneath the provincial level, there are city-level and county-level small competitions. Yan Anqing looked at them and spoke. However, such competitions are often inconsistent, with no other participant restrictions, and I do not wish to enter you into those contests. Moreover, the main reason is that we cannot leave. We must remain in this city until the competition begins. Therefore, I plan to start directly from the provincial tournament. Upon hearing Yan Anqing's words, the 3 Pokémon gaped in disbelief. What? We aren't starting from the basic small competitions? We're jumping straight into the big tournament? Although they initially felt confident, having witnessed true tournament contenders, their self-assurance began to wane. The reasoning behind my decision is twofold. On one hand, I do not wish to waste time on small competitions. On the other, it is my aunt's dying wish. Yan Anqing took out his phone and opened the map, zooming out to the smallest scale, pointing at 7 marked locations, and said, "These 7 locations, marked by my aunt, correspond to 7 cities." A gym? What is that? The inquisitive Dragonite immediately inquired. Originally a government department tasked with maintaining urban development and defending against wild Pokémon disturbances, over time, gyms have evolved into multifunctional entities that maintain local stability and distribute starter Pokémon. Yan Anqing explained. But most importantly, each gym has a gym leader. And depending on the tier, gyms are classified into city level, provincial level, and national level. Defeating a city level gym earns you the corresponding badge. Collect 8 city level badges from this province, and you may participate in the provincial tournament. Securing all 18 types of city level gym badges will allow you to directly enter the final round of elimination, win 1 battle, and you will reach the top 64. After listening to Yan Anqing's explanation, Ralts exclaimed, "I understand now. That's why you're starting with the provincial tournament. This way, we can challenge gyms in other locations while fulfilling your aunt's wish." Beedrill and Dragonite also realized that this indeed served as a twofold strategy, allowing them to grow stronger through continuous gym challenges. It was no longer just 2 birds with 1 stone, but 3. However, since we are to participate in the provincial tournament, at the very least, Anqing, you need to possess 6 Pokémon. Ralts observed the resumed top 8 match, where the screen displayed 6 black slots beneath the avatars of both sides, representing the Pokémon that would soon enter the fray. Including themselves, Yan Anqing only had 3 Pokémon, 3 short of the full 6 for a complete battle. This provincial tournament had just begun, with a whole year until the next one. Yan Anqing stated, "A year's time to capture 3 Pokémon should pose no difficulty. Indeed, if time runs short, I could return to that small island, the caretaker Caterpie. The fiery Monferno, and the playful Teddiursa would likely be more than willing to assist you in battle. 6 would suffice." Beedrill nodded, unfazed. Moreover, there are Toxapex and Dugtrio. Dragonite also chimed in, mentioning familiar Pokémon with whom they shared a good rapport. Yan Anqing nodded, affirming that as he befriended more Pokémon, his options for selection would increase. It simply depended on his choices. On the screen, fierce clashes unfolded, one trainer's Snorlax proving utterly formidable, slow in speed but boasting high attack and defense. With an enormous health pool, it utilized rest to torment the opponent mercilessly. Currently, Dragonite served as the tank, Beedrill as the swift attacker, and Ralts as the output cannon. If a full battle were to occur, it would be ideal to include a healing support Pokémon, one with ample healing capabilities, preferably possessing moves like Wish to restore allies. Observing Snorlax's performance, Yan Anqing considered a battlefield nuisance like Blissey. However, he had yet to unlock the skills he desired. Nonetheless, he recalled the 7 locations noted by his aunt, corresponding to 7 Pokémon with whom she shared profound bonds: Fluffle, Altaria, Noivern, Mimikyu, Charcoal Knight, Sableye, and Blacephalon. Capturing any of these 7 Pokémon would undoubtedly bolster his strength significantly. In Yan Anqing's mind, the images of 7 sprites flashed rapidly. After decades of bonds, should he acknowledge Yan Anqing's words as a source of support, the ties that would subsequently transfer to him would be quite significant. The closest among them was a venerable old dragon. Chapter 23, Departure, Destination Sea City. Time passed swiftly, and a month later, the fervent 99th Jiang Province Pokémon competition concluded, with the champion being a young man in his 20s, whose main Pokémon was the sniping owl. Throughout this month, the Beedrill had fully adapted to its new abilities and could move about normally. Meanwhile, both Ralts and the little Dragonair had made considerable progress. With the farm now stabilized, Yan Anqing felt a sense of relief and prepared to embark on his journey. Space waste pouch. Okay. Electric motorcycle. Okay. Camping gear. Okay. 2 sleeping bags. I believe one will suffice as a spare. Pokémon food. 3-month supply. Okay. Miscellaneous items. Ralts, do you think we are lacking anything? Everything seems sufficient. Anqing, your body temperature is high, so you do not require an additional heating device. Yan Anqing and Ralts meticulously checked their logistical resources. Having been bitten by a snake once, he was particularly attentive to such matters after his initial experiences on the small island. Although they were traveling within Jiang Province to collect city badges, with cities along the way to replenish supplies, it is always wise to be well prepared. With the items packed into a waist pouch no larger than 2 palms, and noticing there was still ample space, Yan Anqing patted the pouch and mused. There is indeed a reason for the price. This thing is remarkably convenient. However, such spatial pouches could only be acquired by registering as a trainer and paying a registration fee of 100,000, which granted purchasing eligibility, not the product itself. Take Yan Anqing's space waste pouch, for example, compact in size yet boasting over 80 cubic units of capacity, priced at over 20 million. Yan Anqing gritted his teeth and purchased one. After all, his upcoming journey would take him to sparsely populated areas, far from civilization, and having an extra layer of security was undoubtedly beneficial. In addition to this, the electric motorcycle was also a marvel of technology. Despite its normal motorcycle size, it housed a battery with an enormous capacity, allowing for a maximum speed of 120 km/h and a range of 200 km when fully charged. Besides regular charging, it could also utilize an external power supply by connecting to an electric-type Pokémon. More importantly, it featured camping capabilities, with the ability to extend supports and lay out a rainproof cover, creating a temporary shelter. The vehicle itself acted as a large battery, capable of powering other devices. In terms of price, it wasn't exorbitant but certainly not inexpensive, costing over 200,000. Previously, Yan Anqing would have thought it madness to purchase such an item. But now, with finances not too tight, he found it acceptable for the sake of his future travels. Dressed in sturdy riding gear, he watched as Ralts donned a small-sized outfit and zipped it up. Contemplatively, Yan Anqing remarked, for the journey ahead, it would be prudent to capture an electric-type Pokémon as a backup power source. I can do it. Ralts looked at Yan Anqing, asserting, though my current voltage is modest. With some effort, I am certain I can master the Thunderbolt move. Indeed, I know my Ralts is very diligent, but charging can be quite tiring. And I wouldn't want you to overexert yourself. Yan Anqing scooped Ralts up, gently stroking her head before placing her on the motorcycle seat, donning his helmet, and pushing the vehicle away from their starting point. Creaking sounds accompanied the closure of the iron gate, as Yan Anqing stowed the keys in his waist pouch, turned, and mounted the motorcycle. With the flick of a switch and a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle surged forward, carrying Yan Anqing and Ralts into the open air. Yay! Ralts exclaimed joyfully, spreading her arms against the brisk wind, leaning against Yan Anqing's abdomen, her eyes shimmering with excitement. City D, a port city, boasted beautiful seaside views, though the sea breeze was notably chilly. Fortunately, they had not skimped on their riding gear, which provided excellent insulation, keeping them comfortable amidst the biting wind. Look, mini ice. Ralts pointed excitedly at a patch of snow by the roadside, where several Pokémon resembling ice cream cones frolicked in the snow. Yan Anqing glanced over and was nearly taken aback to see these mini ice playing alongside a creature that resembled a Siberian husky. However, he did not stop. His destination lay in City C, adjacent to City D, where a grass-type gym awaited him. Additionally, his aunt had discovered the old dragon in the nearby mountains of City C, which also led to the identification of an extremely secluded yet splendid winter retreat. Not long into their journey, a sports car came racing up from behind. It swiftly overtook them, but soon slowed down. As Yan Anqing and Ralts caught up, the car matched their speed, and a window rolled down. A woman with golden waves and a revealing outfit leaned out, gazing at Yin Onqing and Ralts, saying, "Hey, is that Ralts for sale? I'll offer you 1,000,000. Yin Onqing turned to glance at her, his voice muffled by the helmet. Selling Pokémon is illegal. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. You all can leave now. It's just a Shiny Ralts. If you want one, I can find someone to get you one." The man driving the car scoffed, dismissing them as he spoke. "Thanks, darling," the woman replied cheerily, turning to the man. The man flashed a pleased smile and beckoned her over, saying, "Come here, I've been feeling rather irritable lately." The woman immediately understood, closed the window, and leaned toward him. The sports car sped away, engaging in reckless racing, quickly disappearing from view. "Onqing, what are they doing?" Ralts looked up at him, puzzled. "Adult matters. Children shouldn't concern themselves with such things," Yin Onqing replied calmly. In the memories of the original owner, these were merely remnants of past escapades, far more reckless than anything he had experienced, which allowed Yin Onqing to remain unfazed. However, the dangers of reckless driving were vividly underscored when, moments later, he witnessed the car veer off the road, crashing violently into 2 large trees before tumbling several meters, leaving a wrecked vehicle behind. This thought resonated deeply within him. He pressed the brakes, bringing the motorcycle to a gradual stop. Ralts smiled at him, and after removing his helmet, Yin Onqing sighed in resignation. "What can I say? I have a good heart. I must help." Ralts nodded, instantly teleporting to perch on Yin Onqing's shoulder. Chapter 24. Cool Leopard, Urgent Rescue. A light snowfall had recently blanketed the ground, creating a muddy path where the half-melted snow lay. Yin Onqing hurried towards the overturned vehicle with Ralts by his side, where scattered debris littered the area. Upon reaching the wreck, the car was grotesquely twisted and the occupants within. Yin Onqing shook his head, covering Ralts' eyes with his hand. "Hey, why are you covering my eyes? It's just nudity. I've seen it before," Ralts remarked, feeling exasperated. "Where on earth did you see that?" Yin Onqing exclaimed, bewildered. Ralts quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had let slip a secret. However, as long as she kept her silence, Yin Onqing would likely remain oblivious to the fact that she secretly observed him during his baths. "Cough, cough, save me. I feel as though I can still be rescued." The man, bloodied and covered in shards of glass, was enveloped in filth, with the biting cold rapidly sapping his body heat. As for the other woman, she seemed beyond saving. A branch had pierced through her face, and she lay motionless. Well, it appeared she was unlikely to survive. Yin Onqing looked at the man with resignation and said, "We're too far from City D, and it's still another half hour to City C. I can only call for help. Do you have any last words?" The man froze, and then, as if sensing something, he remarked, "My backside hurts." Not that it would, given that it was hanging from a tree. Yin Onqing blocked his view, providing him with a semblance of hope in his final moments. The man attempted to say something more, but it was evident he could not hold on any longer. He gasped and succumbed to the darkness. Yin Onqing sighed. Not even buckled up, there's truly no helping it. He took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, and reported the incident, detailing the situation before preparing to leave. Just then, a bloodied paw emerged from beneath the overturned vehicle. "Still alive? Lala Laysai." Yin Onqing quickly instructed Lala Laysai to use her psychic power to lift the vehicle. As it was removed, a blood-soaked cool leopard lay there, feebly howling. "What did I do to deserve this? I merely wanted to eat a mouse. Did you have to run me over? Cool leopard, are you all right?" Yin Onqing hurried over and pulled a spray from his pouch. "Healing spray. I need it now." The cool leopard, claws bared, looked as though it might attack. Yet, knowing better, Yin Onqing promptly sprayed a bit into its mouth for internal use before applying some to its external wounds. "Onqing, it seems to have little effect." Lala Laysai watched the barely breathing cool leopard, a flicker of sympathy in her eyes. "Hey, are you feeling any better?" Yin Onqing inquired about the cool leopard's condition. "Feeling better? My hind legs are still weak, and my chest hurts like hell. You can't possibly understand what I'm saying, right? What do you think?" Yin Onqing replied, exasperated. Turning to Lala Laysai, "We have about 10 minutes left to go. Can you manage?" "No problem, let's go." With that, Lala Laysai used her psychic power to lift the cool leopard. "Ouch, take it easy, I'm a wounded creature. I've never seen an injured creature complain like that." Yin Onqing retorted, "Tough it out. Otherwise, we'll have to leave you here to await your fate." "I'll be quiet, just don't abandon me." The cool leopard quieted down, and Yin Onqing quickly embraced Lala Laysai as she guided the cool leopard back to their motorcycle. Once back on the road, Yin Onqing accelerated. With Lala Laysai unleashing her full psychic potential to keep pace with the cool leopard, they sped through the streets, finally arriving at the outskirts of City C. Using his phone for navigation, they swiftly located a nearby Pokémon Center and rushed over, catching the attention of passers-by who were momentarily taken aback by the scene. Fortunately, The Pokemon Center, as a facility dedicated to healing Pokemon, maintained a professional standard. The only notable difference from Yan Anqing's memories of the center was that services here were not free of charge. Whether for recovery or treatment of ailments, fees were required. Although the prices were relatively low, the absence of free services elicited a slight complaint from Yan Anqing. Half an hour later, the cool leopard emerged from the operating room, and Yan Anqing examined the treatment bill, glancing at the cool leopard and remarking, "You truly are lucky. A dislocated spine, ribs piercing your organs, and severe internal bleeding. And yet you survived." Wrapped in bandages and having recovered somewhat, the cool leopard licked its paw disdainfully, replying, "Kid, battles between Pokemon are far more perilous than you can imagine. This is merely a scratch." "A scratch? You were on the verge of death," Lala Lacey interjected. "And you owe us $3,000. The cool leopard was about to act tough, but instantly froze at Lala Lacey's words, then forced a smile, saying, "Well, I don't have any money. Are you trying to skip out on your debt?" Lala Lacey placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of defiance. "Who said anything about skipping out?" The cool leopard was infuriated but then deflated, saying, "I truly have no money, but I know a place with valuable items. I can take you there as my way of paying for treatment. No need to rush." Yan Anqing patted the cool leopard's head. However, a psychic force blocked his hand. And seeing Lala Lacey puffing out her cheeks, he couldn't help but chuckle, realizing she was a bit jealous. "We'll be staying in City C for a while, so focus on your recovery." Yan Anqing checked the time. It was just past 10:13. The gym was not too far away, and if all went well, they could finish their battle in time for lunch. But before that, they needed Lala Lacey and the others to recuperate. The Pokemon Center charged $10 for each Pokemon's recovery. It was inexpensive, but the sheer volume added up, especially since this world had no limit of 6 Pokemon. It was common for veteran trainers to whip out dozens of Poké Balls. The excitement for the first gym battle was palpable in Yan Anqing's heart, marking a significant step towards his journey as a trainer. Meanwhile, at the accident site, the police cordoned off the area and forensic experts collected the 2 bodies for autopsy. Surveillance footage from nearby was reviewed, leading the police to conclude that it was merely an unfortunate accident. Just then, a forensic technician approached. "We've discovered something new. The brakes on this vehicle were tampered with." At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted and everyone grew serious. All relevant personnel were summoned for questioning. The police pointed to a motorcycle that had been in the vicinity of the vehicle in the footage, saying, "Find that guy too." Chapter 25, Grass-type Gym, Beginner Mode. Yan Anqing was unaware that he had become embroiled in a troublesome situation. After ensuring the cool leopard was settled, he mounted his motorcycle with Lala Lacey and headed to a vast flower cultivation area on the outskirts of City C. "It's quite expansive," Lala Lacey remarked as they rode for 2 minutes before reaching the entrance. Given that it was a government facility, the employees likely enjoyed substantial salaries and bonuses, making it reasonable for them to have side jobs. Yan Anqing parked the motorcycle, with Lala Lacey perching on his shoulder. Approaching the entrance, he observed the busy workers and Pokemon, saying, "Hello, I wish to challenge the gym." His words left the staff tending to the flowers momentarily stunned. A man clad in durable work attire approached, sizing Yan Anqing up with a bemused expression, and replied, "Please, the provincial tournament just ended. Is there really a need to rush into a gym challenge? Our gym leader is currently in a meeting." "Sweet scent beautifly," Yan Anqing stammered. "That shouldn't team matter, right?" He awkwardly scratched his face, adding, "I checked. New trainers can challenge the gym regardless of the leader's presence, as their disciples can take over." This only bewildered the man further. Eyeing Yan Anqing incredulously, he asked, "New trainer?" "Absolutely." Yan Anqing, while speaking, retrieved the trainer's certificate from her waist pouch and handed it over to the man before her. The man accepted the card, pulling out a device resembling a POS machine from his pocket, and proceeded to swipe the card. With 0 competition records, 0 badges, and a starting Pokemon, Caterpie, which had not evolved even after 2 reviews, the man gazed at Yan Anqing with an expression of disbelief. Although he remained silent, his eyes conveyed a singular thought. How could there be such an inexperienced novice? Clearing his throat twice to suppress his incredulity, he returned the trainer's certificate to Yan Anqing and said, "Well, since you are a novice trainer and the gym leader is absent, I, as his disciple, can conduct the gym battle in his stead. Please, follow me." As he spoke, the man ushered Yan Anqing inside, where a throng of curious onlookers awaited. He led her to a perfectly standard battle arena, lushly carpeted with grass. "Since this is your first encounter with a gym battle, allow me to explain the rules," the man stated. Gym challenges are categorized based on a trainer's competition history and the number of badges they possess, which determines the level of battle. For you, what follows will be a novice mode gym battle. The match consists of 3 Pokémon per side. As the challenger, you have the right to switch your Pokémon twice and can utilize any number of skills. Conversely, as the defending party, I am not permitted to switch Pokémon and am limited to 4 skills. The match concludes when one side's 3 Pokémon can no longer battle. Should you emerge victorious, the city badge representing this gym, known as the budding badge, will be yours. As he produced a metallic badge resembling a budding leaf. It marked the formal commencement of Yan Anqing's inaugural gym battle. I will send out my Pokémon first, and you may contemplate your strategy. The man patiently elaborated. After which another individual brought forth a tray displaying 3 basic red and white Poké Balls. The first Poké Ball opened to reveal a robust-looking Oddish, which landed in the battle arena. Then, Weedle, I entrust you with this. Yan Anqing promptly released her luxury ball, and Weedle burst forth, its wings fluttering in exhilaration. Having shed all burdens prior to their arrival, Weedle was particularly eager to discover just how formidable it had become. Please, take the initiative, the man nodded. As bug-type Pokémon have an advantage over grass types, a wise choice indeed. Then I shall not hold back, Weedle. With a flash of determination in Yan Anqing's eyes, Weedle vanished from sight. The man blinked in astonishment, unable to react before Weedle's twin stingers struck, sending Oddish flying backward, tumbling several times before losing its combat ability. Oddish, are you certain you are a novice? The man was now visibly unsettled. Indeed, I am, Yan Anqing replied innocently. I truly am a novice trainer, albeit one willing to invest significantly in my Pokémon's training, and they have proven to be quite capable. Meanwhile, Weedle reveled in the thrill of battle. With all burdens lifted, its speed was now more than 5 times what it had been before. The boost in power allowed it to defeat Oddish in a single blow, an exhilarating sensation that left Weedle enraptured. Return, Oddish. Now for my second Pokémon. The man could not argue. The authenticity of the trainer's certificate was unquestionable, recording every detail of a trainer's identity. He could only lament the quality of Yan Anqing's training and resign himself to the loss of his badge. With a flash of light, a scyther materialized, adjusting its scythe-like leaves. Scyther, Weedle, continue with Twin Needle. Weedle nodded and instantly vanished once more. Defend. A barrier erupted, only to shatter spectacularly as Weedle's attack landed. Although Scyther managed to withstand the initial assault, another stinger swiftly followed, targeting Scyther's vital point. The man wrestled with indecision, wishing to direct Scyther to defend, but recognizing the glaring novice label before him. Any interference would forfeit the novice mode requirements, jeopardizing his own position. Reluctantly, he watched as Scyther was struck and subsequently afflicted by a poison sting, collapsing in defeat. With a sigh of resignation, he recalled Scyther and released his third Pokémon. A Ferroseed. Ferroseed, finally, a more manageable opponent. Yet, his enthusiasm waned quickly. Though Ferroseed boasted high defenses and could retaliate with iron barbs, it was outpaced by Weedle's lightning speed. After enduring several attacks, Ferroseed managed to launch an attack, but the swift Weedle easily evaded it. Observing Ferroseed's eventual fall, the man sighed deeply. If only this were his own Pokémon or a standard gym battle, he would have unleashed his formidable Conkeldurr, causing Yan Anqing to question her very existence. Recalling Ferroseed, the man approached Yan Anqing, presenting the budding badge. Your Pokémon training is commendable, far surpassing that of a typical novice trainer. However, there remains a considerable distance to reach the level of an elite trainer. I hope you achieve great success in the upcoming provincial tournament. Thank you, Yan Anqing replied, accepting the budding badge with a radiant smile, proudly displaying it to Weedle and Ralts. Both Pokémon were equally elated, for this badge symbolized a solid and stable first step toward their aspirations. Chapter 26. Assisting in investigation. Just as Yan Anqing and Ralts exited the grass-type gym, they were promptly escorted away by pursuing police officers to assist in an investigation. Yan Anqing felt a twinge of resignation. After all, he had merely acted out of goodwill by reporting the deceased. Had he not intervened, those 2 individuals might not have been discovered until a vehicle passed by later, by which time the unfortunate soul would have long since succumbed. With no last words to share, upon arriving at the Sea City police station, Yan Anqing witnessed the heart-wrenching sight of the grieving parents, tears streaming down their faces. The expense of this tragedy was evident. A brief glance at the couple revealed their attire, and Yan Anqing was momentarily taken aback. Their clothing alone must have cost around 30,000, and their watches likely exceeded 600,000, indicating they were of considerable means. Yet, it made sense, otherwise. How could the son afford a sports car to take his sister for a thrill ride? As Yan Anqing approached with Ralts, the distraught parents rushed forward, grasping his arms. Please, tell us what our son said in his final moments. Did he leave any last words? We beseech you, share with us. It was apparent they recognized Yan Anqing as the last person to have contact with their son and the one who reported the incident. I am truly sorry. Yan Anqing sighed, feeling helpless. When I found him, there was hardly time for words before he was gone. Upon hearing this, the couple broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. Yan Anqing was then led inside to assist with the investigation. With no guilt weighing on his conscience, he faced no suspicion and recounted the events once more in detail. As a police officer diligently took notes. After the recording was completed, the officer who had been inquiring glanced at the notes and spoke. The dashcam footage reveals that the deceased, prior to their demise, appeared to have intended to purchase your dazzling Lalalas. Is that correct? Indeed, I mentioned that earlier, but I did not acquiesce. Yan Anqing replied with remarkable composure. I believe the dashcam should have corroborated this. The officer regarded Yan Anqing, nodded, and rose, extending his hand. Thank you, Mr. Yan, for your assistance. However, this case presents certain complications. For the time being, we would appreciate it if you could remain in Sea City and ensure your phone remains operational. Certainly. No problem at all, Yan Anqing responded, standing to shake hands. I do plan to explore the vicinity of Sea City in the near future. So feel free to contact me should you require anything. Upon concluding the investigation, Yan Anqing retrieved his motorcycle from his spatial pouch and prepared to check on the conditions of Cool Leopard. If all was well, he intended to leisurely visit some attractions in Sea City before embarking on a trip tomorrow to the location marked by the late owner's aunt, hoping to encounter that old dragon once more. Captain, his Lalalas had both the time and the capability to tamper with the brake pads. The officer who had recorded the statement remarked as he watched Yan Anqing depart. Not them, the captain replied, shaking his head. A minor altercation, not yet escalated to the point of murder. Captain, we have a situation. At that moment, a female officer rushed over. We've discovered that the deceased had a confrontation with an individual who worked at a car repair shop. Someone who had access to the deceased's vehicle and recently resigned. We have both the time and the motive. We must set out immediately. Hearing this new lead, the captain quickly called for action, and the entire precinct sprang into motion. However, upon arriving at the suspect's residence, they found it deserted. Yet, given the hurried departure of the occupant, it was evident that this individual was indeed connected to the case. From the clues gathered within the home, a coherent sequence of events swiftly unfolded in the captain's mind. The deceased, Wu Guahao, was a wealthy heir with a tumultuous personal life. 3 months prior, he had set his sights on a formidable slicing commander belonging to the fugitive Zhou Chun, seeking to acquire it for participation in an underground Pokémon death battle arena. Naturally, Zhou Chun was unwilling, but unexpectedly, Zhou Chun found himself entangled with a materialistic spouse. Wu Guahao merely invested 10 days to seduce Zhou Chun's wife, subsequently obtaining the slicing commander for a sum exceeding 100,000. Wu Guahao then took the slicing commander to partake in the lethal arena, where the very nature of the competition dictated that only one Pokémon could survive. It was no surprise that the slicing commander perished, yet it yielded Wu Guahao a substantial profit. When Zhou Chun received the news, he was utterly devastated, betrayed, and having lost his initial Pokémon. These consecutive blows ultimately drove him to extremes. What a damned mess, the captain fumed, discarding a cigarette but with a fierce stomp. Have we tracked Zhou Chun's vehicle? He inquired of his team. Zhou Chun's wife has been taken away by him. If we do not act swiftly, another life may be at stake. We've got a lead. An officer rushed over, breathless. They headed towards Shishan. Move. We must intercept them. The captain bellowed. The vastness of Shishan posed a significant challenge for pursuit. He immediately called his superiors to request temporary flight clearance over the city. With approval granted, a cadre of officers swiftly deployed their designated B-drills. 3 B-drills soaring into the sky with 9 officers, heading toward Shishan. In a bustling street of Sea City, Yan Anqing strolled with his Lalalas and B-drill, indulging in a variety of delectable street foods. Along the way, he encountered numerous Pokémon, now accustomed to urban life and well integrated into the cityscape, such as Meowth, Rattata, Espurr, and Yorkie. Do not underestimate them. Seemingly inconspicuous, their intelligence networks span the entire city, even extending to several nearby towns. For instance, as Yan Anqing passed through a narrow alley, amusedly contemplating having Lalalas sample the taste of stinky tofu, he overheard a conversation. Things have been rather unsettled lately. Indeed, several troublesome individuals have arrived in secret. I've heard humans mention that they belong to some sort of multinational organization, definitely not good people. We must inform our companions to steer clear of them. It seems a few have been captured. I plan to inquire further to stay updated. However, that old man from Shishan should be nearing his end. It's a prime location for selling information to earn a little for food. That old man. Best to avoid him. He is not someone to provoke. Yan Anqing abruptly turned to look into the alley, where two Meowths were conversing with a Rattata and a Noibat. His interest piqued at the mention of Shishan, for it was the very address left by the original owner's aunt. Could the old man they spoke of possibly be the old dragon? As they engaged in their animated discussion, Yan Anqing withdrew his rather imposing bee drill and approached the mouth of the alley, crouching down. The Meowths glanced at him but continued their chatter, seemingly unperturbed. Pardon the interruption, he began, raising his hand to reveal 4 self-made universal energy cubes. Might I inquire about a few matters? Good grief, can this human actually hear our conversation? Meowth exclaimed in shock, arching its back. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Noibat took to the air, baring its fangs. Wait, hold on, he seems genuinely sincere. Rattata interjected, directing its gaze to the energy cubes in Yan Anqing's hand. All 4 Pokémon swallowed audibly, accustomed to mere scraps or relying on charm for food. They had never encountered such high-quality energy cubes. Observing their reaction, Yan Anqing promptly tossed the 4 energy cubes, which were deftly caught by the Pokémon and instantly devoured. This flavor, exquisite. Very delightful. Kid, you're quite savvy. We won't issue a bounty on you, Rattata declared with an air of superiority. What do you wish to know? A bounty? Yan Anqing inquired, somewhat perplexed, as it was his first encounter with such terminology. Ah, of course, being human. You may not be aware that within our city, Pokémon operate under 3 major organizations. Rattata boasted. These 3 entities are the Night Sky Information Guild, which manages intelligence and organizational communication, the Shadow Assassins Guild, which oversees pursuits and battles. The former operates in secrecy, generally unknown to outsiders, while the latter is publicly represented by the Holy Fire Meowth sect, which manages the financial resources of the 3 organizations and liaises with humans. And I, by the way, am the commander of the 10th Division of the Night Sky Information Guild in Sea City. The Shadow Assassins Guild, Copper-ranked assassin, codename Copper 3. Noibat hung upside down on a power line, its tone considerably softened. The Holy Fire Meowth sect, 10th Division, Guardian. The 2 Meowths stood upright, bowing respectfully to Yan Anqing. Yan Anqing and Lalalas exchanged bemused glances, suddenly feeling that their approach had been somewhat misguided. However, despite feeling somewhat powerless to retort, Yan Anqing pressed on with her inquiry. Earlier, I overheard you mention an old fellow from Shishan. Is the old fellow you speak of an ancient dragon? Xiao Lada hesitated momentarily, savoring the lingering flavor on his palate, before nodding affirmatively. Indeed, that is correct. Yan Anqing's expression turned grave. She had not anticipated that the first entity she sought was already on the verge of pursuing the original owner's aunt. This was certainly not a favorable development. Thank you, she said, acknowledging the information. She then retrieved a few universal energy cubes and placed them before them. As they observed Yan Anqing's generous demeanor, Meow Meow and Xiao Lada's eyes widened in astonishment, while Xiao Bat excitedly flapped his wings. Though he lacked sight, he could still detect the enticing aroma. Wait a moment, Xiao Lada called out, as Yan Anqing stood to leave. Is there anything else? She inquired, turning her gaze towards him, with Lalalasai also exhibiting a hint of wariness. It has been quite some time since I encountered a human as generous as you, Xiao Lada remarked. Approaching Yan Anqing's feet. Are you intending to go to Shishan? Yes, Yan Anqing replied, feeling no need to conceal her intentions. The situation over there is rather unstable. That old fellow has taken over a territory and refuses to budge. Anyone who approaches is met with hostility. Moreover, a number of unsavory characters have gathered there. Just now, I received news that the human police seem to be pursuing someone and are also heading towards Shishan. At present, Shishan resembles a blazing inferno. Anyone who ventures there is bound to get burned. You are a decent individual, so I wanted to caution you against wading into this murky water. Thank you for the warning, but I must still go. Yan Anqing sighed, resolute in her decision. You stubborn child, why must you be so obstinate? Xiao Lada observed her unwavering determination with a mix of annoyance. Let it go. You are acting in his best interest, Lalalasai interjected. That ancient dragon has been waiting for Anqing's aunt, but alas, she has passed away. Anqing must convey this news to the old dragon, so he need not wait for her any longer. Upon hearing Lalalasai's words, Xiao Lada and the others gaped in disbelief at Yan Anqing. She nodded solemnly. Thus, I must go. Xiao Lada fell silent, his eyes betraying a deep admiration. Wait a moment, child, he called out as Yan Anqing made to leave again. The 2 Meow Meows scampered deeper into the alley. Soon, to Yan Anqing's bewilderment, they returned with a metallic token, placing it before her. What is this? She asked as she picked it up, discovering it was a rectangular piece forged from wrought iron, its corners rounded and adorned with 3 polished glass beads of varying colors. The beads represented transparency, azure, and brown, corresponding to 3 major organizations. The transparent bead symbolized the Holy Flame Meow Meow sect, beneath which was a small paw print. The brown bead represented the Night Mechanism Pavilion, featuring a distinct cloud pattern, and the azure bead denoted the Shadow Assassin Guild, marked by 3 sharp claw scratches. This is a guest token from the 3 major organizations. It is not easily distributed, but your generosity and sincerity, coupled with your understanding of our elven language, merit this exception, Charlotta explained. With this, you may travel freely to any city, even the wilderness. Present this token to any member of the 3 organizations, and you may seek their assistance. Is it truly that simple? Lala Lacey questioned skeptically. Surely, there must be some cost involved? Charlotta chuckled awkwardly before nodding. If energy cubes are involved, a small payment is required. We cannot expect members of the 3 organizations to assist without compensation. Very well. I shall accept it, Yan Anqing replied, affectionately ruffling Lalu Lacey's head, thus rescuing Charlotta from her disdainful gaze. To Yan Anqing, this token was invaluable, and the cost was merely a trivial amount of energy cubes, which posed no issue for her. In return, the 3 major organizations of the elven world would provide her with assistance, an opportunity too good to pass up. After bidding farewell to Charlotta and the others, Yan Anqing hastily departed with Lala Lacey. Having learned of the old dragon's dire situation, she had little desire to linger. Now, her priority was to reach Shishan swiftly and inform the ancient dragon of the original owner's and his fate, allowing him to find peace before his departure. Chapter 28, The Battle in the Woods. Sea City, Shishan. Zhou Chun dragged a woman, who resembled a lifeless dog, into the woods. No one would have guessed that this woman was his wife. The betrayal and the death of his initial Pokémon had driven this once genuine man into madness. There is a saying, never provoke an honest man, for when he has nothing left to lose. You may find that even the opportunity to kneel and apologize will be denied to you. Husband, I was wrong. I shall never dare again, the woman cried. Her hair gripped tightly, desperately pleading for Zhou Chun's forgiveness, but he was beyond caring. Do you know why I brought you here? Zhou Chun suddenly calmed, a chilling tranquility enveloping him. At that moment, the woman became even more frantic. Having been married, she knew Zhou Chun too well. The man who once cowered now radiated a bone-chilling fear, despite his composed demeanor. Without waiting for her response, Zhou Chun answered his own question. It is because I need your life to free myself from this sorrowful place. As he spoke, Zhou Chun produced a wrench and, under the woman's horrified gaze, brought it crashing down upon her face. Again and again, when her convulsing body grew still, no longer able to move, Zhou Chun discarded the bloodied wrench and shouted into the depths of the forest. I have done it. I can join you now. His voice carried far, startling a flock of birds into flight. Soon, a shadowy figure clad in a black robe emerged from the darkness, accompanied by a smirking ghostly figure. Follow me. If you can keep up, you will become one of us. The figure beckoned, their voice androgynous, obscuring their true identity. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun followed. As they vanished into the forest, a bird of prey descended alongside police officers. The captain's face darkened as he beheld the lifeless woman nearby. Damn it, he cursed, immediately bellowing, load your weapons. Release all Pokémon. We must apprehend the murderer. The officers drew their firearms while calling for backup. Shishan sprawled over a vast area, nearly the size of half of Sea City, connecting to another port city, G City. Should the perpetrator escape to G City, the ensuing bureaucratic wrangling between the 2 cities would afford Zhou Chun a significant window to slip away. The officers, accompanied by a few houndomes, sniffed the wrench Zhou Chun had abandoned, memorizing his scent. Thus commenced a relentless chase. Is this Shishan? Meanwhile, in another direction, Yan Anqing rode her motorcycle with Lala Lacey. Arriving at Shishan, while the area bore the name of the mountain, it was not the mountain that captivated. Rather, it was the enchanting forest scenery. Deep within the woods lay a hill, approximately 600 meters high, not quite worthy of being called a mountain. The terrain was rugged, with sparse vegetation and lacking in resources. Quite frankly, it was an area that would hardly pique anyone's interest. It remains a mystery what the original owner's aunt was thinking when she ventured there. But she managed to find a relatively secluded spot amidst the mountains and encountered the elderly dragon. One can only hope that all goes smoothly. As Yan Anqing tucked the motorcycle into her waist pouch, she remained oblivious to the happenings within the forest of the Western Mountain at that very moment. Having identified the path closest to the Western Mountain, Yan Anqing and Laluras took advantage of the dwindling daylight and ventured into the forest. Several broad trails had been cleared here, and meandering along one of these paths would allow them to survey the perimeter. This route was a favored choice for the local populace seeking leisure walks, relaxation, or camping. However, to delve deeper into the woods, they would need to divert from the main path halfway through. The original owner's aunt had done so, and so would Yin Anqing and Luluras. Not long after they entered, a few monkey-like creatures and long-nosed leaves swung down from the branches, landing near Yin Anqing. It was rather peculiar that someone would enter the forest at such a late hour. Should they play a prank on her? Perhaps not. Upon observing her, they felt she seemed rather amiable and had no ill intentions towards them, so it would be best not to interfere too much. That made sense. The sprites chattered amongst themselves, while Yin Anqing temporarily paid them no mind. Luluras, however, scanned the surroundings and remarked, "Anqing, there aren't many sprites nearby, but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Perhaps there are ghostly sprites lurking about." Yin Anqing replied, "I've researched it. There exists a small group of wraith dolls in the forest on this side of the western mountain. Their numbers are limited, yet they delight in mischief. With the sun nearly set, it's likely they are just beginning to stir." As she spoke, Luluras suddenly felt that the unsettling sensation had intensified. Almost immediately, a wraith doll drifted forth from the shadows, indignantly exclaiming, "No more playing. Why are humans so clever nowadays?" It's utterly devoid of satisfaction. Indeed, it was true. Observing the emerging wraith doll, Luluras wore an expression of exasperation. "I truly cannot comprehend why these ghostly sprites are so fond of pranks. What? Do you look down on mischief?" Luluras' statement instantly ignited the wraith doll's ire. Having already been thwarted in its prank attempt, the added mockery from Luluras was intolerable. In an instant, ghostly flames erupted around the wraith doll, swiftly hurtling towards Yin Anqing and Luluras. "Duck!" Luluras urgently instructed, and Yin Anqing promptly complied, as several ghostly flames barely grazed her hair, startling her. "Wait, we mean no harm. Do you recognize this?" Yin Anqing quickly produced a token and displayed it towards the wraith doll. "What on earth is that?" The wraith doll remained unfazed. But upon witnessing Yin Anqing and Luluras' flustered state, it seemed to find amusement in their predicament. "Take that." As it spoke, it conjured a shadow ball and launched it rapidly towards them. "You stop right there," Luluras proclaimed, her voice resonating with enchantment as she countered the shadow ball, resulting in an explosion. The blast sent the wraith doll staggering back, while Luluras executed a swift teleportation, positioning herself behind it. With a clap of her hands, a magical leaf struck the wraith doll at close range, sending it flying. The next moment, she followed up with another teleport, unleashing a torrent of psychic energy upon the dazed wraith doll, ultimately pinning it to the ground. Observing the wraith doll, now incapacitated and lying on the ground, Yin Anqing sighed in resignation. What was the point of this? Chapter 29, Bonds of Decades Wake Up. After a considerable time had passed, and after administering some healing medicine to the wraith doll, Luluras delivered several slaps before the wraith doll finally regained consciousness. "Huh, what happened? My face hurts a bit." "It's merely your imagination." Luluras glanced at the wraith doll's swollen visage, standing with her hands behind her back and her chest puffed out, showing no signs of remorse. "All right, Luluras, let him be." Yin Anqing, unable to bear the sight, lifted Luluras and turned to the wraith doll. "You're all right now, aren't you?" My head is a bit dizzy." The wraith doll shook its head and floated up to face Yin Anqing and Luluras. "You two are incredible. I couldn't even fight back." "Just doing all right." Yin Anqing inquired, "Do you know the elder dragon of the western mountain?" "Of course." "Wait, you understand what I'm saying?" The wraith doll was astonished, but Yin Anqing had grown accustomed to such surprises. "I can understand. Do you know where the elder dragon is? Can you guide us there? I have business with him." Yin Anqing explained. Though she was familiar with the location, she needed a guide. Moreover, encountering more wraith dolls like this one would only prolong her journey. "No way. Why would I take you there?" The wraith doll shook its head vigorously, clearly unwilling to assist Yin Anqing. "Luluras, should we give him another beating?" Yin Anqing glanced at Luluras. Luluras smiled and nodded. "Indeed, unruly children deserve a lesson." "Wait, I'll take you." The wraith doll relented under the pressure of strength and fists. Subsequently, Yin Anqing offered a universal energy cube to the wraith doll, who, having tasted a sweet reward, immediately ceased its resistance and obediently led the way. As they conversed, Yin Anqing discovered that this wraith doll was indeed a mischievous child. It had strayed from its group, embarking on an escapade to see if it could fool a human with its pranks. However, its initial venture had been unsuccessful, as it encountered Yin Anqing and Luluras and was swiftly beaten. After hearing the wraith doll's tale, Yin Anqing couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and pity, realizing why the information she had gathered indicated a small group. After all, The other Wraith dolls hadn't emerged since it had run away from home. Once we find the Elder Dragon, I'll escort you back. You shouldn't keep your parents worried. Yan Anqing decided it best to return the Wraith doll home. No way. I want to live on my own. The Wraith doll circled around Yan Anqing, clearly in a rebellious phase. If you don't behave, I'll beat you again. Faced with Yan Anqing's threat, Lalura's readied herself for action, causing the Wraith doll to shrink back once more. However, it soon had a sly idea and grinned mischievously. You've defeated me. Why not capture me? That way, I can leave with justification. Absolutely not. You're far too weak. Yan Anqing flatly rejected. Don't say that. I'm strong. I swear. I can beat a dozen monkey creatures. The Wraith doll puffed up with pride, clearly displeased that Yan Anqing underestimated it. Yan Anqing and Lalura's exchanged glances, both exuding a sense of exasperation. Fighting type, indeed. It was only because those dozen monkey creatures lacked dark type skills. Had they possessed even one, they could easily overpower the Wraith doll. Seeing that the Wraith doll was about to continue its chatter, Lalura's swiftly silenced it with telekinesis, finally bringing peace to the conversation. As they journeyed onward, just as Yan Anqing had anticipated, with the Wraith doll as their local guide, they encountered sprites that were either touched by the benevolence emanating from the bond force and showed no intent to attack, or simply chose not to provoke Yan Anqing and her companions due to the presence of the Wraith doll. Thus, their passage was remarkably smooth, and they soon reached the foot of the mountain. By this time, night had fallen, but they were fortunate that the moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. Under such a moonlit night, they felt as though they had not encountered such beauty in ages. Yan Anqing sighed, then released her Beedrill. The Beedrill lifted Yan Anqing effortlessly, soaring with her and Lalura's towards the summit of the western mountain. As for those who might wonder why not simply allow Beedrill to carry them through the skies, thereby saving considerable time, the answer is rather straightforward. Firstly, there exists air traffic control over the city. While wild Pokémon are exempt, human-assisted flights require prior permission, with violations punishable by up to 3 days of detention and a fine of 5,000. Secondly, although the wilds impose no such restrictions, the skies above them are claimed territories, with most flying-type Pokémon designating low-altitude zones. Traversing through their domains would be deemed a provocative act. While the heights are less monitored, it would still place an undue burden on Beedrill's endurance. Thus, Yan Anqing contemplated the necessity of capturing a Pokémon capable of sustained flight and possessing exceptional stamina, as it would prove immensely advantageous in critical situations. Now, having departed the forest, the western mountains, scarce in resources, offered few nesting Pokémon, making it an opportune moment to rely on Beedrill for flight and mitigate some inconveniences. There, elevated vantage points allow for broader views. Similarly, soaring to greater heights would expedite the search for the location mentioned by his aunt. It is situated atop the western mountains, within a deep pit formed by subsidence. The entrance is modest, yet it is said that the internal expanse is vast. Beedrill descended with Yan Anqing and his companions, arriving at the mouth of the cave. Approaching the edge, Yan Anqing glimpsed, illuminated by the moonlight, the shimmering surface of water at the pit's bottom, along with a colossal figure floating upon it. "Shall I assist you in descending?" Beedrill inquired, assessing the height, which he estimated to be around 100 meters. A rapid descent via rope seemed implausible. "I must rely on you, Beedrill." Yan Anqing nodded, then turned to the somewhat anxious Shuppet beside him, asking, "Do you wish to join us?" "Of course. Who would be afraid?" Shuppet retorted defiantly, though memories of parental warnings echoed in his mind, cautioning him against approaching this place, intensifying his trepidation. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Beedrill had already begun to carry Yan Anqing and Ralts downward. As Shuppet wrestled with the decision to follow, a deafening roar suddenly reverberated, causing him to retreat in terror, ultimately deciding against the descent. "Get out! Who permitted your entry?" The voice of the Elder Dragon resonated within the pit, causing Yan Anqing's ears to throb painfully. Without further ado, to prevent the Elder Dragon from erupting in fury once more, Yan Anqing flung a photograph from his bag while calling out, "Nephew Yan Ryu, Yan Anqing has come to visit. Elder Dragon, we mean no harm. We merely wish to convey a message from Yan Ryu." His words echoed throughout the chasm, momentarily halting the Elder Dragon's fury as he remained frozen in place. Gazing at the photo descending from the sky, memories flooding back. In that moment, tears cascaded from the Elder Dragon's eyes. "Old friend, you have finally come." Chapter 30. The Elder Dragon's resignation. With a soft thud, Beedrill alighted upon the Elder Dragon's back, who remained oblivious, clutching the photograph while gazing at the image of himself alongside the elderly yet radiant woman, tears streaming down his face. Vivid scenes from the past resurfaced in his mind. Hello, I am Yin Ryu, the one from the tales of Yin Ryu. You are quite delightful. Come give me a hug. This is our secret base. Please do not let anyone else discover it. You must feel lonely, as do I. I will visit you every year, all right? Oh dear, you have aged. It matters not. I too have grown old. Elder Dragon, take care of yourself. I may not have the strength to return, but rest assured, if I cannot come, I shall certainly inform you. The memories of her, from youth to old age, spanned decades, rendering them inseparable friends. Yet, you liar. You promised to see me one last time. Why did you not come? I miss you so much. The Elder Dragon's voice, tinged with sorrow, resonated painfully in the hearts of Yin Anqing and his companions. Yin Anqing summoned his Dratini, mounting its back, and gently caressed the Elder Dragon's long neck. Speaking with a hint of unrecognized melancholy, Elder Dragon, my aunt has passed away. She wished to see you, yet it is no longer possible. In her will, she instructed me to convey this message and to urge you not to wait for her any longer. You must live your own life. Yin Anqing's words gradually stilled the Elder Dragon's tears. He turned to face Yin Anqing, perched on his back, and suddenly spoke. It seems you can comprehend my words. You bear a striking resemblance to her, and share the same passion for Pokémon. Upon finishing, the Elder Dragon looked up at the small expanse of sky above and asked, May I entrust you with a request? Speak. Yin Anqing nodded, sensing a firm resolve within himself. I am nearing the end of my days, the Elder Dragon stated calmly. Please keep this photograph as a memento, and I implore you not to disclose this place to anyone. It is our secret haven. I am weary and wish only to find her here, undisturbed. Yin Anqing and his companions sensed the resignation in the Elder Dragon's tone. Without the message conveyed by Yin Anqing, the Elder Dragon had clung to life solely to await Yin Ryu's arrival for one final meeting. He did not want to pass from this world without having seen her, sparing Yin Ryu from shedding tears for him. Now that he understood she would never return, the Elder Dragon felt a release of the breath he had been holding. He could now seek her without regrets. In that moment, they would be eternally united. After all, they were the closest of friends. Rest assured, I shall, Yin Anqing affirmed, recognizing these were the Elder Dragon's final wishes. Very well, thank you. Please stay with this old soul a while longer. The Elder Dragon uttered his last words, his head, which had been held aloft, suddenly collapsing onto the water's surface, sending forth a cascade of warm droplets. Yet, he clutched the photograph tightly, his nearly closed eyes fixated on the joyful faces within. A gentle smile graced his features. Yin Anqing and his companions could do nothing, save for comforting the Elder Dragon's body with their touch, providing the slightest semblance of solace. Dratini began to hum a melancholic tune, bidding farewell to the Elder Dragon. To think our first encounter would be a final farewell. As the Elder Dragon's last breath gradually faded, Yin Anqing sighed, the separation stirring a ripple of emotions within his heart. Let us proceed, he said, glancing at Ralts, Weedle, and Dratini. Perhaps we must hasten our pace to fulfill my aunt's final wish. Anqing, we shall always stand by your side, Ralts declared, enveloping Yin Anqing in a warm embrace. The Elder Dragon's passing left a significant impact on Yin Anqing, and for them, it was a profound emotional upheaval. The bond between humans and Pokémon, at times, transcends time, space, and even species. The Elder Dragon awaited Yin Ryu, and in her final moments, she too had kept them in her thoughts. I cannot concur. Retrieving Dratini, Weedle lifted Yin Anqing into the air, expressing, silently waiting yields no favorable news. If one desires something, why not pursue it with courage? The Elder Dragon had waited a lifetime. Why did he not dare to become her Pokémon? Thus avoiding the sorrow of receiving only bad tidings in the end. Perhaps, in his final moments, he could have accompanied her through the last stretch of her journey. Yin Anqing remained silent, as did Ralts. Personal choices are often beyond the judgment of others. All they can do is derive their own understanding from the situation at hand. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave once more, the shadowy figure of the old dragon was nowhere to be found. However, Yin Anqing and his companions paid it no mind. Releasing the Dragonite, Yin Anqing addressed the three spirits, instructing them, destroy the entrance to this cave. We shall fulfill the final wish of the old dragon. The three spirits nodded in unison, unleashing a barrage of skills upon the cave entrance, causing the stones to collapse rapidly, cascading downward. Their actions disrupted the equilibrium of the deep pit, leading to the cave walls crumbling and sinking further. Yin Anqing and his companions were compelled to retreat swiftly, until ultimately, a significant portion of the ground before them caved in, effectively concealing everything below. Just as the old dragon had stated, it was a secret base shared between him and Yin Ryu, a repository of their memories spanning decades. He wished to be undisturbed by others. Let him rest eternally with that photograph documenting their bond. Yan Anqing gazed into the abyss, bowing his head in silent tribute. The three spirits emulated his gesture, lowering their own heads. Though he gained nothing tangible from this journey, he acquired an unimaginable reservoir of inner strength. Suddenly, a series of violent gunshots echoed through the air, startling Yan Anqing and his companions from their solemnity as they turned towards the source of the sound. There, they beheld a rampaging Tauros with a burly man atop it. The man's eyes glowed with a red light, and upon spotting Yan Anqing and his group, he bellowed, "Get out of my way. All of you clear out." Yan Anqing and his companions were momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping back to avoid being entangled. However, realizing the imminent danger, Yan Anqing hastily shouted a warning. Yet, it was too late. The Tauros, in a frenzied charge, was oblivious to the situation ahead. The sudden appearance of the gaping pit caused the Tauros to stumble, and the man atop it wore a look of sheer terror as they both tumbled into the chasm. As the last words escaped his lips, Yan Anqing covered his face. Why couldn't this person slow down? Chapter 31, Back in Custody. An adult Tauros typically weighs around 85 kilograms, with well-nourished specimens exceeding 90 kilograms. The weight of a Tauros is notably heavy, especially when it is in full gallop and falls, dragging its rider along. The situation was already dire, but being subsequently crushed by the rolling Tauros, combined with the uneven and newly formed ground of the pit, posed a perilous threat. The protruding rocks, at such high velocity, could inflict damage akin to that of a blade. In short, the fall was utterly disastrous, leaving the unfortunate individual nearly unrecognizable. As Yan Anqing struggled to avert his gaze, a cacophony of barking erupted from behind. We've spotted others. Exercise caution. Everyone, prepare to attack. Hearing the commotion, Yan Anqing turned to see a familiar, panting face. It's you? Do you really expect me to believe you were just passing by? Captain Tu Juanfeng's scowling countenance left little doubt regarding his skepticism. Observing the grim expressions and the firearms in their hands, Yan Anqing let out a resigned sigh and crouched down, cradling his head. He was an upstanding citizen. He hoped fervently that they wouldn't mistake him for a wrongdoer and execute him on the spot. As Yan Anqing displayed signs of submission, his companions followed suit, ceasing their resistance. Tu Junfeng, noting Yan Anqing's compliance, nodded and instructed his men to keep an eye on him with their Houndoom while he descended into the pit to investigate the whereabouts of Zhou Chun. Captain, he.s. dead. Upon reaching Zhou Chen's side, they found him in a state of disarray. After checking for a pulse and breathing, they reached a grim conclusion. Damn it. Zhou Chun was merely a pawn. Those fiends abandoned him to divert our attention. He.s. likely long gone by now. Tu Junfeng seethed with frustration, but found himself powerless. Their target was Zhou Chun, and they needed to apprehend him. Although reinforcements had been dispatched to pursue the fleeing culprits, Tu Junfeng understood that with the limited number of personnel, capturing them would be a formidable challenge. After all, those individuals were cunning and adept at evasion. Notify someone to collect the body. We need to interrogate that guy. Tu Juanfeng's thoughts turned to Yan Anqing, who had interacted with the first victim prior to his death. Now, in the dead of night, he had ventured to the West Mountain, making him a prime suspect. As the group ascended, they found Yan Anqing still crouched, engaged in conversation with their Houndoom, which had inexplicably relaxed and was wagging its tail. What is going on? Tu Junfeng looked at the guards, bewildered. We're not sure. We just heard him greet the Houndoom, and suddenly, they were at ease. The guards appeared equally puzzled. When had their Pokémon become so amiable? Tu Juanfeng's expression darkened as he approached Yan Anqing. You. Yan Anqing quickly protested. It's not my fault. I simply happened upon this place by chance. Whether it's your fault or not, we will investigate. Now, seize him and take his Pokémon into custody for questioning. Yan Anqing felt a chill run down his spine. He was a law-abiding citizen, a person who had never even called the police in his previous life. How had he ended up in custody twice since arriving in this world? This was not the way to go about things. However, even as he protested, the silver handcuffs clamped onto him, forcing him to comply with their return to the police station. Following his interrogation, Yan Anqing had no choice but to recount the entire sequence of events, detailing the letter from his aunt, the photograph, and the old dragon. The police dispatched personnel to verify his claims, and after a long night that stretched into the early afternoon of the next day, Yan Anqing's name was finally cleared. With an expression of bemusement, Tu Junfeng removed the silver handcuffs and remarked, "What were you thinking, wandering around at night?" Yan Anqing could only respond with exasperation. What could I do? I heard my aunt was calling me to a place where the old dragon was nearing his end. So I rushed over to see him one last time. Rubbing his sore wrists, Yan Anqing looked at Tu Junfeng. Can I leave now? I need to check on my Luxray at the Pokemon Center. Sign here, retrieve your Pokemon, and you're free to go, Tu Junfeng instructed, handing him the form. You're a peculiar one. Let us hope we don't cross paths again. Believe me, no sane person wishes to keep returning here, Yan Anqing muttered. Signing the form and exiting the interrogation room, he reclaimed his 3 luxury balls, releasing his beloved Lurantis, who had been reluctant to stay in her ball during her confinement. Let us go check on Luxray, then treat ourselves to a feast. Yan Anqing felt a streak of bad luck lately and decided to indulge himself, hoping a good meal would lift his spirits. Lurantis nodded, donned her motorcycle gear, and together they rode off to the Pokemon Center. Zhou Chun was dead. In an underground facility of City G, a figure cloaked in black entered, addressing 5 other similarly clad individuals. Let it be. Death is just a part of the experiment. One of the cloaked figures spoke. This place is not easily infiltrated. A general understanding is sufficient. Our primary focus now remains on that individual. Very well. But withdrawing in such a manner leaves a bitter taste. Let us not make too much noise. Otherwise, it may end poorly. I am well aware of that, he replied. I have just managed to capture some ghost-type spirits. With proper allocation, they could prove useful. What kind? Cursed dolls. That sounds acceptable. Remember to keep 2. The organization has just received a batch of evolution stones for the cursed dolls. Understood. The group hurriedly departed, oblivious to the small mouse hole nestled in the corner of the underground structure from which a little Rattata peeked out. It seemed that G-City was on the brink of unrest. Quickly, contact the elder of the Tianji Pavilion and disseminate this news to disband the organization's members. With that, the little Rattata retreated, scurrying through the labyrinthine tunnels to swiftly spread the message. The members of the 3 major organizations sprang into action, evacuating G-City, leaving only a small contingent to continue their investigations. Those who departed headed towards other cities, gradually transmitting the news. Chapter 32. The gift from the cool leopard at the Pokemon Center. It was nearly time for the bandages to come off. It seemed that by tomorrow, they could finally remove them and let the patient walk. Yan Anqing returned to the Pokemon Center with his Ralts, pleasantly surprised by the good news. So soon? Yan Anqing recalled the sorry state in which the cool leopard had been brought in. How could it have recovered so quickly? The doctor, reviewing the cool leopard's medical records, explained the primary issues were internal injuries and bruising. Once those were addressed, due to the Pokemon's inherent self-healing abilities, combined with our healing Pokemon's capabilities, the recovery proceeded rapidly. Ah, I see. Yan Anqing nodded, albeit still puzzled. Nevertheless, he noted that it would be wise to keep a healing-type Pokemon nearby. They proved invaluable. Once the doctor departed, the cool leopard turned to Yan Anqing and Ralts, expressing gratitude. Words of thanks are sufficient. Ralts remarked dismissively, let us have something tangible instead. Rest assured, I won't forget. Cool leopard replied with a hint of resignation. The timing seems just right. Tomorrow, I'll take you both with me. If fortune smiles upon us, there may be a delightful surprise. What? Yan Anqing found cool leopard's words somewhat perplexing, sensing that the promised gratitude might come with strings attached. Don't worry, you will absolutely love what I have in store. Cool leopard winked mysteriously. Yan Anqing and Ralts exchanged glances, feeling that something was amiss, yet unable to articulate it. However, they chose not to dwell on it. After leaving the Pokemon Center, Yan Anqing found a hotel where he and Ralts enjoyed a luxurious bath, followed by a sumptuous meal. After a long, tiring night, Yan Anqing fell asleep shortly after 6, waking the next morning just after 5. After rousing Ralts and freshening up, they returned to the Pokemon Center. Upon their arrival, Cool Leopard began to remove the bandages. Though still somewhat uncomfortable, he was no longer hindered in his movements. What a thrill! On the road, Cool Leopard lounged in the back seat, his forelegs draped over Yan Anqing's shoulder, howling joyously as the wind tousled his tongue. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Yan Anqing silently mused. Is this the Cool Leopard, or a goofy husky? Ralts, unable to look on, lamented, what a disgrace to our kind. Following Cool Leopard's directions, they did not return to the site of his accident, but instead departed Sea-City, traveling along a road adjacent to a great river, heading upstream towards a city. Cool Leopard, could you enlighten us about this so-called gratitude of yours? Yan Anqing's voice echoed through his helmet. After repeating his question 3 times due to the wind, Cool Leopard finally heard and shouted back, you'll find out when we arrive. I assure you, it's worth it. With little choice. They sped along for over an hour before Cool Leopard called for a halt. They found themselves at a bend in the road, where a majestic waterfall, over 30 meters high and 3 meters wide, cascaded down the mountainside. Here we are. Cool Leopard leaped effortlessly onto the roadside railing, turning to beckon Yan Anqing and Ralts. Hurry up. I promise you will witness something spectacular. With that, Cool Leopard bounded down a small slope towards the river. I feel like I might be getting duped. Ralts said to Yan Anqing. Is there really something worthwhile here? Who knows? Yan Anqing remained optimistic. If the spectacle is as magnificent as he claims, it will be worth the trip. With that, he secured his motorcycle and climbed over the railing, sliding down the slope onto a rocky shore. Cool Leopard nimbly hopped across the stones, quickly reaching the riverbank, while Yan Anqing clumsily stumbled over the uneven terrain, finally arriving at the water's edge. Look, the timing is just right, Cool Leopard called out. Following his pointed paw, Yan Anqing's eyes widened as he spotted a large group of orange-red figures swimming upstream in the river. Is that a group of kinglers? He wondered, momentarily stunned before glancing back at the waterfall. Could it be? Just as Yan Anqing suspected, the group of kinglers surged toward the waterfall, each challenging its mighty cascade. Watching the kinglers, like a vibrant orange-red ribbon, continuously assault the waterfall, Yan Anqing's mouth dropped open in awe. It was indeed a breathtaking sight. He swiftly pulled out his phone, activating the camera mode to document the moment. In that instant, he comprehended why his aunt had such a passion for photography. Capturing beauty in photographs allowed one to revisit cherished emotions at any time. The waterfall towered over 30 meters, an insurmountable barrier for the kinglers. Yet these intrepid fish did not relent. They surged upwards, gradually accumulating in numbers at the base, allowing those above to use them as stepping stones to leap higher. The orange-red ribbon visibly ascended the waterfall with increasing speed. After nearly 20 minutes of watching with Ralts, they witnessed the apex of the orange-red ribbon triumphantly reach the top of the waterfall. The first kingler to conquer the summit let out a triumphant roar, and in that moment, the light of evolution enveloped its form. Leaping over the dragon gate, Yan Anqing murmured. As the kingler elongated, it transformed into a Gyarados. The newly evolved Gyarados did not depart. Instead, it clamped its jaws onto the rock at the waterfall's peak, extending its body downwards like a slide, creating a pathway for the other kinglers. With this new slide, the pace of ascent for the kinglers quickened dramatically, as more and more of them leapt onto the Gyarados' body, scaling the waterfall. Some kinglers, upon evolving into Gyarados, followed suit, using their forms to create slides for their companions to ascend. As time passed, an increasing number of Gyarados became slides, ultimately covering the entire waterfall. With the bodies of the Gyarados, the remaining Magikarp successfully ascended, entwining themselves with the Gyarados in a triumphant display. Yan Anqing turned off the recording, exhaling slowly in relief. Such a scene was undoubtedly worth every penny. Cool Leopard, thank you. Just as Yan Anqing prepared to express his gratitude, he and Lalalaisai turned around to find that Cool Leopard had vanished without a trace. As they began to search, a head suddenly emerged from the river, its mouth clutching a blue and white Pokémon egg. Chapter 33, A Unique Ecosystem. Cool Leopard swiftly paddled to the shore, shaking off the droplets from its fur with a flourish before striding confidently towards Yan Anqing, its mouth opening to release the Pokémon egg into Yan Anqing's embrace. This is my token of appreciation. I owe you nothing. With a haughty lift of its head, Cool Leopard awaited compliments from Yan Anqing and the others. Is this a Pokémon egg? Indeed. Yours? Of course not. It belongs to those creatures that hibernate. Oh, Lalalaisai, give him a thrashing. All right. Cool Leopard, who had been eagerly anticipating praise, was momentarily taken aback as Lalalaisai showed signs of aggression. It quickly retreated, exclaiming, wait. I'm injured. You can't do this. Are you not satisfied with this gift? I can dive back in and find another. You took someone else's baby as a gift? Lalalaisai, teach him a lesson. Absolutely. He deserves it. As Lalalaisai prepared to unleash a captivating attack, Cool Leopard, sensing the impending danger, hastily interjected, no. Even if I took it, they wouldn't mind. You've misunderstood me. Hearing Cool Leopard's words, Yan Anqing intervened, one hand blocking Lalalaisai while the other cradled the Pokémon egg. Come now, let us hear your defense. I'm curious to see what you can articulate. Relieved that he was allowed to speak, Cool Leopard immediately began to explain. After listening to its explanation, Yan Anqing's expression turned peculiar. He released his Seadra, instructing it to investigate beneath the water. When Seadra resurfaced, munching on a strand of aquatic grass, it nodded vigorously at Yan Anqing's inquiring gaze, confirming what he said is true. Below the riverbed is a bowl-shaped structure filled with many Pokémon eggs. Right. I didn't deceive you. Cool Leopard sighed in relief, adding, after these creatures breed in winter, they pile their Pokémon eggs here before hibernating. When spring arrives and the water warms, the eggs hatch, and the hibernating creatures emerge to care for the newly hatched younglings. They do not concern themselves with whether the eggs are theirs, which is why trainers often come here to select some eggs for nurturing. I learned this by witnessing it myself. They wouldn't mind me taking one. And soon, the Magikarp will also spawn, and their eggs will flow downstream, gathering in that same spot, waiting for spring to hatch. Even non-related species will care for them. Yan Anqing found it hard to comprehend. According to Cool Leopard, the Pokemon here belong to the frog-like species, namely the mosquito frog, toad king, and koga ninja frog. Yet, the Magikarp were clearly fish, distinctly different from frogs. Of course, they will care for them, Cool Leopard replied earnestly. Well, I must admit I find it hard to grasp, Yan Anqing conceded. But I suppose this is merely the peculiar ecosystem of nature. So, which species does this Pokemon egg belong to? Yan Anqing, feeling a bit more reassured, began inquiring about the type of egg Cool Leopard had brought. It should be a mosquito frog egg, Cool Leopard assessed after a thorough inspection. Go, fetch me a koga ninja frog egg. Yan Anqing expressed his disdain, thinking that as a traveler from another world, he should have the luxury of choice. Why settle for a mosquito frog when he could have a koga ninja frog? Cool Leopard, feeling helpless, took the Pokemon egg from Yan Anqing's hands and leaped onto Cedra's back. Cedra dove back into the water, and after a considerable time, resurfaced once more. Excitedly, Cedra exclaimed, "So many Pokemon eggs. Eggs are flowing down from the waterfall." Cedra's words instantly validated Cool Leopard's previous claims. Yet, Yan Anqing found himself speechless. Did the Gyarados and Magikarp not fear their eggs breaking, being so recklessly swept away by the current? But then he recalled the staggering population of Magikarp on this planet, surpassing 3 billion, and he swiftly calmed down. It seemed that they thrived on sheer numbers, continuously replenishing themselves regardless of the predators that devoured them. Cool Leopard quickly shook off the water and presented Yan Anqing with a new Pokemon egg. Is this a Quagsire? Indeed, a Quagsire. Yan Anqing scrutinized the blue and white egg, nearly indistinguishable from the previous one, utterly unable to discern any differences. This one is from the koga ninja frog. It carries a hint of their frothy essence. You humans may not detect it, but our Pokemon have a keener sense of smell and can differentiate. Cool Leopard explained. But how did you smell it underwater? Yan Anqing remained perplexed. None of your concern. It's a secret. Cool Leopard licked its damp fur and addressed Yan Anqing and the others. All right, we're even now. I'm off. With that, Cool Leopard stretched lazily, preparing to leave. By the way, take this. Yan Anqing retrieved a universal energy cube from his waist pouch and tossed it to Cool Leopard. Sensing the enticing aroma, Cool Leopard leaped to catch it and swiftly consumed it. After finishing, Cool Leopard glanced at Yan Anqing and the others, who waved goodbye, then with a huff, flicked its tail and leapt among the rocks, quickly disappearing from sight. Yan Anqing felt a slight increase in the bond's strength and smiled faintly. This is quite agreeable. Let us be on our way, he said to Lalulesai and Cedra. He soon located a specialized Pokemon egg incubator, placing the egg inside, and withdrew Cedra into its luxury ball. Lalulesai deftly landed on Yan Anqing's shoulder, eyeing the Pokemon egg with a light chuckle. Looks like we'll soon have a new little friend. Indeed, Yan Anqing replied, stowing his belongings in his waist pouch. City A also has a gym. I believe it's a water-type gym. Shall we challenge it? Water-type, huh? Lalulesai wiggled her little feet, her face alight with excitement. It's my turn to shine. I've practiced my grass-type magical leaf and electric-type thunderbolt countless times. I can definitely help you win against the water gym. Absolutely. Yan Anqing ruffled Lalulesai's little head. With you around, I am certain we shall prevail. Taking Lalulesai, they ascended the main road, retrieving a motorcycle as they continued towards City A. Shortly after their departure, a large polyper, carrying a woman, appeared over the river. From an altitude of about 10 meters, the woman executed a graceful dive, creating a small splash as she plunged into the river. Moments later, she resurfaced, a puzzled expression on her face. How strange. I distinctly remember that this year, there should have been 3 Pokemon eggs from the Koga Ninja Frog. I took 2, so there should be 1 more. Why are there only Mosquito Frog and Toad King eggs? Could they have been washed away? That seems unlikely. Could it be that someone discovered this place and fortuitously took the last one? The woman's expression was one of dismay, indicating that the final egg held significant importance to her. Chapter 34, Highway Robbery, a Useful Identity. When one person suffers from a headache, another may occasionally share the same plight. Take Yan Anqing, for instance. Having left the Great River, he had scarcely traveled far before being beset by bandits. Imagine riding a motorcycle while singing, accompanied by a sprite, only to be waylaid by other sprites. Thus, the days devoid of such ambushes are indeed the days worth cherishing. As Yan Anqing gazed at the suddenly collapsed tree and the encroaching sprites, including the fierce bear sprites and long-nosed leaves, he found himself completely surrounded. With several vultures circling overhead, it was evident that their path was utterly obstructed. This mountain is mine. This tree I have planted. What comes next? Leave behind some toll for passage. Fool. Why waste words? Humans cannot comprehend. Shoulder to shoulder. Let us go. Snatch their food. I haven't eaten in 3 days. What do you mean? I've gone 5 days without a bite. Bah. You're all nothing but trash. I've starved for 7 days. Reduced to gnawing on bark. A cacophony of complaints filled the air, and upon witnessing their famished expressions and greedy gazes, Yananqing, feeling helpless, spoke up. I can offer you some food if you could let me pass. What in the world? A human can understand our words. Shoo. He seems to have said he can provide food. Indeed, I heard that too. Step aside. I've been starving for 7 days. Let me through. A tank skunk. With a swift maneuver, pounced at Yananqing's feet, displaying its belly in a show of submission. Good sir, grant me a morsel. I haven't eaten in 7 days. Tank skunk, mused Lalalaisai, covering her face. Most sprites we've encountered on this journey seem rather peculiar. Yananqing, unable to bear the sight, retrieved a can of sprite food from his pouch. As he opened the lid, a delectable aroma wafted through the air, causing a chorus of sprites to gulp in unison. Step back. Just as Yananqing was about to hand the can to the tank skunk, a swarm of sprites rushed forward. The tank skunk, caught off guard by its companion's approach, swiftly sprang up with its tail held high. In an instant, Yananqing twisted the throttle, and with a whoosh, he sped away. As Yananqing dashed off, the tank skunk released a noxious cloud, which overwhelmed the advancing sprites, causing them to roll over, eyes rolling back in shock. Humph, a bunch of weaklings. Having dealt with its companions, the tank skunk voraciously devoured the can of sprite food, finishing it off in mere moments. That was close. Lalalaisai was thoroughly startled. Had they been caught in the skunk's spray, their fate would not have been much better. What? It's all gone. What? Gone. We must take him down. He must pay. Fortunately, being outdoors allowed the air to circulate swiftly, and the dazed sprites soon regained their composure. However, upon witnessing the tank skunk's empty can, their tempers flared. The tank skunk felt a shiver run down its spine. It seemed it had stirred a hornet's nest. Wait, don't come any closer. I might do it again. It threatened while backing away. Attack. But the other sprites paid no heed. The vendetta over the food was far too strong. Even when the tank skunk sprayed its venom once more, all sprites, in a fervor of rage, disregarded the stench and relentlessly pummeled the tank skunk. The scene was quite the spectacle. Once the sprites had vented their frustrations, Yananqing approached once more, offering them additional sprite food. Food. How wonderful. No more empty bellies. What a good person. A truly great person. This time, there was ample food, and each sprite received a share. As they savored the hard-won sustenance, they incessantly expressed their gratitude towards Yananqing. Feeling the bond of connection strengthen, Yananqing scratched his head in confusion. Weren't these sprites the ones who had attempted to ambush him? Could they truly be this innocent? By the way, how did you end up starving? Yananqing could not resist asking. This question ignited a powder keg of emotions, and the sprites began to recount their grievances with righteous indignation. It turned out they were not originally from this area. They were outsiders who had faced hostility and expulsion from the local sprites. Their original habitat had been consumed by urban expansion, and while they wished to resist, their strength was no match for the forces sent by the city to suppress wild sprite uprisings. Unable to fight back or find a way to resist, these sprites had been forced to abandon their homeland and wander here. If they had been weaker, perhaps they could have been gradually absorbed by other groups. However, their moderate strength rendered them an unstable factor within any tribe, leading them to their current plight. Ultimately, driven by desperation, they had resorted to highway robbery. But as it was their first attempt, their inexperience led to this outcome. I see. Yananqing fell silent. Urban expansion is an uncontrollable force and represents the most acute conflict between humanity and nature. As a human, he felt sympathy for these sprites. Yet he understood that he could change nothing. After all, how could a single protest alter urban planning? Even if he saved this group, others would suffer similarly. Was there any way to help? Yananqing pondered, and then his eyes lit up as he suddenly conceived a potential solution. Do you recognize this? Yananqing produced the guest token from his pouch and displayed it to the sprites. Don't know it. Never seen it. Wait. I think I might have a vague recollection. Just as the sprites were shaking their heads, a long-nosed leaf stepped forward and spoke. I remember a wandering meow meow mentioning this before. Seeing an opportunity, Yananqing continued, since you have nowhere else to go, I'll give you some food. Then, head to the outskirts of the city and seek out sprites who recognize this token. Tell them that the guest of the 3 major organizations wishes for you to join. And then you will have a place to belong and rely on the three major organizations for sustenance. Can that really work? Some sprites appeared skeptical, doubting that mere words could resolve their predicament. However, the long-nosed leaf suddenly became animated. The three major organizations. We could actually join that legendary trio? Thank you immensely. Esteemed guest. Everyone, express your gratitude to the esteemed guest. With a word from the esteemed guest, the three major organizations will surely grant us some regard. The other sprites, observing the long-nosed leaf's enthusiasm, fell silent and then began expressing their thanks to Yan Anqing in unison. It seemed their troubles might indeed find a resolution. Yan Anqing was also taken aback. This token and the status it conferred appeared to be far more valuable than he had anticipated. Moreover, as Lotta had claimed, the three major organizations truly spanned across various cities. While their influence might be weaker in the wild, they could genuinely assist Yan Anqing in dealing with more intricate matters near urban areas. Chapter 35. The Abandoned New Leaf Meow. After leaving some more sprite food for the sprites, Yan Anqing advised them that if the three major organizations did not acknowledge their claims, they should inform the members of the organizations to seek him out. This way, he could speak directly to the members of the three major organizations, which might yield better results. The sprites nodded eagerly, trusting Yan Anqing unconditionally. Feeling the bond of connection surge, Yan Anqing's heart swelled with joy. If only more sprites like these would come along, his connection power could reach astonishing heights. All right, everyone, let us tidy up quickly and head back to City A. But should we bring that fellow along? Let us try calling him. He's rather stubborn and might be unwilling to move. What's so difficult for that guy to comprehend? He keeps insisting that his master will surely come to fetch him. But any discerning fairy can see that he has been abandoned. Alas, it would be best not to voice such thoughts in her presence. It would only serve to dishearten her. Just as Yan Anqing was about to depart, a topic sensitive to him wafted through the air: fairy and abandonment. In an instant, it struck a chord deep within Yan Anqing's heart. After all, if one were to recount the abandoned fairies that Ji has rescued throughout the storyline, each one has exhibited remarkable prowess. The Charmeleon, now evolved into the formidable Charizard, is undoubtedly Ji's trump card. Then there's the Squirtle, the leader of the discarded Squirtle squad. Though its performance may not shine as brightly, it is far from lacking. The Infernape, evolved into a mighty elder brother, requires no further elaboration on its strength. The Tepig is also quite standard in its capabilities. Jengar, having aided Ash in clinching the championship, speaks volumes of its prowess. Could it be that this extraordinary fortune is finally destined for him? With this thought in mind, Yan Anqing exclaimed, "Hold on." The gathering of fairies turned their attention to Yan Anqing, including the Ralts. He continued, "What if there exists a fairy that has been abandoned, waiting for its master?" With righteous indignation etched on his face, Yan Anqing proclaimed, "This matter demands my intervention. I hold the utmost disdain for trainers who abandon their Pokémon." It's truly the familiar Yan Anqing, Ralts thought, sensing the swell of anger and excitement within him, which instantly lifted her spirits. Wiggling her tiny feet, Ralts nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must intervene. We cannot allow that foolish creature to continue waiting." In response to Yan Anqing and Ralts' sentiments, the other fairies gazed up at him with newfound admiration, their bond with him strengthening further. "Since the guest of honor wishes to take action, how splendid." The Fampi spoke up, "Allow me to guide you. I hope the esteemed guest can rouse that fellow from his stupor." Yan Anqing nodded, stowing away his motorcycle, and followed Fampi into the woods along the roadside. The winter sun was particularly warm. There, upon a rock, lay a diminutive green cat, its face adorned with four leaf-like patterns in darker green. The new leaf Meow was frail and scruffy, her body alarmingly thin. As the winter sun cast its gentle rays upon her, she desperately clung to photosynthesis to stave off starvation. With her ears drooping in weariness, she mumbled, "Master, I'm so hungry. When will you come to take me home?" In a daze, she caught sight of Fampi approaching with a human. At that moment, she sprang to her feet. Though her blurry vision prevented her from recognizing the newcomer, she stubbornly believed that this person must be her master. Master, you've come to take me. I'm so hungry, but I'll try not to eat. Let us hurry home." She leaped from the rock, stumbling and falling. Yet she paid it no mind as she dashed toward the figure. Meanwhile, Yan Anqing observed the emaciated leaf Meow, who, upon noticing their arrival, suddenly sparkled with life and rushed excitedly towards them, repeatedly calling for her master. In that instant, despite his intention to rescue her, Yan Anqing felt a surge of fury within him. Even if Shinji from the storyline would capture and release Pokémon without lingering thoughts, at least he would not leave them with any false hopes. Yet, The most repugnant behavior is to abandon a Pokémon while feigning concern, allowing them to wait endlessly for their master's return. They would remain in place, fearing to leave in search of food, lest they miss the arrival of their master, persisting in their vigil even as their bodies falter. As Leaf Meow dashed into view, her hazy sight finally focused on Yin Anqing and Ralts perched on his shoulder. "You're not my master." Exhausted, Leaf Meow uttered her last words bitterly before collapsing into unconsciousness. Yin Anqing rushed forward, cradling Leaf Meow in his arms. Feeling her nearly skeletal form, he retrieved a universal energy cube, crushed it into powder, and dissolved it in a small bowl of water. He carefully administered the liquid to Leaf Meow, gently stroking her throat to aid her swallowing until he ensured that the entirety of the liquid had been consumed. With a sigh of relief, he gazed at the still unconscious Leaf Meow. "Alas, what a tragedy," Fampi observed quietly, sighing. "This poor creature hasn't he eaten in nearly half a month, and hasn't he had a proper sleep?" "Indeed, I can see that," Yin Anqing replied. Holding Leaf Meow as he turned to Fampi, "Leaf Meow is far too weak. I must take her to City A for treatment. Once you're all ready, please follow us to City A. I'll be at the Pokemon Center, tending to Leaf Meow." "Understood, esteemed guest. We will contact the 3 major organizations and inform them as well," Fampi responded with utmost respect. Yin Anqing nodded, disregarding the dirt on Leaf Meow as he tucked her into his clothing, using his body heat to warm her. "I'm feeling jealous." Ralts piped up from her perch on Yin Anqing's shoulder, openly admitting her envy. Amused, Yin Anqing chuckled and loosened his collar. Ralts giggled, slipping down into the folds of his clothing. With 2 Pokemon nestled within, Yin Anqing wasted no time, turning swiftly and sprinting back towards the main road. The path was cleared of fallen branches, and he mounted his motorcycle, racing towards City A. First it was the rescue of Cool Leopard, and now it's Leaf Meow. Am I unlocking an achievement to save a Pokemon before entering each new city? The biting cold wind prompted Yin Anqing to mutter a complaint. Ralts snuggled closer to him, giggling merrily. Meanwhile, Leaf Meow, though unconscious, felt the warmth and instinctively curled closer to Yin Anqing. How comforting. Chapter 36. Leaf Meow's despair. Beep, beep, beep. A rhythmic electronic sound echoed in her ears as Leaf Meow slowly opened her eyes. On the pristine white bedding lay a black-haired man sleeping soundly by the window, while Ralts, resting her head against him, stirred awake and locked eyes with Leaf Meow. "You're awake." Ralts stretched and stood, tidying her tousled hair before looking at Leaf Meow. "You've really been out for 2 days. If it weren't for the nutrition drip, you probably wouldn't have woken up at all." It was then that Leaf Meow noticed a needle inserted into her paw, delivering fluids, though she wanted to remove it. Her stiff body resisted such emotion. "Thank you," Leaf Meow murmured softly, "but I feel much better now. Could you please take me back? I still need to wait." Thump. Before Leaf Meow could finish her sentence, Ralts raised her tiny fist and struck her on the head. "Have you lost your mind? You were on the verge of death, and your former master hasn't he come for you. Do you still not understand? Your master no longer wants you." "Impossible. I love my master," Leaf Meow cried out, her expression one of deep distress. "I know my master loves me too. It must be that vile creature who seduced my master. He was enchanted by her, which is why he no longer wants me. If I can just drive that wretched thing away, my master will surely love me again." Ralts sighed, fully aware that this poor creature was beyond saving. Unless she receives news that thoroughly extinguishes her hopes, she shall never turn back. The voice of Xian Yi Meow roused Yin Anqing from his slumber. He abruptly lifted his head, surveying his surroundings with a dazed expression. Upon noticing the bright scenery outside the window, realization dawned upon him. "Oh, it's dawn." Drool, drool. Lariulas rushed over to Yin Anqing, quickly wiping the drool from the corners of his mouth. "Thank you, Lariulas," Yin Anqing replied, hastily cleaning himself up and gently ruffling Lariulas's head. Lariulas closed her eyes in contentment, savoring the moment. Anqing's drool. Hee. Xian Yi Meow observed the interaction between Yin Anqing and Lariulas, and for a fleeting moment, she was reminded of the intimacy she once shared with her master. When did it all change to this? Xian Yi Meow, we are about to have a new companion. A face seemed to materialize before her, and the words spoken were utterly unacceptable to Xian Yi Meow. No, absolutely not. Her master belongs to me alone. No one else shall intrude. Xian Yi Meow's body gradually regained some strength after 2 days of nutrient infusion. In the next instant, she yanked out the 4-needle, leaped off the bed, and dashed towards the door before Yin Anqing and the others could react. Wait, Xian Yi Meow. Yin Anqing quickly scooped up Lariulas and chased after Xian Yi Meow. However, she paid them no mind and burst out of the Pokemon Center. The familiar streets and the well-known city instantly confirmed to Xian Yi Miao that she had returned to City A. Master, I have come to find you. Recalling the route etched in her mind, she ran forward with all her might, vanishing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. It was only then that Yan Anqing and Lariulas emerged, scanning the throng for any sign of Xian Yi Miao, but she was nowhere to be found. She has gone. Lariulas sighed. This stubborn creature. Let us not dwell on that. We must search for Xian Yi Miao, Yan Anqing said helplessly. But the question of how to search posed a significant headache. Just as he was lost in thought, the sound of flapping wings reached his ears. Yan Anqing turned abruptly to discover a Pidgeotto landing on his shoulder. Pidgeotto, hello, are you one of our esteemed guest members from the 3 major organizations? The Pidgeotto regarded Yan Anqing and said, I've been waiting for you. May I see your guest token? 3 major organizations? Yes, with you here. We can find Xian Yi Miao. Yan Anqing's eyes brightened as he retrieved the token from his waist pouch and presented it to the Pidgeotto. Token verified, identity confirmed. And the accompanying Lariulas verified. The Pidgeotto nodded and said, Welcome to City A, esteemed guest. The Pokémon you arranged have now been inducted into the 3 major organizations for evaluation. Let us put that aside for now, Yan Anqing quickly interjected. Do you know Xian Yi Miao? Or does the Tianji Pavilion have any information? The Pidgeotto looked puzzled. Lariulas quickly added. She's the Xian Yi Miao abandoned by her trainer. She's quite stubborn. Do you know where her original master is? Ah, so it's that Xian Yi Miao. I know where she is, esteemed guest. Follow me. The Pidgeotto nodded and flapped its wings, soaring in a specific direction. Yan Anqing and the others promptly followed. After running through several streets, Xian Yi Miao finally found herself on a familiar road. The exertion had drained her energy, but her heart soared with joy, for she was about to reunite with her master. She hurriedly raced into a neighborhood, arriving at a familiar square, the familiar lawn, and the familiar training area for Pokémon. However, her footsteps came to an abrupt halt as she beheld the man surrounded by Ninetales, Swellow, Simipour, and Electros. Her world crumbled. Impossible. It had only been a short while since there had been just one Ninetales. How could there now be for more Pokémon vying for her master's affection? Meow? A tremulous cry escaped Xian Yi Miao's lips. The man, who had been devising strategies for his Pokémon, recognized the familiar cry and turned to see the familiar figure. Despite her current frail appearance, he instantly recognized Xian Yi Miao. You, the man stammered, pointing at Xian Yi Miao, his words faltering. Misinterpreting his excitement as joy at seeing her, Xian Yi Miao instinctively stepped forward. Don't come any closer. The man, equally distressed, shouted. Why do you keep clinging to me? I am also a trainer. I wish to encounter more Pokémon and capture more of them. I cannot dedicate all my time and energy to you. You are too clingy. Go away. His words left Xian Yi Miao frozen in place. So, this is how you perceive me? As she stood there, the man pulled out a Poké Ball and forcefully threw it to the ground, even stepping on it to crush it. Xian Yi Miao watched in despair as her Poké Ball was utterly destroyed, signifying the irrevocable severance of their bond. Chapter 37. The Promise with Xian Yi Miao. Thank you for your hard work, Pidgeotto. Upon their arrival at the neighborhood, Yan Anqing handed Pidgeotto some universal energy cubes. The Pidgeotto gratefully accepted, devouring one piece and swiftly taking flight with the remainder. After bidding farewell to Pidgeotto, Yan Anqing ventured deeper into the neighborhood, not having walked far when he spotted Xian Yi Miao sitting despondently. Before her lay a crushed red and white Pokeball. Are you all right? Yan Anqing approached Xian Yi Miao, attempting to reach out to her, only to feel an invisible barrier obstructing his hand. He glanced at Lariulas, who was pouting, and then realized that he was in the presence of a little jealous one. Hearing Yan Anqing's voice, Xian Yi Miao lifted her head, her drooping ears and tear-filled eyes conveying her sorrow. He doesn't want me anymore. I told you long ago. You were merely fooling yourself into believing otherwise. Lariulas approached Xian Yi Miao, observing her tear-streaked face. What are you crying for? With that, she delivered a punch to Xian Yi Miao's head. Xian Yi Miao paid it no mind, her tears continuing to flow. I just love my master. Why does he think I am clingy? All I desire is his complete affection. Is that a sin? Observing Xian Yi Miao's tears, Yan Anqing sighed and spoke. You are not in the wrong. You have just gone a bit overboard. Xian Yi Miao looked at Yan Anqing, her expression puzzled. You love your trainer and wish to receive all his affection. There is nothing wrong with that, Yan Anqing patiently explained. But he is also a trainer who must constantly progress, challenge gyms, and participate in competitions. Thus, on this journey, he requires like-minded companions and allies. For instance, in a basic 3-on-3 battle or a full 6-on-6 battle. A trainer needs to capture enough Pokémon to understand various Pokémon habits and conditions in order to gain more experience and grow. My Larulus is also a little jealous. Larulus shot Yan'anqing a glare but refrained from further comment. She, like you, may desire my complete affection, but she does not restrict me from capturing other Pokémon. Occasionally, I may engage in a bit of playful conflict, yet I remain attuned to her feelings, striving to console her earnestly. However, when it comes to significant matters, it is Larvitar who seems more concerned about my emotions. I am uncertain about the ideal dynamic between a skilled trainer and their Pokémon, yet I believe that, regardless of the nature of their relationship, both parties must take each other's feelings into account. A one-sided dedication yields no fruitful outcome. It is only through mutual endeavor that a promising beginning can be forged. At this juncture, Yan'anqing paused momentarily before addressing Shiny Meow. You pour your heart into him, yet he offers you no reciprocation. If that is the case, parting ways might not be a bad choice. As a trainer myself, Shiny Meow, would you consider accompanying me to explore new vistas? Upon hearing Yan'anqing's words, Shiny Meow sank into deep contemplation, observing the hand extended towards her by Yan'anqing. She recognized it as an invitation. Should she accept, she would embark on a journey with him. But if she declined, what then? Would she become a wandering Pokémon, akin to those she encountered in the forest, resorting to thievery? Shiny Meow found herself in turmoil. Yet, almost instantaneously, she recalled a phrase uttered by her former master before departing. All right, everyone, let us not dwell on that fellow. The small spring festival tournament a month from now is our opportune moment to make our debut. We must claim victory and seize the first place prize. While her feelings of love had not devolved into hatred, the thought of causing him even a modicum of discomfort was rather appealing. Shiny Meow gazed at Yan'anqing and spoke. If you wish for me to follow you, I shall comply. A month from now, there is a spring festival tournament, and I wish to participate. If you can lead me to defeat my former master, then I shall accompany you henceforth. Very well, Yan'anqing nodded, but in this month, you must diligently nurture your health to withstand my training regimen. Agreed. I shall heed your guidance, Shiny Meow replied. Then, please capture me, and once the competition concludes, I shall decide my fate. Let us forego capturing you for now. Yan'anqing waved his hand dismissively. Should we emerge victorious, I will consider capturing you. If we fail, I shall have no face to meet you again, and you may depart as you wish. Does that sound agreeable? Shiny Meow paused, then cast a penetrating gaze at Yan'anqing and nodded. Feeling a surge of connection within her, Yan'anqing smiled and swiftly grasped the nape of Shiny Meow's neck, causing her to freeze in place. You adorable feline, what are you doing? She exclaimed. I'm taking you back for treatment. I fear you might run away. Yan'anqing chuckled lightly as he held Shiny Meow aloft, who remained motionless. I also wish to test the notion that, as stated in literature, the nape of a feline is a sensitive spot. Larvitar, witnessing this scene, nearly burst into laughter, unable to deny that Shiny Meow's current predicament was exceptionally amusing. Shiny Meow's expression morphed into one of indignation, her remaining sorrow dissipating instantly as she roared for Yan'anqing to release her. Yet her body remained unyielding. This incited not only Larvitar, who was perched on Yan'anqing's shoulder, to laugh heartily while playfully striking him, but even Yan'anqing found himself stifling a chuckle. Put me down. Not a chance. Do you dare to think this is over? I do not. Moreover, this is to train your weaknesses. Consider this. If you were to battle another Pokémon and they seized you by the nape, you would be rendered immobile. That does hold some merit. Thus, this exercise is to strengthen your vulnerabilities. You must overcome your instincts and ensure you can still act, even when captured. All right, but may I change my position? What is the matter? I am a lady. This position with my limbs splayed is quite embarrassing. Nonsense, you are a cat. Nobody cares. If it were Larvitar, that would be inappropriate. Ow, what are you doing, Larvitar? I warn you not to treat me thus. Your nape is not a weakness. Oh, indeed. Let me give you a gentle blow. Oomph, are you taking advantage of me? Hee hee, I take great pleasure in it. You two share such a delightful bond. Of course. Take notes from us. With a proud demeanor, Larvitar swayed her little feet while perched on Yan'anqing's shoulder, and Shiny Meow, held in place, gazed at them with envy. Yan'anqing then returned to the Pokémon Center with these two companions and began formulating a comprehensive nutritional plan for Shiny Meow. Chapter 38. The Water-type Gym, Zhongaran. Shiny Meow's treatment progressed swiftly, as it was not a significant issue. A simple nutritional boost would suffice. Thus, after spending an additional day at the Pokémon Center and confirming that Shiny Meow's health indicators were satisfactory, Yan'anqing arranged for her discharge. Following this, he ventured to the largest fruit market in City A to procure a selection of fresh berries for practice. and subsequently visited the Pokémon store to acquire an array of new energy cubes. Naturally, he did not forget about Shiny Meow. As Shiny Meow savored the freshly acquired energy cubes, the mildly spicy flavor piqued her appetite. Afterwards, she reclined on the opposite shoulder of Yanqing, indulging in a substantial serving of Pokémon food. Although ordinary food was acceptable, specially crafted Pokémon cuisine was far more suited to their palates and provided greater energy. Thus, it was a favored convenient sustenance among all Pokémon. Of course, this was merely a stopgap. Yanqing also ordered 3 days' worth of cat food for Shiny Meow, ensuring a comprehensive replenishment of her nutrition to expedite her recovery. Having completed these tasks, Yanqing mounted his motorcycle and set off towards the gym in City A. The water-type gym was situated within an expansive swimming complex in the city center, a prime location where space was at a premium. The facility boasted 3 floors, including a basement level, and housed 4 massive pools with varying temperatures. Yanqing, accompanied by Larvitar and Shiny Meow, arrived at the entrance, parked his motorcycle, and proceeded inside. Upon entering, the climate control within the facility made Yanqing feel slightly perspired. The lobby was bustling with men and women clad in swimwear, entering and exiting the ground floor pools. "Welcome. Are you here to swim, sir?" inquired 2 front desk attendants dressed in light attire with cheerful smiles. "I have come to challenge the gym. Is the gym leader present?" Yanqing produced his trainer's credentials and presented them to the attendants. The front desk staff momentarily paused, then smiled at Yanqing. "Please hold on, let me check." As she spoke, she took Yanqing's credential card and inserted it into a machine, operating the computer swiftly. Before long, Yanqing's trainer information appeared on the screen. "A novice trainer?" she exclaimed in disbelief. "You're not here for the provincial badge challenge?" Yanqing offered an awkward smile and nodded. The water-type gym in City A allows for both city and provincial badge challenges. If one were to succeed in the provincial challenge, the badge earned would grant entry into the national competition. However, the difficulty is exceedingly high, requiring one to defeat the gym leader's primary Pokémon to obtain the badge. Currently, Yanqing lacked such prowess and would do well to focus on the city badge challenge. Observing his nod, the attendant remarked dryly, "You seem rather eager. Most people only begin gym challenges after the new year. Moreover, new trainers typically participate in minor competitions to gain experience before aiming for the provincial tournament. You, my friend, are quite bold." She quickly navigated the computer and, once finished, returned the credential card to Yanqing. "All right, our gym leader is currently on the 2nd floor conducting diving lessons, and there are approximately 20 minutes left in the class. You may take an interest and attend as an observer. If not, you can wait in the competition area on the lower level until the curator concludes her teaching, and we will notify her of your arrival." "No worries, let us first explore the 2nd floor." Yanqing waved his hand, preparing to ascend to the 2nd floor to discern who the owner of the water-type gym was. Simultaneously, he hoped to glean insights into the instructor's habits through her teaching. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle, is it not? Guided by the reception, Yanqing took the elevator with his 2 Pokémon and soon arrived at the 2nd floor. The temperature here was slightly cooler, pleasantly so, devoid of the oppressive heat that characterized the 1st floor, and the crowd was considerably sparser. Following the corridor, Yanqing pushed open the grand door and quickly beheld the swimming pool within the 2nd floor. Unlike the pool on the 1st floor, this one featured several diving platforms of varying heights along its edge. As soon as he entered, he witnessed a slender figure performing an intricate series of spins in midair, ultimately executing a flawless entry into the water. "Impressive," Yanqing murmured to himself. Such skill would place her among the elite divers of his previous life's national team. The woman emerged from the water, wrapped in a towel, and conversed with those on the shore. Soon, a group of individuals eagerly ascended the diving platforms, their skills markedly inferior to hers. A few of them even created considerable splashes, sending droplets flying toward Yanqing's direction. "Are you the challenger?" Just as Yanqing was engrossed in the spectacle, the previously towel-clad woman approached him, extending her hand. "I am the gym leader, Zhang. Hello, I am Yanqing, a novice trainer." Yanqing quickly shook her hand, a look of realization dawning upon him. He recognized Zhang. Her accolades and titles were so numerous they were almost daunting. How impressive was she, you might ask? To put it succinctly, she was the enhanced version of Guojingjing. In both diving and Pokémon battles, she had amassed every conceivable award and gold medal for an astounding decade during her youth. Her spouse was a man of significant political and business stature, possessing assets that could eclipse the original owner's wealth by a considerable margin. "Yanqing, are you the son of Yinjing?" Zhang now in her 40s, appeared remarkably youthful, her face reflecting perhaps only the early 30s. A hint of surprise crossed her features. I recall your reputation was rather unfavorable in the past. Ah, mere infamy, mere infamy. I have reformed my ways and now dedicate myself to becoming the strongest trainer, traveling with my Pokémon and forging friendships with many others. Yan Anqing replied hastily, not expecting to encounter someone familiar with the original owner here. Is that so? Zhang Yuran chuckled lightly, assessing Yan Anqing's demeanor. You have indeed changed quite a bit, and seem much more spirited. My class will conclude shortly. Please wait a moment. Of course, take your time. Yan Anqing nodded, feeling a tad intimidated in her presence. Zhang Yuran acknowledged him before attending to her duties. Once she departed, Ralts spoke up. Anqing, do you know her? Not personally. She likely knows my parents, considering their extensive connections during their lifetime. Yan Anqing replied with a wry smile. If not for the original owner's reckless ways, he might have been in a position where people regarded him with awe, perhaps even as a domineering CEO. However, had that been the case, Yan Anqing's journey would have diverged entirely from this narrative, veering into a romantic tale of a powerful CEO falling for him. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Thus, everything remained wonderfully as it was. Chapter 39. The conclusion of newbie benefits and the official gym match. Zhang Yuran's course soon concluded. For her, teaching was not merely a means to earn money but a way to nurture promising talents. After bidding farewell to her students, Zhang Yuran, clad in a swimsuit, approached Yan Anqing and said, let us go to the city-level badge challenge venue, located on the lower level. All right. Yan Anqing nodded. Following Zhang Yuran into the elevator, she pressed the button for the basement and remarked, I received your information. In your first gym match, you defeated the grass-type gym in City C using a Beedrill. Unexpected, Yan Anqing admitted, scratching his head. He was merely stating the truth about his self-awareness of his abilities. Relax, I mean no offense. Zhang Yuran turned to face him. I just wish to convey a point. A gym leader not only guides trainers in battle, but also assesses the limits of a trainer's potential. In other words, your period of newbie benefits has been nullified by your impressive performance. If you hadn't exhibited such brilliance, the upcoming 2 or 3 gyms would have likely continued accommodating you with beginner-friendly conditions. However, that is no longer the case. You will now face the regular gym battles. Yan Anqing's mouth fell agape at Zhang Yuran's words, yet he felt no fear. Rather, an exhilarating anticipation surged within him. What was the difference between the newbie mode and the standard gym battle? As the elevator came to a halt, the doors opened to reveal a quintessential aquatic arena, with 4 white floating platforms adorning the water's surface. Zhang Yuran stepped out first, explaining to Yan Anqing, in newbie mode, the Pokémon selected are typically those trained for less than a year. In contrast, the regular gym battles feature Pokémon that have been trained for over 3 years, or those from the gym leader's 3rd or 4th backup tier. As for the rules, they are particularly lenient towards those in newbie mode, resembling a turn-based game where each side alternates attacks. Regular gym matches, while retaining the 3-on-3 format, do not permit the gym leader to switch Pokémon. Limit each Pokémon to 4 moves, and impose certain restrictions on challengers based on their circumstances. Moreover, the battles are not turn-based, without adequate strength. One could fall victim to a relentless combo. Zhang Yuran took her position on one side, while Yan Anqing stood on the opposite side. Ralts and Litten leapt down from his shoulders, landing beside him. Thus, Zhang Yuran snapped her fingers, prompting a cover on the pool side to retract, revealing a robot holding 2 flags that rose up. Yan Anqing, prepare for a high-stakes gym challenge. With a flourish, Zhang Yuran threw a high-tier Pokeball, and a blinding light illuminated the area as a Blastoise landed heavily in the water, creating a significant splash. Blastoise. Yan Anqing's eyes widened. This Pokemon was certainly formidable. He turned to Zhang Yuran and inquired, is this one from your 3rd tier? 4th tier. I intend to go easy on you, lest I be accused of bullying the weak. Zhang Yuran smiled, but Yan Anqing felt an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. This would undoubtedly be the toughest match he had faced since his arrival in this world. Yet, how could he discover the extent of his abilities without a challenge? All right, I accept. Ralts, you're up, Yan Anqing declared, and Ralts responded with a cheerful grin, swiftly appearing on one of the floating platforms. Let the city-level badge challenge commence, announced the robot in an electronic voice. In this match, each side may utilize 3 Pokémon. The match concludes when all of a challenger's Pokémon can no longer battle. The challenger has 2 opportunities to switch Pokémon, while the gym leader cannot. Each Pokémon is limited to 4 moves. The battle officially begins. As the robot concluded the announcement of the rules, Zhang Yuran extended her hand toward Yan Anqing, saying, as the challenger, you may commence the attack. However, The restriction of 4 skills truly tests a trainer's mastery over their Pokémon's abilities and their strategic combinations. As compensation, I shall allow you 1 additional skill. I shall only utilize 3 in our battle. For skills, you say? Yan Anqing gazed at the opposing Blastoise and suddenly shouted, Magical Leaf. Lurantis clapped its hands, and a flurry of energy leaves surged forth, slicing through the air toward Blastoise like sharpened blades. Block it, Blastoise, Zhang Yiran commanded, opting not to evade or counterattack, instructing Blastoise to withstand the incoming assault. Blastoise reared back, presenting its formidable shell to the oncoming magical leaf. Boom! A violent explosion ensued, and as the smoke dissipated, Blastoise nonchalantly brushed off a minor scratch on its shell, calmly stating, Not bad, that had some force. But do you truly believe such a feeble attack could defeat me? Dream on. Lurantis. At Yan Anqing's call, Lurantis, fueled by their bond, instantly comprehended her intent. It clapped its hands again, unleashing 6 magical leaves towards Blastoise in rapid succession. Spin at high speed. Blastoise immediately withdrew into its shell, spinning rapidly. As it twirled, a whirlpool formed atop the water's surface, sending torrents of water splashing outward with tremendous centrifugal force. The magical leaves struck with diminished power, landing on Blastoise's shell with negligible impact. The shell, virtually impenetrable, thwarted Yan Anqing's plan to have Lurantis teleport and find an opening. Observing Zhang Yiran's enigmatic smile, Yan Anqing suddenly comprehended the situation. As the gym leader, she encountered countless trainers annually. Amidst them, there would inevitably be those with flashes of brilliance. What tactics and Pokémon had she not seen? The distinction lay in whether the opponent was willing to hold back. It was evident that Zhang Yiran was exerting her full strength against her, and if Yan Anqing did not reveal her true capabilities, acquiring this second badge would prove exceedingly challenging. Meanwhile, New Leaf Meow, watching the unfolding battle, widened its eyes in astonishment. Was this truly the gym leader's genuine prowess? Such an entity, could they really be vanquished by trainers like themselves? Lost in contemplation, New Leaf Meow began to harbor aspirations. If it could possess power akin to that of Blastoise, would everything transform into something extraordinary? No one could provide an answer. At that moment, Yan Anqing called Lurantis back to switch Pokémon. Chapter 40, Changing the Field. The challenger has chosen to replace their Pokémon. Please proceed with the switch. The robot raised its flag, pausing the match. Lurantis teleported back to Yan Anqing's side, and she swiftly threw out a luxury ball. In a flash of light, a small Dratini materialized in the water. Dratini? And it appears to be a young one. What does she intend to do? Zhang Yiran mused upon witnessing Yan Anqing's new Pokémon, her mind racing with various possible scenarios as the robot referee announced the match's resumption. Absolute Zero. At Yan Anqing's command, Zhang Yiran was momentarily taken aback. Absolute Zero? You intend to secure an instant victory? Wait, that is not right. An icy chill enveloped the area, the low accuracy and level-dependent nature of Absolute Zero radiating from Dratini. It seemed as though Yan Anqing was gambling everything on a single strike to incapacitate Blastoise. Yet Zhang Yiran quickly discerned that Yan Anqing's intentions ran deeper. You have a plan as well. If the water proves disadvantageous, then let us change the field. Zhang Yiran observed as the pool transformed into a thick sheet of ice, impressed by the transformation. Blastoise exerted considerable effort to extricate itself from the icy confines. Hydro Pump. In the next moment, Zhang Yiran's voice rang out, and Blastoise aimed both cannons at Dratini. Yan Anqing swiftly countered, Freeze Dry. Blastoise's Hydro Pump surged toward Dratini. Dratini stood its ground, unflinching as ice crystals erupted around Blastoise, instantly encasing it in frost. What fortuitous luck. You've managed to freeze my Blastoise, Zhang Yiran remarked, unable to suppress her admiration for Yan Anqing's fortune. Simultaneously, she realized that Dratini was leveraging its water absorbability, which explained its lack of evasion. Blastoise, break free. She urged. Not a chance. Continuous freeze dry. Seizing the opportunity to strike while Blastoise was immobilized, Dratini unleashed 3 successive freeze-dry attacks, thickening the icy layer encasing Blastoise. Again, Zhang Yiran found herself at a loss for words, incredulous at the sheer luck. With a mere 10 freeze chance, it had triggered once more. Blastoise, trapped in ice, could only struggle futilely, attempting to escape its frosty prison, but each freeze-dry inflicted significant damage. The skill, designed to freeze moisture from within, proved devastating against water-type Pokémon. It seems this is drawing to a close. Zhang Yiran sighed, observing the fatigued Blastoise within its icy confines. Crack! At last, Blastoise broke free, shivering from the cold, but was instantly struck by another freeze-dry, sapping away its remaining strength. Thud. Blastoise crashed heavily onto the ice, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Blastoise has lost its ability to battle. Please replace your Pokémon, Gym Leader. As the robot raised its flag, Zhang Yiran recalled Blastoise and produced a Great Ball, declaring, "You had your luck, but your fortune ends here." The Great Ball opened, and a Greninja leaped forth. Greninja. Yan Anqing felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Is Greninja also of the 4th tier? It has barely been caught, and its training lags behind, resulting in a low level of synergy. Zhang Yiran chuckled lightly. Come now? Let us see where your limits lie. Dratini. Dratini nodded, rearing its head and singing loudly. In the next instant, clouds gathered within the enclosed arena, followed by snowflakes descending, transforming into hailstones. Greninja observed this scene, frowning slightly as it adjusted its tongue, which resembled a scarf. Kick down. At Zhang Yiran's command, Greninja surged forth. Although its speed was impressive, it was evident that, as Zhang Yiran had indicated, Greninja exhibited a certain delay in responding to her orders, indicative of a lack of synchronization. Evade. Dratini, though somewhat awkward in its form, demonstrated formidable prowess upon the ice. As Greninja charged, Dratini glided smoothly to the side, swiftly casting Freeze Dry toward Greninja. Bounce. In an instant, the ice beneath Greninja shattered as it executed a lightning-fast jump, narrowly avoiding Dratini's Freeze Dry attack. That agility is rather extraordinary, Yan Anqing noted as Greninja broke through the cloud cover, transforming the once advantageous weather for Dratini into a perfect cover for Greninja. The clouds roiled ominously. Here it comes. Blizzard. Dratini opened its mouth without hesitation, unleashing a tempest of snow and hail toward Greninja. Power-up punch. Greninja swiftly changed tactics, spinning rapidly and drilling through the blizzard like a drill bit, delivering a powerful punch directly at Dratini. Dodge. Dratini glided effortlessly, evading the strike. The enhanced punch of the Froakie shattered the ice surface in an instant, causing cracks to rapidly spread in all directions. Yan Anqing furrowed his brow, inwardly lamenting the unfavorable turn of events. Have you noticed? Zhang Yiran chuckled lightly. The water pool here is filtered and kept at a constant temperature year-round. When it detects a drop in water level, it promptly replenishes itself. Now, your home field advantage has vanished. As Zhang Yiran spoke, the ice layer erupted violently, and the water beneath surged forth, obliterating the original frozen arena. Once more. Absolute zero. Yan Anqing shouted defiantly. Not a chance. Having lost the advantage of terrain. The speed of the Dragonair diminished drastically, and the surrounding ice chunks hindered its movement. Conversely, Froakie utilized the floating ice blocks to leap towards Dragonair, executing a relentless barrage of enhanced punches that forced Dragonair to retreat repeatedly, unable to freeze the water surface once more. Blizzard. Yan Anqing gritted his teeth, striving to repel Froakie. However, to Froakie's eyes, Dragonair's speed appeared painfully slow. With a single leap, it evaded the blizzard, unleashing a series of powerful punches that sent Dragonair reeling backward. Worse still, the hail began to subside, the dark clouds dispersing, and the advantage of the weather evaporated. This exemplified the limitations of skills. Zhang Yiran remarked, if skills were unrestricted, each Pokémon could unleash dozens of attacks in a single breath, transforming battles into mere contests of quantity and strength. The combination of hail and blizzard is commendable, and the freezing dry effect is quite targeted. Yet, if you cannot release this absolute zero in this transformed arena, it is tantamount to sealing one of your skills. It is time to conclude. With Zhang Yiran's words, the enhanced punch reached its zenith. Under its terrifying might, a combination attack propelled Dragonair out of the arena, crashing heavily against the nearby wall before sliding down slowly. Dragonair has lost its fighting ability. Please, Challenger, switch Pokémon. Chapter 41, The Evolution of Ralts. Yan Anqing recalled Dragonair, and then turned to Ralts, saying, I entrust this to you once more. Ralts nodded, swiftly appearing atop a floating platform. Bringing its hands together, a magical leaf shot towards Froakie. Jump! Froakie surged forth with remarkable speed, dashing towards Ralts and tearing the magical leaf apart in an instant. Teleport. The extraordinary speed compelled Yan Anqing to have Ralts utilize teleportation to create distance. He knew Ralts well. Its frail physique could not withstand close combat. Ralts vanished in a flash, evading Froakie's attack. A magical leaf was instantly launched, striking Froakie squarely in the back. Teleportation is indeed a challenging skill for Psychic-type Pokémon to counter. Zhang Yiran commented. However, if one can predict the opponent's landing point, it can be managed. Jump. As she spoke, Froakie dashed towards Ralts' previous location. Ralts instinctively teleported away, and in that fleeting moment, Froakie slapped the water surface, altering its trajectory and soaring skyward. By the time Ralts reappeared on another platform, Froakie had already positioned itself atop the ceiling and swiftly redirected its charge towards Ralts. Teleport. In vain, Ralts again distanced itself, simultaneously launching a preemptive magical leaf toward Froakie. The magical leaf struck true, but the platform beneath Ralts crumbled under Froakie's onslaught. Oh no! Seeing this unfold, Yanqing's heart sank. Have you grasped the situation? Zhang Yuran chuckled, but you cannot stop it. In the next moment, Froakie adjusted its course, enduring the magical leaf's impact while obliterating the remaining two platforms. Now, only the platform beneath Ralts remained afloat. Checkmate. Jump. There was no escape, no evasion. Ralts. Hypnotic voice. At this moment, all that remained was raw strength. Ralts sang out, sending waves of pink energy surging toward Froakie, with no intention to evade. Froakie charged headlong into the attack, and in the astonished gaze of Ralts, it burst forth, delivering a powerful leap that struck Ralts hard. Ralts flew back like a kite severed from its string, hurtling towards Yanqing. Ralts. Yanqing gritted his teeth and lunged forward, catching Ralts in a protective embrace. A tremendous force propelled them both backward, crashing against the padded wall. Their bond was strong, but such recklessness in battle was unwise. Zhang Yuran remarked coolly, "Continue. Your Ralts still possesses fighting spirit." With Yanqing serving as a cushion, Ralts felt somewhat relieved. Yet, as she rose and beheld Yanqing's pained expression, her heart swelled with emotion, quickly igniting with fury. She glared fiercely at Froakie. "How dare you injure my Yanqing?" Accompanied by Ralts's piercing cry, a blinding light enveloped her. "Is this evolution?" Zhang Yuran observed with surprise as Ralts gradually transformed within the radiance. Meanwhile, the new Leafin felt deeply moved by the spectacle. As the light dissipated, the little girl evolved into a young woman, and Kirlia burst forth, surrounded by a radiant spectrum of colors that intensified and enveloped the arena, forcefully pressing Froakie down. Kirlia. Magical shine. Yanqing rose, gazing at the Kirlia that had subdued Froakie with astonishment. This power. I underestimated Kirlia. Zhang Yuran was momentarily taken aback, but remained unfazed. After all, such power was commonplace among her first and second team Pokémon. One could only say that Kirlia's ability to exhibit such might signaled its potential as a mainstay Pokémon. As the magical shine subsided, Froakie stood battered atop the platform. Its health diminished due to the prior magical leaf assault. Kirlia, too, was panting heavily, having expended much of her strength in that last attack. Suspended in midair by psychic energy, she understood that she had only one final strike left. Should she fail, she would be forced to concede. Absolutely not. I must win this for Yanqing. Kirlia gritted her teeth, casting a resolute glance at Yanqing. Understanding Kirlia's intent, Yanqing nodded affirmatively, the final magical shine. Froakie. The last jump. In the arena, both Pokémon strained their utmost strength, launching their final strikes toward each other. Boom. A resounding thud echoed as Kirlia and Froakie were simultaneously hurled backward, crashing heavily into the pool of water. When the two Pokémon resurfaced, they had both lost their fighting capabilities. The referee raised the flag. Froakie and Kirlia have both lost their fighting abilities. Please, both sides, send out your final Pokémon. Yanqing took a deep breath, recalling Kirlia. Zhang Yuran also withdrew Froakie and regarded Yanqing, stating, "You did quite well, Yanqing. Defeating two of my Pokémon consecutively places you among the elite of novice trainers. How will you handle your final Pokémon?" With that, Zhang Yuran unleashed a great Wingull from the premium ball. For Yanqing, this was a decisive moment. Regardless of whether it is Beedrill or Sprigatito, both are susceptible to the flying type. Moreover, Sprigatito is still in the process of recovery, leaving Yanqing with no other option. Beedrill, I entrust you entirely to your capabilities. Yanqing hurled a luxury ball, and Beedrill burst forth in an instant. Indeed, is this Beedrill? What will your next move be? Zhang Yuran chuckled lightly and gestured, aerial ace. The seagull surged forward at an astonishing speed, swiftly closing in on Beedrill. Move at high speed, Yanqing yelled, and Beedrill vanished from sight in an instant. How incredibly swift. Zhang Yuran observed the fleeting yellow figure, nearly beyond her own pursuit. Feeling a mix of astonishment and understanding of how Yanqing had once effortlessly maneuvered through three opponents. Such velocity means that if a Pokémon or trainer cannot keep pace, they will inevitably be overwhelmed. However, for me, it is still insufficient. Chapter 42, a hard-won victory, trainer-level assessment. Pitter-patter, swoosh. Within the room, clouds gathered ominously, and raindrops cascaded rapidly, soon transforming into a torrential downpour. Yanqing furrowed his brow. Amidst the rain, it became relatively easy to discern Beedrill's movement trajectory, unless it was a flickering movement like that of Chandelure's teleport. The seagull's aerial ace narrowly missed Beedrill by mere centimeters. Seizing the opportunity, Beedrill retaliated with a poison sting, piercing sharply into the seagull's back. Air slash. The seagull pivoted sharply, its wings flapping vigorously, generating a powerful gust that propelled the raindrops like blades of water toward Beedrill. Too slow. Beedrill roared, evading once more through its high-speed maneuvering, simultaneously augmenting its velocity. Beedrill, Yan'anqing called out, and through their bond, Beedrill comprehended his intent. Its tail's stinger exuded venom, which it swiftly flicked, successfully coating its dual stingers. Aerial ace. Poison sting. The seagull and Beedrill crossed paths in an instant, prompting both Yan'anqing and Zhang Yiran to frown slightly. A wound marked Beedrill's abdomen, while the seagull bore a penetrating injury on its left wing, tainted with venom. The toxin seeped into the seagull's body, effectively causing it to become poisoned. Observing the seagull's condition, Yan'anqing felt slightly relieved. Indeed, the potency of Beedrill's tail stinger was inferior to that of its dual stingers, making it challenging to inflict poisoning. However, if the dual stingers were to be coated with venom and then pierced into the opponent's body, the likelihood of poisoning would significantly increase. It was imperative to teach Beedrill Poison Jab as soon as possible, thereby eliminating the need for the coating process. Furthermore, the rain had washed away much of the toxin, leaving the seagull's state not as dire as initially feared. Yan'anqing noted that the seagull, still relatively unperturbed, could indeed outlast if the battle dragged on. However, Zhang Yiran was no fool and was aware of this too. Tailwind. The seagull flapped its wings, altering the wind's direction within the room, causing its speed to surge dramatically as it pursued Beedrill. Double team. Yan'anqing resolved to rely on the poison state to exhaust the opponent. In an instant, Beedrill multiplied into a dozen shadowy figures, momentarily bewildering the seagull. To the left, following Zhang Yiran's lead, the seagull veered left, flapping its wings to unleash air mixed with raindrops toward the leftmost figure. Poison sting. Beedrill evaded rapidly, puzzled by how the opponent discerned its true form. Yet, with Yan'anqing's command, Beedrill unleashed the venom, its stingers coated, charging toward the seagull. Aerial ace. The seagull dashed out, once again crossing paths with Beedrill. Beedrill sustained another wound, its fragile form now in jeopardy. Nevertheless, Yan'anqing smiled. With Beedrill's speed once again heightened, this strike landed once more on the previous wound, exacerbating the injury and causing the seagull's wing to deform under the strain. The previously enhanced speed from Tailwind was now significantly compromised. To catch up to Beedrill would be nothing short of a daydream. Quite capable, indeed. Zhang Yiran recognized the outcome. With its wing injured and the poisoning deepening, the seagull's defeat was all but guaranteed. Air slash. Yet, would she concede defeat? Impossible. The seagull continued its relentless assault, searching for Beedrill's vulnerabilities. Yan'anqing, however, did not seek to inflict damage but relied on high-speed movements and double team for evasion, seeking not glory, but simply to avoid mistakes. Zhang Yiran found herself at a loss. Yan'anqing was nothing like those impetuous young trainers. He was remarkably composed. Often, when one becomes overly zealous, they are prone to mistakes, and such errors can offer opportunities for a counterattack. Yan'anqing was acutely aware of this, hence he remained unperturbed. Even when the seagull exposed weaknesses, he feigned ignorance. It is over. Zhang Yiran sighed, and as her words echoed, the seagull's final strength was siphoned away by the toxins, plunging from the sky into darkness. The seagull lost its combat capability, resulting in Beedrill's victory. Thus, the challenger emerged triumphant. Return, seagull. As the robot raised its flag to announce the result, Zhang Yiran recalled her seagull, while Yan'anqing summoned back his fatigued Beedrill. Patting Beedrill's head, Yan'anqing remarked, "We need to enhance your endurance. You're already panting. Don't take advantage of me and then act all innocent. Try it yourself." Beedrill rolled its eyes, disinterested in Yan'anqing. Just then, Zhang Yiran approached, handing him a blue droplet-shaped badge from the robot, saying, "Congratulations. A commendable performance. This water droplet badge is yours." "Thank you." Yan'anqing accepted the hard-earned badge and placed it in his waist pouch. "How do you feel?" Zhang Yiran inquired with a smile. Truly exhausted, Yan'anqing admitted candidly, but exhilarated. "I relish this feeling. Quite well indeed." Zhang Yiran patted Yan'anqing's shoulder. "It's nearly noon. Let me treat you to a meal. We can chat." "All right. I shall not decline." Yan'anqing nodded in agreement. In the gym's dining area, Yan'anqing sat alongside Zhang Yiran, who had changed into a fresh outfit. Their Pokémon had been taken away for recovery, leaving only a Sprigatito by Yan'anqing's side. The curious Sprigatito lay across Yin Anqing's legs, ears perked up, attentively listening to their conversation. Gym leader, call me Aunt Zhang. As Yin Anqing prepared to speak, he was interrupted by Zhang Yiran. All right then, Aunt Zhang. Do you have any systematic classifications regarding trainer levels? Yin Anqing sipped his hot tea, inquiring about the information he was most eager to learn. Zhang Yiran pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, there isn't a systematic assessment for level determination. It is more of a rough categorization by trainers like us. From the moment a trainer embarks on this journey, they can be classified as novice trainers, third-rate trainers, second-rate trainers, first-rate trainers, and elite trainers. Within this framework, the specific classifications vary for each individual, resulting in a rather chaotic system. For instance, under my assessment, you would be categorized as a second-rate trainer, while in the presence of a gym leader of lesser strength, you might be deemed a first-rate trainer. Yin Anqing understood, realizing he had perhaps overthought the matter. However, if we were to speak of systematic level classifications, there indeed exists one. Zhang Yiran took another sip of her tea and pointed to herself, stating, it is divided into 3 major categories: gym leader-level trainers, champion-level trainers, and the pinnacle, the trainers renowned as masters. Chapter 43. So it was you. Zhang Yiran's words left Yin Anqing momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure. The classification of ranks was delineated according to the professional hierarchy. For instance, the previous gym leader of City C would be categorized as a city-level gym leader trainer. In contrast, Zhang Yiran is recognized as a provincial-level gym leader trainer, with national-level gym leader trainers above her. Ascending further, there exists the Elite Four, elite trainers designated by the nation, and only one champion, the champion-level trainer. It is important to note that this classification does not imply that only these individuals possess such strength. Rather, it serves as a general categorization of their professions. I'm back. Just as Yin Anqing pondered over this ranking system, the voice of Cerulean resonated in her ears. A sudden weight on her shoulder nearly caused her to topple from her chair, had she not reacted with a swift exertion of strength. Gently lifting Cerulean off her shoulder and cradling her in her arms, she affectionately ruffled her head, saying, Cerulean, you've evolved now. You're not as light as when you were a Ralts. My shoulder can no longer bear your current weight. Upon hearing this, Cerulean gazed up at Yin Anqing with teary eyes. Are you saying I've gained weight? No, I'm not saying that you're overweight. It's just that after evolving, you've grown into a young lady, and one shoulder can no longer bear you. Hee, I understand. Cerulean's expression shifted dramatically, and with a sudden teleportation, she returned to Yin Anqing's shoulder, her slender legs swinging merrily, leaving Yin Anqing in a state of exasperation. Hey, where's my spot? Xingye Miao cast a glance at Ralts, who had taken over her special seat, surveying Yin Anqing's physique before fixating her gaze on Yin Anqing's head. Not a chance. Yin Anqing swiftly covered Xingye Miao's paw-like face, inciting the cat-like creature to claw at her in frustration. Indeed, your bond is quite strong. Zhang Yiran chuckled at the scene before her. At that moment, the staff approached with luxurious Poké Balls containing Weedle and Dratini, along with an empty luxurious ball for Cerulean. Yin Anqing released Weedle and Dratini, assessed their conditions, and began preparing their lunch. After they had eaten, the dishes ordered by Zhang Yiran arrived. Barely having begun her meal, the Pokémon that had already finished their food turned their gazes toward Yin Anqing in unison. With a resigned sigh, Yin Anqing remarked, let us eat together. Don't consume too much, or your training regimen will have to be increased. Once she gave her consent, Weedle and the others joined the table. And while attending to their meal, Yin Anqing also addressed her own hunger. The meal stretched nearly 40 minutes, during which Zhang Yiran observed the harmonious scene before her. Propping her chin on her hands, before suddenly speaking, Anqing, there's a small welcoming spring event in City A month from now. Will you participate? The rewards are quite appealing. Yes, I'm aware and I intend to join. Yin Anqing nodded, as she had made a promise with Xingye Miao to partake in this competition. That's all I needed to hear. Zhang Yiran sighed in relief. I was quite troubled, since I couldn't secure a prize for first place. If you participate, I can arrange for another prize. Yin Anqing raised an eyebrow in confusion, prompting Zhang Yiran to explain, this competition is mainly organized by me as the gym leader, intended to assist novice trainers in their rapid advancement. Originally, I had planned to offer a quality Froakie egg as the prize for first place. However, when I visited a wild Pokémon spawning ground outside City A, I distinctly remember there being a Froakie egg, but when I arrived, it was gone, likely taken by some fortunate individual. Thus, I have been at a loss. Having already promised a prize, the market lacks Froakie eggs, and I'm uncertain of what to do. If you participate, securing first place among the novice trainers should be no problem. If you lend me a hand, I assure you won't leave empty-handed. I see you have Beedrill and Cerulean, both capable of Mega Evolution. I can provide you with a set of Mega Stones and Evolution Stones. How does that sound? Upon hearing Zhang Yiran's proposal, Yan Anqing's expression turned peculiar as she rummaged through her bag, eventually producing an incubator and placing it on the table. A froky egg, and it looks familiar. Zhang Yiran paused, her eyes widening as she recognized the egg. And Zhang, is the spawning ground you mentioned located near a waterfall along the route from City C to City A? Yan Anqing felt a bit awkward, as it seemed she and her Luxray had taken that last froky egg. On the other side, Zhang Yiran's expression shifted to one of dismay. So it was you. She then inquired about how Yan Anqing had found her way there. Yan Anqing recounted her experience of rescuing a Luxray, which had entangled her in a case. Sharing the details candidly, had the case remained unresolved, confidentiality would have prevented Yan Anqing from disclosing such information. However, since the perpetrator was apprehended, she felt at ease discussing it. Zhang Yiran, listening to Yan Anqing's tale, could not help but exclaim, "What a roller coaster! Your aunt, Yan Ruyu. I've heard of her. She was indeed a gentle soul, tragically passing too soon. So about that egg." Yan Anqing felt a twinge of awkwardness. "No worries. Keep it." Zhang Yiran shook her head, addressing Yan Anqing. "After all, it was a gift from Luxray to you, a possession without an owner, rightfully belonging to whoever was swift enough to claim it. However, I sincerely hope you can assist with the competition. The first place reward will certainly not shortchange you." "All right." Yan Anqing secured the incubator and cradled Cerulean once more, saying, "For this reward, I wish for the Evolution Stone for Beedrill." Cerulean turned to Yan Anqing, chuckling, "It's fine. Give it to Beedrill. After all, he is your starter Pokemon. As for my Evolution Stone, remember to replenish it for me later." Zhang Yiran, observing the exchange, understood the unspoken communication and nodded. "Very well, I will arrange a set of Evolution Stones and Mega Stones for you. However, I will also increase the first place prize a bit, ensuring that you do not leave at a loss." "Is there a monetary prize as well?" Yan Anqing was taken aback, realizing she hadn't inquired about the rewards for the competition. "Of course, the first place reward is 800,000 after tax. For second place, aside from items, there's an additional 400,000 after tax, and for third place, it's items plus 200,000 after tax." Zhang Yiran looked at Yan Anqing. "Since you chose the Evolution Stone for Beedrill, I won't let you suffer a loss. I'll add an extra 200,000, rounding it up to 1 million after tax." Upon hearing Zhang Yiran's words, Yan Anqing immediately sprang to her feet, causing Cerulean and Xinya Miao to tumble off her shoulder. With a firm pat on her chest, she declared, "Leave it to me. I've got the first place in this small competition locked down." Chapter 44, Technical Machines. After gaining insight into the upcoming small competition, Yan Anqing expressed her confidence, stating that it would be difficult to lose. Firstly, this welcoming spring event has strict rules that limit participants to novice trainers who have registered for less than 6 months. This regulation inherently eliminates a large number of trainers from contention. Yan Anqing felt fortunate to fall within this category. Had she discovered this information closer to the competition date and found herself ineligible, it would have caused quite a stir. Moreover, as the gym leader, Zhang Yiran offered Yan Anqing some invaluable advice. In addition to regular physical training, it is essential to hone the proficiency of skills and expand their range of impact. From Zhang Yiran's perspective, the foundation of Yan Anqing's Beedrill was already quite solid. Subsequently, she suggested that Yan Anqing visit the Pokemon shop to purchase a few technical machine, discs, thereby accelerating the enhancement of his Pokemon skill repertoire. Furthermore, he needed to refine his battlefield strategy and combat experience, which were evident shortcomings in his training. Zhang Yiran even provided Yan Anqing with a note detailing the schedules for various upcoming minor tournaments in different cities. She encouraged him to participate in these events whenever possible to accumulate experience and sharpen his practical skills. Naturally, Yan Anqing did not decline this offer, though he found himself pondering why Zhang Yiran was so generous towards him. Did she take a liking to him? Such thoughts were fleeting. After all, she was a mother. The only plausible connection could perhaps be through the relationship with his original parents. Yet, that seemed implausible as well. The memories of the original owner did not indicate any acquaintance with such a remarkable individual. Of course, it was also possible that the original owner had been too oblivious to this aspect, which left Yan Anqing in the dark. Nevertheless, having someone looking out for him was undoubtedly a blessing. After leaving the gym, Yan Anqing followed Zhang Yiran's directions and arrived at an old shop in City A that sold TMs. Starlight TM shop? He mused, observing the dilapidated sign that suggested it had been around for over a decade. Accompanied by his curious Cerulean and Shiny Meow, he pushed the door open. The little bell jingled. "Welcome. A lazy voice greeted him from behind the counter, where an elderly man lounged in a recliner. Beside him, a tutu dog sat on a stool, briefly glancing at Yan Anqing before returning to its comic book. "Hello, I would like to purchase some TMs," Yan Anqing stated, taking in the peculiar duo and the shelves behind them filled with books and USB drives that seemed somewhat different from what he had envisioned regarding TMs. The prices were as follows. Paper TMs cost 10 each, while video TMs range from 100 to 500. The old man continued in his languid tone. On-site teaching is 5,000 each, guaranteed to teach you, or your money back. Yan Anqing was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the tutu dog, which had now lifted its head and met his gaze, as if to say, "What are you looking at? I'm the one they call the skill expert, having replicated nearly 700 skills. Impressive." Hearing the tutu dog's self-introduction, Yan Anqing couldn't help but express his admiration. While the tutu dog could replicate skills, if it could also teach those skills effectively to other Pokémon, that would indeed be remarkable. It was clear that this tutu dog was no ordinary Pokémon. "I would like to learn 3 skills on-site," Yan Anqing responded. If it promised to teach him thoroughly, then it was undoubtedly the best option. Although the price was steep, the value was exceptional. Once he learned the skills, he could return and practice them, affording him more time. 15,000. Pay first, then we teach, the elder announced, his demeanor slightly more alert upon recognizing a potential big spender. Yan Anqing promptly scanned his payment of 15,000, and as the transaction completed, the elder stood and addressed the tutu dog. "Time to get to work." "Understood," the tutu dog replied, stretching before stepping around the counter to the outside. "What skills would you like to learn?" it inquired. The elder turned to Yan Anqing. "Tell the tutu dog what skills you wish to learn." "A poison-type poison jab, a fairy-type misty terrain, and a grass-type energy ball," Yan Anqing specified, releasing his Beedrill from its luxury ball. As for the shiny Seadra, it was unnecessary. Its skill pool was already extensive, and mastering the existing skills was enough of a challenge. After a moment of contemplation, the tutu dog turned to Shiny Meow and said, "The energy ball is the quickest to learn. As a grass-type Pokémon, you should grasp it swiftly." Shiny Meow looked up at Yan Anqing. "Are you teaching me?" "Of course. After all, you will be a key player in the upcoming competitions, so it's crucial for you to have a solid foundation," Yan Anqing replied, emphasizing the importance of early investment. "All right, I understand. I will do my best to learn." Shiny Meow nodded vigorously and approached the tutu dog. The tutu dog commenced its instruction, first demonstrating a miniature energy ball with its tail, followed by a detailed explanation on how to gather grass-type energy, how to execute, transport, and form it. The tutu dog's instructions were meticulous, and Shiny Meow listened intently. Under the tutu dog's guidance, Shiny Meow successfully formed an energy ball after 3 attempts. Although its power was modest, the successful formation indicated that Shiny Meow had learned the move. With practice, its potency could surely be enhanced. Yan Anqing watched in amazement. This tutu dog was indeed extraordinary. Despite the different species of Pokémon and the nature of the skills being replicated, it managed to teach Shiny Meow the energy ball with such efficiency, truly impressive. After completing the instruction for Shiny Meow, the tutu dog turned its attention to the Cerulean, ready to teach it how to utilize misty terrain. Although more challenging than the energy ball, Cerulean grasped the concept quickly and executed it flawlessly after a single explanation. Observing this, the tutu dog nodded in approval and approached Beedrill. Teaching Poison Jab was generally straightforward for other Pokémon, but for Beedrill, it posed a significant challenge. Beedrill's toxins typically concentrated near its stinger, and reorganizing its body to channel the venom through its double stingers proved to be quite a task. As a result, the tutu dog reserved this lesson for last. As anticipated, the process was fraught with difficulties. After over 3 hours of instruction, Beedrill barely managed to learn the move. Wiping the sweat from its brow, the tutu dog remarked, "That was a tough job." During this time, Yan Anqing also purchased a batch of USB drives containing videos of skill demonstrations and explanations. These were quite affordable, mostly costing a few hundred each. After selecting a variety, he spent over 2,000, knowing that if he could master all of them, his Pokémon would virtually lack any significant shortcomings in terms of skill repertoire. Chapter 45. The Curse. While Yan Anqing purchased skills and settled in City A with his Pokémon to gradually refine their techniques, several cases of a peculiar weakness syndrome emerged in City G. Initially, no one took notice. After all, the occurrence of a few cases in a single city seemed insignificant. Who would care about mere symptoms, let alone the mysterious disappearance of a few individuals? However, when the number of cases suddenly surged dramatically, all eyes turned to this troubling development. In the next moment, the national machinery was set into motion. The patients suffering from this weakness syndrome were swiftly gathered and relocated, while several renowned experts arrived to investigate. Upon examination, they discovered that these symptoms were the result of an insidious curse. A curse? Typically, such phenomena were attributed to vengeful wild ghost-type Pokémon or trainers suffering backlash from failed training attempts. Zhao Ziyong, the flying-type gym leader of City G, furrowed his brow as he reviewed the examination records. This situation did not seem to fit that narrative. Moreover, there was another possibility: the interference of malevolent individuals. As Zhao Ziyong was lost in contemplation, a tall woman clad in form-fitting attire entered, her expression grave as she spoke. For instance, the water shrine. The water shrine? Zhao Ziyong exclaimed in shock. Have they lost their minds? Do they dare to come to our homeland? What is there that they fear? The woman retorted coldly. Not long ago, a design triggered a battle between Gyarados and Lugia. Had it not been for the intervention of Old Li and Sister Jiang, that turmoil would not have ceased so swiftly. Zhao Ziyong regarded the woman with a sigh. Su Yun, the Dragon King, do you possess any intelligence that you might share? Su Yun nodded. Recently, traces of the water shrine were discovered in a case in City C. After reporting it, I was dispatched to investigate. City C? Their reach is alarmingly extensive. It is only a matter of time before we sever their claws. Zhao Ziyong scoffed, his expression particularly fierce. Su Yun glanced at him, remaining silent, as she recalled that Zhao Ziyong's cousin had encountered the water shrine overseas, ultimately vanishing without a trace. His reaction was entirely understandable. However, the issue lies elsewhere. Su Yun furrowed her brow. In my investigation, I found that a group of vengeful dolls near the western mountains of City C has vanished without a trace. You mean the vengeful dolls? Zhao Ziyong frowned. But that doesn't add up. The curse inherent to the vengeful dolls is not that potent. What about the evolved form? The cursed dolls? Su Yun's words immediately illuminated Zhao Ziyong's understanding. Indeed, the cursed dolls possess a significantly higher concentration of cursed energy. The ruffians at the water shrine have developed a serum capable of forcibly evolving Pokémon. With a mere needle to pierce the cursed doll and prying its mouth open, the curse's power could become terrifying. Initially, the spread was localized, evidently due to an insufficient number of cursed dolls. Now, it seems there has been a large-scale release of evolved forms, leading to this outbreak. Su Yun inhaled deeply. Thus, we must act swiftly. The curse is currently in a state of expansion. Should its concentration rise excessively, the consequences could be fatal. Rest assured, once we locate the source, everything will fall into place. Zhao Ziyong retorted with a cold snort before departing. Soon after, within the G City Gym, a swarm of flying-type Pokémon ascended into the sky, casting an ominous shadow as Zhao Ziyong's keen eyes swept across the entire city. The police coordinated their efforts, and within an hour, they uncovered 26 cursed dolls hidden within the urban sprawl. Upon discovering the cursed dolls, the onlookers were met with a sight that was hard to bear. In a bid to amplify the cursed energy to the utmost, these dolls had been subjected to various degrees of abuse, leaving their bodies incomplete. Coupled with the forced evolution from the water shrine serum, they realized with sorrow that even if they did not find them, these dolls had merely 3 days left to live. Such an outcome was akin to a resounding slap across the face of all present. 3 days would not claim any lives, but would leave most in a state of weakness. The water shrine had employed such tactics to inflict their repugnant schemes upon them. You do not permit us to infiltrate? Very well, we shall refrain, but we will still find ways to vex you, whether it be for trivial reasons or otherwise. Come, try to capture us if you can. In that moment, everyone grasped the meaning behind the water shrine's actions. In their fury, they vowed to settle the score. Should these scoundrels dare to return, both old and new grievances would be reckoned with. In international waters, aboard a cargo ship, a man with golden hair and blue eyes, his arms adorned with tattoos, and a monstrous face inked on his cheek, leaned against the railing, gazing towards the direction of the homeland. A sinister grin spreading across his face as he spoke. The gift I left behind should have reached a critical point by now. Such lowbrow malevolence, remarked another sailor, a bald man with a cold demeanor. If you have the gall, then eliminate Zhao Ziyong, just as I disposed of his cousin. Hey, George, this is not mere mischief. The man grinned wickedly. This is a gift, one potent enough to make them seethe with rage, desperate to hunt us down. I wager they won't discover it for 2 days. Humph, at most a day, George scoffed, although he held a certain respect for the power of their adversaries. An hour at most. Just then, a figure cloaked in black emerged, obscuring most of their face, revealing only thin lips. An hour? Surely, you jest, Captain? The tattooed man protested, disbelief etched upon his features. It is still my masterpiece. An hour is far too dismissive, he added defiantly. Enough with the chatter. The figure in black replied coldly. Have we tracked the whereabouts of Gyarados and Lugia? We had previously, but we have since lost the trail, the tattooed man shrugged. The last reports indicated one group was overwhelmed by those divine beasts and perished completely. The other suffered an external assault and evaporated without a trace. Find a way to continue the search for Gyarados and Lugia. The water shrine must acquire the powers of these two divine beasts. Do you understand? Yes, yes. The tattooed man replied nonchalantly, while George, wearing a grim expression, peered into the depths of the other's eyes, where a fleeting glint of ferocity flickered. The figure in black turned away, but a glint of cold steel flashed ominously. Before George could react, the blade grazed his head. A sharp pain surging through him as one of his ears severed, leaving him trembling and clutching the bloody stump, yet he remained silent, showing no sign of weakness. Should you regard me with such eyes again, next time it will be your neck, the figure in black warned coldly before disappearing into the ship's hold. On the deck, the tattooed man whistled, appearing unconcerned, while George picked up his severed ear and shoved it into his mouth, chewing on it as a hint of madness crept into his eyes. Chapter 46. The Offline Pokémon Exchange Group in City A. A municipal construction office dedicated to training Pokémon for trainers stood tall. Yan Anqing was diligently honing her Pokémon skills within this combat facility. Recommended by Zhang Iran. The venue boasted comprehensive facilities. Aside from the high admission fee, it was quite satisfactory. Moreover, it provided 3 meals a day, and recently, Yan Anqing had been spending nearly all her time there with her Pokémon. New Leaf Meow, sharpen your claws, then the leaves. In the training arena, Weedle donned a full set of training gear, even adding 2 extra power wristbands and ankle supports. Having tasted success, he sought to further enhance his speed and strength through such means. Thus, Yan Anqing arranged for him to spar with New Leaf Meow. Otherwise, with Weedle's unshackled strength, he could easily dispatch New Leaf Meow in an instant. New Leaf Meow extended its claws, rapidly alternating as it sharpened them. Then, the leaf-like fur on its chest emitted a soft green glow, and glowing green leaves materialized, swirling like a tornado in the air before launching towards Weedle. Weedle, do not evade. Use Poison Sting to bring it down and see where your limits lie. As Yan Anqing's voice rang out, a faint purple hue enveloped Weedle's stingers. Currently, Weedle's Poison Sting was not sufficiently developed. The toxicity was lacking, hence Yan Anqing contemplated employing speed and quantity to secure victory. As the leaves approached, Weedle raised his somewhat heavy arms, swiftly swinging his stingers to knock the dense foliage aside. Observing New Leaf Meow frozen in place, Yan Anqing sighed and advised, New Leaf Meow, while your opponent is occupied with defense, seize this opportunity to sharpen your claws as much as possible. As the New Leaf Meow came to a sudden realization, it immediately resumed sharpening its claws. However, a slight delay ensued, and by the time the Weedle managed to fend off the oncoming wave of leaves, New Leaf Meow had completed but 1 round of claw sharpening. Had it not been distracted moments earlier, it could have achieved 2. In the heat of battle, if the opponent opts to defend against an attack while we choose to enhance our skills, it is imperative to seize the opportunity without needing reminders and strive to elevate our abilities as much as possible. Conversely, should the opponent choose to evade, I shall promptly guide you on subsequent actions, understood? This statement, though directed at the New Leaf Meow, was equally applicable to Kairu Lurian and the others. In combat, every second counts. Each moment of respite must be utilized, either to bolster oneself or to contemplate the next course of action. New Leaf Meow nodded, its body taut as it gazed at the swiftly approaching Weedle. With a flash of lightning, New Leaf Meow surged forward, leaving a streak of white light in its wake, colliding head-on with Weedle before it could retaliate. Cursed be the delay, Weedle thought, shaking its head in frustration. The sensation of having mentally prepared, yet finding its body lagging was utterly disconcerting. Just as it lifted its gaze, a vivid green seed descended, causing a cold sweat to cascade down its brow. A friendly spar, and yet this was the ferocity displayed. Attempting to flee proved futile, the seed descended, taking root and sprouting, with slender tendrils ensnaring Weedle firmly. Already encumbered, Weedle found itself utterly immobilized, deprived even of the chance to struggle. Recalling an old image, one might wonder if anyone still remembers that particular scene. Very well, let us conclude this. Observing the jubilant New Leaf Meow and the dejected Weedle, Yan Anqing promptly called an end to the sparring session. New Leaf Meow scampered over, eager to assist Weedle in removing the parasitic seeds that clung to it. Let us agree on something. Henceforth, shall we refrain from employing parasitic seeds? Weedle, now free, lamented with an air of resignation. I feel utterly dreadful. Yet, This was Anqing's command. New Leaf Meow tilted its head innocently. Beedrill retorted, "You've learned to be mischievous, little one." Stepping aside, Beedrill and New Leaf Meow observed as Kyrulurian and the small dragon engaged in their own bout. Just as the two Pokémon were embroiled in their spirited clash, a group of over a dozen individuals entered the vicinity. How peculiar, others have arrived here as well. No need to concern ourselves with them. We shall focus on our training. The newcomers were somewhat intrigued by Yan Anqing and the others' presence, yet this was not a private venue, so they remained silent. Moving to a corner to release their Pokémon for practice, Yan Anqing cast a glance in their direction but chose to disregard them. However, within moments, a girl with twin ponytails approached, handing Yan Anqing a bottle of water and inquiring, "Handsome, could you do me a favor?" Yan Anqing looked her over, accepted the water, and replied, "What is it? You must not be from City A. We haven't seen you before. You're training here, I presume." In preparation for the upcoming spring festival competition, the girl smiled at Yan Anqing. "We are in the same boat. Training alone is rather slow, and we're too familiar with one another. Thus, might you assist us with a sparring session? It would help us prepare for the upcoming contest." Yan Anqing surveyed the group, noting the eager expressions on their faces. After a moment's deliberation, he nodded, "Certainly. That is splendid." The girl extended her hand. "I'm Ju Lu, a member of the offline Pokemon exchange group." Yan Anqing shook her hand, puzzled. "An offline Pokemon exchange group? You're not aware?" Ju Lu exclaimed in surprise and proceeded to enlighten Yan Anqing. The so-called offline Pokemon exchange group is essentially an online forum for sharing insights and practical tips regarding Pokemon. As more individuals embarked on their journeys as trainers, the need for practice partners arose, leading to offline meetups among online acquaintances. Eventually, due to logistical challenges, a dedicated group was formed, which became the offline Pokemon exchange group. Over time, similar situations arose, and ultimately the government took over, promoting the group and encouraging newcomers to join, facilitating friendly exchanges with like-minded individuals. Yan Anqing, being self-taught, was naturally unaware of such entities. However, after Ju Lu's explanation, he grasped the concept. Nonetheless, he had no intention of joining, as he preferred to invest his time in fostering bonds with Pokemon rather than engaging with others. The more friends he had among his Pokemon, the stronger his bonds would be. He was eagerly anticipating whether his bond strength would unlock other unique abilities once it reached a certain level. Approaching Ju Lu and the group, Yan Anqing greeted them, stating, "The Pokemon I currently possess are these four. How would you like to proceed with the sparring?" Chapter 47, A Bounty of Experience. As all participants were preparing for the competition, it was suggested that the intensity of their spar be kept moderate. Perhaps a one-on-one match with a single victor determined. This proposal garnered swift consensus among the others. They also introduced a tournament-style format, where two individuals would battle first, with the winner becoming the champion, while others would challenge in succession. Yan Anqing had no objections to this arrangement. After all, Zhang Yiran had mentioned his lack of battlefield experience, and engaging with a diverse array of opponents would rapidly address this shortcoming. In that moment, Yan Anqing regarded the group, perceiving each as a valuable reservoir of experience. The first match featured Yan Anqing pitted against a boy named Yihua. In pursuit of accumulating experience, Yan Anqing chose New Leaf Meow, while the opponent dispatched a more advantageous Cuddy Dog. Cuddy Dog, Flame Wheel. As the battle commenced, the opponent launched a direct offensive. Yan Anqing sensed something amiss as the fiery wheel bore down upon him. New Leaf Meow glanced back at Yan Anqing, sharing the same sentiment of unease. It seemed a tad sluggish. Sharpened claws, lightning flash. New Leaf Meow swiftly sharpened its claws and then vanished from sight in an instant. Remarkable. It executed 2 commands in a heartbeat. Could a novice truly achieve such synergy? The level of understanding was astonishing. Indeed, the understanding. New Leaf Meow's eyes sparkled. Even without verbal communication, its growing trust in Yan Anqing allowed it to increasingly comprehend his intentions. With a deft pivot, it struck Cuddy Dog from the side, sending it tumbling and dissipating the flame wheel. Certainly, while Anqing claimed this was merely an auxiliary ability allowing it to understand him, this force forged an unbreakable connection between them, creating an unparalleled synergy. New Leaf Meow mused, and just then, Yan Anqing's command came through. Leaves. A flurry of leaves materialized, swiftly hurtling toward Cuddy Dog. Flame burst. Cuddy Dog regained its footing, stabilizing itself before unleashing a chaotic burst of fire that collided with the leaves, incinerating them. Fire over grass. The advantage is ours. Yihua rejoiced, pumping his fist in triumph. Yet, he failed to notice that while Cuddy Dog was busy incinerating the leaves, New Leaf Meow had completed 4 rounds of claw sharpening. Continue with the flame burst. With all the leaves obliterated, Yihua confidently thrust his fist into the air, and Cuddy Dog intensified its fiery assault. Directing flames toward New Leaf Meow. Lightning flash. New Leaf Meow sprang into action, akin to a racing car accelerating off the line, darting away and evading Cuddy Dog's flames. Pursue. Yihua naturally could not let such a splendid opportunity slip away, unleashing a torrent of flames as he pursued the New Leaf Meow. New Leaf Meow bite. At the sound of Yan Anqing's command, New Leaf Meow immediately comprehended her intent. With a sudden surge of power in its limbs, it executed a zigzag trajectory, swiftly disorienting the Cardy Dog. By the time Cardy Dog regained its senses, New Leaf Meow had already closed the distance, sinking its teeth into the creature's neck. As its neck was bitten, Cardy Dog's flames extinguished instantly, and it let out a wretched cry, desperately trying to shake off New Leaf Meow, which clung tenaciously to its neck. Cardy Dog, I concede. Witnessing Cardy Dog's plight, Yihua felt a surge of urgency and immediately called for surrender. A victory against the opposing element. The synergy between New Leaf Meow and Yan Anqing was remarkable. Such a level of tacit understanding was truly commendable. It seemed that Yan Anqing was a formidable contender for the championship this time. No, I must step up next. After all, this was a competition for our city. It would be utterly unacceptable for someone from another city to take the prize. Before long, victorious Yan Anqing had claimed the title of champion, and the second challenger appeared. New Leaf Meow was still reveling in the previous sensations when its new opponent, a poison rose, materialized before it. Magic Leaf. Leaf Storm. The two attacks collided instantaneously. The enhanced power and accuracy from the claw enhancement had not yet diminished, resulting in a draw. However, New Leaf Meow and Yan Anqing exhibited greater harmony, and when their strike missed, they swiftly closed the gap with a flash of electricity, sending the poison rose flying. Before it could hit the ground, another leaf storm struck, delivering a relentless barrage that vanquished the poison rose. A consecutive victory. Yan Anqing crouched down, extending a palm towards New Leaf Meow. Although New Leaf Meow felt a tad fatigued, its spirit soared with exhilaration. With a little leap, its plump paws met Yan Anqing's hand in a celebratory high five. After securing 4 consecutive victories, New Leaf Meow ultimately succumbed in the 5th match due to exhaustion. Yan Anqing relinquished the title of champion, stepping down to replenish New Leaf Meow's energy with a few energy cubes as a reward. Once New Leaf Meow was revitalized, Yan Anqing took it back into the fray. This time, New Leaf Meow persevered longer, achieving 6 consecutive victories by defeating 2 Fire-type and 1 Ice-type Pokémon before finally being bested. After being swept in 2 consecutive matches, the challengers finally recognized the significant gap between them and Yan Anqing. Yet, rather than being disheartened, their resolve was invigorated. After all, they rarely had the chance to face a master like Yan Anqing. Thus, despite their continuous losses, they charged forward with unyielding determination to challenge again. Yan Anqing welcomed each challenger, and after adorning Beedrill and others with various weights, they began to alternate battles. Beedrill and the others would win a match or 2 before taking a break, allowing other Pokémon to take their place, effectively cycling through the challengers. Amidst the relentless battles, Yan Anqing could distinctly feel the bond with his Pokémon strengthening. At times, they could execute commands without the need for verbal orders. A mere glance or gesture sufficed for Beedrill and the others to comprehend his intentions and proceed with subsequent actions. New Leaf Meow, too, grew increasingly confident with each victory, developing a deeper synergy with Yan Anqing. Though there remained a certain distance between them and Beedrill, New Leaf Meow's intense dedication led to swift progress. Simultaneously, through continuous combat, their skills were honed and refined, resulting in a marked enhancement in strength compared to their previous encounters with Zhang Iran. The challengers were thoroughly impressed by Yan Anqing's prowess, seeking his guidance on various matters, to which he generously shared some insights. However, these were merely fundamental pieces of advice. While they might aid in their development, they were far from reaching the level of someone with the bond power that Yan Anqing possessed. After a week of steady interaction with the members of the offline Pokémon exchange group, one day, a knock sounded at the window of Yan Anqing's hotel room. Chapter 48, A Request for Assistance from the Celestial Pavilion. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of glass being tapped roused the slumbering Kairu Lien, who groggily sat up in Yan Anqing's embrace. Who is it? It's only 3 in the morning. Glancing at the clock, which read 3:07 a.m., Kairu Lien's morning grumpiness surged. With a sudden sweep of her hand, she drew back the curtains, revealing the inky darkness outside and a Pidgey perched on the windowsill, pecking at the glass. Who is it? Kairu Lien's movements were somewhat exaggerated, and the commotion awakened Yan Anqing, who, still in a daze, turned to look at her. It seems to be the Pidgey from last time, she remarked, furrowing her brow as she addressed Yin Anqing. Yin Anqing sat up, directing his gaze towards the window. Indeed, it was the Pidgey that had guided them to find New Leaf Meow during their previous visit to City A. By the way, where's New Leaf Meow? A wave of confusion washed over Yin Anqing as he abruptly turned around, only to see New Leaf Meow sprawled on the pillow, limbs splayed, exposing its belly in a most undignified manner, sound asleep. Despite the ruckus, it had not stirred. Yin Anqing decided to ignore New Leaf Meow, stepping down from the bed and approaching the window. As he opened it, a gust of cold wind rushed in, accompanied by Pidgey. Apologies for disturbing you at this late hour, esteemed guest. Pidgey alighted on the coffee table and addressed Yin Anqing. We require your assistance. Assistance? Yin Anqing closed the window, perplexed about what could possibly necessitate his help for the three major organizations. Indeed, in a forest near the outskirts of City A, our celestial pavilion has received a commission to deal with a human who resembles a poacher, Pidgey explained. The reward is a year's supply of fruit. But given the implications for the relationship between humans and Pokémon, we need to first verify the individual's identity. Our scouts have only uncovered scattered clues, making it impossible to draw any conclusions. Hence, we seek your esteemed assistance in determining their identity. Once confirmed, the Assassin's Guild will take action to resolve the matter. Is that all? Yin Anqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Couldn't you wait until dawn to approach me? He felt a twinge of morning irritation. I sincerely apologize, but the Assassin's Guild members are already in position, so we must act swiftly. Pidgey's tone conveyed regret. All right then, what clues do you have? Yin Anqing had no choice but to acquiesce. Having come this far, he had to proceed. From its feathers, Pidgey extracted a memory card and presented it to Yin Anqing. Yin Anqing raised an eyebrow in surprise. Have you all modernized this much? He thought. Just imagine, in corners where you least expect. A swarm of Pokémon is secretly filming you. How would you feel about that? Accepting the memory card, Yin Anqing promptly inserted it into his phone, quickly discovering nearly 1,000 photos and 30 gigabytes of video content. At that moment, even Kairu Lian, who peered over to take a look, was left speechless. How on earth did you acquire all this? Yin Anqing sighed and began to sift through the photos and videos. Perhaps you underestimate our celestial pavilion, Pidgey declared proudly. Wherever Pokémon are found, our three organizations have members present. There is no information we cannot infiltrate or uncover. Impressive, Yin Anqing remarked, momentarily taken aback, before recalling something. He retrieved a piece of paper from his pouch, which contained coordinates and the corresponding Pokémon names, and handed it to Pidgey. How about I help you with this? And in return, you assist me with my request? Please investigate the status of these 6 locations regarding the presence of the spirits. All I require is confirmation of their existence. If absent, I would like to know their whereabouts. How does that sound? Bobo hopped to the edge of the paper, glanced briefly, and nodded, stating, it's quite simple. If the esteemed guest grants us a week's time, we shall manage it. After all, one of the locations is abroad, which may take a bit longer to verify. The other 5, however, we will inform you within 3 days at the latest. All right. I appreciate your assistance, Yin Anqing replied, nodding. He did not wish for the Tianshij members to relay the news. This was a task entrusted to him by his aunt, and he felt compelled to see it through personally. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the travel expenses incurred. Having settled one concern, Yin Anqing swiftly reviewed the photographs and videos, then set his phone aside and addressed Bobo. Let us get to work. He is indeed a poacher, and I believe I can deduce the locations of the spirits he has captured. Really? Bobo's expression grew serious. How did you come to this conclusion? I would be grateful for your insights. Kairillian also looked at Yin Anqing with curiosity. She had viewed the same materials but had not noticed anything amiss. It's quite straightforward. Yin Anqing directed his phone towards Bobo, scrolling through the images while explaining, from your photographs. It's evident that this man lacks a legitimate source of income, unless he is a trainer dedicated solely to Pokémon. An ordinary individual must engage in work to sustain themselves. This is perplexing. How can someone with no job and minimal training access various high-end venues? Of course, there could be other explanations. Let us continue our examination. The videos displayed him interacting with several individuals at various locations, receiving items from them, all neatly packaged in envelopes. Upon scrutinizing the photographed contents, it became clear that the envelopes contained significant sums of money, as well as some letters. Although the contents seemed somewhat incoherent, we can obscure certain parts and shift the remaining text forward, allowing you to interpret it anew. Buyer requires new shipment, 3 days, deadline. A glint of understanding flickered in Bobo's eyes as he exclaimed, I see. I shall set off immediately to notify the Assassin's Guild. With that, Bobo flapped his wings, preparing to depart. Wait. Thud. Before Yan Anqing could finish his sentence, Bobo collided with the glass, slowly sliding down. There's no need to rush. The window isn't even open yet. Grabbing Bobo, Yan Anqing turned to the still slumbering Shiny Meow on the pillow and said, "Now that I'm awake, I can't sleep any longer. I'll join you." Bobo shook his dazed head and nodded. "With the esteemed guest's assistance, we are in excellent hands." "Very well. Give me a moment to get dressed." Yan Anqing set Bobo down and walked to the bedside, picking up his scattered clothes to don them. Once dressed, he playfully swatted Shiny Meow's behind. Startled by the sudden attack, Shiny Meow bolted upright, taking a moment to comprehend the situation before being lifted by Yan Anqing, following him out of the hotel. Chapter 49. The Assassin's Guild mobilizes. Achoo! 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 The frigid air prompted Shiny Meow, nestled on Yan Anqing's shoulder, to sneeze thrice. They had departed the hotel and ridden their motorcycle to the outskirts of City A. Carillion, clad in motorcycle gear, leaped off the bike, surveying the desolate land before inquiring, "Where are the spirits? Does the Assassin's Guild lack personnel?" "Please hold on. They are all in hiding," Bobo replied, soaring into the air before emitting a sharp, resonant call. In response to the call, the ground trembled as 3 enormous onyxes erupted from the earth, accompanied by a plethora of spirits emerging from the tunnels created. Yan Anqing and the others stood in astonishment. The once barren land was now teeming with spirits, conservatively estimated to number over 100. At that moment, Yan Anqing's lips twitched. What audacity this poacher must possess to provoke such a pursuit from over 100 spirits. He then pondered whether there were enough berries this year to sustain these spirits. Bobo landed gently on Yan Anqing's shoulder and addressed the gathered spirits. "Everyone, this is our esteemed guest, Yan Anqing. Please remember him well." "Greetings, esteemed guest." The multitude of spirits chimed in unison, startling Yan Anqing. "Hello, hello. Speaking of which, gathering so ostentatiously, won't we alert the prey?" Yan Anqing questioned, puzzled by the conspicuousness of their assembly. "Rest assured, esteemed guest," an Arbok slithered forward. "The suspect is over a kilometer away, and several of our elite assassins are lying in wait nearby, ready to report on any developments. He cannot escape." Yan Anqing nodded, once again astounded by the cohesion of the 3 major organizations. "The esteemed guest has identified the target. Let us proceed," Bobo commanded. Just then, a Murkrow descended beside Yan Anqing. "Esteemed guest, allow me to escort you." "Thank you for your assistance," Yan Anqing replied, climbing onto the Murkrow's back. Carillion and Shiny Meow were similarly carried aloft by a dark raven and a Zubat. As Murkrow ascended steadily, the gathering of spirits sprang into action, swiftly making their way toward the forest. From his aerial vantage point, Yan Anqing couldn't help but marvel at the sensation of flight. It was far more comfortable than being carried by a Beedrill. He silently vowed to capture a flying-type Pokémon when the opportunity arose. Turning to Bobo, who flew alongside him, Yan Anqing inquired, "Where is the individual located?" "In a small wooden cabin within the forest. Based on the current circumstances, he has yet to flee," Bobo replied. Yan Anqing nodded thoughtfully. He intended to witness the true strength of the Assassin's Guild. This would offer a glimpse into their capabilities. Furthermore, considering the poacher's nature, it was likely that he had captured spirits. As a potential rescuer, he hoped to establish familiarity and goodwill, if not gratitude. Sighing internally, he lamented the lengths he went to for the growth of his bonds. Inside the wooden cabin, a scruffy man with a protruding belly, reminiscent of a 3-month pregnancy, downed a bottle of beer. Furrowing his brow, he stormed to the door and kicked it open, scanning his surroundings. However, apart from a couple of Rattatas engaged in amorous antics and an owl, there were no signs of life. "What the hell? Why do I always feel like I'm being watched lately, yet I can't find anyone?" The man's expression twisted in frustration. Despite possessing counter-surveillance skills comparable to elite special forces, he could not detect his stalker, which was utterly absurd. He closed the door once more. While the amorous Rattatas produced a miniature thermal imaging device from the nearby bushes, continuing their surveillance of the cabin's interior, the man, exasperated, guzzled another beer, feeling slightly better under the influence of alcohol. "Once this shipment is gone, I'll lay low for a while," he muttered, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he grimly added, "When will the contact arrive? Damn it." Just as he complained about the slowness of his contact, a tail made of rock shattered through the wooden cabin, sweeping directly toward him. He suddenly lunged forward, pressing himself firmly against the ground as a tail swept just inches above his head, carrying a wave of force that sent trash and empty bottles scattering around him, striking him in the face with a cacophony of noise. In that moment of temporary blindness, an ominous sensation arose within him. "Dragonite, protect me." The Pokeball opened, and a massive Dragonite shielded the man beneath its belly. Yet in that instant, the nearly collapsing roof shattered, and a multitude of air blades rained down like a torrential downpour, striking the Dragonite mercilessly. Damn it! The man drew his gun, but an overwhelming force bore down upon him, rendering the weapon as heavy as a mountain. His wrist fractured, and the pistol fell from his grasp, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. At the same moment, the Dragonite that was protecting him was ensnared by numerous vine whips, lifting it into the air. A surge of powerful psychic energy engulfed him, causing him to float upwards, utterly immobilized. Impressive speed, Mukuing observed as he landed, watching the now subdued man, and he couldn't help but admire the swiftness of the assassin's Pokémon. Yet, it was to be expected. With over 100 Pokémon organized and executing coordinated strikes, how could the opponent, armed with only a single Dragonite and a firearm, possibly contend? Even facing such a scenario, Yananqing could only surrender with his hands raised. What shall we do, esteemed guest? Bobo inquired as it perched on Yananqing's shoulder, seeking his counsel. Find him. And tomorrow I shall return with my team to apprehend him. Yananqing pondered before deciding to leave the professional matters to those skilled in such affairs. The Pokémon immediately complied, fetching vines that soon bound the man tightly, nearly choking him, until Yananqing interceded. Otherwise, he likely would not have survived until dawn. They stuffed a rag into his mouth and secured it with several tight wraps of vine, ensuring he could only emit muffled sounds. Yananqing then approached the suspended Dragonite, addressing it. Speak. Why do you aid in such nefarious deeds? However, gazing into the Dragonite's naively earnest eyes, he felt a sense of foreboding. Aid in nefarious deeds? What are you talking about? The Dragonite replied, somewhat bewildered. You all are the real villains. My master is so kind, always ensuring I am well fed. Let my master go. Hearing the Dragonite's words, Yananqing buried his face in his hands. As he had suspected, this simple-minded Dragonite was merely a shield used to absorb attacks, and it likely never ventured outside to perform tasks. A good person? If he is a good person, then there are no bad people in the world, Kyrillian scoffed. Your master is a poacher who survives by hunting Pokémon. Is that the good person you speak of? You lie. My master is not like that. The Dragonite struggled, but bound by the combined might of over 20 Pokémon's vines, and being merely a shield with no offensive capability, it was unable to break free. Enough, Kyrillian. There is no need to explain further. Once we rescue the Pokémon he has captured, he will understand, Yananqing interjected, stopping Kyrillian from further debating with the Dragonite. He gestured towards the underground passage. This must be where he stores and sells Pokémon. Any place capable of hiding Pokémon can only be underground. Dig. At Yananqing's command, several ground-type Diglett immediately began to excavate the wooden flooring, then the earth below. However, just a few centimeters down, they were halted by a thick layer of steel plating. Seeing this, the man felt a wave of relief. His constructed basement was protected by 3 layers of password security. Without his code, they could only stare helplessly, and he believed he had the leverage to negotiate. But the next moment, Yananqing's voice plunged him into despair. Cocodora, it's time to eat. Instantly, 2 Cocodora, drooling, lunged forward and began gnawing at the extraordinarily hard and thick metal plate, creating 2 depressions. The sound of metal crunching echoed as the Cocodora feasted, their expressions revealing sheer delight. Delicious. We love it. The 2 Cocodora transformed into gluttons, voraciously devouring the metal until, within minutes, they had chewed a hole large enough for a rock snake to pass through. Sensing the opening, the Cocodora paused, though their eyes still gleamed with longing. The other Pokémon, and I will go down to rescue the captured Pokémon. Cocodora, you can finish the rest, Yananqing instructed, leading Kyrillian and Shinomiya down first. Thank you, esteemed guest. The 2 Cocodora exclaimed joyously, immediately resuming their excavation while devouring the metal. As Yananqing and his companions descended to the lower level, they found themselves surrounded by metal cages stacked within the underground space. Inside the cages were several dragon-type Pokémon. After counting, Yananqing noted 2 Dratini, 2 Bagon, for Trapinch, 2 Gibble, and 4 Swablu. Given the rarity of dragon-type Pokémon, he could only utter, this guy truly deserves to be punished. Bobo perched on Yananqing's shoulder, surveying the imprisoned Pokémon before swiftly scanning the area, finally settling on the 4 Swablu and Gibble. Found them. 2 Gibble and 4 Swablu. Understanding that these 2 species were the ones funding the search for the poacher, Yananqing wondered if the cage could withstand the assault of dragon-type Pokémon. Wasn't a cage of such strength vulnerable? The cage is electrified. Any attack on it will trigger a high-voltage shock, a Bagon coldly interjected, lowering its head to reveal a charred spot on its skull. The power is too great, and there are cameras here. If we show any inclination to attack, the electricity will be released. Yananqing's confusion deepened. I understand that you resist electricity, But Gible and Swablu, being ground type, should be immune to electric shocks, shouldn't they? To his bewilderment, Bobo explained, "Let me clarify for you, esteemed guest. Ground and even grass-type Pokémon possess strong resistance to electricity primarily due to their conductive properties, which direct the current into the ground, thereby reducing damage. However, if they cannot ground themselves, they are still susceptible to harm. No matter how resistant ground types are, they cannot endure sustained high-voltage damage. Moreover, it's crucial to note that Gible and Swablu are both young and possess limited strength, which is why they are affected this way." "Enough with the science for now," the Bagon interrupted. "Could you please let us out?" "Yes, the matter is urgent," Yan'anqing responded quickly, searching for the switch to cut off the power, while Kyrulian located the key to unlock the cage. The freed dragon-type Pokémon quickly fled the cage, assisted by other Pokémon. Heading back to the surface, feeling the bonds of camaraderie strengthen, Yan'anqing felt exhilarated. Once they returned to the surface, the suspended Dragonite remained silent, its worldview shattered following the emergence of the dragon-type Pokémon. "So, do you now comprehend that you are aiding in nefarious deeds?" Kyrulian approached the Dragonite, using her psychic abilities to present its Pokeball before it. "The choice is yours." The guard dragon gazed intently at the elf before him, then shifted his gaze to his bound master, and finally to the dragon-type elf surrounding him. He closed his eyes momentarily, then suddenly opened his mouth wide and bit down fiercely on the Pokeball, shattering it into pieces. "Even if I were to starve, to leap to my demise from this place, I shall never consume food obtained at the cost of my own kind." The unwavering resolve of the guard dragon elicited nods of approval from the elves, prompting them to release him. The poacher, witnessing the betrayal of his soul elf, turned pale, realizing his imminent demise. Just as Yan'anqing believed the situation had reached a harmonious conclusion, allowing him to tidy up and retreat to slumber, he felt a sudden tug at the hem of his pants. Glancing down, he discovered the source to be the precious dragon, its head marked by a charred patch. Now that they were sufficiently close, Yan'anqing noted that the dragon's hardened skull, a result of frequent cliff jumping for flight training, were not only the singeing but also a crack from an electric shock that had melted and fractured it. In that moment, Yan'anqing comprehended the potency of the current from the iron cage and understood why the other elves had not resisted. The precious dragon looked at Yan'anqing, gently patting its own head, and spoke in a calm tone. "We were captured from elsewhere. They mentioned that your name is Yan'anqing. What is your relation to Yanryu?" Yan'anqing's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated hearing the name of his aunt from the lips of a precious dragon. Chapter 51, The Tale of the Precious Dragon. "Yanryu is my aunt. I am her nephew." Yan'anqing regarded the precious dragon with earnestness, asking, "Do you know my aunt?" "Indeed," the precious dragon nodded, piquing the interest of Cerulean and New Leaf Meow, who drew closer to listen. "And you are?" In response to Yan'anqing's inquiry, the precious dragon shook its head. "I do not know the specifics, but I have heard many things about Yanryu from my father." "And who is your father?" A sudden realization struck Yan'anqing, and he exclaimed, "Were you brought here from the mountain province?" The precious dragon looked at Yan'anqing with surprise before nodding. "My father is a soundwave dragon. He has shared many stories about Yanryu." It all aligned perfectly. Yan'anqing immediately understood. The soundwave dragon was not an elder like the old man dragon, but rather in its prime, seeking a mate and producing offspring, a wholly reasonable scenario. Yet, what puzzled Yan'anqing was how the precious dragon had ended up captured. According to its account, with a father who is a soundwave dragon and a mother who is undoubtedly a sky dragon. The guardianship of two dragons raises the question of how a poacher could possibly ensnare the precious dragon. In response to Yan'anqing's confusion, the precious dragon's explanation illuminated the situation. When the precious dragon was captured, its parents had been preoccupied with other matters, leaving it and a group of other dragon-type elves under the watch of two desert dragonflies. The captors consisted not only of the bound man, but also a dozen accomplices. After their capture, the precious dragon and its companions were treated as merchandise, divided and transported to various locations. Upon hearing this, Yan'anqing realized the operation was indeed a coordinated effort. If he could trace the leads and dismantle this large-scale poaching syndicate, the accolades would be monumental. With this thought, Yan'anqing wasted no time waiting for the morrow. He promptly contacted the authorities. After detailing the events, Bobo and the others departed with the elves they sought, leaving Yan'anqing and the provincial elves behind. They did not have to wait long, as Yan'anqing's report had classified the incident as involving a poacher and a poaching ring, which warranted swift police action. Within half an hour, multiple police vehicles arrived, and a contingent of fully armed officers approached, first verifying information with Yan'anqing before escorting the tightly bound man away. alongside the dragon-type elves as evidence. However, when it came to the precious dragon, it stubbornly refused to accompany the police, clinging tightly to Yan Anqing's leg. In comparison to the unfamiliar officers, the precious dragon placed its trust in Yan Anqing, the human nephew of its father, especially since he had come to its rescue. Witnessing this scene, the officers exchanged bemused glances. Yan Anqing scratched his head and explained, "This precious dragon is the child of an elf I know, hence, it is quite attached to me. I will accompany it with you. After all, I will likely need to give a statement." The lead officer regarded him with an even more peculiar expression. "You seem quite familiar with this process." Upon hearing this, Yan Anqing sighed. "It cannot be helped. I was recently embroiled in a case while passing through City C, so I have not forgotten the procedures." As he spoke, Yan Anqing adeptly opened the police car door and settled into the back seat with the three elves. This natural and practiced motion left the city officers speechless. Yet with the passengers already inside, they had no recourse. After examining the scene and collecting some evidence samples, the officers declared their intent to return to the station. Familiar with the protocol, Yan Anqing began recounting the events, naturally omitting any mention of the three major organizations. Instead, framing the narrative as one where the poacher had captured several elves, which he had united to confront and apprehend him, thus rescuing the stolen creatures. As for the remaining elves, they were all provincial and required assistance to return to their original locales. Having meticulously recounted the events without revealing any irregularities, and ensuring that all details aligned with the evidence present at the scene, Yan Anqing concluded his statement. After reviewing his account, he affixed his signature to the document. Handing it to the officer, Yan Anqing inquired, "What of that man? Has he confessed?" "Oh, that fellow?" The officer organizing the documents chuckled lightly. Initially, he was quite obstinate. But upon learning that providing information on his accomplices could reduce his sentence, he divulged everything. "It appears we may apprehend nearly 30 individuals, categorizing this as a significant case that will likely require interprovincial collaboration. I cannot disclose further details, but as for you, I understand. Confidentiality is paramount. The case is not yet concluded, and I shall remain tight-lipped," Yan Anqing replied, fully aware of the implications and eager to avoid unnecessary elaboration. "By the way, the precious dragon seems reluctant to return. You might want to check on it, as it likely wishes to stay with you." The officer nodded, then, as an afterthought, patted Yan Anqing's shoulder. "Young man, you are quite fortunate. The recognition of a dragon-type elf could lead to its development into a formidable partner for you." Without further ado, Yan Anqing followed the officer to the quarters where the dragon-type elves were temporarily housed. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the precious dragon conversing with another precious dragon. The room was well appointed, with ample food and water, soft bedding for rest, and a tranquil environment conducive to their recovery. Approaching, Yan Anqing heard the precious dragon saying to its companion, "Just remember to tell my parents, Yan Ryu's nephew is a good person. I will stay with him for a while, but I will return to see them later. Big brother, my uncle, and aunt will surely be furious with me." Another precious dragon was on the verge of tears. Those two rascals were particularly fond of him. He had returned home, but their son had not. In their fury, they might actually devour him whole. "Alas, my parents truly give me a headache. Without me, this family will inevitably fall apart." The precious dragon was especially troubled by this, feeling powerless regarding his parents. However, having finally managed to step outside, he resolved to delay his return home for as long as possible. Heaven knows if he would still be allowed any freedom upon his return. If, after this incident, his parents were to tether him wherever they went, it would be nothing short of a nightmare. Chapter 52. The precious dragon joins the team. Ingredients for healing the skull. Observing the troubled and worried expression of the precious dragon, Yan Anqing could hardly suppress a laugh. He rummaged through his waist pouch and pulled out a photograph. The officer accompanying Yan Anqing cast a glance at the photo and noted that it depicted an elegant woman embracing the neck of a soundwave dragon, both of them smiling joyfully against a backdrop of sky, evidently taken during flight. Yan Anqing beckoned to the precious dragon. Once both dragons approached, he handed the photo to the uninjured one, saying, "Hold on to this. When you return, give it to this precious dragon's father. Upon seeing the photograph, he will know who the precious dragon has been with." "Ah, this is wonderful. That way, I can stay out longer," the injured precious dragon exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the prospect. It seemed everything was sorted. It was a photo of his uncle. The uninjured precious dragon paused for a moment before accepting the photo and clutching it tightly. This was his talisman. He must not lose it. With matters settled, Yan Anqing produced a luxury ball and extended it towards the injured precious dragon, saying, "If you wish to accompany me and explore, I certainly want tea refuse. Would you like to become my Pokémon? The precious dragon nodded, extending a hand to press the button on the luxury ball, which opened instantly, engulfing him in a red light as he was drawn inside. The luxury ball remained still in Yan Anqing's hand, not even trembling. I have captured the precious dragon, Yan Anqing declared with a smile. This situation is quite dire, he remarked. Leaving the police station, the sun had already risen, and Yan Anqing, ignoring his own need for rest, took the precious dragon to a Pokémon Center. However, after a thorough examination, the doctor's words made Yan Anqing's heart sink. It's very serious? How serious? He quickly inquired, his arms still cradling the precious dragon, who wore a grave expression. Take a look at the X-ray, the doctor indicated, pointing to the images on the light board. The X-ray revealed a fracture in the precious dragon's skull that nearly traversed the entire bone. It is well known that a precious dragon's skull remains with them whether it evolves into a shellmet or a Volcarona. Such a horizontal crack is quite lethal. If it were a vertical fracture, one might gamble on the possibility that the cracking shell would shed during the evolution into a shellmet. However, a horizontal crack would jeopardize the strength of other growths during evolution, transforming what should be a shellmet's strongest defense into its Achilles heel. Take my advice. This precious dragon is finished. There is no need to invest too much energy into it. Upon hearing this, the precious dragon fell silent. Yet Yan Anqing calmly asked, just tell me, can it be treated? Yes, but it will be costly, requiring some rather rare items and herbs to concoct the ointment, the doctor replied, nodding. However, 1. The price is exorbitant, and 2. Acquiring these items is quite challenging, with a variety of them needed. Just locating them will take considerable time, not to mention the ability to obtain them. Please provide me with a list. I shall seek them out, Yan Anqing replied with a composed tone. Much to the astonishment of the precious dragon, having just become his Pokémon, he was already asking him to expend such time and effort on his treatment. Was this truly appropriate? Very well, since you insist, I cannot object. The doctor quickly printed a list and handed it to Yan Anqing. If you can indeed gather everything, simply find a pharmacy to grind them into powder, mix them into an ointment. There will be 10 patches in total, 1 per day. In about 10 days, the treatment should be complete, and it may even strengthen the skull somewhat. Yan Anqing glanced at the list, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Many of the ingredients for the ointment were common herbs available at traditional medicine shops, not particularly difficult to procure. However, the truly challenging items included parts shed by certain Pokémon, the bone sticks from Galarian Yamask, the shell shed during Cocoon's evolution, the branches and leaves growing on Torterra's back, the shell shed during Sandshrews' evolution, and the massive blade atop Bisharp's head. Yan Anqing was utterly bewildered. The first few items were manageable, but the last one was simply excessive. Bisharp, as the evolved form of the slicing commander, possessed considerable strength, as its evolution necessitated combat prowess. The massive blade atop its head was its primary means of attack. To simply break it off seemed rather uncouth, did it not? As they exited the Pokémon Center, the precious dragon suddenly looked up at Yan Anqing and suggested, perhaps we should just forget it. I can accompany you and enjoy the scenery. That would be quite nice. What foolishness is this? Yan Anqing crouched down, patting the precious dragon's head. Now that you are my Pokémon, I will train and nurture you properly, so don't even think about slacking off. Chikorita also chimed in to reassure, don't worry. Anqing will surely find a solution. Exactly. Anqing is wonderful, New Leaf Meow added, encouraging the precious dragon. Although they had only spent a short time with Yan Anqing, New Leaf Meow had developed profound trust in him. But enough with the buts. I have my own methods. Yan Anqing, accompanied by Chikorita and the others, ventured into a narrow alley within the city, quickly spotting a small Rattata rummaging through a trash bin for leftovers. Come here, Yan Anqing called to the little Rattata, already producing some Pokémon food in his hand. The Rattata, catching a whiff of the delightful aroma, jumped down and scurried over to Yan Anqing. Members of the Tianxia Pavilion, I greet you, esteemed guest. The Rattata bowed to Yan Anqing, who then offered the Pokémon food. The Rattata eagerly devoured it in a flash. Once it finished, Yan Anqing shared his request with the little Rattata, asking it to inform the Tianxia Pavilion members to help gather the materials. In exchange, Yan Anqing would provide ample energy blocks as compensation. Having received the information, the little Rattata promptly scurried into the sewer, disappearing from sight. Before even half an hour had passed, the little Rattata emerged from the sewer, addressing Yan Anqing, esteemed guest, everything has been prepared for you. However, we are unable to assist with Bisharp's blade, but we do know its location. Additionally, the elders of the Tianxia Pavilion asked me to convey that the blade atop Bisharp is a regenerative material, not the metal you might imagine. So please proceed without worry. Understood, Yin Anqing nodded, marveling at the efficiency of the Tianshi Pavilion. Then let the exchange take place at the location from last night. I will bring the energy blocks. The little Rattata nodded before vanishing once more into the sewer. Having concluded all this, Yin Anqing turned to the precious dragon with a light chuckle. How about that? Quite simple, isn't it? At that moment, the precious dragon's mouth was agape, utterly speechless. Chapter 53, Bisharp. Yin Anqing recalled his precious dragon and subsequently took Kairu Lien and Xi Miao on an excursion to the Pokémon shop, where they procured a substantial quantity of affordable universal energy cubes. While these energy cubes were inexpensive, they proved suitable for all Pokémon, making them particularly advantageous for organizations like the three major factions, which hosted a diverse array of Pokémon. Afterward, they hopped onto their motorcycle and ventured to the locale they had visited the previous night, successfully trading their materials with the messenger bird that had arrived. Observing the messenger bird struggling to fly due to its bulging tail, Yin Anqing murmured to himself, "Is it heading toward a small canyon in any city?" Without delay, he set off toward the location indicated by the celestial pavilion. As they sped along, they soon arrived at a large lake, at which point Yin Anqing retracted the motorcycle and, along with his companions, began to trek away from the main road into the sparsely populated wilderness. After traversing a forested hill, they discovered the small canyon described by the celestial pavilion. It was a desolate area, characterized by scant vegetation and strewn with barren rocks, reliant on the nearby river. Upon crossing the river with the aid of his small dragon, Yin Anqing set foot on the opposite bank and immediately noticed the deep gashes etched into the exposed stones. The daylight was fading, and after taking a deep breath, he recalled the small dragon and released his bee drill, commencing the process of unloading its burdens. While relieving bee drill of its weight, Yin Anqing spoke. This time, we shall not take a gentle approach. To restore the precious dragon's skull, we need to penetrate deep into their ranks and directly claim the head of the Blade General. Are we to kill the opponent? Beedrill interjected, eager to engage. Let me finish first, Yin Anqing replied, somewhat exasperated. As Kairu Lien and Xi Miao exchanged perplexed glances at Beedrill's enthusiasm, Beedrill, initially confused, soon grasped that they were not referring to taking the Blade General's life, but rather the large blade atop its head. How dull. Beedrill deflated, having anticipated a grander challenge, especially after recently maturing and shedding its burdens. Do not underestimate the adversary, Yin Anqing cautioned, playfully flicking Beedrill's head. According to reports, there exists a Blade General, 2 slashing commanders, and over 30 blade minions. We must break through several layers of defenses to confront the final Blade General, and by then, how much strength do you think you'll have left? Fear not, I shall be your sharpest weapon, Beedrill declared, its stingers clashing in determination. Kairu Lien sighed. The steel type is indeed a counter to me. Thankfully, my practice with magical flames has reached a sufficient level to afford me some advantage. I am not afraid. Xi Miao proclaimed, raising her paw in defiance. Steel-type Pokémon are too heavy. I have become adept at using grass, not to create distractions. Very well. Beedrill shall take the lead. Xi Miao will provide distractions, and Kairu Lien, you will deliver the offensive. Yin Anqing orchestrated their formation. As for the small dragon, I will deploy her only if necessary. The uneven terrain here restricts her mobility. Agreed. The Pokémon nodded in unison, accepting the strategy. If the situation becomes dire, we shall retreat immediately, Yin Anqing stated earnestly. We can devise further plans later. There is no need to gamble with our lives. If we succeed, we will leave a portion of the energy cubes for this group. With the nourishment from these cubes, the fractured blade will recover more swiftly. The 3 Pokémon nodded in understanding, and under Yin Anqing's command, their small team charged forward into the depths of the canyon. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! As they breached the territory of the Blade General, the patrolling Blade minions immediately raised the alarm. Blade minions! In the next moment, a dozen of them surged toward Yin Anqing and his companions. Beedrill, engage! In an instant, Beedrill transformed into a streak of yellow light, tracing an irregular arc through the air, and with its assault, 6 Blade minions were sent flying. Leaf Storm, magical flames. At Yin Anqing's command, Xi Miao unleashed a barrage of leaves, while Kairu Lien followed with fire that ignited the leaves, transforming them into a flurry of fireballs that struck the approaching Blade minions, sending them scattering. Damn it! Just then, a furious roar erupted as a slashing commander charged forth, moving with incredible speed toward Yin Anqing's group. Your opponent is me, Beedrill declared as it darted forward, its stingers colliding with the dual blades of the slashing commander, sparks flying in the instant of impact. You're asking for it. The slashing commander retaliated with a headbutt, its metallic head aimed squarely at Beedrill. Not a chance, Beedrill countered, deftly deflecting the slashing commander's arms with its stingers, executing a rapid series of thrusts and sending the slashing commander reeling. However, the very next moment, another slashing commander emerged, launching a vicious sneak attack on Beedrill's flank. Watch out! Xian quickly deployed several leech seeds, which sprouted midair, forming a dense wall of vines that absorbed the slashing commander's assault, granting Beedrill a moment to breathe. In that instant, Beedrill unleashed a cross-cut attack on the slashing commander, sending it crashing into the rocks, where it became buried. Small Dragon, Blizzard. As the remaining blade minions closed in, Yan'anqing swiftly tossed out a luxury ball. The small dragon landed, momentarily dismayed by the uneven terrain, but soon unleashed a blizzard that engulfed the advancing blade minions, chilling them to the bone and slowing their movements. Now's our chance. Yan'anqing spotted the blade general perched atop a large rock. As his voice fell, Beedrill surged toward the blade general. Upon witnessing Beedrill's approach, the blade general faltered, collapsing to its knees. Beedrill was momentarily taken aback. Is it already over? They haven't even fought back? Just then, a wave of anxiety washed over Beedrill, accompanied by the echo of Yan'anqing's voice in its mind. Without hesitation, Beedrill retreated, then rapidly collided its stingers, launching a barrage of high-speed stars toward the adversary. However, just as Beedrill withdrew, the blade general retaliated, striking down with its large blade, creating an exaggerated gash across the rocks. Beedrill, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of relief, grateful for having heeded Yan'anqing's command to retreat. Had it chosen to press the attack, it would have faced dire consequences. Wait a minute. Beedrill suddenly turned its gaze toward Yan'anqing, who was quite far away. How had it felt Yan'anqing's voice just now? He had not issued any commands aloud. Chapter 54. The Blade in Hand, the Cruelty of Nature. As Beedrill pondered, the blade general absorbed the damage from the high-speed stars and raised its hand, executing a metal burst that transformed the accumulated harm into a glowing sphere, hurtling toward Beedrill. High-speed maneuver. At that moment, Yan'anqing's voice rang out, and Beedrill swiftly dodged the metal burst. This time, it was indeed Yan'anqing's voice. Though it differed slightly from before, it dawned on Beedrill that the voice emanated from within its heart. To the left, double stingers. Instantaneously, that inner voice resounded again, and without a moment's hesitation, Beedrill darted toward the blade general's left side, aiming its double stingers at the general's flank. The blade general snorted, extending its razor-sharp appendages to block Beedrill's attack. Xian use Grass Knot. Kairu Lian, unleash magical flames. Small Dragon, Water Gun. The voice of Yan'anqing resonated, as he directed other sprites to defeat the Cleaver commander he had just repelled. As for me, a fleeting thought crossed Beedrill's mind, immediately followed by Yan'anqing's voice. Hurry. Hurry, hurry. What are you dawdling for? Battling on two fronts is quite troublesome, you know. Communication is so much easier now. This exchange is akin to telepathy, far swifter than verbal instructions. Do you see that wound on his left side? Attack fiercely over there. Use Poison Sting. Beedrill snapped back to attention. And as the blade's general launched a surprise attack, Beedrill did not engage him head-on. In Beedrill's eyes, the opponent moved as sluggishly as a tortoise. He could easily outpace him to secure victory, with a brilliant purple glow emanating from its twin stingers. Beedrill struck decisively at the wound as the blade's general's critical strike fell short. This hit was devastating. The blade's general's face paled. For while steel types are immune to poison-type attacks, their external defenses and high immunity do not equate to a complete protection against poison entering the body. Even if it could be metabolized, that fleeting discomfort would be enough to expose a vulnerability. Beedrill, having dealt with the lesser foes, Yan'anqing immediately roared towards Beedrill. I know, Beedrill replied, witnessing the blade's general's moment of weakness. In an instant, its stingers erupted with blinding brilliance. Cross-cut. The twin stingers sliced through the air in a cross-shaped assault, akin to a pair of scissors, sweeping cleanly above the blade's general's head. In the next moment, the blade's general felt a sudden lightness in his head, as his prized sword was severed, clattering to the ground. Retreat. Yan'anqing retrieved a plastic bag from his waist pouch, filled with universal energy cubes, and hurled it towards the blade's general. In a blink, Beedrill seized the sword and vanished from the scene, rejoining Yan'anqing's side. Yan'anqing swiftly recalled all his sprites, stuffing the sword fragments into his pouch, while Chikorita embraced him, and Sprigatito leapt onto his shoulder, settling comfortably. With a flash of teleportation, Chikorita whisked Yan'anqing away, leaving behind the bag containing over 20 energy cubes, which barely landed near the blade's general. Seething over the loss of his prized sword, the blade's general felt a surge of rage, but the enticing aroma of the energy cubes quickly quelled his fury. Well, with so many energy cubes, I can nourish myself for a few days. Once my sword grows back, I shall sharpen it on a whetstone. The remaining energy cubes can replenish my strength. As the Blades General bent to retrieve the bag, a nearby pile of rubble suddenly shattered, and a shadow sprang forth. In his moment of distraction, a metallic blade aimed straight for his heart. Damn it! You dare to betray me! The Blades General seethed, glaring at the Cleaver commander he had initially sent into the rubble, now emerging lively and intent on taking his life. In an instant, the Blades General knelt down, bowing his head, ready to unleash his signature move, the Blade Slash, upon this traitor. However, as he bowed, he suddenly realized his sword had been shattered, rendering his gesture futile. No. With a roar of defiance, his head was severed by the Cleaver commander. With a damaged blade, how can you lead us forward? The Cleaver commander remarked coldly, tossing the decapitated head aside. With your head severed, it is my time to ascend. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from the Cleaver commander. When the radiance faded, he had successfully evolved into the new Blades General. The fall of the old king heralded the rise of a new one. In the natural world, the law of the jungle reigned supreme, mercilessly. This newly anointed Blades General merely seized the opportunity presented to him. Picking up the fallen bag and examining the energy cubes within, the Blades General selected one, tossing it into his mouth. A fine reward. Soon, the new Blades General began to rally the remnants of his forces, and tranquility returned once more. The only difference was that this group had lost one Blades General, yet gained another through evolution. For them, it was not a loss. Under the guidance of the new Blades General, they would continue to thrive on this land. Chikorita, having transported Yan Onqing and the others, had successfully fled the Blades General's territory. Gazing back at the now invisible land behind them, Yan Onqing and Chikorita sighed in relief. The successive teleportations weighed heavily on Chikorita, compounded by the earlier battle, leaving her utterly fatigued. With the sword fragments in hand, a night of rest awaited, followed by a visit to the apothecary to grind them into an ointment for the Dratini's wounds. Yan Onqing breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he need not worry excessively about Dratini's future. I hope that little one holds up his end of the bargain. Otherwise, we would have put in so much effort for naught. Chikorita extended her arms toward Yan Onqing. Onqing, I'm tired. Hug me. I crave a hug. Yan Onqing, resigned, opened his arms and lifted Chikorita into an embrace. Indeed, that little one must express gratitude for our efforts. Sprigatito nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Yan Onqing responded with a hint of exasperation. Sprigatito, you're not that big either, are you? You joined the team after me, so you must be the smallest. Sprigatito raised her head proudly. That's not fair. Chikorita, her face buried in Yan Onqing's embrace, lifted her head to address Sprigatito. Don't forget, Dratini has already been captured by Onqing, while you still haven't been caught by him. Thus, you are the smallest. Sprigatito was taken aback. How had she become the smallest? Chapter 55, News of the Sprites. Early the next morning, Yan Onqing, accompanied by Chikorita and Sprigatito, visited the largest traditional medicine shop in City A, presenting the ointment formula provided by the Pokemon Center's doctor. The shopkeeper glanced at it before returning the list to Yan Onqing, stating, "What he gave you is the basic version. We have an advanced version in the store. As long as we have a few of the main ingredients, we can replace and add some new herbs to enhance the potency of the ointment threefold. However, it will cost an additional 3,000 yuan per batch. Would you like to upgrade?" Yes. Yan Onqing nodded. It was only 30,000 yuan more than the original price. But with the effect tripled, this ointment would not only heal Dratini's skull injury, but also strengthen it. In the future, this enhanced bone would be a crucial asset during evolution. Investing a bit more now would prove worthwhile. Having confirmed Yan Onqing's request and received half of the deposit, the pharmacy staff began preparing the medicine in front of him, using equipment to process the various ingredients. Yan Onqing and his companions curiously observed the process, watching as all the materials were ground into powder and mixed with a green paste, which then transformed into a black substance. The mixture was applied to the medicinal paper, resulting in a total of 10 patches that closely resembled the dogskin plasters from Yan Onqing's memory. Releasing Dratini, the pharmacy staff explained to Yan Onqing, "Apply the plaster directly to the wound. If you have alcohol or iodine to disinfect beforehand, please do so. If not, you can apply it directly." After disinfecting Dratini, Yan Onqing promptly placed the plaster on the damaged area of Dratini's skull, assuring the staff that he understood the instructions. "Dratini, how do you feel?" Yan Onqing inquired, observing Dratini's peculiar expression. "It feels tingly, a bit numb, with a slight pain, but it's manageable." The cherished dragon displayed no peculiarities. which allowed Yan Anqing to breathe a sigh of relief. The advanced version of the ointment lived up to its name. The original formula required a full 10 days to heal injuries, yet the upgraded variant accomplished the task in less than 3 days, with the wound completely restored and even the gap fully healed. However, the application of the ointment did not cease, as there were still 10 patches in total. Albeit somewhat unsightly, its efficacy was beyond reproach. During this time, the Tianji Pavilion made a thorough inquiry into the remnants of his aunt's last wishes, gathering information for Yan Anqing. Aside from the distant and elusive King of Leaves, currently abroad, the circumstances surrounding other Pokémon had been diligently investigated by the Tianji Pavilion. First, there was the Soundwave Dragon, who had recently interacted with his son, located in a place known as Dragon Valley in the mountainous province. The captured Dragon-type Pokémon had been returned, and the Soundwave Dragon was now aware of his son's association with Yan Anqing. He expressed great fondness for the photograph and entrusted the Tianji Pavilion with 2 messages for Yan Anqing. One was to take good care of the cherished dragon, and the other was a request to visit Dragon Valley before the cherished dragon evolved into a violent flying dragon, once he transformed into a shelled dragon. Naturally, Yan Anqing could not refuse the request of the father, and after noting it down, he began to plan his subsequent journey. Apart from the Soundwave Dragon, the cunning Tengu had been captured by a gym leader of a dark-type gym in Chuan Province, and currently lived without worry. If Yan Anqing wished to seek him, it would be more efficient to visit the gym rather than the original location. Another captured Pokémon was the Snow Moth, but she was not taken by the gym leader. Rather, she fell into the hands of a trainer, making her considerably harder to locate. However, according to the information collected by the Tianji Pavilion, the trainer who captured the Snow Moth was a female trainer from Jing Province, who was presumably on her way to the national competition after recently finishing her provincial tournament. Following the national tournament's triennial schedule, Yan Anqing knew that if he could secure a top 5 finish in the 100th Jiang Province provincial tournament this year, he would qualify to challenge the provincial gym, collect 8 badges, and ultimately participate in the national competition, where he would undoubtedly encounter the Snow Moth. As for the other 2 Pokémon, the enchanting Mass Cat had become the king of the mountains in the vicinity of Qiong Province, yet he continued to await Yen Ryu. What truly weighed on Yan Anqing's heart, however, was the charcoal little samurai, now known as the Azure Flame Blade Ghost. The Azure Flame Blade Ghost had not ventured far, remaining close to the designated meeting spot with Yen Ryu. Every summer, he would wait in that place until the summer passed before briefly departing, but he never strayed far. Lingering in the vicinity, many trainers had come to seek out the Azure Flame Blade Ghost, yet he showed no willingness to compromise. Regardless of who attempted to capture him, he would fight with all his might to defeat them. Even in defeat, he would disregard his injuries and life itself to break free from the Pokeball. Consequently, the Azure Flame Blade Ghost had become a notable landmark in that area, with many speculating that he was waiting for someone. Yet, no one knew precisely for whom he was waiting. Upon noticing the members of the Tianji Pavilion who had come to investigate, the Azure Flame Blade Ghost sent a message through them, not a gentle one, but a threatening one. According to the description given by the messenger, the scene was one where the Azure Flame Blade Ghost had his sword pressed against the neck of the fairy Wind and demanded she relay a message or face dire consequences. It was said that this left a profound psychological scar on the fairy Wind. The message was straightforward: "Princess, your knight swears to guard you for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, Yan Anqing found himself in a quandary. The Azure Flame Blade Ghost, second only to the old dragon in his difficulty to reach, weighed heavily on his mind. Even that enchanting Masked Cat, although waiting, had her own life to lead. The Azure Flame Blade Ghost, akin to the old dragon, had seemingly resigned himself to death, and Yan Anqing feared that upon hearing of Yen Ryu's passing, the Azure Flame Blade Ghost might take his own life to join her. This was indeed a challenging situation. With a sigh, Yan Anqing resolved that as soon as the small-scale event in a city concluded, he would promptly purchase a ticket to the Azure Flame Blade Ghost City. After all, such news was best conveyed sooner rather than later, the longer it was delayed. The deeper the Azure Flame Blade Ghost's expectations and obsessions would grow, making it increasingly difficult to untangle his heart. He aimed to persuade him that while the deceased had departed, the living must remain resilient. Watching the cherished dragon, who was currently butting its head against a solid steel plate a meter thick while wearing the ointment, Yan Anqing couldn't help but reflect. If all of his aunt's Pokémon were as manageable as the Soundwave Dragon and Cherished Dragon, he would truly feel at ease. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about one Pokémon's potential for self-harm. Chapter 56. The competition begins. As time flowed steadily amidst rigorous training and the continuous sharing of experience from the members of the offline Pokémon community, Yan Anqing and his companions witnessed remarkably effective results from their specialized training. Thus, Yan Anqing confirmed a principle. Progress is always slow when one remains isolated. It is only through practical experience that one can achieve rapid advancement. After concluding their training, that very evening, Yan Anqing received a call from Zhang Yiran, reminding him that the competition would commence the following day, urging him to rest well and strive for victory. Yan Anqing readily agreed, and subsequently, after completing his nightly routine, cradled his Kairu Lian while resting his head on Xian Yi Miao, gently drifting into slumber. On the following morning, Yan Anqing and his companions rose early. After having breakfast, Yan Anqing set off with Kairu Lian and Xian Yi Miao to the venue of the competition, a modest sports arena. In the verdant field, Yan Anqing presented his trainer's certificate and received a number 6 badge. He was then directed by the staff to the waiting area for contestants, where he observed numerous reporters wielding cameras, capturing and interviewing arriving participants. As Yan Anqing approached with Kairu Lian and Xian Yi Miao, he drew considerable attention. A beautiful host's eyes lit up, and she hurried over, extending a microphone towards him, followed closely by her cameraman. "Hello, esteemed trainer. I am Xiao Lu, a host from Jiang Province Radio. May I interview you?" Noticing the host's professional demeanor, Yan Anqing nodded in agreement. "May I have your name, esteemed trainer?" "Yan Anqing," he replied. Xiao Lu noted the name and promptly continued, "Yan Anqing, may I inquire why you have chosen to keep both Kairu Lian and Xian Yi Miao outside of their Poké Balls? After all, it is generally advantageous to minimize the information available to your opponents, is it not? Are you not concerned about exposing Kairu Lian and Xian Yi Miao, thus making yourself a target for other trainers?" After speaking, Xiao Lu pulled the microphone back slightly and added quietly, "If you prefer not to discuss it, that is perfectly acceptable." Once she had discreetly reassured him, she glanced at the cameraman, who signaled an OK, indicating that this segment could be omitted if necessary. Kairu Lian does not particularly enjoy being confined within her Pokeball, so I respect her wishes. Typically, I allow her to remain outside. Yan Anqing responded with a light chuckle, gently scratching Xian Yi Miao's chin as he continued. "As for Xian Yi Miao, I have yet to capture her. However, we have made an agreement that if I can fulfill my promise during the competition, she will become my Pokemon." "Oh, it seems you are a trainer who deeply values his Pokemon and possesses quite a story." The doe's eyes sparkled with keen insight. As a professional, she understood that a deeper investigation could uncover substantial revelations. However, her commitment to professional ethics compelled her to maintain her composure. "We wish you the best, hoping you achieve commendable results in the competition." With the interview concluded, the doe smiled and nodded at Yan Anqing before moving on to interview other competing trainers. Yan Anqing, in turn, settled into a chair prepared for competitors, closing his eyes to rest. Yet, before he could find tranquility, he felt the new leaf Meow, which had been draped over his shoulder, suddenly stand up. A slightly exasperated and resigned voice whispered in his ear, "Why are you everywhere? Can't you just disappear?" Opening his eyes, Yan Anqing was met with the disdainful expression of a young man in front of him. The lad appeared to be around 17 or 18, somewhat handsome, though lacking in comparison to Yan Anqing. After all, one might wonder how the original owner could attract so many women merely by squandering money. Wealth and looks were the fundamental reasons for the original owner's prowess. Both were indispensable. The young man donned a tactical windbreaker, cinched at the waist with a belt that was exclusively available to professional trainers, capable of accommodating numerous Pokeballs for easy access. Judging by the bulging silhouette around his waist, it was likely he possessed more than a dozen. The new leaf Meow gazed at the young man, initially appearing dejected, but quickly regained its confidence, calling out, "I no longer need you. I have a new trainer now. Just wait, we will definitely defeat you in the competition. No matter what Pokemon you use, we will conquer you." However, the meows of new leaf Meow were comprehensible only to Yan Anqing, while to the young man, they sounded like flattery and supplication. Consequently, the young man grew more disdainful. "Stop yowling at me. You're too clingy. I am destined to become a Pokemon master, surrounded by countless Pokemon in the future. Why would I waste my time guarding a single tree in a forest?" His voice was loud, drawing the attention of those nearby. At that moment, Yan Anqing burst into laughter, tears streaming down his face. The young man felt mocked and redirected his ire towards Yan Anqing. "What are you laughing at? Is it so glorious to bring a discarded Pokemon to compete?" Yan Anqing continued to chuckle, deepening the young man's scowl. Among the crowd, those who had previously battled with Yan Anqing wore expressions of intrigue. They were acutely aware of the synergy between Yan Anqing and New Leaf Meow, and now hearing the young man's words, they wondered just how formidable he must be if such a powerful New Leaf Meow had abandoned him. After laughing for an extended period, Yan Anqing finally composed himself. Wiping the tears from his eyes, he spoke. I apologize. I simply couldn't contain myself. After all this, you can't even discern the meaning behind a single Pokemon's words? What do you mean? The young man retorted, increasingly irked. The implication is that you think new Leaf Meow still longs for you? Yan Anqing rose and approached the young man, looking down at him. New Leaf Meow is not yearning to return. Rather, she has affirmed her allegiance to me. She is declaring war on you, regardless of the Pokemon you deploy. We shall defeat you, without exception. This is our pact. By working together to vanquish you, I will capture her, and she will join me without reservations, accompanying me on the path to greatness. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, Yan Anqing towered over the young man, who barely reached 5 feet 7, causing him to instinctively take 2 steps back under the pressure of height. Yet, upon hearing Yan Anqing's words, the young man scoffed. You think this new Leaf Meow can do that? Don't be ridiculous. All she does is cling to you, neglecting training and hindering the capture of other Pokemon. With such a Pokemon, you think you can triumph over us? Dream on. Then let us wait and see, Yan Anqing replied, casting a derisive smile at the young man's number 34 badge. Chapter 57, The Showcase of New Leaf Meow. The small-scale competition differed from larger events, devoid of excessive formalities. Mayor Zhang Yiran of City A and the gym leader Zhang Yiran delivered a few words of encouragement to aspiring trainers before the competition commenced. A total of 64 participants were involved, with the intention of concluding the event in one day. Thus, the quarterfinals would adopt a one-on-one, single-elimination format. The matchups were determined by a draw. Yan Anqing glanced at the large screen at the venue, swiftly spotting his number, 6. His opponent was number 17. The match was the 6th bout, and given the one-on-one format, the proceedings were brisk. Yan Anqing was soon called to the stage. Upon seeing his opponent, he smiled, while the latter chuckled helplessly, recognizing him as a member of their offline Pokemon community. With 27 members, the odds of facing each other were reasonably high. What terrible luck to have drawn you, the opponent remarked. He tossed a Pokeball, and a mischievous panda appeared on the field. Are you conceding? Yan Anqing extended his arm, and New Leaf Meow leaped from his hand onto the battlefield. Of course not. We have grown too. The opponent commanded, Mischievous Panda, use cut. In a flash of lightning, Mischievous Panda charged at New Leaf Meow, but she was significantly faster. With a swift maneuver, she knocked the panda off its feet before it could react. Seed Bomb. As Mischievous Panda was still airborne, New Leaf Meow executed the move almost instantaneously, launching a seed bomb that landed on the panda, rapidly sprouting vines that ensnared it. Break free. The opponent grimaced in frustration, realizing the vast gap in their abilities. Mischievous Panda landed and exerted force to tear the vines apart, but it was a futile effort. The ever-growing vines proved too bothersome for the Pokemon. In that moment, New Leaf Meow completed 5 sharpened moves, and both Yan Anqing and his Pokemon had become exceedingly adept at timing. Leaf Storm. With Yan Anqing's final command, New Leaf Meow let out a triumphant cry as countless leaves surged toward Mischievous Panda. Bound by vines and besieged by leaves, the panda could only attempt to defend itself. After shattering the first few leaves, it was soon overwhelmed and submerged by the onslaught. As the leaves settled, the opponent sighed, recalling his defeated Mischievous Panda. He withdrew it, while New Leaf Meow returned to Yan Anqing, leaping up to high-five him. Well done. Yan Anqing had mastered the timing and refinement of skills to a pinnacle, and to progress further, he would likely need to engage in fierce battles against strong opponents to absorb their experience. Zhang Yiran observed the arena, nodding in satisfaction at Yan Anqing's remarkable transformation since his previous challenge against the gym. Meanwhile, among the spectators, New Leaf Meow's original owner watched in bewilderment at her stunning performance. How could she be so strong? He mused. The New Leaf Meow he remembered was one that only indulged in affection and struggled in battle. This new iteration of her was nothing short of a metamorphosis. Perhaps she truly deserved a place in my team, he thought, devising a plan in his mind. After all, New Leaf Meow had once been his Pokemon. A few flattering words and a generous offer to take her back would surely sway her. After all, he had spent a year with her. How could she possibly forget their bond after such a short separation? Such thoughts lingered in the mind of Shiny Meow as he decisively vanquished his opponents in the ensuing matches of the top 8 in the 32-16 round. This success intensified his longing for Shiny Meow's return. With the quarterfinals behind him, the upcoming 3-on-3 competition awaited. Yan Anqing gazed at the large screen displaying the avatars of the 8 competitors, his eyes fixated on the avatar of Shiny Meow's original master. Fortune had favored the latter, who had skillfully advanced through the previous 3 rounds without facing elimination. This indicated that there was still a chance to confront and eliminate him directly. As Yan Anqing contemplated this, the avatars of the 8 competitors were suddenly shuffled, soon ordering themselves as if dealt from a deck of cards. The first was Yan Anqing's avatar, and the second, that of Xingye Miao's original master. Witnessing this, Yan Anqing smiled. As anticipated, the sequence was set, and a tree diagram emerged, revealing the pairings for the duels, with the victors advancing to the next stage. Their opponent was none other than Xingye Miao's original master. Xingye Miao also noticed the arrangement and, in the next instant, raised her paw and vigorously waved it. At long last, finally, they would meet. In no time, the two stood firmly in the arena. The opponent produced a Pokeball, aimed it at Yan Anqing and Xingye Miao, and suddenly spoke. Xingye Miao, you've performed admirably and have earned a place in my team. It's not too late to return. My doors are open for you. Xingye Miao retorted, how repulsive. How could I have been so blind to have chosen him? Yan Anqing chuckled softly, raising his arm. Xingye Miao dashed forth, landing gracefully on the grass, her battle stance manifesting as she glared fiercely at her opponent. You will come to regret this. Though the exact words of Xingye Miao were lost on him, the animosity in that moment was unmistakable. With that, he hurled the Pokeball, and Ninetales appeared instantly. Ninetales, the match begins. Ninetales, unleash Flamethrower. As the referee waved the flag, the opponent immediately charged, a torrent of flames shooting swiftly toward Xingye Miao. Moving with remarkable speed, Xingye Miao vanished from her original position, transforming into a streak of green light as she closed in on Ninetales. Block her, Ninetales. The creature swiftly turned its head, unleashing flames toward Xingye Miao. However, they underestimated her agility and speed. With acrobatic finesse, Xingye Miao evaded the attack, her velocity increasing as she maneuvered with grace, leaving Ninetales' fiery assault utterly ineffective. Barely brushing against her fur, with a powerful leap, Xingye Miao landed, and suddenly, Yan Anqing's voice echoed in her mind. She paused momentarily, then resolutely opened her mouth, launching an energy ball that shot along the ground. Ninetales, caught off guard and unable to adapt in time, was struck squarely in the soft underbelly by the energy ball, sending it hurtling through the air despite the type disadvantage. Now, Xingye Miao swiftly tossed her head back, releasing a vibrant green seed into the air. In a flash, she charged forward, colliding forcefully with Ninetales' abdomen as it struggled to regain stability, propelling it skyward. The descending green seed struck Ninetales, resulting in a violent explosion. With a resounding thud, Ninetales fell to the ground, rendered unable to continue the battle. Chapter 58, The Evolution of Xingye Miao. How could this be? The opponent was dumbfounded as he watched his Ninetales fall. Despite extensive training and having purchased an evolution stone early on to assist his Vulpix in evolving into Ninetales, he could not comprehend the defeat. I refused to believe it. It must be luck. He recalled Ninetales, then threw out another Pokeball, releasing a Honchkrow. Honchkrow, wing attack. Like an arrow, Honchkrow shot forth, its wings glowing as it rocketed toward Xingye Miao. In response, Xingye Miao immediately began to evade, utilizing her speed to dart up and down, playing with her adversary much like a cat toying with its prey. Impossible. How can it be so agile? How can it so swiftly evade Honchkrow's wing attack? The opponent's mind unraveled as he witnessed this display, unable to accept that the Xingye Miao he had abandoned had grown so formidable. Rapid-fire energy balls. Xingye Miao pushed her speed to the limit, and in an instant, she unleashed a barrage of miniature energy balls, resembling a machine gun's relentless fire, bombarding Honchkrow. Although each shot was weaker, the sheer volume caused Honchkrow to stagger back, struggling to maintain its balance. Now, Yan Anqing called out, and Xingye Miao executed the same strategy, launching a seed bomb while dashing forward to deliver a double assault from above and below. Honchkrow followed in Ninetales' footsteps, succumbing to defeat. Yay! Xingye Miao spun around, high-fiving Yan Anqing in celebration of their victory. However, just as their palms met, a radiant glow enveloped Xingye Miao, signaling her evolution. Evolution? Yan Anqing paused for a moment, but soon found it unsurprising. During this time, Xingye Miao had defeated countless trained Pokémon. In a game, she would have accumulated ample experience to evolve into a majestic Meow. It was only natural for her to evolve into a teary Meow. Meanwhile, the opponent found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. If Xingye Miao had become such a challenge, what would teary Meow be like? As the light faded, teary Meow stood upright before Yan Anqing, arms outstretched, examining her new form. Teary Meow resembled a bipedal, light green kitten, her body predominantly covered in soft green fur, with green-tipped ears and a short, fluffy tail. The deep green patterns on her face had darkened, and a flower bud adorned her neck, attached to a long vine. with green fur cascading down her chest. With a flick of her hand, Teary Meow sent the flower bud twirling like a yo-yo, her agility surpassing that of the previous Shiny Meow. Come. Teary Meow turned to face her original master, her evolution making her stronger and more confident, ready to eliminate him with ease. The opponent gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment before hurling a Pokeball. A shimmering light revealed the emergence of a Charizard onto the field. Charizard? This is getting interesting, Yananqing chuckled. The Charizard emanated an overwhelming aura, undeniably a top-tier Pokemon. However, Yananqing mused whether the opponent could truly command such a powerful creature. Charizard. Dragon Claw. As Yananqing anticipated, Charizard disregarded the command, yawning as it gazed at Teary Meow, devoid of any fighting spirit. Sharpen your claws, Yananqing instructed, and Teary Meow, encountering such an unmotivated opponent for the first time, calmly began to sharpen her claws, enhancing her attack and accuracy. Charizard. Dragon Claw. I beg you, listen to me this once. I can take you further. The opponent's pleas fell on deaf ears as Charizard basked in the sunlight, reclining comfortably to enjoy a sunbath. Since you lack the will to fight, let's instill some in you. With a wave of his hand, Yananqing commanded, Energy Ball. Seed Bomb. Teary Meow maximized her attack potential, launching the glowing flower bud toward Charizard, while simultaneously conjuring an energy ball in her mouth. The sudden onslaught caught the red-faced dragon off guard. Yet, in his leisurely demeanor, he found himself with little time to evade. The dual assault struck him instantaneously, sending him hurtling away. You seek your own demise. The unexpected attack ignited a fierce rage within the red-faced dragon, propelling him towards Teary Meow with great ferocity. Such a lumbering fool, Teary Meow retorted without mercy, launching herself into the air with a deft leap, effortlessly evading the red-faced dragon's charge. In mid-flight, she waved her arms, causing the vines to spring to life, swiftly encircling him. As she tightened her grip, the red-faced dragon found himself ensnared. Release me, he roared, thrashing wildly. Yet he was unable to escape Teary Meow's binding for the moment. Calm him down, Teary Meow, came the voice of Yananqing. Understanding his intent, Teary Meow extended a budding flower towards the red-faced dragon. In the next heartbeat, a seed bomb detonated right in front of him. The violent explosion left the red-faced dragon dazed, yet it only fueled his fury further, causing him to thrash even more violently. However, Teary Meow offered him no respite. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. With each resounding crash, the red-faced dragon ultimately succumbed, collapsing in defeat. Teary Meow loosened the vines that bound him, allowing them to return to her grasp. Meanwhile, the man had collapsed, kneeling on the ground, powerless to command the red-faced dragon, who had fought purely on instinct. Yananqing, accompanied by Kairu Lien and Teary Meow, approached him. He spoke calmly. Thank you for not taking Teary Meow. She has worked tirelessly and is quite affectionate. Do you not realize that your perception of her as clingy stems from your failure to express your love for her or to genuinely understand her? It is not merely enough for a Pokemon to be strong. If a trainer lacks skill, how can a creature like the red-faced dragon acknowledge you as its trainer? After speaking, Yananqing produced a luxury ball and extended it towards Teary Meow. She glanced at her original owner, hesitated not for an instant, and pressed the button, transforming into a beam of red light that was absorbed into the luxury ball. Without a tremor, the ball settled into silence. Yananqing secured the ball and turned to leave, accompanied by Kairu Lien towards the spectator area. Chapter 59, Keystone and Evolution Stone. In the ensuing battles, the focus shifted from solely using Teary Meow to including Kairu Lien and even the newly captured baby dragon, all of whom made their appearances in succession. Among this group of novice trainers, Yananqing proved to be an overwhelming force, facing no worthy adversary. Upon triumphing over his final opponent in the championship, the small welcoming spring event reached its culmination with the award ceremony. Congratulations. Congratulations. Zhang Yiran presented gifts and prizes to the second and third place winners before arriving before Yananqing. Congratulations, champion. Here are your rewards and prize money. With a knowing wink shared among them, Zhang Yiran discreetly handed Yananqing the Guagua frog egg she had temporarily kept, along with a large foam sign indicating an 80,000 monetary prize. At that moment, Yananqing released all his Pokemon, while the others were politely asked to step aside. He raised the egg high, flanked by Kairu Lien and Teary Meow, who held the foam board to either side, while Beedrill and Baby Dragon squatted at the front of the board, lifting the trophy that symbolized victory, with a cheerful little Dragonite peeking out from behind. The scene was perfectly poised, captured forever in a photograph as the shutter clicked. That evening, Zhang Yiran invited Yananqing to dinner. She placed the developed photographs into a frame and handed them to him, also sliding a small wooden box towards him. This is your champion's reward. The remaining 200,000 has already been transferred to your account. Zhang Yiran observed Yan Anqing with a gentle smile. You've grown so much during this time. Indeed, I owe it to your guidance, Aunt Zhang. It has saved me from many missteps. Yan Anqing replied, stowing the framed photograph in his bag before opening the box. Inside, nestled upon a velvet cushion, were 2 stone-crafted accessories. A belt and a safety cord? Yan Anqing remarked, surprised to find them already fashioned, requiring no effort on his part. Try it on. In order to achieve Mega Evolution, the bond between trainer and Pokémon is crucial. Train with Weedle for a while, and if all goes well. In a month or two, Zhang Yiran's words trailed off as she watched Yan Anqing place the belt on Weedle and then grasped the safety cord that held the keystone. Calmly, he declared, Weedle, Mega Evolve. In an instant, the keystone and evolution stone erupted with brilliance, intertwining like ribbons, as Weedle was enveloped in radiant light. When the glow dissipated, the evolved Weedle stood before Zhang Yiran. Its antennae had shortened and elongated backward, while its tail transformed into a conical shape, featuring 2 conical recesses at the front. The entire tail pointed forward, with the end's stinger elongated, and its forelimbs adorned with protective spikes resembling those of a lance, while its legs morphed into double stingers striped in black and yellow. What a striking Weedle! Zhang Yiran exclaimed, momentarily bewildered, turning to Yan Anqing. Have you previously encountered an evolution stone? Never. This is my first time, Yan Anqing replied honestly. Then how could you induce Weedle to Mega Evolve on your first try? Zhang Yiran queried, a hint of envy in her voice. With Gyarados, it took us over a month of attempts before we grasped the nuances to succeed. This is hardly scientific. Perhaps I possess an extraordinary talent. Yan Anqing chuckled, scratching his head. He could not disclose the depth of his bond with his Pokémon, which had become accustomed to intertwining with him during battles, allowing him to master such techniques with ease. It was better to keep his trump card a secret. Weedle, now examining its new form, felt that this body was truly crafted for combat. It merely tested its capabilities slightly and discovered that its speed and strength had surged to an extraordinary level. Though still fragile, Weedle was confident that no one could touch it in this state. They would tremble beneath its might. Yet, before Weedle could fully relish its new status, it suddenly reverted to its normal form. Wait. No. Let me enjoy that state a bit longer. It was exhilarating. Weedle exclaimed in dismay. The transition from luxury to simplicity is easy, but returning to simplicity from luxury is a challenge. Having just tasted such power, reverting to its original state left Weedle feeling discontented. This is my trump card. It shouldn't be used casually. Yan Anqing rolled his eyes and rubbed his temples. How do you feel? Surely you must sense the toll it takes? Zhang Yiran chuckled. Mega Evolution is immensely taxing on a trainer's spirit, so it cannot be maintained for long. With practice, you will be able to sustain it for longer periods. I have the most authority on this. Currently, I can maintain Mega Evolution with Gyarados for 2 hours and 13 minutes. She spoke with great confidence, having recovered from the earlier shock of Yan Anqing's immediate success. Yan Anqing smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, yet he refrained from disclosing to Zhang Yiran that the mental energy she had mentioned regarding Mega Evolution was, in fact, derived from his own bond power. This bond power is indeed a form of mental energy, and it possesses the potential for growth. Zhang Yiran's endurance of over 2 hours was already a source of considerable pride. However, upon reflection, Yan Anqing realized that with the current amount of bond power he possessed, he could sustain Weedle in its mega form for over 7 hours. Moreover, as his bond power continues to evolve, that duration will only extend. Perhaps one day, he could achieve a state where Weedle remains in Mega Evolution indefinitely. This possibility crossed Yan Anqing's mind, yet it felt far too distant. Moreover, maintaining such a state would incessantly deplete his bond power, rendering the effort fruitless and potentially drawing unwanted attention. There was a risk of being dissected. Merely to ascertain the nature of this phenomenon, discretion is paramount. Humility is the true path. He reassured himself that he was not invincible yet, and it was wise to remain grounded. Once he could effortlessly summon numerous legendary Pokémon, he would then contemplate whether to ascend to the status of a revered ancestor of his nation. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yan Anqing secured the safety rope around his left wrist. After finishing his meal, he informed Zhang Yiran of his departure. The gym challenge would have to wait. He had pressing matters regarding the Tsangyan Blade Ghost to address. Chapter 60, Shadows in the Snow. The distance from Jiang Province to the Tsangyan Blade Ghost location in Lan Province necessitated nearly 6 to 7 hours by air. Conversely, Traveling by car along the highway typically required close to 20 hours. However, considering potential traffic delays, the journey could easily extend beyond 48 hours. With the Spring Festival in full swing and tickets sold out, it seemed they had no choice but to traverse the national roads, taking a longer route. Upon checking flight and high-speed train availability and finding them fully booked, Yananqing decided to forego further deliberation and set off on his motorcycle with Chikorita. "Do not worry, Anqing," Chikorita assured, fastening the zipper of its motorcycle suit as it perched atop the bike. "I've successfully mastered Volt Tackle. We have more than enough power to reach our destination." "Very well, let us depart." Yananqing twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared to life. Following the navigation, they opted for the national road. With the Lunar New Year approaching, the roads were bustling with vehicles and motorcycles returning home. They even spotted several daring individuals riding Pokémon as they traveled. During the restricted flight hours, trainers were unable to allow their Pokémon to fly alongside them. After all, during peak travel times, if the airspace restrictions were not enforced, it would likely result in a spectacle more magnificent than the migration of birds. Among those traveling in the same direction as Yananqing, many gawked in astonishment at the modern motorcycle he and Chikorita rode, having only seen such machines online before. Speeding along amidst the throngs returning home, they encountered little interference from ordinary Pokémon, aside from minor traffic congestion. However, as daylight waned and a light, cold rain began to fall, Yananqing reluctantly decided to pause. He guided the motorcycle to a relatively flat patch of grass by the roadside. Activating the switch, the stand extended, and he quickly draped a rain cover over their makeshift shelter. Soon, power and heating were established by pulling an extension cord from the motorcycle's battery. After releasing Pokémon to prepare a simple dinner, Yananqing laid down a moisture-resistant mat and sleeping bag, squeezing into one with Chikorita to endure the night. The following morning, after breakfast, Chikorita had fully charged the motorcycle's battery. As they stepped out, they discovered that the cold rain that had begun the night before had transformed into a heavy snowfall. "It's snowing again," Chikorita remarked, catching a snowflake in its hand, watching it melt into water. "Shall we continue our journey?" "Yes," Yananqing nodded. "Snowfall is not a deterrent. We simply need to be cautious of the slick ground. Besides, I have no desire to spend the new year in the wild. We must find a hotel." "Agreed," Chikorita replied, and together, they tidied up and resumed their ride. Before long, they entered Lan Province and navigated towards an ancient ruin on the outskirts, following their directions. This site, a relic discovered over a century ago after a seismic upheaval, had yet to be fully excavated, though it housed an expansive interior teeming with ground-type Pokémon. The entrance had been developed into a tourist attraction, even though the interior remained shrouded in darkness, attracting numerous nocturnal creatures and ghost-type Pokémon. Typically, these beings resided deep within the ruins, while the outer areas had been transformed into an accessible site for visitors. Yananqing's aunt had first encountered the Tsangyan Blade ghost while visiting the ruins, having aided the injured charcoal spirit during its escape from the depths. Their paths intertwined, leading to a friendship that endured for decades, with his aunt tending to charcoal spirit on 3 separate occasions. Upon her return, she encountered it once more, solidifying their bond. Finding a Pokémon in such an expansive ruin seemed daunting. "It feels rather challenging," Chikorita remarked, gazing at the ruins. However, as they approached, it became evident that it was not as difficult as anticipated. Perched upon a stone wall, over half a meter high, sat a Tsangyan Blade ghost, eyes shut, impervious to the swirling snow and wind. The flames of its dual swords had long extinguished, save for a faint flicker atop its head, signifying its life. Even from a distance, Yananqing could sense the loneliness and despair emanating from the Tsangyan Blade ghost through his bond power. It seemed to sense their approach, suddenly opening its eyes. "You have arrived." In that moment, Yananqing felt as though the entity had long known of his existence. "Your features bear a striking resemblance to hers," the Tsangyan Blade ghost observed, leaping down into the snow and declaring, "Defeat me, and I shall accompany you. Should you fail, I expect you to leave at once." At that instant, Yananqing bowed his head in silence. After a moment, he raised his gaze to meet the Tsangyan Blade ghosts. "I am unaware of what my aunt conveyed to you. However, I have come to inform you that she has passed away, yet she would never wish for you, her friends, to endure suffering in her absence. You must forge your own paths, both for yourselves and in her memory." With a clash, the Tsangyan Blade ghost's sword sparked, creating a resonant clang that echoed in the air. The previously extinguished flames reignited upon the blades. It seemed the only recourse was to battle. Yananqing released a luxury ball, and Beedrill emerged. In the next moment, he pressed his hand upon the keystone, and the brilliance of evolution enveloped Beedrill. Mega Evolution. As Yin Anqing's voice rang out, a brilliant flash of yellow surged forth, streaking towards the Tsunyan Blade Ghost. The twin blades of the Azure Flame Demon were unleashed, colliding with the twin needles of the Beedrill in the next moment. Open up. The Beedrill, with its legs transformed into toxic needles, thrust its stinger forward. The Azure Flame Demon deftly parried the Beedrill's dual strikes, its body spinning rapidly, shrouded in azure flames, repelling the poisonous needles while simultaneously enhancing its assault through a majestic sword dance. I too am proficient in sword dance, it mused. As the twin needles clashed, a dazzling burst of energy erupted, amplifying the potency of the attack. The Azure Flame Demon regarded the Beedrill with a grave expression. Ah, Yinryu. Your nephew is far more capable than you could ever imagine. It sighed internally, instantly charging once more at the Beedrill. Chapter 61. Capturing the Azure Flame Demon. Clang. A sharp sound resonated, as the swirling snowstorm receded in a frenzy around the two Pokémon, revealing the ground beneath them. Cross-cut. The Beedrill distanced itself, swiftly unleashing two cross-shaped energy blades with its limbs. In that fleeting moment, the Azure Flame Demon summoned ghostly energy in one hand and fiery energy in the other, launching both blades with fervor. The two assaults collided with the cross-cuts, shattering into fragments. At the same time, the Beedrill and the Azure Flame Demon collided fiercely. Each clash of stinger and blade reverberated with tremendous force, igniting sparks in midair. The Azure Flame Demon landed, leaving two trails in the snow, and with a swift flourish of its arms, launched two cross slashes formed by the remorseful swords towards the Beedrill. The Beedrill darted forward, its needle tips aimed directly at the assault, piercing through the remorseful swords and shattering them instantly. Seizing this opportunity, the Azure Flame Demon followed up with a fiery charge aimed at the Beedrill. Accelerate, Yin Anqing commanded, and the Beedrill vanished like a phantom in an instant. As the Azure Flame Demon touched down, it vaporized a significant amount of snow, with steam billowing forth like dense mist, dispersing in all directions. The Beedrill, vigilant, scanned its surroundings, and in the next instant, a shadow surged from beneath it, the blade aimed directly at the Beedrill. In that moment, the Beedrill seemed to foresee the future, pivoting swiftly as its dual needles thrust out, colliding with the Azure Flame Demon's twin blades. Toxic Needle. The Beedrill seized the moment, sending forth a fine needle of venom towards the chinks in the Azure Flame Demon's armor. The Azure Flame Demon pivoted sharply, its sword danced deflecting the toxic attack. Meanwhile, from the periphery, Yin Anqing had meticulously analyzed the Azure Flame Demon's assault patterns. It was time to retaliate. Beedrill. Sword dance. Yin Anqing commanded. The Beedrill flung its needles, completing the sword dance, as it watched the Azure Flame Demon charge once more. This time, it did not strike immediately but instead split into a multitude of afterimages in an instant. Shadow clones. As the Azure Flame Demon swung down, it observed the vanishing phantoms and swiftly turned, executing a powerful horizontal strike with the remorseful sword. Numerous afterimages dissipated, yet the Beedrill seized the opportunity. Darting from the blind spot of one Azure Flame Demon, its dual needles glowing with a violet hue, delivering a potent poison strike into the chink at the Azure Flame Demon's waist. The poison coursed through its body, leaving the Azure Flame Demon visibly pained as it swung its sword to force the Beedrill back. Exhausted, it sank to the ground, its right sword embedded in the earth, gasping for breath. Observing this, the Beedrill swiftly evaded, employing the shadow clones once more, its form enveloping the Azure Flame Demon from all sides. Toxic Surge. Against a poisoned foe, this move was known to inflict double the venomous damage. Amidst the multitude of afterimages, toxic projectiles showered in from every direction. The Azure Flame Demon, witnessing this, rose again, wielding its twin swords to sever the incoming streams of venomous liquid one by one. Feigning weakness? Too obvious, Yin Anqing scoffed, then declared, "It's time to end this." Beedrill. At the moment the Azure Flame Demon struggled against the toxic onslaught, the Beedrill's true form burst forth, empowered by the sword dance to its utmost peak, unleashing a devastating cross-cut aimed at the Azure Flame Demon. The Azure Flame Demon, upon witnessing this, swung its sword with ferocity, flames erupting from its blade as it clashed with the Beedrill's cross-cut. Clang. The two forces separated with a resounding impact. The Beedrill and the Azure Flame Demon stood back to back, the Beedrill exhibiting a flicker of pain, a charred mark appearing at its side. The Azure Flame Demon, with its twin swords drooping, spoke softly, "Well done." With that, the Azure Flame Demon crashed heavily to the ground. Go, Luxury Ball. Yin Anqing hurled the Luxury Ball, which arced gracefully, striking the fallen azure flame demon and enveloping it in a radiant red light, drawing it into the luxury ball. The luxury ball landed, shaking violently. As Yin Anqing awaited, the luxury ball erupted, and in an instant, a figure surged forth. Yin Anqing remained still, merely observing. In the next moment, the blade halted mere centimeters from Yin Anqing's neck. Despite the azure flame demon's desperate struggles, it could not move an inch. Stay still. Move again, and I will end you. Anqing, quickly sing my praises. With me here, you shall not harm him. This one is rather resilient, the azure flame demon noted. Gazing at the vines binding its form, its frozen feet, and the dragonite pressing against it, with the Beedrill's needle aimed at its vital point, and Kyrillian's hands poised at its head. In that moment, it realized its defeat. A complete and utter defeat. Yin Ryu was indeed correct. With the blade lowered, the azure flame demon spoke. The world is vast, yet I have confined myself within this minuscule realm. Though I have vanquished countless foes, I remain as solitary as ever. Then come with me. Yin Anqing extended a hand towards the azure flame demon. If Annie has said so, then she wishes for you to venture out and behold the sights she never had the chance to witness. The azure flame demon closed its eyes, the memories of that day lingering in its mind as if they were but yesterday. The sun dipped low in the sky as it sat with Yin Ryu atop a crumbling wall, gazing at the horizon, the wind tousling her silver hair while the young attendant merely stared, unable to smooth her locks. I fear I may not have much time left. The aged Yin Ryu suddenly revealed a serene smile to the attendant. It is a blessing to see you one last time. The attendant stood in shock, unable to believe her ears. She called out in desperation, yet could not convey her heart's turmoil. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, none could escape their fate, not just I, but you as well. Yin Ryu spoke with a sense of liberation, gazing at the attendant. I have let go, and I am free. Yet I cannot help but worry for you all. When I pass, I shall ensure someone informs you of my demise. You must live well, carving your own path. And please, do see the sights I never had the chance to explore. Tears streaming down her face, the attendant shook her head, unwilling to accept Yin Ryu's departure. But what could she do? Drag her back? Kneeling on one knee, she performed a knightly bow to Yin Ryu, vowing to become a knight, devoted for a lifetime to protect the princess of her heart. Yet, Yin Ryu shook her head, not accepting the gesture. My legacy shall be inherited by my nephew. If all goes well, my unworthy nephew will come to deliver this news to you. But if it is not he, then someone else will surely come. Should you find them agreeable, then go with them. Having spoken her final words, Yin Ryu departed. The lonely knight, unable to accept such an ending, continued to wait. He must grow stronger, the strongest. Only then could he protect his princess. Perhaps if he became strong enough, she would take him along with her. Thus, in the days that followed, he pressed deeper into the ruins, overcoming layer upon layer of obstacles, until he reached the depths of the ruins, where he found the key to his evolution. He succeeded, evolving into the blazing flame blade demon. However, he also found himself more isolated than ever. Upon opening his eyes once more, he beheld Yin Anqing, whose features bore a striking resemblance to someone he once knew. Flames enveloped his being, momentarily forcing back his restraints and the likes of Beedrill. In the next moment, the blazing flame blade demon knelt on one knee, performing a knightly salute. Addressing Yin Anqing, my prince, the princess has departed. At her final request, and under the sway of your formidable power, I wish to become the sword in your hand, clearing the obstacles that lie ahead for you. Yin Anqing stepped forward, producing a luxury poke ball, and gently tapped it upon the demon's shoulders. I accept your allegiance. In an instant, the blazing flame blade demon rose, pressing its forehead against the poke ball's switch, transforming into a beam of red light that was drawn into the sphere. The luxury poke ball clicked shut, swaying slightly in Yin Anqing's grasp before coming to a standstill. The blazing flame blade demon had been captured. Chapter 62, The Fiery Body. The Hatching of the Froakie. After releasing the blazing flame blade demon, Yin Anqing took out healing ointments and antidotes to tend to its wounds. The blazing flame blade demon observed Yin Anqing's ministrations in silence, momentarily lost in thought, as if recalling the time when Yin Ryu treated him as a mere charcoal servant. Thus, we have gained yet another companion, Kyrillian remarked, leaning against Yin Anqing. That's splendid, Anqing. Indeed, I am no longer the youngest, Tilly Meow declared, hands on her hips, relishing her newfound status. But it seems the blazing flame blade demon is still older than you. After all, it has known Yin Anqing for decades, Kyrillian quipped, splashing cold water on Tilly Meow's triumph. No rush. The Froakie egg has yet to hatch. Once it does, I will reclaim my title as the youngest. Quickly regaining her spirits, Tilly Meow reminded herself that the Froakie was unlikely to be older than her. As the blazing flame blade demon listened to the banter among Yan Anqing's Pokémon, it lifted its head and addressed Yan Anqing. Prince, if you possess any unhatched Pokémon eggs, you may bring them to the ruins to have them hatched by the candlelight spirits. They frequently assist in hatching eggs for food, and if all goes well, it could take just a day or two. Is there such a delightful opportunity? Yan Anqing exclaimed with joy, for the Froakie egg had shown no signs of hatching. According to Zhang Yiran, although the incubator accelerated the process, it was estimated that it would not hatch until after the Spring Festival. If there were an alternative, it could very well be ready to emerge by New Year's Eve. An earlier birth would enable it to embark on its training sooner. Yan Anqing was genuinely excited about Froakie's evolution into a Greninja. After all, he had been captivated by Ash's Greninja back in the day. With the guidance of the blazing flame blade demon and to escape the biting cold, Yan Anqing recalled his other Pokémon, leaving only Kyrillian and the blazing flame blade demon by his side. Under the familiar guidance of the blazing flame blade demon, they ventured deeper into the ruins. The outer area was tolerable, but as they penetrated further inside, a chilling sensation enveloped them. The blazing flame blade demon swiftly unleashed a sword of remorse, targeting Yan Anqing's shadow. In an instant, a swarm of Jengars and Drowsees erupted from the darkness. Yan Anqing's lips twitched slightly, having only caught a brief glimpse. He conservatively estimated their numbers exceeded 30. Prince, there are quite a few ghost-type Pokémon here. While most harbor no malice, please exercise caution, the blazing flame blade demon advised, also alerting Kyrillian. Rest assured, I shall safeguard your back, Anqing, Kyrillian replied, her horns shimmering with a faint glow, heightening her vigilance. Thanks to the blazing flame blade demon's warning and Kyrillian's alertness, their journey henceforth was devoid of further incidents. After traversing a corridor-like structure, they entered a relatively spacious, pitch-black chamber. The blazing flame blade demon ignited its flames, announcing, Candlelight spirits, business has arrived. In the next moment, with the demon's call, ethereal purple flames flickered to life. A multitude of candlelight spirits lined up, illuminating the previously dark space. My, there are so many. Yan Anqing realized at a glance that the number of candlelight spirits in this space was at least in the hundreds. Had he ventured in without guidance, the sight would have been utterly terrifying. Long time no see, blazing flame blade demon. I thought you had perished, an elderly candlelight spirit remarked as it approached. Then turned to Yan Anqing and Kyrillian, its expression one of surprise. How curious, this is your first time bringing someone here. Candlelight spirit. This is my trainer and the nephew of Yan Ryu, the blazing flame blade demon introduced, enlightening the candlelight spirit. So, he possesses a Pokémon egg and seeks our assistance in hatching it? The candlelight spirit inquired. Indeed, it is a Froakie egg. I heard from the blazing flame blade demon that you provide hatching services, so I humbly request your help in hatching it, Yan Anqing interjected, stepping forward to retrieve the egg from the incubator. You can understand us? The candlelight spirit expressed surprise. After Yan Anqing nodded in affirmation, the candlelight spirit scrutinized him, saying, Hatching is no issue, but the price. Fear not, I have ample provisions. This snow is set to continue for a while, and we have nowhere else to go, so we can stay here for a time before moving on. Yan Anqing was savvy, quickly earning the friendship of the candlelight spirit. From the incubator, he produced the Pokémon egg, and a group of candlelight spirits, embodying the essence of flames, formed a protective circle around it. Gradually, warmth emanated from them. Enveloping the egg, Yan Anqing generously offered Pokémon food and energy cubes, while releasing his other Pokémon. The food was sufficient for his Pokémon for over 2 months, and with the candlelight spirits present, it would last 3 days. Though it seemed a tad extravagant, Pokémon food could be purchased again, and energy cubes could be crafted anew. These simple-minded beings, whose friendship could be won through food, were a rare find. The goodwill radiating from the hundreds of candlelight spirits caused Yan Anqing's bond power to surge, filling his heart with joy. In the ensuing time, Yan Anqing took out his motorcycle, charging his phone with the battery, which connected to a signal to stream programs that piqued his Pokémon's interest. Meanwhile, he began to delve deeper into the crafting and formulation of energy cubes with the berries he had gathered. Each was engrossed in their tasks, basking in a serene atmosphere. As the eve of the new year arrived, Yan Anqing tuned into the spring festival gala of this world, preparing a delightful array of food while watching a program filled with dumpling making and performances by various Pokémon celebrities, which brought him much joy. As he and his Pokémon awaited the countdown, Yan Anqing silently made a wish for the upcoming year, to clinch the championship at the provincial tournament. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Accompanied by the host's blessings, The Pokémon egg surrounded by the multitude of candlelight spirits emitted a crisp cracking sound, and a soft glow illuminated the entire space. All eyes turned toward the source of the light. In that moment, the elfin egg shattered, revealing a tiny Froakie, who sleepily opened its eyes. Chapter 63, Jiang Yue. In the very first second of the new year, a new life finally emerged into this world. The newly hatched Froakie appeared somewhat feeble, yet Yin Anqing cradled it gently, noticing its surprisingly robust physique. "Welcome, Froakie," Yin Anqing exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy as she gazed at the little creature. Froakie let out a few sounds, mere murmurs akin to those of a newborn. Yin Anqing carefully filled a bottle with moo milk and tenderly fed Froakie, who eagerly drank until half the bottle was emptied. Sated and content, Froakie began to produce its unique, delicate bubbles, which gradually enveloped its previously frail areas. Hold me, Tilly Meow chimed in, excited that Froakie's birth meant she was no longer the youngest. Seeing Tilly Meow's enthusiasm, Yin Anqing willingly handed Froakie over. As Tilly Meow embraced Froakie, the other Pokémon gathered around, curiously observing the newcomer. Froakie, surrounded by its companions, squinted its eyes and smiled in delight. "What an adorable little fellow," exclaimed Kairu Lien. "Strong physique indeed. With proper training, it should excel," said Beedrill. "By the way, Froakie is a water-type Pokémon, right? Little soft, you should teach it water-type moves," suggested Tilly Meow. "Sure. I have a solid grasp of water-type techniques, so it should be easy to instruct it," replied Lapras. "I recall battling a Greninja once. It employed the move Slash, which I can teach," added Chilling Flame. "I don't have much to teach, but I can serve as a sparring partner. Now that my skull has healed, I believe I can withstand stronger attacks to enhance its strength," remarked Dratini. Yin Anqing smiled gently, observing her Pokémon as they enthusiastically discussed Froakie's future training. At this moment, Froakie was still in its naive phase. When it eventually grew aware of this time, it would likely tremble at the memories. After a lively session, they finally drifted off to sleep, lying on the prepared moisture-proof blanket. Yin Anqing found herself flanked by Kairu Lien on one side and Tilly Meow, who was curled up, on the other. Froakie nestled on Yin Anqing's chest, while the other Pokémon snuggled around her, creating a cozy circle. This slumber was particularly deep and exceptionally sweet, lasting until nearly 10 the following morning, when Yin Anqing was roused by the sound of footsteps that echoed like high heels. Groggily sitting up and opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a long-haired woman dressed in a white down coat and leather boots standing at the entrance. "What a bold heart you have to sleep here," the woman remarked, her surprise evident in a location teeming with ghost-type Pokémon. Encountering someone who appeared to be camping was indeed shocking. Yin Anqing, taken aback by the woman's striking features and the distinctive white strand of hair that set her apart, could hardly believe her eyes. "Ghost King Jiang Yue," she exclaimed, incredulous. At that moment, Yin Anqing struggled to process the presence of one of the 4 kings of the Flower Kingdom's ghost-type trainers in her vicinity. "Apparently, my face has a fair degree of recognition," Jiang Yue smiled, acknowledging Yin Anqing's identification. "No, I recognized you by your iconic white hair," Yin Anqing candidly replied. Jiang Yue teased, "Has anyone told you that your emotional intelligence is rather low? I presume you don't have a girlfriend?" "Girlfriend?" Yin Anqing's mind flashed to the visage of a multitude of past relationships, and he nodded firmly. "No, and I'm currently uninterested in pursuing one." "Jiang Yue, that's quite honest. With the memories of the original owner in my mind, I've encountered countless beautiful women and unlocked various experiences. Having seen so much, my standards have risen to a considerable height. Frankly, most women simply do not catch my eye. After all, the original owner had a multitude of ex-girlfriends, and he could undoubtedly find someone superior. Thus, rather than seeking a girlfriend, it seemed more prudent to focus on enhancing his abilities and exploring the world with his Pokémon, contemplating relationships only after achieving the pinnacle of success. You are quite a unique individual, Jiang Yue sighed, recognizing the truth in his words. After all, her status often left few trainers capable of conversing with her in such a calm manner, let alone someone like Yin Anqing, who had a propensity for taking conversations to unexpected depths. However, I hadn't anticipated that you managed to capture Chilling Flame, she remarked, eyeing the Pokémon beside Yin Anqing with a hint of disbelief. It seems you are the one he has awaited. No, he has been waiting for my aunt. I merely gained his recognition, Yin Anqing clarified, shaking his head while rousing the other Pokémon. Your aunt? Jiang Yue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Do enlighten me. After a glance at Chilling Flame and receiving a nod, Yin Anqing recounted the tale of his aunt and Chilling Flame. As he narrated, he realized that this esteemed ghost king had a penchant for gossip and a surprisingly low threshold for tears. By the conclusion of the story, Jiang Yue was in tears, Her regal demeanor momentarily shattered, leaving Yin Anqing unable to regard the four kings with the same reverence. My apologies, I couldn't help it, Jiang Yue said, dabbing her eyes with a tissue. Noticing Yin Anqing's peculiar expression, she blushed slightly, admitting, I have a weakness for overly poignant stories, and my emotional sensitivity tends to be rather high. I hope I didn't embarrass myself. What are your plans after capturing Chilling Flame? Returning to Jiang Province, Yin Anqing replied. After all, I've only acquired 2 badges, and there's just a year left. I need to pick up the pace. A year? Jiang Yue was taken aback, her confusion evident. Isn't the national tournament 2 years away? I meant the provincial tournament. I'm still a novice trainer, Yin Anqing explained, feeling exasperated by the frequent misunderstandings. You? A novice trainer? Jiang Yue was genuinely astonished. A trainer who can defeat and capture Chilling Flame is a novice? That's quite a far-fetched joke. In response to Jiang Yue's disbelief, Yin Anqing produced the trophy and photographs from the A-City New Year's small-scale tournament, displaying them to her. Upon seeing the engraved date on the trophy's base, Jiang Yue realized he was indeed speaking the truth. At that moment, her gaze towards Yin Anqing shifted. And after appraising him, she suddenly proposed, shall we have a battle? I can offer you some guidance. Chapter 64, The Battle with the Four Kings. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Anqing accepted Jiang Yue's invitation. Despite the shattering of her regal aura, her prowess was undeniably formidable. The opportunity to receive insights from a king-level trainer was one that any trainer would eagerly seize, regardless of the cost. This extraordinary opportunity was one Yin Anqing would not refuse, and he readily agreed. Jiang Yue led Yin Anqing away from the ruins, bidding farewell to the responding candlelight spirits. As they emerged from the ruins, Jiang Yue regarded the Frokas with a glimmer of admiration. The snowstorm has finally abated, leaving a delicate layer of snow blanketing the ground. In such an environment, Jiang Yue confidently tossed a Poké Ball and commanded, Flowery Bird, clear the area. As the Poké Ball burst open, the graceful Flowery Bird emerged, flapping its wings to unleash a sudden gust, dispersing the snow and revealing the smooth earth beneath. The elegant Flowery Bird, hiss. Just a simple display of its prowess sent shivers down Yin Anqing and the other's spines. Such formidable power, if directed at them, would likely extinguish all of Yin Anqing's Pokémon within mere 3 moves. In that moment, Yin Anqing gained a profound understanding of the true value of a champion-level trainer. Come on, Jiang Yue beckoned to Yin Anqing with a playful smile. I shall summon Flowery Bird, employing nothing but the most basic of skills, slap. Whether it's a one-on-one battle or a free-for-all, the choice is yours. Show me what abilities you possess to capture the Tsungyin Blade Ghost. Hearing her words, Yin Anqing closed his eyes and took a deep breath, refusing to be incensed by the condescension in her tone. Jiang Yue's achievements were not the result of mere luck. She had earned every step through her own hard work. Thus, Yin Anqing chose not to harbor resentment, but rather to clear his mind and emotions, ensuring he was in the best state to respond to Jiang Yue's guidance. Then, let us begin, Dragonair. The weather and environment were undoubtedly most favorable for Dragonair. With a powerful thud against the ground, a thin layer of ice formed beneath it as it surged forward. Quagsire, observe closely and learn well. This lesson is a rare opportunity, Yin Anqing remarked to the Quagsire perched on his shoulder, while also communicating with his other Pokémon. Dragonair, Blizzard. Dragonair initiated with its ultimate move, a howling blizzard that swiftly engulfed the arena, encircling Flowery Bird. Flowery Bird, dance, Jiang Yue said with a light laugh, remaining completely unfazed. Flowery Bird began to twirl gracefully, seemingly dancing whimsically amidst the blizzard, yet every step was calculated to exploit the weaknesses within the storm. The damage inflicted by the blizzard was negligible. Such anticipation and execution are rather extraordinary, Yin Anqing mused in admiration, but in the next instant, Flowery Bird vanished from the spot, its speed akin to teleportation. By the time Dragonair responded, Flowery Bird was already before it. Slap, slap, and yet another slap. A flurry of attacks surged forth like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye, a dozen slaps sent Dragonair hurtling away. Though Dragonair landed and stabilized its body, it did not succumb to the barrage. Well trained indeed, to withstand such relentless strikes without faltering is commendable. Jiang Yue nodded in acknowledgement. A novice trainer capable of cultivating a Pokémon to this level is undoubtedly at the pinnacle among all novice trainers. Of course, we have endured much hardship, Yin Anqing remarked as Dragonair released droplets of life-giving water upon itself, restoring some vitality. If Blizzard can be resisted, then what about Song of Ruin? As Yin Anqing spoke, Dragonair immediately began to sing a sorrowful melody, the unseen rules descending upon both Dragonair and Yin Anqing was momentarily stunned. For with Dragonair's song, Flowery Bird began to dance, its movements resembling a sprite weaving through the notes conjured by the melody, evading all contact. This is absurd. In that moment, even Yin Anqing felt it was too preposterous, a skill meant for mutual destruction, and you tell me it can be dodged? The Song of Ruin loses its effectiveness if the Pokémon is replaced, and soundproof Pokémon can avoid it as well, even if the power is insufficient. One can simply block their ears to escape its grasp. Jiang Yue elucidated to Yin Anqing. You don't use this move often, do you? It's riddled with weaknesses. Had it not been for your feelings, Flowery Bird could have just blocked its ears. Yin Anqing's lips twitched. Who in their right mind would train such a mutually destructive skill? Each time it falls, it requires treatment, and the resources expended are no trivial matter. However, having understood this, Yin Anqing resolved to have Dragonair train this move well. If such a situation arose again in the future, it would be quite amusing. A bit of expense is acceptable, as long as it doesn't happen again. Yin Anqing continued to command Dragonair to attack. But Flowery Bird either evaded or endured the wide-ranging assaults with minimal cost. After yet another series of attacks, Dragonair fell, defeated. Yin Anqing silently noted Flowery Bird's techniques. This reliance on its petite form and swift speed was highly instructive for him. Thorny Meow. As Yin Anqing called out, Thorny Meow dashed forth the moment Dragonair was recalled, its vines swiftly attempting to ensnare Flowery Bird under his command. This is intriguing. Jiang Yue observed the scene, chuckling softly, and at her signal, Flowery Bird instantly extricated itself from the grasp of the vines. Now is the time. What? Yin Anqing thought he had seized an opportunity as he watched Flowery Bird's landing point, but in the next instant, slender vines erupted from the ground, only to be deftly avoided by Flowery Bird's aerial spin. As it touched down, Flowery Bird flapped its wings, sending a number of concealed parasitic seeds, which had fallen with the attack, soaring through the air towards Thorny Meow. Leaves. Thorny Meow yanked the vines, and with a burst of light, a multitude of leaves surged forward like a tide, rushing towards the parasitic seeds and Flowery Bird. Yet Flowery Bird danced elegantly, weaving through the onslaught of leaves, and as it broke free, the explosive speed it exhibited left Yin Anqing in awe. Thud! A resounding slap landed squarely on Thorny Meow, who, unlike Dragonair, was not as resilient and was sent flying, rolling on the ground, rendered unable to continue fighting. Having defeated 2 Pokémon in quick succession, Flowery Bird appeared hardly fatigued. Jiang Yue waved at Yin Anqing, a playful smile on her face. Keep going. You can't possibly have only this much in you, can you? Chapter 65, Total Defeat. I'm coming. At that moment, Baby Dragon charged forth, this headstrong creature launching a headbutt towards Flowery Bird. Seeing this unfold, Jiang Yue was momentarily speechless. This little fellow is rather hot-blooded, I assent it. It lacks any type advantage. In the next moment, before Jiang Yue could finish her thought, as Baby Dragon closed in on Flowery Bird, it leapt high, unleashing a torrent of dragon energy that transformed into a fearsome dragon, enveloping Baby Dragon as it dove towards Flowery Bird. Flowery Bird narrowly evaded, momentarily caught off guard by Baby Dragon's ambush. As Baby Dragon landed, it clicked its tongue in disappointment. What a pity, to be so close yet miss. Jiang Yue looked at Yin Anqing incredulously. Is this what you taught? I didn't teach that. Yin Anqing shook his head. But the idea isn't bad. Baby Dragon, maintain your stance. Jiang Yue scoffed. Your heart is truly dark. Take him down, Flowery Bird. Flowery Bird was indeed slightly irked by Baby Dragon's ambush. Nearly tarnishing its illustrious reputation was intolerable. If the other companions were to find out, she would never hear the end of it. With this in mind, Flowery Bird increased her speed by 30%, elevating her attacks to a higher tier. However, in response to Baby Dragon's assaults, it collided with its reinforced skull each time, attempting to counter with its dragon claws. Yet it was evident that Baby Dragon's speed could not match Flowery Bird's, and it failed to touch even a single feather. Still, Baby Dragon persisted stubbornly, continually attempting to engage. Flowery Bird, on the other hand, found herself exasperated by this relentless fool. Teremio was vanquished by a single blow, and the Baby Dragon, appearing even weaker than Teremio, withstood 3 of its attacks, relying solely on its iron-hard skull. Though dazed and disoriented from the blows it received, the dragon's resilience sent ripples of numbness through the wings of the Hualang bird. How did this creature train to become so formidable? At that moment, even the Hualang bird could not help but admire the Baby Dragon's tenacity. The 4th strike landed with ferocity upon the Baby Dragon's skull, and at last, it could endure no more, crashing to the ground and losing its ability to fight. In a flash, before the Baby Dragon could be recalled, Kyrillian dashed forward. Initiating with an enhanced version of Psychic, the incorporeal force of the psychic attack ultimately caught the Hualang bird off guard, seizing control and squeezing it mercilessly. Yet, in the next instant, the Hualang bird summoned its strength and broke free from the binding. The explosive force of its liberation astonished Kyrulian. Was this the prowess of a Pokémon belonging to a champion-level trainer? So powerful. Kyrulian marveled inwardly as she observed the Hualang bird charging towards her. In an instant, she teleported to create distance. However, as she reappeared, she discovered that the Hualang bird had already altered its trajectory, relentlessly closing in on her. Predicting my landing point. Is it? Kyrulian furrowed her brow as she glanced at Jiang Yue. With several more teleports, the Hualang bird accurately anticipated her position each time, maintaining a consistent distance that refused to widen. Damn it, you won't have it easy either. Realizing she had fallen into her opponent's rhythm, Kyrulian gritted her teeth and abruptly raised her hand, a faint blue light flickering in her eyes as she unleashed a psychic sphere into the void. Yet, she was sent flying, losing her ability to fight. Shall I send forth the Tsangyan Reaper? Retrieving Kyrulian, Yan Anqing turned her gaze toward the Tsangyan Reaper. My blade shall serve you. The Tsangyan Reaper ignited its dual swords with flames, the blaze burning fiercely and strikingly. Regretful blade. The Tsangyan Reaper surged forth, its twin swords slicing through the air toward the Hualang bird. The Hualang bird, observing the flawed assault, merely tilted its body slightly to evade the two regretful blades. Just as it pondered the Tsangyan Reaper's lackluster attack, the Reaper seized the opportunity, its speed exploding as it closed in on the Hualang bird. Shadow Claw, regretful blade. The left sword emanated a chilling aura, while the right sword blazed with fervent flames. In that moment of the Hualang bird's intense focus, the dual swords slashed through, leaving phantoms in their wake as they ferociously descended upon the Hualang bird. The rapid flapping of the Hualang bird's wings created a flurry, clashing against the Tsangyan Reaper's twin blades, instilling a sense of pressure upon the bird. Indeed, this Tsangyan Reaper was remarkably strong. What a pity it had been captured first. Jiang Yue sighed softly, but soon she pondered how such a powerful Tsangyan Reaper had come to be captured by Yan Anqing. Boom! The Hualang bird seized the moment, forcefully pushing apart the Tsangyan Reaper's dual swords and sending it sprawling. Just as the Tsangyan Reaper skidded across the ground, leaving two trails, it prepared to attack again when Yan Anqing intervened. Beedrill Mega Evolve. In the next moment, Yan Anqing pressed down on the keystone, and Beedrill instantly transformed. A flash of yellow light appeared, and under Jiang Yue's astonished gaze, it darted towards the Hualang bird's head with incredible speed. Poison Jab. The Hualang bird blocked Beedrill's twin stingers, but in the following instant, a psychic sphere manifested, forcing it to divide its attention. Consequently, the tail's stinger grazed its body, leaving a cut and a trace of venom. In that moment, the Hualang bird's expression grew solemn. It had sustained an injury. So this is your trump card. Jiang Yue observed Beedrill and spoke. Indeed, it is impressive, both in speed and strength, with a keen sense of timing. However, it lacks a bit in technique. Hualang bird. As Jiang Yue's voice fell, the Hualang bird sprang into action, employing a perfectly executed Tai Chi stance to leverage its opponent's force and throw Beedrill away. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The notion that Pokémon could practice martial arts struck Yan Anqing like a thunderclap, leaving her worldview in disarray. Watching the Hualang bird use softness to overcome strength, deftly manipulating Beedrill as if it were a mere plaything, she felt her beliefs shatter into pieces. Could Pokémon battles even be played in such a manner? At this moment, Yan Anqing was engulfed in deep doubt. For in terms of skills, Jiang Yue had only employed a single move, without utilizing any skills. Yet, can we really dismiss Tai Chi as not a skill? Well, theoretically. It isn't classified as a skill, but its effectiveness is rather exaggerated. Has she crossed over into the Pokémon world or the martial arts realm? Would it be too late for me to learn? Yan Anqing's thoughts spiraled, as Beedrill found itself helplessly pinned to the ground by the Hualang bird's grappling maneuver. Do you wish to learn? Once the dust settled, Jiang Yue approached Yan Anqing and inquired. Yan Anqing nodded immediately. This technique was a formidable weapon. Without even considering its lethality, its technical prowess could easily outstrip a multitude of trainers and Pokémon by miles. If she could master it, even a superficial grasp would undoubtedly aid her in Pokémon battles. Observing Yan Anqing's expression, Jiang Yue smiled, adding with a hint of mischief, if you wish to learn. I cannot teach you. At that moment, he yearned to discuss with Jiang Yue the reason why flowers are so vibrant. However, considering the strength of that Hualang bird, he suppressed the thought. Chapter 66. The Invitation, a Brief Respite. All right, I won't tease you further. Here, take this. Jiang Yue, noticing Yan Anqing's disgruntled expression, retrieved a card resembling a business card from her pocket and tossed it to her. Yan Anqing reached out to catch it, then looked at it to find only 3 large characters, invitation. Aside from that, there was nothing else. The emerald green letters on a blue background exuded a certain elegant charm, prompting Yan Anqing to exclaim, "What beautiful handwriting! Of course, it's excellent. This is an invitation from a senior. It allows us juniors to extend an invitation to suitable newcomers we encounter." Jiang Yue gestured to her Hualing bird and continued, "My Hualing bird owes its skills to the guidance of that esteemed senior. If you possess the capability to win the provincial tournament, you may try to bring this invitation to that place." As she spoke, she handed Yan Anqing a note, cautioning, "Remember, only if you win can you go. If you can't even secure the championship, then don't bother. Keep this invitation as a memento." Yan Anqing paused for a moment before unfolding the note. "Rin Family Courtyard," she read aloud, and suddenly gasped, looking incredulously at Jiang Yue. "Rin Family Courtyard. Old Rin Pingsheng. Shoo, shoo, shoo." Jiang Yue quickly covered Yan Anqing's mouth, making a gesture for silence with her other hand. "Keep your voice down. This is still internal news. If it weren't for your exceptional talent, I wouldn't have given you this invitation. Keep this matter to yourself for now. The specifics won't be announced until late August." Yan Anqing nodded, now understanding the significance of this invitation. The Rin Family Courtyard, Rin Pingsheng. This address was renowned even to the original owner, a wastrel without knowledge. However, it was not the Rin Family Courtyard that was famous, but rather the illustrious Rin Pingsheng residing within. How renowned was he? To put it simply, in his youth, he was known as the Living King of Hell, a title not merely earned from his adept use of ghost-type Pokémon, but rather forged through bloodshed. How did he achieve such notoriety? In this seemingly peaceful realm of sprites, the truth lurks beneath the surface, revealing a world far from pristine. Dark organizations thrive abroad, wielding the power of sprites to undermine the foundations of nations. One might wonder why the land of flower cultivation appears so untainted, with scarcely a shadow of malevolent factions. A significant reason lies with the venerable old Master Rin. In his youth, he single-handedly vanquished 16 encroaching organizations and 8,000 sprites. Historical accounts suggest that the leader of the notorious Foot Basin Chicken organization, allegedly the head of state of that very nation, met his demise at the hands of old Master Rin. Yet, the specifics of such tales often become distorted over time. Nevertheless, following that monumental clash, old Master Rin ascended to legendary status, and foreign dark organizations, one and all, deemed the land of flower cultivation a forbidden ground. Many of these sinister factions were entirely eradicated, their legacies severed, leading the nation to bestow upon old Master Rin a grand estate, aptly named the Rin Family Manor. The honor of naming it after him, a gesture from the state, underscores the formidable prowess and ruthless nature of this illustrious figure. However, as Yan Anqing gradually calmed his excitement, he discerned another facet of this situation. The invitation issued by old Master Rin, specifically for novice trainers, undoubtedly indicated his intent to select a worthy successor. This also hinted that old Master Rin's health was waning. The once feared King of Hell in his youth, later revered as the Man of the Great Wall, could no longer resist the ravages of time, his former aura of intimidation diminishing. Jiang Yue's insistence on confidentiality stemmed from this very concern. If this news were to leak, the dark organizations abroad would undoubtedly awaken from their slumber. Yan Anqing pondered silently whether he could shoulder the burden left by old Master Rin and intimidate all foreign adversaries. Confident in his ability to triumph and pass old Master Rin's trials, Yan Anqing felt a surge of self-assurance. After all, he possessed the extraordinary ability known as the bonding power, akin to a potent advantage, complemented by the amalgamation of experiences from his previous life and his current practical training. His Pokémon were undeniably diligent, instilling in him the belief that he could rival any prodigious youth. Yet, given this realization, his subsequent training would require even greater dedication. Not only must his Pokémon strive harder, but he too must enhance his bonding power swiftly. At the very least, he aimed to elevate it to a certain level, hoping it might trigger a qualitative transformation and yield additional benefits. Let me remind you, Jiang Yue said, glancing at the Beedrill that had just exited its mega evolution. Do not attempt the trials with bug-type Pokémon. Does old Master Rin harbor a dislike for bug types? Yan Anqing furrowed his brows in confusion. Old Master Rin had specialized in ghost types in his youth before becoming a versatile trainer. By all accounts, he should not harbor any bias against bug types. It's not a matter of dislike, merely an odd sentiment, Jiang Yue sighed. Just heed my advice, it won't steer you wrong. Yan Anqing nodded in acknowledgement of Jiang Yue's well-meaning counsel, choosing not to delve deeper. After all, heed the counsel of others, and you shall not go hungry. Moreover, he had to wait until the provincial competition concluded before embarking on that journey. There was ample time to consider it later. After securing the invitation, Jiang Yue provided Yin Anqing with some constructive feedback based on his recent performance in battle. Yin Anqing received it with humility, recognizing that insights from a champion-level trainer were invaluable. Even the slightest tips could significantly enhance his growth at this stage. Once their guidance was complete, Jiang Yue leaned in to whisper a few words to Yin Anqing before bidding him farewell and continuing her exploration of the ruins. Her goal was to capture the Tsangyin Blade Ghost, but since Yin Anqing had already claimed it, she intended to search the ruins for another Pokémon that caught her eye. After all, her trip should not be in vain. As he watched Jiang Yue depart, Yin Anqing turned to his Pokémon, which had recuperated with the aid of potions, and addressed them. You all heard that. We must strive even harder moving forward. Rest assured, we will not let you down. Kyrillian spoke up. Are we heading back to Jiang Province for further training? Shaking his head amidst the puzzled gazes of his Pokémon, Yin Anqing replied, training must also balance work with rest. Especially now during the new year. What training facilities or gyms are open at this time? It's essential to absorb the experiences we've gained, and a brief respite is equally necessary. Therefore, our next destination is South Province. Let us take advantage of the new year to enjoy some well-deserved relaxation. As the chapter unfolds, Yin Anqing found himself on a journey to reunite with a pod of Dratini, amidst sunken ships beneath the sea. The prospect of securing tickets for travel before the new year seemed bleak, yet a few were available for the first day of the new year. After purchasing tickets and boarding the plane, it took mere hours for Yin Anqing and his Pokémon to arrive at the idyllic South Province, a winter vacation paradise. With swaying coconut palms and a temperate climate, Yin Anqing checked into his hotel and donned beach attire, eagerly rushing to the shoreline. The beach was bustling with vacationers celebrating the new year. Observing the throngs of people, he quickly released a luxury ball, summoning his Dragonite to soar away from the crowded shore. As they returned to the vast, open sea, Dragonite exuded joy, humming a melodious tune that lulled Yin Anqing and his Pokémon into a state of blissful relaxation, their eyes gently closing under the warm sea breeze. Suddenly, a stirring sensation coursed through Yin Anqing's bonding power, prompting him to sit up straight. Dragonite, that direction. Dragonite turned back, a hint of confusion in its gaze, then nodded. Understood, hold on tight. With powerful strokes, it accelerated toward the direction Yin Anqing indicated. As they ventured further from the land, the familiar sounds of calls echoed across the waves. Upon hearing this sound, Dragonite erupted with excitement. It's my kin. I had forgotten that we usually pass through here each winter. Filled with exhilaration, Dragonite surged forward, letting out a jubilant cry. In response, distant calls echoed back, harmonizing with its own. Before long, Yin Anqing and his companions beheld a pod of Dragonite approaching, their faces alight with joy as they swam closer. The two groups converged, with Dragonite nuzzling against its former companions, sharing tales of longing. The other Dragonite, witnessing the growth of their once small companion, felt a swell of pride. At least this entrusted human had cared for their offspring well. Observing Yin Anqing, who was generously feeding his Pokémon with treats, the elder Dragonite smiled warmly. Yin Anqing, it's wonderful to see you again. You appear to be in much better shape than before. Indeed, back then I was stranded on a deserted island, so it was only natural that I was in poor condition. Yin Anqing chuckled, delighted to encounter familiar Pokémon. After all, the pod of Dragonite was always migrating, heading south for warmth in winter and returning north to cooler waters as temperatures rose. Amidst the splashing waves, a startled Froakie leaped out of the water, retreating into Yin Anqing's embrace at the sight of the Dragonite pod. The Dragonites observed the increasing number of companions around Yin Anqing with quiet amusement. One of the Dragonites suddenly regarded the Froakie thoughtfully and remarked, with Froakie present, it seems we are almost ready. Huh, ready for what? Yin Anqing inquired, puzzled, as he glanced at the Dragonite. The Dragonite looked at its companions, who suddenly seemed enlightened, and turned to Yin Anqing, saying, Yin Anqing, could you assist us with a task? Of course, I would be delighted to help, Yin Anqing replied, nodding. He welcomed the opportunity, knowing that the more they sought his aid, the greater the gratitude that would strengthen their bond. Upon seeing Yin Anqing's willingness, the Dragonites finally spoke. They explained that there was a sunken ship some distance away, located in a prime spot along the warm current, making it an ideal home for Pokémon. However, this very ship had attracted the attention of various Pokémon, resulting in several skirmishes. The Dragonite group had previously passed by and had been inadvertently drawn into the conflict, leaving them somewhat helpless. Now, Having encountered Yin Anqing and recalling the harmonious coexistence of the Pokémon on the nearby island, they contemplated whether he might persuade the others to settle their disputes. Initially, they hesitated to mention this, considering the depth of the waters and Yin Anqing's potential inability to stay submerged for long. However, upon seeing Froakie, a new idea took shape. Froakie's bubbles could accumulate to create a sufficiently large bubble to envelop Yin Anqing entirely, as long as the Dragonites continuously infused air into it. Yin Anqing could remain underwater for an extended period. After careful consideration, Yin Anqing nodded, confirming this is feasible. To validate this, Froakie exerted considerable effort, producing a large bubble. With 3 Dragonites assisting in the descent and others alternating to provide air, they plunged to a depth of around 70 to 80 meters. Aside from the need for Froakie to occasionally replenish the bubble, the plan appeared flawless. This time, it's up to you, Froakie, Yin Anqing said, holding Froakie and affectionately ruffling its head. I will do my best, Froakie replied, somewhat clumsily, though its ability to communicate was remarkably proficient for a Pokémon. Once the plan was confirmed, the group swiftly made their way to the designated sea area. Upon arrival, Yin Anqing, observing the seemingly tranquil waters, scratched his head in concern, wondering if the Dragonites might be caught in the crossfire. Just as he pondered this, several towering water spouts erupted nearby, shooting skyward without warning. Yin Anqing gaped in astonishment. Had they inadvertently swum into that area, the water spouts would surely send the Dragonites tumbling. Casting a bewildered glance at the Dragonites, he noted their expressions of sincerity. Is it really necessary to engage in such a fierce battle over a mere sunken ship? Warm currents are not commonplace, Yin Anqing thought, unable to comprehend the situation. He temporarily recalled his other Pokémon and, alongside Chinchou, entered the bubble as previously planned. The Dragonites led the way as they descended. The bubble submerged swiftly, and after descending several meters, Yin Anqing caught sight of an extensive and deep trench beneath the waters. Above the trench, 8 different species, numbering close to several hundred Pokémon, circled menacingly. Sun Coral, Good and Bad Star, Tooth-grinding colorful fish, giant tongue clam, roaring whale, cherry blossom fish, giant wing-flying fish, and toothfish. After assessing the situation among the 8 species, Yin Anqing felt a pang of concern. Initially, he had thought only 2 or 3 species were contending for dominance. But now it was evident that the situation was far more complex, rife with natural adversaries. The tooth-grinding colorful fish countered the Good and Bad Star. Yet, despite this, neither side showed signs of retreat. Clearly, this territory was one they were determined to claim, even at the risk of facing their own nemesis. This was indeed a predicament. Chapter 68. Main objective, Yin Anqing's proposal. Just as Yin Anqing had anticipated, the notoriously irritable toothfish, although inherently timid, became extraordinarily aggressive when in numbers. The toothfish, refusing to back down, immediately launched an attack on the nearest Good and Bad Star. The Good and Bad Star retaliated fiercely, and in the ensuing chaos, other species became embroiled in the conflict. Thus, a grand melee ensued. This is utter chaos. Dragonites, please use Surf to temporarily separate them. Yin Anqing inhaled deeply, urging the Dragonites to intervene. The Dragonites nodded in unison, employing Surf, which conjured massive waves that surged through the depths, scattering the battling Pokémon. The powerful force of the waves caused the Pokémon to momentarily cease their skirmishes, turning their gaze toward the Dragonites with bloodshot eyes. Kill them, they cried. How dare they interfere? Eliminate them. Wait, isn't that the Dragonite group from before? And is that a human? Suddenly, a cacophony of voices flooded Yin Anqing's ears, inciting a headache. Summoning all his strength, he shouted, "Everyone, please listen to me. I am here to resolve your conflict." While speaking, Yin Anqing endeavored to expand his bond power, which contained the goodwill of various Pokémon, soothing the agitated crowd. They sense he means no harm. Yes, he appears quite amiable. Let us see what he has to say. All right, I'm willing to listen. One by one, they acquiesced, allowing Yin Anqing to gain a foothold as the bond power began to shine through. With a sigh of relief, Yin Anqing realized the most daunting challenge had been overcome. Even if he had solutions, they would be futile if the Pokémon refused to listen. Now that the most pressing issue was addressed, he hoped they could calmly deliberate and arrive at a viable resolution. Could each species please send a representative to articulate the reasons for their claim to this territory? Yin Anqing gently proposed, continuing to utilize his bond power to pacify the Pokémon. After a brief discussion, the various species quickly concurred with Yin Anqing's suggestion, each dispatching a communicative Pokémon to swim forward. As Yin Anqing gazed at the 8 Pokémon before him, he felt another wave of relief wash over him. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. Now, He only needed to identify the commonalities among these groups to formulate a potential solution. Giant wing flying fish, you may begin. Please share your perspective. The giant wing flying fish, intrigued that a human could understand their language, proceeded to explain the necessity of this territory. This area, situated within the warm current, is abundant in food and oxygen, making it ideal for spawning and nurturing our young, the giant wing flying fish conveyed. Yan Anqing nodded in understanding, then turned to the nearby Mega Sharpedo. Is your situation similar? Mega Sharpedo responded affirmatively. The plentiful food, stable water flow, and suitable temperatures are perfect for our offspring. And you others? Yan Anqing inquired, and the remaining Pokémon nodded in agreement, each voicing their circumstances. Drawing from their statements, Yan Anqing began to summarize the essence of their needs in his mind. This sunken vessel lies precisely in a warm current's path, where the gentle flow has caused an abundance of plankton to accumulate, drawn in by the ship's presence, thus attracting a multitude of fish and coral. The variety of food sources is exceedingly rich. Moreover, the ship and the corals that have thrived upon it help maintain the warmth of the surrounding waters. The natural shelter provided by the wreck and the coral reef creates an ideal nursery, suitable for various aquatic beings to lay and hatch their eggs. These two factors have led all 8 races to covet this paradise, seeking to establish a robust foundation for their own proliferation. Yan Anqing felt a headache coming on. How could they resolve such a situation? Not to mention the inherent enmity among these races, coexisting harmoniously seemed exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Yan Anqing as he thought of the bubble frog. Could it transform this place into a dedicated nursery for younglings, much like the river it inhabited? Alternatively, perhaps the 8 races could collaboratively manage the ship solely as a breeding ground, sharing external resources equally. With this notion in mind, Yan Anqing presented his idea to the 8 races, inquiring about their willingness to cooperate. However, it was evident that they rejected such a conciliatory approach, rather than sharing. They preferred to engage in a brutal contest for dominance over the territory. Faced with these unyielding beings, the dragon riders found themselves at a loss. After all, gentle spirits like them were more inclined to share if circumstances permitted. Observing the elves returning to inform their kin, a dragon rider approached Bubble and asked, "What shall we do? Do you have any further plans?" Yan Anqing sighed softly upon seeing the shake of heads among the group, saying, "There is still one potential solution." "What is it?" The dragon riders queried in unison, utterly perplexed about what could possibly be done at this juncture. If internal resolution proved impossible, then external assistance must be sought. Yan Anqing continued, "I may need to trouble all of you. Please inform the nearby spirits that this area boasts an excellent breeding ground. I intend to stir the waters thoroughly. While some may disagree, there will inevitably be others who will consent. Thus, I ask you to seek out gentle spirits who are willing to share, and together, we can compel the others to acquiesce." Upon hearing Yan Anqing's plan, the other dragon riders collectively inhaled sharply. Yet, upon further contemplation, they found it plausible. After all, if they allowed the situation to continue unchecked, the 8 races would undoubtedly inflict severe casualties upon one another, perhaps even annihilating several factions before any semblance of stability could be achieved, with the victor expelling the remaining spirits and claiming dominion over the area. However, a stark reality loomed. If a single victor emerged, would they truly be able to maintain control here? Should another passing race discover the conflict, the strife would persist unabated. Rather than that, it would be wiser, as Yan Anqing suggested, to involve more spirits, thereby exerting collective pressure to ensure their agreement, transforming this place into a dedicated nursery, with numerous races safeguarding it. The nursery's safety would be assured, and harmonious coexistence would be the true path to success. With this realization, the dragon riders sprang into action. A few stayed behind to assist Yan Anqing in stabilizing Bubble's safety, while the remainder swiftly dispersed across the surrounding waters. In Chapter 69, Problem Solved, the dragon riders took action, while Yan Anqing and his companions remained behind, persisting in their efforts to persuade the elves. With the calming influence of the bond power still in effect, the elves were able to communicate amiably. If Yan Anqing were to leave at this moment, the absence of this calming force would likely lead to renewed conflict. In contrast to Yan Anqing's urgency, Qilu Lian and the bubble frog appeared more relaxed. After all, these matters were not their forte, and it was better to leave everything to Yan Anqing as they quietly admired the underwater scenery. "Look, Anqing, there are fish. Such large fish." Qilu Lian tugged at Yan Anqing's sleeve, pointing behind them. Yan Anqing glanced down at Qilu Lian, then turned to look back. In that instant, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. A killer whale was opening its massive jaws, seemingly poised to snap at Yan Anqing. However, Upon noticing Yin Anqing's startled reaction, it promptly closed its mouth and emitted a series of excited calls. Alas, the bond power only enabled Yin Anqing to comprehend the language of the elves, not that of other wild creatures. Yet, from the whale's vocalizations, Yin Anqing sensed a playful intent, realizing he had been the target of a harmless scare. This was a potential battleground. He waved dismissively at the whale, which seemed to understand, nodding in acknowledgement before swimming away with a flick of its tail. Oh, it swam away, what a pity. It was my first time seeing such a large fish, lamented Qilu Yin. What about the roaring whale king? Isn't it large enough? Yin Anqing pointed to the roaring whale among the pod, clearly larger than the killer whale. But the roaring whale king is an elf, while this is a wild fish. Qilu Yin retorted, tugging at Yin Anqing's hand. Once we resolve matters here, shall we try our hand at fishing? Very well, we shall wait until this is settled. Yin Anqing affectionately ruffled Qilu Yin's hair, content to relax here for several days before facing the more arduous training ahead. The bubble frog nodded in agreement, tearing off a portion of its foam and tossing it towards Bubble to reinforce its strength. Soon, the various races concluded their discussions, with the sun coral being the first to approach, stating, "Our race can reluctantly accept, but only on the condition that these good stars and bad stars are prohibited from infringing upon our territory." "That is impossible," retorted the bad stars, stepping forward with righteous indignation. "Your horns can regrow. What is the harm in sharing some food? We're not asking for your lives. Forget it. Our race will not accept that condition. These words are meaningless." The great white shark also voiced its refusal, followed closely by the toothy rainbow fish, ironclad shell, and cherry blossom fish, all expressing their dissent. Have you heard the tale of the ironclad shell and the onyx snake? Yet, in contrast, the more amicable roaring whale king and great wing flying fish expressed their agreement, with 3 votes for and 5 against. It was clear that the hawkish factions held a decisive advantage. It appeared that conflict was inevitable. Let it be war. Who fears whom? They proclaimed, ready to annihilate one another to claim this territory as their own. In that moment, the soothing influence of the bond power was dispelled by the fervor igniting within them. Ultimately, they were determined to engage in a deadly struggle to establish their rightful claim. Wait, just as these factions were on the brink of confrontation, Yin Anqing intervened, halting them. As the elves turned their gazes toward him, Yin Anqing declared, "Now is not the time to assume that the number of spirits engaging in battle is what determines victory." "What do you mean?" The elves looked on in confusion. Yin Anqing smiled, for within the perception granted by his bond power, he sensed that the dragon riders who had departed earlier were now racing back toward them at full speed. Moreover, sensing the commotion behind them, Yin Anqing felt that the strongest force seemed to be aligning with him. "Everyone," Yin Anqing adjusted his attire and addressed the belligerent spirits, "please grant me this favor. Let us coexist peacefully. Let this be your nursery, guarded by all races, for this is a mutually beneficial strategy." As Yin Anqing spoke, the elves' eyes blazed with fervor, and the calming effect of the bond power dissipated instantly. "Grant you a favor? What gives you the right? How could I possibly agree to consult with mere humans? Am I out of my mind? These feeble beings should simply be eradicated." One by one, the sprites glared at Yin Anqing with crimson eyes, their ferocity laid bare in that moment. Yet, in the face of such peril, Yin Anqing remained remarkably composed, a confident smile gracing his lips as he remarked, regrettably, "Whether you desire to or not, you must grant me this favor for the sake of us all." As he spoke, the sprites immediately sensed an unsettling shift in the surrounding waters, which began to tremble. In the next instant, their eyes widened in astonishment as a throng of water sprites surged from all directions towards them. "I propose that this space serve as our communal nursery, to be collectively safeguarded. Who is in favor? Who opposes?" With Yin Anqing's voice echoing once more, the water sprites had already advanced upon them. Upon hearing Yin Anqing's words, they all nodded in unison, turning their gazes towards the encircled sprites. At that moment, had they not been submerged in seawater, one could have imagined beads of sweat forming on their brows. This individual truly means business. He has summoned the nearby water sprites, compelling them to acquiesce. Should they choose to oppose him now, they would undoubtedly face immediate obliteration at the hands of sprites vastly outnumbering them. Thus, ladies and gentlemen, Yin Anqing extended his hand once more. "Might I request a favor?" The battle-hungry sprites responded in unison, "Yes. It must be granted. Those who refuse shall face dire consequences." The proceedings unfolded with remarkable ease, as the discordant voices of dissent were swiftly silenced through amicable negotiations among the numerous water sprites. Subsequently, a group of water sprites ventured into the sunken vessel for inspection, nodding in satisfaction. The interior structure of the ship was relatively intact. Warm currents streamed in through the cracks, and the water temperature, oxygen content, and safety were all conducive to the hatching of sprite eggs. Therefore, transforming this place into a nursery for nearby water sprites was indeed a sound decision. As the one who had discovered such an excellent hatching site for everyone, Yan'anqing was instantly met with an outpouring of goodwill. As for those who harbored resentment, Yan'anqing did not afford them the opportunity to hold grudges. With a strategic combination of food and energy cubes, their grievances dissipated in an instant. Coupled with their newfound patience to listen to Yan'anqing's analysis of the situation, they soon realized that their desire for exclusivity was utterly unattainable. After all, there were far larger groups lurking in the depths of the sea. Thus, collaboration and mutual benefit became the order of the day. Having grasped this concept, these sprites offered forth their goodwill, surpassing even that of their counterparts. Indeed, Yan'anqing had struck gold. Chapter 70. The Treasures That Surge Forth. How splendid! With the issues resolved, Yan'anqing took the opportunity to appreciate the enchanting underwater scenery. The sunken ship, at a 60-degree angle, lay within the depths of a trench. Its sloped surface adorned with layers upon layers of coral reefs formed by coral polyps over time, where myriad fish thrived, creating a breathtaking underwater vista. Here you go. As Yan'anqing released his sprites to marvel at the oceanic beauty, a sun coral approached, presenting him with a vibrantly colored broken horn. Yan'anqing paused, glancing at the fracture on the sun coral, and remarked helplessly, "There's no need for such gratitude. I hardly deserve it." Rest assured, it was an accidental break. The sun coral replied to Yan'anqing, "It will regrow in a few days. I gift it to you. Far better than letting it be devoured by those rogue sprites." Observing the rogue sprites nearby, who were intently eyeing the broken horn with a glint of greed, Yan'anqing decisively accepted the offering. The sun coral's horn was a splendid piece of craftsmanship, though somewhat rough at present. Once polished, it would reveal a smooth, translucent, jade-like quality, making it a valuable pendant. This particular broken horn, exceptionally vivid in color, could be classified as a masterpiece among similar artifacts, and with proper refinement, could fetch a price in the tens of thousands. With the sun coral's gift, other sprites were inspired to follow suit. Before long, Yan'anqing found himself receiving numerous gifts from the sprites, including pearls, peculiar stones, and even a sprite carrying a fish. While Yan'anqing was somewhat at a loss for words, he graciously accepted all offerings as tokens of the sprite's goodwill. However, amidst the clutter, he truly stumbled upon something of value. "Where did you find this?" Yan'anqing inquired, holding a scale as he addressed the kingler that had brought it. The kingler tilted its head, gesturing towards the coral reef. "I found it there." "Thank you." Yan'anqing expressed his gratitude, then instructed his Lapras to guide them towards the base of the coral reef. "Anqing, what is this?" Kyrillian pondered, holding the pink scale thoughtfully. "It resembles the scales of a cherry blossom fish. This is a deep-sea scale. When carried by a pearl oyster, it can evolve into a cherry blossom fish. It is a branching evolution. While the cherry blossom fish appears decent, it is a carnivorous sprite." Yan'anqing explained to Kyrillian, "Essentially, it is just a cherry blossom fish. A scale that requires a bit of nurturing, which can be taxing, but it serves as a useful evolution item. In other words, if these scales exist here, there may be other items washed ashore by the currents." "That seems plausible," Lapras mused, recalling having seen many such items before. "Exactly. Therefore, I plan to search for any unexpected surprises." Yan'anqing directed his Lapras, "Lapras, use water gun to wash away the sediment and confirm my hypothesis." Lapras nodded and unleashed a powerful jet of water, striking the seabed sediment. As the mud churned, a multitude of marine creatures fled in alarm, revealing the ocean floor as the sediment was cleared away. Indeed, there was treasure. Weedle, with its keen eyesight, quickly spotted the objects that surfaced as the sediment was washed away. Among them were fragments of wood, waterlogged and no longer buoyant, as well as broken Poké Balls that had likely shattered in attempts to capture sprites that had escaped. As more and more items were uncovered, Yan'anqing's sharp gaze suddenly caught sight of something, prompting him to instruct Lapras, "That item, Lapras, fetch it." Lapras promptly retrieved it, and Yan'anqing examined the elongated stone covered in algae. After forcefully clearing the algae, he revealed a brilliant blue exterior that contained bubble-like formations. Indeed, it was a water stone. Yan'anqing beamed with delight. Evolution stones are a coveted commodity for trainers, as who hasn't he captured a few sprites requiring such stones for their evolution. With demand exceeding supply, the price for evolution stones has remained consistently high, especially for rarer types such as awakening stones, which can command prices upwards of 80 to 90,000. While the water stone might not reach such heights, its market value was still around 30,000 due to the multitude of water-type sprites that require it for evolution. A casual find of 30,000. And that's the lowest estimate. If someone is in urgent need of it, the price could rise even higher. This trip was certainly worth it. Indeed. Good deeds yield good fortune. Yan Anqing happily stowed the water stone into his pouch and continued to have Lapras wash away more sediment. After completing the wash, Yan Anqing concluded that he had truly struck gold this time. In addition to the deep-sea scales and water stone, he also unearthed a badge of kings, 2 intact great balls, and a rusted calming bell. In addition to these, there was a gold coin and a diamond ring. There were also some worthless items, such as decaying iron tools, a non-functional waterproof watch, and over a dozen fishing rods. For the first time, Yan Anqing understood the joy of scavenging, stuffing the usable items into his pocket, and only then did they return to the sunken ship with satisfaction. At that moment, the debris inside the ship had already been cleared by the fairies, yet regrettably, there was nothing of value. After bidding farewell to the fairies, Yan Anqing, accompanied by the water dragons, resurfaced. As the bubbles burst, Yan Anqing settled onto the back of a water dragon, while the other fairies found their spots on the backs of the dragons. This haul was a windfall. I shall treat everyone to a sumptuous feast tonight. Yan Anqing estimated that if everything he collected were to be sold, it would amount to at least several 100,000. In his joyful mood, he naturally decided to indulge in a nice meal to reward everyone. However, just as Yan Anqing and his companions prepared to head back, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped them all, and a shadow swiftly darted beneath them. Anqing, Kyrillian gritted her teeth and instantly teleported to Yan Anqing's side, while Beedrill promptly joined him, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. In the next moment, a sound of splashing water echoed, and a silvery figure burst through the surface, flapping its wings and appearing in the air, gazing down at Yan Anqing and his companions. It was such a feeling. Being a little timid could indeed be fatal. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the figure, Yan Anqing's mouth fell agape, and with a trembling voice, he exclaimed, "Lugia!" Lugia let out a resonant cry, and in the next instant, an even more terrifying pressure crushed Yan Anqing down onto the back of the water dragon. Chapter 71, Yan Anqing's Wish. Hey, let go of Anqing. In the moment Yan Anqing collapsed, Kyrillian surged forth, delivering a psychic attack without the slightest hesitation upon Lugia. The other water dragons, carrying Yan Anqing's fairies, surrounded him, united in their watchful stance against Lugia. Calm down, little one, Lugia spoke, its psychic force restraining Kyrillian, gently guiding her to descend beside Yan Anqing. I mean no harm. As Lugia's words fell, the oppressive force dissipated, allowing Yan Anqing to rise once more. Truly impressive. Is this the pressure of a divine beast? After being pressured by Lugia, Yan Anqing felt no anger. Rather, he perceived it as a test. Surely, Lugia had not anticipated that its power would have such a profound effect on a human. I apologize for testing you in this manner. Lugia nodded towards Yan Anqing. After all, I have encountered too many greedy individuals. It is rare to find a refreshing spirit among humans, which is quite unexpected. It's nothing, I don't mind. Yan Anqing waved his hand, observing the still puffed-up Kyrillian, and affectionately ruffled her head, calming her down a bit. May I inquire why you have appeared before me, Lugia? Yan Anqing gazed at Lugia, realizing that since Lugia bore no ill intent, he could engage in a proper conversation with it. After all, it was a divine beast. Many longed to catch even a glimpse of it, let alone converse in such a tranquil manner. Few would believe it if he were to share this experience. To extend my apologies, Lugia addressed Yan Anqing with sincerity. Recently, there were ill-intentioned individuals who incited a battle between Kyogre and myself. During the conflict, I inadvertently caused a ship to sink. For this, I wish to express my regret. It was you. At this moment, Yan Anqing finally grasped the situation, recalling the 2 dark figures from the original owner's memories. He had not misjudged. It truly was Kyogre and Lugia. Seeing Yan Anqing regain his composure, Lugia nodded again, saying, "Yes, and I sincerely apologize for the casualties that ensued." At this moment, Yan Anqing's mind struggled to comprehend. This Lugia was remarkably easy to converse with. Were divine beasts not supposed to be lofty and untouchable? What connection did the sunken ship have to them? Not to mention, there had been those with malicious intent who incited their battle. Surely, their view of humanity could not be favorable. Yet, what Yan Anqing did not realize was that had he been a heartless individual or merely an ordinary person, Lugia would likely never have appeared before him, much less offered an apology. After parting ways with Kyogre, Lugia had not sought out Yan Anqing for an apology, but rather to comfort the fairies inadvertently caught in the fray. However, it was through these fairies that she had unexpectedly heard Yan Anqing's name. Intrigued by a human capable of communicating with fairies, maintaining goodwill towards them, and befriending many. Lugia became curious about the nature of Yanqing. After searching for a while and discovering the situation in this vicinity, she learned of the sunken ship incident. Although Lugia had not shown herself during the sinking, she had been aware of the events transpiring in her vicinity. While she did not fully comprehend Yanqing's actions, she observed that the outcome was acceptable, thus refraining from further comment. It was only after Yanqing's departure that she chose to reveal herself, wishing to test him, hence her previous treatment of him. However, upon witnessing Kyrillian's unhesitating attack and the responses of the other fairies, Lugia ultimately recognized Yanqing, which led to her apology. "I accept your apology." Yanqing, with a bold face, accepted it, though he felt a twinge of anxiety within. After all, he was a transmigrator, and he was not familiar with those who had perished, making it hard for him to empathize. After reporting the incident to the police, he learned that the bodies of the deceased had long been recovered and taken away by their families. He was the sole survivor, having drifted alone for so long, and he had miraculously returned against all odds. Observing Yanqing's bashful demeanor, Lugia couldn't help but chuckle internally, then spoke. "Do you have any wishes? If not too difficult to fulfill, I can assist you." "Yes, yes, yes." Upon hearing this, Yanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he immediately spoke up. Seeing Yanqing so animated, Lugia's heart sank a little. Had she been too hasty? "Speak, what is it?" With this thought, a hint of coldness crept into Lugia's tone. I hope this isn't too presumptuous." Yanqing rubbed his hands together, looking at Lugia with gleeful anticipation. "Can I touch you? And could you take me for a flight?" Upon hearing Yanqing's wish, not just the other fairies but even Lugia was taken aback. Seriously? This was a divine beast granting wishes. One would think he would ask for formidable powers or perhaps to vanquish an enemy. Instead, he asked to merely touch her and for a flight. Gazing into Yanqing's eyes filled with longing, Lugia couldn't help but chuckle softly, gradually descending to the water's surface and extending her wings towards Yanqing, saying, "Come aboard." "All right." Seeing this, Yanqing promptly leaped onto Lugia's wings and then turned to his fairies, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Come on." Kyrillian and the others were momentarily stunned. Then they quickly realized Yanqing intended to take them along. Noticing that Lugia did not refuse, Kyrillian and the others immediately followed suit, each jumping onto Lugia's wings. Even the water dragon was first recalled into its luxury ball before being released again, successfully landing on Lugia's back. "Hold on tight," Lugia instructed, flapping her wings vigorously as she soared into the sky. The water dragons watched this scene, unable to suppress their laughter. "The gentle one has chosen a fine companion, hasn't she? Indeed, we can trust him to take care of things. Little Winru shall witness a more expansive world and relish in a plethora of vibrant experiences. We must extend our heartfelt blessings to her." Accompanied by the well wishes of the dragon riders, Lugia ascended into the sky. With the swiftness of lightning, it whisked Yanqing and his companions around the ocean, stirring the winds. Yanqing reclined upon Lugia's back, caressing its silvery feathers, which were layered and exceptionally smooth. Burying his face in the feathers, he inhaled deeply. In all likelihood, he was the first human in this world to ride and even touch Lugia, to breathe in the essence of Lugia. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Chapter 72, The Blessing of the Sea God, The Transformative Power of Bonds. The exhilarating ride lasted an indeterminate duration, allowing Yanqing and his companions to fully indulge in the thrill of riding a divine beast. As dusk began to fall, Lugia guided them back to the ocean, where they returned to the back of the dragon. Observing Yanqing and his companions, Lugia mused that it had been long since she had encountered such simple and pure-hearted humans. She plucked a single silver feather from her own plumage and gently sent it towards Yanqing using her psychic power. "A silver feather. Keep this as a memento." Lugia softly spoke to Yanqing. "And this gift, I offer you as well. May you always retain your original intent and never forget your childlike heart. If fate allows, we shall meet again." Subsequently, Lugia conjured a silver point of light that descended before Yanqing. Upon seeing him catch both items, Lugia nodded, then soared upwards before diving into the ocean, swiftly vanishing without a trace. "What a pity, it was a divine beast," Beedrill remarked, observing Lugia's departure. "If you had voiced a modest request, she might have granted it." "Thus, our connection concludes here," Yanqing said, holding the silver feather up to the moonlight. "I am no fool. I desire to befriend Lugia rather than simply seek momentary gratification. Only as friends can I count on her assistance when I face challenges, especially when such challenges seem trivial to her. That is what I value most." After admiring the silver feather, Yanqing resolved to have it sealed for preservation upon his return, marking the beginning of his cherished friendship with Lugia. Securing the feather, he gazed at the floating point of light in his hand, inhaling deeply and gripping it firmly. In an instant, the light merged with Yan Anqing's body, akin to a crystal-clear spring, washing over him repeatedly and causing him to tremble with exhilaration. This is my blessing, the blessing of the sea god. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be harmed by the sea. This power will protect you. The force within you is intriguing. I am uncertain whether it is this power that led you down this path, or if your journey has granted you this strength. However, I hope you never forget the essence of this power, and may my goodwill assist you. Lugia's final message echoed in Yan Anqing's mind as he absorbed this newfound strength. At that moment, he felt his bond power surge as if ignited by a catalyst, reaching a boiling point. This was the benevolence of a divine beast. Lugia's kindness infused Yan Anqing's bond power, a sensation reminiscent of a novice gaining experience from a high-level boss, causing his level to skyrocket. It's overwhelming. Far too much for me to handle, Yan Anqing thought, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the divine beast's enhancement, which exceeded his current limits. But what should I do with all this excess bond power? A wave of headache washed over him as he glanced towards Weedle and the others. He promptly began to evenly distribute the surplus bond power towards them. Weedle and the others noticed this and, rather than refusing, assisted Yan Anqing in absorbing the bond power. With their support, the bond power within Yan Anqing stabilized completely. Suddenly, he felt the bond power refining both his and his Pokémon's bodies. This is a qualitative change born from quantitative accumulation. The bond power is finally transforming. Yan Anqing closed his eyes, silently savoring the refining process. The Pokémon felt the same. The sensation was not at all violent, but rather exceedingly comfortable, and they could distinctly sense their strength being solidified under the influence of the bond power. Yan Anqing, too, sensed this within himself, tears streaming down his face as he realized his golden touch was beginning to manifest, no longer merely a means of communication and comfort, but a foundational ability. The more solid the foundation, the greater the future achievements. This was an unchanging theorem. A weak foundation, no matter how far one travels, remains a house of cards, bound to collapse one day. Before long, they completed the absorption of the bond power, and Yan Anqing slowly opened his eyes. He felt his body had become significantly more agile, and his vision and dynamic acuity had improved. As for his strength, he attempted to embrace Chikorita. The increase isn't drastic, but it feels slightly better than before. Perhaps it's just my imagination. At the very least, he felt sturdier. Yan Anqing patted his chest, confirming it felt much more robust. A healthy body would be invaluable for future training. How does everyone feel? Yan Anqing inquired of his Pokémon. Weedle replied, not bad. The improvement is considerable, but I feel something is still lacking. Chikorita added, I share that sentiment. It feels as though something is missing. A sense of emptiness in my heart. Cyndaquil remarked, the power enhancement is good. Through this strength, Prince, your consciousness can connect with ours immediately, allowing you to command our next actions at the fastest speed. Togepi agreed, indeed, but that feeling of emptiness is somewhat uncomfortable. Dratini echoed, I feel the same, Yan Anqing. Is this a side effect? Dragonair interjected, it shouldn't be a side effect. It seems like your superpower hasn't grown enough. As you continue to develop, that feeling of emptiness should be filled. Froka chimed in, perhaps the gap between me and my older siblings is too vast. I don't feel much of anything. I feel fulfilled and stronger. As they expressed their feelings, the sentiments among the other Pokémon were quite similar, except for Froakie, who had only recently hatched and didn't share the same experience. Although curious about this feeling, it was evidently not the right time to ponder it. It's nearly 8 o'clock. Yan Anqing exclaimed upon glancing at the time. No wonder I'm so hungry. I can't believe it. Now that I think about it, my hunger is quite intense. So hungry. So hungry. Go. 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 Dragonair, let us depart at full speed. We're heading back for a feast. All right. To the feast. Charge. With laughter and excitement, Dragonair sped towards the southern province, carrying Yan Anqing and his Pokémon. Chapter 73. Homecoming and Preparations. In the days that followed, Yan Anqing and his Pokémon fully embraced their freedom, casting aside training and indulging in a life of feasting, revelry, and sightseeing. For an entire week, Yan Anqing and his companions indulged in leisurely and languorous days. On the final day, they collected themselves, tidied up, and acquired an abundance of local specialties, including various souvenirs. Yan Anqing also purchased a return ticket, heading back to Jiang Province. Upon landing, he did not hasten towards other less challenging gyms. Instead, he rode his motorcycle home to D City with his Pokémon. After such an extended absence, the modest manor had not accumulated much dust, so a thorough cleaning was deemed unnecessary. Yan Anqing allowed his Pokémon the freedom to roam while he ascended to the second floor of the house, accompanied by Kairu Lian and Song Yan Ringui, to a storage room he had meticulously organized. The storage room was spacious, with a row of shelves affixed to the walls. Through the transparent, dust-proof cabinet doors, one could clearly see an array of items left behind by his aunt, along with various display pieces and photo albums. On the second shelf, 3 sets of garments woven from leaves were neatly sealed and displayed, alongside shells, tree fruits, and coconuts that Yan Anqing had preserved in epoxy resin. The third shelf housed the championship trophy from a small tournament in a city, a collection of photographs, a bound album of pictures he had taken during his travels, and a few more display pieces, all treasures from their journey. Was this the home of a princess, the memories of a princess? Song Yan Ringui gazed at the items on the top shelf, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Do you wish to see? Yan Anqing inquired, retrieving the photo album. I would like to, but... Song Yan Ringui gestured at his dual-bladed arms, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Fear not, I shall show it to you, Yan Anqing assured, placing the album on a nearby desk. Kairu Lian leaned in, resting her head on the surface, while Song Yan Ringui cautiously approached Yan Anqing's side. As Yan Anqing flipped through the album, the radiant visage of a youthful Yan Ryu appeared before Song Yan Ringui. After a moment of silence, he chuckled softly. She was truly beautiful in her youth. Indeed, if this were to be revealed, she would undoubtedly be the dream of many. Yan Anqing replied with a smile, and at Song Yan Ringui's prompting, continued to peruse the album. In that instant, Yan Anqing became Song Yan Ringui's hand, delicately unveiling the experiences of Yan Ryu. Ah, there is a blank page here. This is a photo of my aunt, an old Wang Long. I gave it to him to accompany him in slumber, Yan Anqing explained. Is that so? What about the others? They remain in my waist pouch. Initially, I intended to use the photos to reveal my identity to you. Look here. This is a picture of you when you were still Tin Xiaoshi, alongside my aunt. Yes, I was indeed young then, and she looked far less aged. Yet time spares no beauty. The splendor of youth shall endure and be passed on, whether it be you or I. As they reached the final photograph, Yan Anqing stood up, carefully returning the album to the first shelf. May I see your album? Song Yan Ringui suddenly asked. Of course, it's no trouble. Yan Anqing responded with a light chuckle, casually retrieving his pristine album and opening it while standing. Kairu Lian leaned in closer, pointing to the very first group photo. This was taken right after Anqing purchased his new phone during our cleaning session. This is with the 3 groundhogs from the farm. This marks our departure. This is with the rescued cool leopard. And this was the last time with old Wang Long victory in battle. New Leaf Meow. She was truly slender then. The birth of Guagua Pao Frog. Everyone held him. Anqing, when did you capture this shot? Each photograph chronicled Yan Anqing's journey, and Kairu Lian enthusiastically recounted the stories behind them to Song Yan Ringui. The final photo captured their family portrait before leaving Nan province. Albeit somewhat chaotic due to the small size of the phone's camera, Anqing had held it aloft for a selfie, resulting in everyone crowding to the front, leaving only the top of his head visible. Undoubtedly, this photograph was a disaster, yet Yan Anqing had it printed. The sight of his comical expression elicited uproarious laughter from everyone, a genuine, carefree joy that Yan Anqing cherished deeply. How delightful, Song Yan Ringui nodded. Compared to the photographs of Yan Ryu, Anqing's images, taken with less sophisticated equipment, leaned more towards everyday documentation. Observing the photo of Yan Anqing and Kairu Lian, where Kairu Lian had challenged herself to eat spicy food and nearly cried from the heat, they bickered about whether to keep it. Suddenly, Song Yan Ringui comprehended why he was drawn to Yan Anqing, and why, throughout this brief journey, he had let his guard down so thoroughly. Being with them was genuinely relaxing, yet the moments of earnestness could swiftly capture his heart. All right, I am the trainer, and I do hold some authority. This photo must be preserved, Yan Anqing declared, adopting a trainer's demeanor and successfully quelling Kairu Lian's objections regarding the unflattering picture. However, seeing Kairu Lian pouting in indignation, Yan Anqing neatly stored the album, locked the cabinet door, slipped the key into his waist pouch, and, after zipping it shut, began to sweet-talk Kairu Lian. After a lengthy period of coaxing, Kairu Lian finally calmed down, munching on an energy cube as she followed Yan Anqing and Song Yan Ringui downstairs. Meanwhile, the other Pokémon were familiarizing themselves with their new surroundings, for this would soon be their home. Upon seeing Yan Anqing emerge with Kairu Lian and Song Yan Ringui, all the Pokémon's gazes converged upon him. Yan Anqing clapped his hands and announced, "Everyone, take the day to rest well and retire early tonight. Starting tomorrow, we shall fully readjust and engage in 5 days of intensive training. Once the 5 days are concluded, we will directly challenge the gyms in D-City, after which we will continue our journey to conquer all 13 gyms in this province. Securing all the badges from the provincial cities will allow us to bypass the preliminary rounds of the provincial tournament and directly enter the elimination matches. This not only grants us ample time to enhance our skills, but also preserves our potential strategies for confronting stronger opponents. So, does everyone have confidence? Yes. The Pokémon chorused in unison, their enthusiasm unwavering, regardless of the arduous training ahead. Chapter 74, Jiang Feiyao. 5 days may seem neither long nor short. Yet it was ample time for Yan Anqing and his Pokémon to finalize their affairs, tighten their relaxed states, and elevate their conditions to their peak. After confirming with the groundhogs that the farm was in order, with all the fruit trees thriving, Yan Anqing donned his motorcycle gear once more, equipped with the ordered supplies. And, alongside Kairu Lian, rode to the poison-type gym situated in the heart of D-City. Traditional Chinese Medicine Wellness Center? Yan Anqing mused, glancing at the sign. While it is said that medicine and poison are intertwined, he couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Entering the expansive wellness center, he followed the protocol, explaining his purpose to the front desk while presenting his trainer certification. After a brief inspection, the staff were taken aback. They had encountered many novice trainers, but a newcomer of such high caliber as Yan Anqing was indeed a rarity. Typically, novice trainers, upon reviewing their profiles, encounter an array of extensive results from minor competitions, followed by their gym challenge statuses and the number of badges earned. However, Yan Anqing's information presents a striking contrast. The first line details her triumphs in gym challenges, along with the badges she has secured and a general overview of her competitive performance. The second line showcases her success in the second gym challenge, the badges acquired, and a critique from the gym leader, highlighted in bold, indicating that she defeated the core Pokémon of the opponent's 4th tier. It is only in the third line that a victory in a minor tournament is mentioned. Gasp. After absorbing the weighty information contained in these 3 lines, the 2 front desk staff members inhaled sharply, swiftly relaying the details to the gym leader. Meanwhile, Wu Xiong, the poison-type gym leader, was conducting training sessions for his disciples when his phone chimed with a notification. Upon glancing at it, he was momentarily taken aback. Could this be a mistake in the records? Refreshing the screen and confirming the accuracy, he sighed, remarking, "Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. Geniuses can emerge at any time. Master, what is it?" In response to Wu Xiong's utterance, Jiang Feiyao, who had been raised by him since childhood, approached with curiosity. Wu Xiong, gazing at the girl he had adopted from an orphanage and who was now his prized disciple, smiled and said, "A remarkable young challenger has arrived. Feiyao, even if you cannot inherit this gym, with some effort, you could likely become a gym leader in another province. Ordinary challengers must be tested. Such prodigious youths also deserve a chance. This gym challenge will be yours to handle. Remember, give it your all." "Give it my all." Jiang Feiyao paused, then nodded seriously. "An opponent capable of earning more than 5 badges truly deserves my utmost effort." "No, only 2 badges. This is his challenge for the 3rd badge." Wu Xiong shook his head and added earnestly, "However, he is the one who boldly defeated Zhang Iran's 4th tier core Pokémon to earn that badge." This left Jiang Feiyao momentarily stunned. How could she be unaware of Zhang Iran? She regarded her as an idol. What sort of challenger could compel the gym leader to utilize her 4th tier core Pokémon instead of the usual gym challenger's Pokémon during the novice phase? Although the 4th tier Pokémon may not significantly surpass the gym Pokémon in strength, they are nonetheless core Pokémon with better synergy. To have defeated an opponent under such circumstances is no small feat. Yan Anqing, accompanied by her Cerulean, followed the staff to the backyard of the health center, where an open battle arena awaited. Wu Xiong and Jiang Feiyao had already been waiting for some time. "Hello, I am the challenger Yan Anqing." Yan Anqing nodded at Wu Xiong and moved to one side of the battle arena. "I am Wu Xiong, the poison-type gym leader. As for your challenge, my disciple Jiang Feiyao will take it on. Should you defeat her, this poison badge shall be yours." Wu Xiong handed a purple badge, resembling bubbling poison, to Jiang Feiyao, who would battle Yan Anqing. "I have no objections," Yan Anqing replied, acknowledging that gym leaders typically prepare based on the challenger's profile, preventing any instances of higher-level Pokémon being used to bully the challengers. Every match is recorded for accountability. Otherwise, there would be repercussions. Thus, challengers need not overly concern themselves and can focus on the test at hand. Seeing Yan Anqing's agreement, Jiang Feiyao nodded in return. "I will give it my all." This match will be a 3-on-3 format, where the challenger has 2 opportunities to switch Pokémon without skill restrictions, while the defender has no switching rights and 4 skill limitations. The match concludes when 3 Pokémon from either side are rendered incapable of battle. Then I shall send forth my first Pokémon, Beiduking. A Pokémon resembling a mushroom with a lighter color and spotted body, with a large gray stalk, fierce eyes, and a pink mouth, appeared in the arena. Beiduking, a poison type. Cerulean, your psychic abilities are a perfect counter, although fairy type is weak against poison. What do you say? Shall we enter the fray? Yan Anqing inquired of Cerulean. Cerulean quickly shook its head. No, it's too ugly. Very well, Yan Anqing chuckled, realizing that if Jiang Feiyao were to hear Cerulean's comments, she might feel disheartened. Cerulean was commenting on the unattractiveness of Beiduking, while Jiang Feiyao was undeniably a beauty with her long black straight hair and well-proportioned figure. Even Yan Anqing would rate her a solid 90. However, paired with Beiduking, it evoked a sense of beauty and the beast. Now, let us witness our combination, Sangyin Renjigui. Yan Anqing tossed a luxury ball, and Sangyin Renjigui burst forth, landing in the arena, its blades ablaze with azure flames. Let the battle commence. At the arena's edge, Wu Xiong took on the role of referee, announcing the start. Shadow Claw, Yan Anqing commanded, but the name of the skill left Jiang Feiyao momentarily bewildered. Does such a skill exist? However, the next moment, as she observed Sangyin Renjigui gathering ghostly energy in its left hand and fiery energy in its right, she realized the implication. Was it a simultaneous execution of Shadow Claw and Requiem Blade? Venomous Strike, Jiang Feiyao promptly instructed, and Beiduking nodded, swiftly secreting venom from its arms, hurling it towards Sangyin Renjigui with a flick of its appendages. But the next instant, Sangyin Renjigui moved. A flash of azure light sliced through the air, and the incoming toxic liquid was effortlessly divided, splattering to either side, while Sangyin Renjigui had mysteriously appeared behind Beiduking. Beiduking glanced at the deep X-shaped wound on its chest. Its eyes filled with reluctance before it fell lifelessly to the ground, having lost its ability to battle. Chapter 75, The Badge Acquired, The Conclusion of Events. Witnessing Beiduking's swift defeat in a single strike left not only Jiang Feiyao, but even Wu Xiong momentarily astounded, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Beiduking has lost its ability to battle. Sangyin Renjigui is victorious. Jiang Feiyao, please switch Pokémon. Although Wu Xiong was taken aback by Sangyin Renjigui's prowess, he maintained his role, reminding Jiang Feiyao to change her Pokémon. Is this the level of someone who can contend with an idol? Truly impressive. Jiang Feiyao silently sighed, recalling Beiduking, and tossed forth another Pokeball. Next up is you. Long Wangxi. Long Wangxi landed, its fierce gaze fixed on Sangyin Renjigui. Long Wangxi. Swords Dance. Observing the significantly stronger Long Wangxi compared to Beiduking, Yan Anqing steadied herself, preparing to enhance her own abilities. Sangyin Renjigui gracefully twirled its blades, boosting its attack. Cross Poison. Long Wangxi swiftly unleashed 2 poison blades toward Sangyin Renjigui. Sangyin Renjigui effortlessly slashed through the cross poison, yet it was pushed back slightly. From this, Yan Anqing gauged the considerable strength of Long Wangxi, instilling her with confidence. Pressure Point. Long Wangxi drove its claws into its arms, momentarily amplifying its power. As Sangyin Renjigui advanced rapidly, Long Wangxi roared, summoning a shield that absorbed the slash from Sangyin Renjigui, which shattered, followed by another cross poison surging toward Sangyin Renjigui. Quick defense. In an instant, Sangyin Renjigui spun its blades to form an impenetrable barrier, successfully blocking the close-range attack of the cross poison. However, at the very moment when the Sangyin Blade Ghost swung its sword to defend, the Dragon King Scorpion's dual claws suddenly and accurately seized the fiery twin blades. Despite the searing pain inflicted by the flames on its claws, the Dragon King Scorpion still opened its massive maw and viciously sank its teeth into the shoulder of the Sangyin Blade Ghost. The Sangyin Blade Ghost let out a muffled groan. The damage from this malevolent move was certainly substantial. Yet, approaching the Sangyin Blade Ghost was far from a wise decision. Yan Anqing spoke calmly. Flame Charge. In an instant, flames enveloped both the Sangyin Blade Ghost and the Dragon King Scorpion. The intense heat forced a pained cry from the Dragon King Scorpion, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, the Sangyin Blade Ghost broke free from its twin swords. The next moment, the twin blades struck, piercing through the Dragon King Scorpion's body, with flames erupting from its rear. Faced with such an onslaught, the Dragon King Scorpion's vision darkened, and it collapsed to the ground, bereft of combat capability. With the Dragon King Scorpion incapacitated, the Sangyin Blade Ghost emerged victorious, prompting Jiang Feiyao to substitute her Pokémon. Witnessing the outcome, Wu Xiong shook his head. The pain tolerance of this Sangyin Blade Ghost was rather exaggerated. Even after being crushed by a super effective attack on its shoulder, which would typically spell disaster for an ordinary ghost-type Pokémon, it seemed unfazed. Instead, it retaliated with the flame charge, piercing through the Dragon King Scorpion's body and turning the tide. What kind of prodigy has been nurtured by which family? The prowess and timing and the quality of the Pokémon were extraordinary. It was unlikely that an average household could cultivate such talent. Wu Xiong couldn't help but let his thoughts wander, while Zhang Feiyao gritted her teeth and recalled the Dragon King Scorpion, subsequently releasing the Crossbat. The Crossbat lineage aimed to outpace the Tsangyan Blade Ghost through sheer speed. Did they? Yan Anqing chuckled inwardly. If that's the case, then disappointment awaits you. My Pokémon possesses dynamic vision tracking, specifically with the Mega Evolved Beedrill as the target. The Requiem Sword. Yan Anqing initiated the attack, hoping that the Requiem Sword would siphon some health to compensate for the earlier damage sustained by the Tsangyan Blade Ghost. The Tsangyan Blade Ghost surged forward, delivering a decisive strike. Supersonic. The Crossbat emitted a piercing, high-frequency sound wave, engulfing the arena. This move was nearly impossible to counter, and in an instant, the Tsangyan Blade Ghost fell into a state of confusion. However, Yan Anqing sighed inwardly. While any abnormal state could potentially weaken my Pokémon, confusion was the sole exception. The bond's power manifested upon the Tsangyan Blade Ghost, significantly diminishing the confusion effect. Although it remained confused, its capacity to attack was unaffected. Air Slash. The Crossbat flapped its wings, unleashing a flurry of wind blades upon the Tsangyan Blade Ghost. Observing Zhang Feiyao's cautious demeanor, Yan Anqing smiled softly. In that instant, the Tsangyan Blade Ghost swiftly swung its sword, executing a rapid defensive slash that deflected all incoming wind blades. Now's the moment. Lifesteal. Such a tactic could not possibly work a second time. Requiem Sword. The voices of Zhang Feiyao and Yan Anqing echoed in succession as the Crossbat sprang into action, opening its mouth to bite down on the Tsangyan Blade Ghost with incredible speed. Yet, the Tsangyan Blade Ghost reacted even faster, swiftly withdrawing an arm, along with the Requiem Sword, delivering a decisive strike that sent the Crossbat flying. Follow up the attack. In that fleeting opening, the outcome of the match was all but sealed. The Tsangyan Blade Ghost pursued, the Requiem Sword raining down strikes upon the Crossbat, relentless blows forcing it to retreat, unable to mount any defense. The final strike landed, and the Crossbat fell to the ground, having lost its combat capability. How could this happen? At that moment, even though Zhang Feiyao understood the strength of Yan Anqing, the reality of defeat felt surreal. She had lost, having given her all yet still succumbed. Though there had been certain limitations, the disparity was simply too great to bear. Don't lose heart. I suspect he has already grasped the threshold of becoming an elite trainer. Wu Xiong approached, patting Zhang Feiyao's shoulder. If he can maintain this trajectory of growth, by the time of the provincial tournament, those little ones will face a seasoned elite trainer. Zhang Feiyao perked up. According to her master, she had just barely entered the ranks of first-rate trainers, while her opponent was already knocking on the door of elite status. Thinking this way, her defeat felt somewhat justified. Regaining her composure, Zhang Feiyao recalled the Crossbat and walked over to Yan Anqing, who was celebrating with the Tsangyan Blade Ghost and Kairu. She extended her hand towards Yan Anqing and said, "Congratulations, that was an excellent match." "Thank you." Yan Anqing shook her hand briefly, then took the poison badge from Zhang Feiyao. After stowing the badge away, Yan Anqing recalled the Tsangyan Blade Ghost and bid farewell to Wu Xiong and the others. Upon leaving the traditional Chinese medicine health center, Yan Anqing turned to Kairu and said, "Let us change direction this time. We'll head to City E and witness a different kind of scenery." "Sure." Kairu nodded enthusiastically, having heard tales of the breathtaking mountain views in City E, expressing her determination to find time to hike and explore the unique landscapes. The duo, along with their Pokémon, rode off on their motorcycle. Just as they departed, a man and a woman at a roadside stall observed Yan Anqing and Kairu retreating figures, their brows furrowing slightly. "It's definitely him. The sole survivor of the shipwreck, accompanied by the luminous Kairu. Everything fits. This is troublesome. His identity has been thoroughly erased. If we act recklessly, it could lead to serious trouble. Let us just pretend we didn't see anything. Indeed, after running for so long, the deposit is surely non-refundable. If we can't collect the final payment, it's better than being caught. Boss, 2 more servings of crab roe noodles, please." Coming right up. Chapter 76. The Nature Reserve of City E. Having departed from City D, Yan Anqing and Kairu sped along, admiring the scenery flanking the road. This journey was unusually smooth, free from any incidents, until they reached the outskirts of City E. No Pokémon obstructed their path for robbery, no Pokémon sought assistance. and there were no unexpected incidents. As they gazed upon the surrounding landscape, mountains began to appear with undulating roads. Yan Anqing remarked, "This is wonderful." "You can't be serious." Kairu Lian glanced up at Yan Anqing and said, "Didn't Tiu once say that good things don't last while bad things do?" Yan Anqing retorted, "You've been spending too much time in internet cafes. Are you preparing for a graduate exam or something?" However, shortly after Kairu Lian's words, they rounded a bend and spotted a Snorlax sprawled across the road, soundly asleep. "Snorlax." "Yan Anqing." "Kairu Lian, should we move it to the side of the road?" Yan Anqing shook his head, parked the motorcycle, and approached the Snorlax. Climbing atop the plump creature, Yan Anqing bounced on its belly, finding it utterly unresponsive, still deep in slumber. "What a pity. It eats too much and is simply unaffordable," Yan Anqing sighed. Recalling how many all-you-can-eat restaurants had signs prohibiting the entry of Snorlax, lest they bankrupt the establishment in mere moments. Then, considering the cost of feeding a Snorlax, one could easily conclude that any trainer capable of nurturing one might not necessarily be powerful, but they would undoubtedly be wealthy. Yan Anqing produced a piece of Pokémon food and tossed it into the gaping maw of the Snorlax. As the food entered its mouth, the Snorlax instinctively began to chew. Yan Anqing threw another piece, and the Snorlax continued to chew, its previously slumbering form showing signs of awakening. As the moment drew near, Yan Anqing produced a universal energy cube. The instant the energy cube was revealed, the slumbering Snorlax awoke, its eyes fluttering open, albeit with little distinction from its previous state of repose. "How delightful," it mused, lifting its head to gaze at Yan Anqing, who was perched upon its belly. "Might you share some of that with me?" "Of course, but you are obstructing the road. Please move aside to avoid causing a traffic jam," Yan Anqing replied, tossing the energy cube to Snorlax, which promptly caught it in its mouth and began to savor the treat with evident delight. Once the Snorlax had finished its meal, Yan Anqing leaped down from its abdomen, prompting the Snorlax to rise as well. "Could I trouble you for another?" it implored, "you kind-hearted soul. First, you must clear the pathway, and then I shall provide more," Yan Anqing insisted, feeling a slight enhancement in the bond between them. With the promise of food, Snorlax obediently moved off the road, and Yan Anqing presented it with 5 additional energy cubes. "Remember, do not lie in the road again. It is perilous. Should a fast-moving vehicle come by, it could collide with you. Do you understand?" Snorlax nodded, though its focus was entirely on the energy cubes it held. Observing Snorlax enjoy its feast, Yan Anqing returned to his motorcycle, revving the engine before waving goodbye to Snorlax. "I'm off now." With that, he twisted the throttle and continued along the road. As Snorlax watched Yan Anqing's departing figure, it scratched its head and murmured, "What a kind-hearted person. I've strayed too far this time. I should head back. There's little in the way of food on this road. It would be prudent to return to the reserve for some sustenance." With that, Snorlax began its ascent towards the mountain, its surprising speed eliciting exclamations of admiration for such an agile creature. Upon reaching the heart of City E, Yan Anqing and Kairu Lilian, accompanied by their Pokémon, first attended to their hunger. Subsequently, glancing at the dimming sky, Yan Anqing proposed, "How about we visit the natural reserve in City E this evening?" "The natural reserve?" Kairu Lilian inquired, intrigued. Yan Anqing nodded. In this world, City E, characterized by its mountainous terrain, faced challenges in economic development. However, its geography had birthed new avenues for growth. One notable venture was the tourism industry focused on mountain climbing and scenic views, alongside the establishment of a natural reserve. The reserve was home to both Pokémon and wildlife, known for their gentle dispositions, attracting many visitors. Its popularity soared due to the camping area that offered overnight accommodation. At night, the natural reserve transformed into a breathtaking spectacle, illuminated by countless fireflies, sweet-scented bugs, and electric fireflies, creating a scene reminiscent of a vast galaxy. Alas, they had arrived at an inopportune time. The most stunning display typically occurred around May, when securing a spot in the camping area became exceedingly competitive. Currently, the temperature was cooler, resulting in fewer visitors, yet the sweet-scented bugs and electric fireflies remained, providing a picturesque, albeit less awe-inspiring, experience. Upon hearing Yan Anqing's description and viewing the videos he had found, Kairu Lilian was instantly captivated. Without hesitation, they set off for the natural reserve in City E, planning to stay the night before challenging the gym leader the following day. Having secured tickets online, Yan Anqing and Kairu Lilian proceeded directly into the reserve. Before entry, however, a staff member cautioned them that capturing Pokémon within the reserve was prohibited due to a magnetic field that rendered Poké Balls ineffective. Upon hearing this, Yan Anqing promptly released his Pokémon, for his intent was to share the scenery with them. It It would be quite absurd if they were unable to release them inside. Once everything was prepared, Yan'anqing led his Pokémon into the natural reserve. Following the signs until they reached a well-maintained camping area nestled by the mountainside and beside a tranquil lake. As dusk settled, apart from Yan'anqing and his companions, 3 pairs of young couples had pitched their tents and were seated by the lake, sharing Pokémon food, which attracted numerous Pokémon eager to partake. This idyllic scene of humans and Pokémon did not linger long. As soon as Yan'anqing began to set up his tent, the Pokémon surrounding the couples abandoned them and flocked to Yan'anqing instead. "What is going on here?" he exclaimed, bewildered. "Is this fellow simply favored by Pokémon?" Observing the Pokémon circling around Yan'anqing and noting their food supplies, the couples felt a pang of envy. As for causing trouble for Yan'anqing, that thought was quickly dismissed. After all, Kairu Lillian effortlessly levitated a Dragonite with telekinesis, showcasing a strength far beyond their own capabilities. Meanwhile, Yan'anqing was equally perplexed by the sudden attention. However, upon hearing the Pokémon plead, kind-hearted person, may I have an energy cube?" He quickly realized that a certain loquacious fat creature had inadvertently invited a considerable amount of trouble his way. Just as Yan'anqing was beginning to feel overwhelmed, a graceful Lurantis stepped forward, declaring, "All right, everyone, disperse." With its words, the Pokémon surrounding Yan'anqing promptly scattered, ceasing their pursuit of him. "And you are?" Yan'anqing queried, eyeing the elegant Lurantis as it settled gracefully before him, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. "Esteemed guest, I am the 3rd elder of the sacred Fire Meowth sect, here to extend my greetings," Lurantis replied, nodding respectfully, which brought Yan'anqing back to his senses. While he was somewhat familiar with the Tianji Pavilion and the Assassin's Guild, the sacred Fire Meowth sect was less well known to him. Compared to the other 2 organizations, the sacred Fire Meowth sect had a broader reach and thrived on its charming appearance, easily winning over hearts for food, thus living quite comfortably. "Thank you kindly." Yan'anqing expressed his gratitude to Lurantis before continuing to set up his tent. "Are you here in City E to challenge the gym?" Lurantis inquired, observing Yan'anqing's industriousness. "Indeed," Yan'anqing replied, now finished with his tent. "Is there something I can assist you with?" Lurantis shook its head. "There are some matters, but primarily, I wish to meet you. If you intend to challenge the gym, be prepared for a climb. The gym leader specializes in rock-type Pokémon and possesses considerable strength. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could convey a message to that wretched hound. Tell him to clean himself up. In 2 weeks, at the usual place. I intend to deliver a thorough thrashing." Hearing Lurantis' bitter words, Yan'anqing found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that the wretched hound referred to the gym leader's Pokémon, coupling that with the rock-type specialization. It was not difficult for Yan'anqing to deduce that Lurantis harbored a deep-seated rivalry with a Lycanroc. While the specifics of their feud eluded him, he acknowledged Lurantis' request with a nod. "Very well, I shall relay your message." "Thank you, esteemed guest." Lurantis stood to depart, but suddenly recalled something. Turning back to Yan'anqing, it said, "By the way, there is a certain Pokémon that wishes to accompany a trainer. I have recommended you to it. You may assess if it meets your criteria. If not, feel free to decline, as this Pokémon is somewhat weak and may cause you inconvenience." Yan'anqing was left in a state of confusion. What was this situation? A Pokémon recommending itself to accompany a trainer without prior consent? Such a proposition would likely leave many trainers incredulous. The Runching Cat has departed, and the other spirits have ceased to intrude. As dusk descends, Yan'anqing's Pokémon gather around her. Seated upon a beach chair, cradling a Kairu Yan in her arms, she waits in silence. Suddenly, a couple on the other side begins to exclaim. At that moment, the dark curtain of night is illuminated by countless electric fireflies and sweet fireflies, twinkling like stars reflecting upon the earth. It is breathtaking. Kairu Yan snuggles in Yan'anqing's embrace, gazing at the electric and sweet fireflies dancing around them. The flickering lights create an ethereal ambience. "Come, everyone. Let us capture this moment." Yan'anqing retrieves her phone, switches to night mode, and beckons her Pokémon closer. The Beedrills gather near the lens, and as she presses the shutter, a photograph immortalizes this enchanting scene. Will that Runching Cat return? After admiring the beauty for a while, but realizing it is already late, Telemio can't help but comment, "If it doesn't show up soon, we might as well sleep." "Perhaps it's just slow-moving," the baby dragon interjects. "Take, for instance, the sticky treasure. I dislike playing with them because they move too sluggishly." "No worries, let us wait a bit longer," Yan'anqing replies, gently stroking Telemio's head and scratching her chin. As Telemio purrs contentedly, Yan'anqing continues, "Ultimately, the choice is ours. If it chooses to give up and not come, it matters not." The Pokémon nod in agreement, and they all keep each other company through the night. However, as the clock strikes 11 and still no Pokemon appears, Yan Anqing and her companions decide to retreat to their tent, surrendering to slumber. Yan Anqing is grateful she had opted for the largest size when purchasing the tent, for accommodating so many Pokemon would have been quite a challenge otherwise. The following morning, Yan Anqing awakens around 7, her mind still hazy. Suddenly, a damp towel is draped across her face. What the? An ambush? Startled, she nearly leaps up but feels the pleasantly warm towel and realizes something is amiss. In the next moment, she feels someone gently wiping her face with the towel, and when it is removed, she finds a round, pink figure before her. A Chansey. Is this a Chansey? Yan Anqing exclaims, watching as the Chansey wrings out the towel, seemingly intent on continuing the task of drying her face. Quickly, Yan Anqing takes the towel from her and says, I can manage on my own. As she wipes her face, Chansey observes her actions and then bows politely, saying, Esteemed guest, I apologize for the delay. Last night, I encountered several injured Pokemon and was unable to leave until I had treated them. I hurried over as soon as I could. I am quite capable. Although I may not excel in combat, I can care for Pokemon, heal them, and I even possess some culinary skills. May I accompany you? Yan Anqing is momentarily taken aback and then realizes that her Pokemon appear to have been attended to by Chansey, groomed and polished to a shine. It seems Chansey had quietly performed these tasks while they slept, fearing Yan Anqing might not want her company. Moreover, Chansey is notorious as a battle nuisance. This pink creature has vexed countless players in the game, and as for her combat prowess, does she need to fight? As long as Chansey excels in support, she can turn the tide of battle in an instant. Are you truly skilled in healing? Yan Anqing inquires, setting the towel down. Indeed, Chansey responds eagerly. I have mastered moves such as Healing Wish, Rest, Egg Bomb, and Healing Wave. Faced with a Chansey evidently brimming with nurturing talents, Yan Anqing extends her hand, saying, Then welcome, Chansey, to our family. A Pokemon capable of healing, caring, and managing household tasks, and underwhelming combat ability doesn't seem to be a flaw at all. Chapter 78, Ascending the Mountain, the Rock-type Gym of E-City. After tidying up, Yan Anqing and her companions boldly depart the nature reserve with Chansey in tow. The staff at the reserve are somewhat perplexed, yet since Yan Anqing neither forced Chansey to leave nor did she object, permission is granted after consultation with higher-ups. Naturally, as an exchange, Yan Anqing and Chansey take a photograph to commemorate their time in the reserve. After all, capturing Pokemon is prohibited in the reserve unless it is through the allure of charm rather than combat. This could serve as a marketing ploy. The leadership of the nature reserve is astute. They foresee an influx of trainers eager to visit and attempt to befriend Pokemon. This not only boosts economic development, but ensures the reserve profits from ticket sales, allowing trainers to capture suitable Pokemon. Truly a win-win scenario. Thus, as the first instance, Yan Anqing and Chansey serve as a model, and their photograph will become a poster to attract other trainers. Yan Anqing does not refuse, as she currently lacks fame and thus has no concerns about appearance fees. In the future, should she gain renown, the leaders of the reserve would be wise to either remove the poster or compensate her for her participation. In the presence of the staff, Yan Anqing captures Chansey in a luxury ball. Observing Chansey accept capture without resistance, the staff breathe a sigh of relief. After recalling her other Pokemon, Yan Anqing, along with Kairu Lien, departs on her bike. E-City's rock-type gym, renowned for its scenic mountain views, is perched atop a high peak. Upon arrival, Yan Anqing looks at the staircase leading to the summit and can't help but comment on the gym leader's rather cruel sense of humor for placing the gym so high. By the time trainers ascend, they will likely be exhausted. Unless one employs a flying-type Pokemon to soar straight up, it is said online that doing so would prompt the gym leader, Chai Wenba, to increase the challenge's difficulty. He believes that if new trainers cannot endure such minor hardships, they are destined to falter along their journey. Thus, he adopts a stern combat style to impart the lesson that one must endure hardship to rise above others. While this reasoning holds true, I still contend that hardship is insatiable. Yan Anqing secures her bike and turns to Kairu Lien, saying, the prerequisite for enduring hardship is possessing the talent for it. Without talent, enduring hardships is ultimately futile. Kairu Lien, I'm counting on you. Okay. Kairu Lien promptly leaps into Yan Anqing's arms, and with a flash of movement, they teleport, reappearing near the top of the staircase, and with another swift motion, they stand before the gym's entrance. Upon seeing the temple-like structure, Yan Anqing strides forward, pushing open the door. Soon, two young individuals wielding brooms glance up in surprise at Yan Anqing's entrance, and one sighs, saying, another unconventional visitor. I told you, the gym leader's approach is outdated. Enough with the complaints. The other replies, setting down the broom and gesturing for Yin Anqing. "You're here to challenge for the city badge, right? Follow me." As they speak, he leads Yin Anqing toward the training arena behind the temple. This could be troublesome. Although Yin Anqing was somewhat displeased with Chai Wenba's rules, he maintained a gentle demeanor in his interactions. Following the young man, he arrived at the training ground, where he soon spotted a burly man with a buzz cut, drenched in sweat as he engaged in vigorous training with his Pokémon. Oh, yet another challenger who lacks proper decorum. Chai Wenba glanced at Yin Anqing and his companion Kalulian, before waving his hand dismissively, saying, "Let us begin, the sooner we finish. The sooner I can have breakfast." Yin Anqing refrained from commenting, yet the contemptuous attitude of his opponent stirred a slight irritation within him. Goodness, you, a gym leader at the city level, are far more arrogant than Zhang Aran, a provincial leader. Chai Wenba stepped into the battle area within the training ground and casually inquired, "How many badges do you possess?" "3, Yin Anqing replied. Although irked, he still reminded, "Do you need to check my trainer's credentials? You may review my past records." "No need." Chai Wenba waved his hand dismissively. "I have cameras here. Once the battle concludes, the footage will automatically be uploaded to the records, so rest assured. However, with 3 badges, your novice benefits period has ended. Prepare yourself, kid. The battle will be 3-on-3. With no restrictions on skills, you may switch Pokémon as you wish, while I cannot. That's the rule. My first Pokémon, go Gigalith." As Chai Wenba threw the Pokeball, a Gigalith landed heavily in the arena, and gusts of sand began to swirl. "Gigalith. Sandstream ability, I presume?" Yin Anqing squinted to shield his eyes from the blowing sand, and then swiftly tossed out a luxury ball, exclaiming, "Then, Dragonite, it's your turn." Dragonite leaped out and landed gracefully in the arena. It was rare for a gym leader not to check records. Thus, Dragonite and Froakie had the opportunity to practice. "A Dragon-type Pokémon, It seems somewhat formidable. Let us see what you've got," Chai Wenba said confidently, dismissing Dragonite as a mere small fry. "Dragonite, showcase your training results." Dragon Rush. Following Yin Anqing's command, Dragonite charged forward, lowering its head to collide with Gigalith. Using a normal-type attack against a rock-type Pokémon? "Kid, do you lack basic knowledge?" Chai Wenba frowned and muttered under his breath, "This is precisely why I dislike such challengers. Why can't they properly train their Pokémon before challenging the gym? In that case, Gigalith, let us counter with Head Smash and show him what a real gap in strength looks like." Gigalith moved, launching itself into the air to meet Dragonite's charge with its own Head Smash. A sharp crack echoed as their heads collided. Chai Wenba sighed inwardly, contemplating. Is Dragonite's skull really that fragile? It seems this one is out of commission. Yet, as he observed Dragonite soar backward and land almost unscathed, he blinked in disbelief. Looking back at his Gigalith, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Is your Dragonite made of iron? It actually withstood my Gigalith's attack." At that moment, the area where Gigalith and Dragonite collided had clearly caved in, with cracks spreading across the surface as debris fell away. Yin Anqing couldn't help but smirk at the sight. The 10 healing ointments used to treat Dragonite's injuries had all been depleted during its rigorous training, where it repeatedly struck against steel plates. Now, Dragonite's skull had easily left nearly 10 centimeters of indentation in a 1-meter-thick steel plate. Calling it an iron head would not be an exaggeration. Iron head. At this moment, a metallic sheen enveloped Dragonite's skull, its hardness significantly enhanced. It charged once more toward Gigalith. "Stop it, Spikes." Faced with the determined Dragonite, Chai Wenba resolved not to engage directly, commanding Gigalith to stomp the ground, summoning a barrage of energy spikes toward Dragonite. Boom. The spikes were instantly obliterated by Dragonite's charge, but they successfully obstructed Dragonite's advance. The sheer destructive force caused Chai Wenba's eyelid to twitch, utterly baffled by how Yin Anqing had trained Dragonite to possess such formidable resilience. Dragon Dance. Dragonite gracefully retreated, dancing with raw vigor, swiftly enhancing its attack and speed. Interrupted. Rock Slide. At that moment, Chai Wenba no longer regarded Yin Anqing as a mere novice trainer. He unleashed the full might of Gigalith to disrupt Dragonite's dance. Boulders rained down upon Dragonite, but it remained undeterred, either evading the stones with its dance or smashing them apart with its head. The Dragon Dance continues, unstoppable. Stealth Rock. Realizing he could not halt Dragonite's dance, Chai Wenba prepared to sacrifice Gigalith to set the stage for his next Pokémon. "You won't get away with this," Yin Anqing declared as Dragonite transformed into a blur, racing toward Gigalith. The Stealth Rock emerged, and Dragonite opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames that incinerated the nascent rocks. Watching his command interrupted, Chai Wenba furrowed his brow, incredulous that such a trainer, who had merely obtained 3 badges, could exhibit such prowess. Very well, he muttered, observing the sandstorm eroding Dragonite. Sandstorm. Gigalith roared, and the swirling winds intensified once more. Seizing the opportunity, Dragonite struck Gigalith with a powerful iron head, sending it sprawling and incapacitated on the ground. I underestimated you, but that 1T happened again. Chai Wenba recalled Gigalith and tossed another Pokeball, summoning a day form Lycanroc into the arena. Right side day, left side night, and in between, dusk. Chai, how many Lycanrocs do you have? Yan Anqing recalled Dragonite and threw out another Pokeball, allowing Froakie to appear, bewildered, in the arena. Just this one Lycanroc. Chai Wenba replied, somewhat perplexed by Yan Anqing's words. Yet he added, this Lycanroc is one I captured not long ago. It is not among my first or second tier Pokemon, so rest assured. You misunderstand. I never implied the gym leader was bullying the weak, Yan Anqing stated. Gazing at Lycanroc, it's merely that a certain Litten asked me to pass a message to your Lycanroc, saying she is waiting for him at the old spot for a rematch. Chai Wenba was taken aback, looking at his Lycanroc, which exhibited a flicker of recognition. He surmised that there might indeed be some truth to this. His Lycanroc had a connection to Litten? Chai Wenba pondered, but before he could dwell on it further, Froakie launched a water pulse toward his Lycanroc. Dodge, then counter with Rock Smash. The agility of Lycanroc far exceeded that of Gigalith. It leaped gracefully to evade the water pulse, landing deftly before charging toward Froakie with a howl, moving with lightning speed. Cut. As the Froakie assumed a stance akin to drawing a sword, a gleaming white energy blade materialized, accompanied by a swift draw-and-strike maneuver. The blade collided with the claws of the Lycanroc. A fierce clash of power ensued. Naturally, the newly hatched Froakie was no match for the seasoned Lycanroc in terms of strength, yet it was fortunate to have numerous excellent mentors. The fairies of Yan Anqing generously imparted their skills to Froakie, equipping it with a diverse array of techniques. Thus, despite its inexperience, Froakie's repertoire of abilities was far from shallow compared to that of other Pokemon. A wave of water surged forth, conjured from thin air, buoying Froakie as it dove into the depths, harnessing the currents to launch a water pulse towards the Lycanroc. This creature was merely a training partner for me. At this moment, Chai Wenba couldn't help but chuckle. Through his engagement with Froakie, he quickly discerned that it was indeed a fledgling Pokemon, still in its initial form. Yan Anqing's training methods were strikingly evident. However, even in practice, the fact that Froakie could contend against his formidable Agrons signified that this trainer was distinctly different from the more irritating contenders he had encountered. Rock Throw. Thus, for a trainer like Yan Anqing, he had to summon all his strength within the prescribed limits, as a mark of respect for his opponent. The Rock Throw surged forth. Yet Froakie, unable to master the art of evasion, clashed with the attack. In a violent explosion, water splattered everywhere as Froakie was sent flying, the energy blade dragging along the ground for a meter before finally coming to a halt. Gasping for breath, Froakie realized that the battle had begun to exceed its limits. Come back, Froakie, Yan Anqing called, raising a luxury ball. Wait, I can still fight. Froakie vehemently refused Yan Anqing's suggestion. This was its inaugural battle on behalf of Yan Anqing, and it was unwilling to conclude it without a proper resolution. Observing the stubborn determination in Froakie's expression, Yan Anqing withdrew the luxury ball. If that is the case, then let us give it our all. Shadow Clone. Instantaneously, Froakie sprang into action, and the field was soon filled with countless replicas. Yet, Yan Anqing understood that such illusions could not be sustained indefinitely. The relentless wind and sand would soon render them ineffective. Rock Slide. Water Pulse. A rain of rocks began to fall from the sky, as the opponent sought to ascertain Froakie's true location. Nevertheless, Froakie, displaying remarkable agility, adeptly evaded the rock slide by relying on its speed, maintaining its shadow clone state. Simultaneously, Froakie concentrated and unleashed a water pulse. As they observed the trajectory of the water pulse, Chai Wenba and the Lycanroc furrowed their brows. Did it miss? Chapter 80. Victory. Chai Wenba was thoroughly impressed. The trajectory of the water pulse was indeed off. Even if they stood still, there was no way it could hit them. What was going on? Why had such an absurd situation arisen? Chai Wenba frowned, perplexed. Yet, in that fleeting moment when the opposing side relaxed their guard, one of the Froakie clones burst forth, wielding the energy blade like a baseball bat, delivering a powerful strike to the misdirected water pulse. Watch out. Lycanroc, dodge. Realizing the danger, Chai Wenba and the Lycanroc attempted to evade, but it was evidently too late. The water pulse was redirected by the strike, crashing forcefully into the side of the Lycanroc, sending it sprawling. The Lycanroc let out a pained howl. It was said that wolves had tough heads but fragile waists, and the Lycanroc, with a similar physiology, was no exception. The severe blow to its side rendered it momentarily numb, taking some time to recover. However, in that brief interval, 2 water pulses emerged from the field. More. Chai Wenba gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Another rock throw." At this moment, the Lycanroc dared not allow the water pulses to roam freely, swiftly thrusting up rocks from the ground in an attempt to preemptively shatter the water pulses. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, a blue figure dashed along the rocks, charging towards the 2 water pulses. Rock slide. Seeing Froakie emerge, Chai Wenba denied it any opportunity. Yet, in the next instant, he was left astounded. For in Froakie's other hand, another white energy blade materialized, dual-wielding. Witnessing this spectacle, Chai Wenba was momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yananqing beamed with a smile. After all, it was Tsang Yan's blade demon who had taught Froakie the art of drawing and striking. Did he believe that a dual-wielding master would only impart a single blade technique to Froakie? The dual-wielding style was precisely the norm for Froakie at this moment. Froakie executed a series of rapid strikes, knocking down the falling rocks, leaping high, and aiming both blades at the water pulses. Dodge, Lycanroc. Seeing that Froakie had not been halted, Chai Wenba immediately opted to evade. As the dual blades met the water pulses, the Lycanroc swiftly sidestepped to avoid the oncoming assault. Yet, the next moment brought a shocking revelation to both Chai Wenba and the Lycanroc. The water pulses were not deflected. Rather, they were absorbed by the dual blades, transforming the once white energy blades into a brilliant blue. "Go for it, Froakie." Upon witnessing this, Yananqing shouted with fervor. Froakie let out a fierce battle cry, landing atop the spikes, and with a sudden burst of force, charged towards the bewildered Lycanroc. This Lycanroc, howling. In this moment, Chai Wenba contemplated forcibly recalling Froakie. He would rather face the headstrong Bagon than engage with Froakie, who was prone to unpredictable maneuvers. Electric acceleration. In an instant, Froakie left a trail of white light, while the 2 blades emitted vivid blue beams, reminiscent of flowing water. As the dual blades struck, they directly targeted the Lycanroc's neck, interrupting its imminent howl. Draw and strike. With precision, Froakie's movements were like a phantom, the dual blades dancing like flowing water, striking relentlessly at the Lycanroc. Rock Tomb. In that critical moment, the Lycanroc, sensing defeat, suddenly raised its head as massive rocks descended, effectively trapping both itself and Froakie. Froakie, having expended all its energy in a flurry of strikes, could not evade this impending blow. Amidst the crumbling rocks, the Lycanroc collapsed, unconscious, while Froakie remained upright, its blades driven into the ground, struggling to stay standing. Catching a glimpse of Yananqing's anxious gaze, Froakie managed to smile. "Did I embarrass you in my first battle?" With that, Froakie closed its eyes, the energy blades dissipating as it fell to the ground. Kyrillian. As Yananqing spoke, Kyrillian immediately used its psychic abilities to lift Froakie back, while Yananqing produced a potion to administer to Froakie's mouth. This stubborn creature, where did it learn such obstinacy? Winning the match was one thing, but given the multitude of hidden cards revealed, Froakie would likely need a substantial recovery period before rejoining the fray. Very well, with the final Pokémon defeated, this rock badge shall be yours. Chai Wenba produced the last of his Pokeballs, releasing a Tyranitar onto the field. Tyranitar. Froakie's body stabilized, and as Yananqing breathed a sigh of relief, he produced a luxury ball. "I apologize, Gym Leader Chai, but I must take Froakie to the Pokémon Center for a checkup. Therefore, let us conclude this swiftly." With that, Yananqing activated the Pokeball, placing it atop his keystone. Mega Evolution. The Beedrill underwent its evolution in an instant, vanishing from sight like a flash of yellow light. The overwhelming speed, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, sent a shiver down Chai Wenba's spine. If he struggled to keep up, there was little hope for the cumbersome Steelix. The Steelix stood helplessly, akin to a clumsy iron giant, as relentless strikes rained down upon it, yet it could barely catch a glimpse of Beedrill's fleeting form. Defend. With no other option, Chai Wenba opted for a defensive stance, hoping that Steelix might seize an opportunity to restrain Beedrill. Just as the shield was raised, it shattered instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, Steelix finally spotted Beedrill, but as it lunged to capture it, the figure vanished once more. The disparity in speed was utterly daunting. With the final strike of the crossed scissors, Steelix succumbed in a state of utter frustration. Having been reduced to a passive target, unable to locate Beedrill, it would likely bear the scars of this encounter for a long time to come. After a brief handshake with Chai Wenba, Yananqing swiftly departed, taking his Froakie to the Pokémon Center for a thorough examination. As Chai Wenba watched Yananqing and his companions leave, he neglected his breakfast and hurried to his room to log into the gym leader's internal website, where he searched for Yananqing's name. With the system redirecting, Yananqing's basic information appeared. His first match was a gym battle. A new trainer, Weedle with a flawless streak. The second battle was against Zhang Yaran. The gym leader used his 4th-tier main Pokemon for that match and was defeated. Following that was a minor tournament, where he rightfully claimed the championship. In the third gym battle, he faced the rookie Zhang Feiyao, a complete annihilation. TSK. Where did this little monster come from? After reviewing the records, Chai Wenba uploaded the battle footage and, feeling thoroughly convinced, added a note in the remarks section, suspected elite. Chapter 81. The 24-year-old flower boy. Outside the Pokemon Center in the scenic mountainous region of East City, Yan Anqing, accompanied by Curlia and Froakie, underwent a comprehensive health check. According to the results, Froakie had indeed exhausted itself considerably. The doctor advised that it would require a fortnight of rest, during which it should refrain not only from battles, but even from routine training. The sole silver lining was that Froakie was still in a rapid growth phase, and any residual injuries would soon heal as its body developed. Yan Anqing's only task was to ensure Froakie received ample nutrition. The doctor recommended purchasing some energy cubes or moo milk and eggs produced by Chansey, all of which were high in nutrients and beneficial for recovery. Upon hearing the doctor's advice, Yan Anqing breathed a sigh of relief. He typically kept energy cubes on hand, frequently practicing their preparation, so he had no shortage of them. Moreover, having just captured a Chansey, which was quite prolific, he could expect up to 15 eggs a day, all of which could be fed to Froakie until it was satisfied. After confirming that everything was in order, Yan Anqing booked a hotel on the mountain and purchased tickets. Taking the cable car up with Curlia, many had remarked on the breathtaking beauty of the sunrise from the summit, prompting Yan Anqing to extend his stay by a day to rise early and witness it. As for time constraints, he felt no rush, given his current prowess. Unless he had obtained 10 badges, he could effortlessly collect the remaining ones with his eyes closed. Once he secured 10, he anticipated that the last 3 gym leaders would deploy their top-tier Pokemon, showcasing 60 to 70% of their true strength. After all, one might wonder why obtaining all 13 badges in the province didn't require participation in preliminary rounds. It was simply due to the stark contrast in skill compared to those trainers who barely managed to acquire 8 badges, which would only frustrate their mentality. With time on his side, Yan Anqing and his companions naturally had ample opportunity to explore the breathtaking landscapes of their homeland and appreciate its beauty. As they sat in the cable car, Yan Anqing and Curlia gazed down at the undulating sea of trees and hills, all aglow under the sun's embrace. Resembling a picturesque painting, the cable car came to a gentle halt atop a lower peak, still over an hour's journey from the highest summit. Observing that many had released their Pokemon, Yan Anqing followed suit, and the sudden emergence of so many creatures quickly drew the attention of passersby, who soon realized they had encountered a trainer. A girl clad in mountaineering attire approached, scrutinizing the Pokemon surrounding Yan Anqing, and inquired, "Are you also here to participate in the offline Pokemon exchange battles?" Yan Anqing glanced at her and shook his head, replying, "Apologies, I am not a member. But if circumstances permit, I might consider spectating." "All right, you're welcome to join us. Our venue is at the battle arena of the Mountaintop Hotel." "Very well." Yan Anqing shook her hand, and she soon departed with her backpack. "Anqing, experience pack?" Tilly, the Meowstic, looked at him with sparkling eyes. Back in City A, the offline Pokemon exchange had provided them with extensive training, affectionately dubbed experience packs by the Pokemon themselves. It felt somewhat impolite to refer to others as such, given they were new trainers. Yan Anqing flicked her on the forehead, causing Tilly to pout and glare at him indignantly. However, battling on this mountaintop could be quite perilous. Weedle interjected, "Surely, it cannot be solely aerial Pokemon that will engage in combat." "That is not entirely impossible," Yan Anqing replied, regarding Weedle. "Are you willing to face flying-type Pokemon?" "Please, I've battled against adverse types before," Weedle retorted, brimming with bravado. "Then perhaps, should we encounter a legendary flying type, like Lugia, I shall let you take the lead." In an instant, Yan Anqing's words doused Weedle's confidence with a bucket of cold water. "I believe we might need to reconsider. Despite the type disadvantage, I sense it would be more manageable to handle them. Wouldn't you agree?" The sudden shift in Weedle's demeanor drew amused chuckles from the other Pokemon, who were all too familiar with the dynamic between Yan Anqing and Weedle, having witnessed such banter countless times before, where one would invariably leave the other speechless. Following that, they proceeded up the mountain, moving with the throngs of fellow hikers. Whenever they encountered a picturesque view, they would pause to capture it on their phones or take whimsical photographs. Amidst the lively chatter, they eventually reached the mountaintop hotel that Yan Anqing had reserved. After completing the check-in process, they learned from the hotel staff that, in addition to the observation deck at the highest peak, The rooftop lookout of the hotel also offered an excellent vantage point for watching the sunrise. With this newfound knowledge, Yan Anqing resolved to rise early and assess the situation. After exploring their room, they found the mountaintop hotel to have reasonable prices, especially since Pokémon were available to assist in transporting supplies, making it less expensive than anticipated. Once settled, Yan Anqing led his Pokémon to the battle arena located at the back of the hotel, enclosed by a wire fence. At that moment, the atmosphere was already charged with excitement as battles unfolded in full swing. Moreover, their conjecture was not unfounded. The Pokémon in use were indeed all flying types, entirely unconstrained by the battlefield. At this moment, the soaring Talonflame and Pidgeotto were embroiled in a fierce clash. Yan Anqing observed this spectacle and couldn't help but marvel. When it comes to passionate battles, it is the novice trainers who truly shine. The higher the skill level of a trainer, the more devious their tactics become, often leading to bewildering strategies. Sometimes, it is this pure contest of strength that ignites the fervor within. As Yan Anqing watched in silence, the girl he had seen at the cable car exit approached him, asking, "Would you like to take the stage for a challenge?" With a gentle smile. As he witnessed Pidgeotto's defeat, Yan Anqing replied, "Well then, let us give it a try." Having spoken, Yan Anqing entered the arena with his Pokémon, with Beedrill charging ahead, poised to strike at the victorious Talonflame. A bug type against a flying type? You're quite courageous, old man. The opponent couldn't help but comment as he saw Yan Anqing send Beedrill into battle. Yan Anqing's expression stiffened. "Old man? I'm a 24-year-old handsome lad. For heaven's sake. What do you mean, old man?" Beedrill turned to glance back at Yan Anqing, letting out a merciless laugh. Upon hearing Beedrill's laughter, Yan Anqing cast aside his initial intentions of merely having fun. Now, it was time to teach his opponent a lesson. Chapter 82, A Trainer from Eagle Nation. Before long, Yan Anqing nearly brought his opponent to tears. Even without Mega Evolution, Beedrill's speed was remarkable, completely outpacing Talonflame, leaving it in the dust. The outcome was clear. Talonflame was on the receiving end of a relentless assault, leaving both trainer and Pokémon utterly bewildered. With a sigh of relief, Yan Anqing was about to step down and head toward the summit when suddenly, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed individual emerged from the crowd, accompanied by a female companion. He was flanked by a Fiero and, noticing Yan Anqing's intent to leave, blocked his path, saying, "My friend, I see your Beedrill hasn't unleashed its full potential yet. How about we have a match?" He gestured towards his Fiero and the pendant hanging around its neck. Yan Anqing's eyes narrowed as he recognized it as an evolution stone. He then replied fluently in the language of Eagle Nation, "From Eagle Nation, are you?" The individual, surprised by Yan Anqing's fluent speech, nodded and responded in his native tongue, "Indeed, we are here to tour Huahua country. My name is Rock, and this is my girlfriend, Diane." "Yan Anqing, have you participated in provincial or national competitions?" Yan Anqing introduced himself while inquiring about his opponent's background. "In our region, we refer to them as continental competitions," Rock replied, his eyes lighting up. "Why not make it a 6-on-6 battle, all out?" Yan Anqing assessed his opponent and nodded, eager to witness the prowess of a trainer from Eagle Nation. "Splendid. Let us have Diane serve as the referee, shall we?" "I have no objections," Yan Anqing affirmed, positioning himself once more in the battleground, while Rock took his place on the opposite side. The gathering crowd sensed something unusual, but as the two conversed entirely in the language of Eagle Nation, they were left perplexed. However, among the crowd were those who understood, relaying the conversation and swiftly capturing everyone's attention. A 6-on-6 all-out battle was indeed a rare spectacle. "What are the rules?" Rock inquired, this time speaking in Huahua country's language. "Are there any restrictions?" "Skills are unrestricted, but switching Pokémon is limited. Only when one side's Pokémon is defeated can the other switch theirs. Victory will be determined by the number of wins. If it ends in a tie at 3 apiece, we shall have a tiebreaker. What do you think?" Yan Anqing proposed, swiftly receiving Rock's agreement. Seeing this, Yan Anqing called back all his Pokémon except for Kirlia and Froakie. Rock followed suit, recalling his Fiero. Thus, the 6-on-6 battle officially commenced. With Diane's announcement, both Yan Anqing and Rock unleashed their Poké Balls. As the balls opened, Tortuga emerged from Yan Anqing's, while Rock sent forth a Nidoking. The spectators gasped at the sight, feeling a wave of anxiety for Yan Anqing. Although Nidoking had a ground type that was weak to grass, one must not forget its poison type, which was particularly effective against Tortuga. Normal grass-type moves would inflict only standard damage, while Nidoking's poison-type moves could deal double damage. The odds were not in his favor. It seemed that Lady Luck was on my side. Rock chuckled lightly. Poison jab. Nidoking charged at Tortuga. Too inflexible, Yan Anqing murmured softly. Compared to Tortuga, while Nidoking's speed was decent, its massive size rendered it less agile. Energy Ball. Tortuga swiftly sharpened its claws, retreating to create distance, and launched an energy ball toward Nidoking. Exploded. The poison jab collided with the energy ball, resulting in a violent explosion that sent plumes of dust into the air. Leaf Tornado. In the moment when Nidoking and Rock lost sight amidst the dust, Tortuga swiftly sharpened its claws again and unleashed a flurry of leaves toward the cloud of smoke. A flicker of flame emerged from the haze as Nidoking's fiery fists obliterated Tortuga's leaves. Well-trained, Yan'anqing remarked, acknowledging Rock's training of Nidoking. Yours is impressive as well, Rock responded, equally impressed by Tortuga's timing and the fact that it had managed to sharpen its claws twice in such a short span, nearly matching Nidoking in strength. Nidoking, do not give her the chance to strengthen. Attack relentlessly, Rock commanded, and Nidoking roared, charging once again at Tortuga. This time, Tortuga remained still, seemingly paralyzed by fear. However, as Nidoking closed in, the moment its foot landed near Tortuga, countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Nidoking's feet. With its movement hindered, Nidoking stumbled and crashed heavily to the ground. As it fell, more vines surged from the earth, quickly wrapping around Nidoking. Leech Seed. When did that happen? Rock was taken aback, having failed to notice when the Leech Seed had been deployed. I'm under no obligation to inform you, Yan'anqing replied. And Tortuga rapidly sharpened its claws, pushing its attack to the very limits of its physical capacity. As it observed Nidoking struggling to rise, Tortuga whipped its vines, causing its flower bud to spin rapidly like a yo-yo. With a swift motion, Tortuga launched the bud directly at Nidoking's face, hitting it with a seed bomb that sent Nidoking flying a full meter before crashing heavily to the ground. Just as Nidoking began to struggle back to its feet, Tortuga's flower bud reappeared right before it. Damn it! Nidoking could only curse as it was hit again by another seed bomb, sent sprawling once more. After 2 consecutive point-blank explosions, Nidoking was thoroughly dazed, collapsing onto the ground, unable to rise again. Nidoking has lost the ability to battle. Both sides may now replace their Pokémon. Though Diane was Rock's girlfriend, she remained impartial, promptly declaring the outcome as soon as Nidoking was confirmed to be unable to continue. Your Tortuga is quite remarkable, Rock remarked, recalling Nidoking and observing Tortuga standing beside Yan'anqing. It's truly agile. However, the next round may not be as favorable. As he spoke, Locke unleashed a Pokeball, while the Kyrelian beside Yan'anqing instantaneously teleported into the arena. The Pokeball opened, revealing a Brickolin that landed firmly in the field. Brickolin, possessing both grass and fighting attributes, faced off against Kyrelian, which held the advantage with its psychic and fairy types. Yet, observing Locke's confident smile and the robust arms and armor-like shell of Brickolin, it was evident that this Pokémon's defensive prowess would be nothing short of remarkable. Chapter 83, The First Battle of the Happiny. Kyrelian, huh? Quite a troublesome opponent. Locke, gazing at Kyrelian, instantly recognized the challenge ahead. However, challenges could be met with strategies. His Brickolin had faced many formidable foes, triumphing each time. The key to its success lay in its exceptional defense and counterattack. Spike Shield. Psychic. In an instant, Kyrelian spread its arms, channeling an exaggerated psychic force that bore down on Brickolin like a mountain. Brickolin curled into a ball, its surface bristling with energy spikes, resembling a porcupine. As the psychic force struck Brickolin, the energy spikes shattered upon impact, subsequently erupting in a chaotic explosion that scattered in all directions. Goodness, how perilous! Yan'anqing ducked to evade the spikes, while Locke, with practiced ease, fell flat to the ground, evoking a pang of sympathy. The surrounding spectators scrambled to avoid the onslaught, and those who were struck found the damage to be relatively minor, merely a stinging sensation. Yan'anqing cast a glance and immediately felt reassured. Observing Kyrelian, who had deftly avoided the attack through teleportation, she commanded, Hypnosis. Needle Barrage. Indeed, once the offensive skill was negated, the opponent began to retaliate. Witnessing the spikes regenerate and roll across the arena like a porcupine, Yan'anqing's confidence solidified. Continue with Hypnosis, she urged, as Brickolin, agile in its rolling, evaded several of Kyrelian's hypnosis attempts. A direct attack might have been effective, but given the opponent's evident familiarity with the moves, it was clear that Yan'anqing was not the only one strategizing here. Her mind raced. She knew that should she dare to confront Brickolin head-on, it would undoubtedly unleash an entire combo waiting for her. Magical Leaf. At that moment, inspiration struck Yan'anqing. With a clap of her hands, Kyrelian launched an energy leaf toward Brickolin. Spike Shield. Seeing the impending attack, the opponent immediately chose to defend. just as Locke prepared to take cover. The magical leaf veered and struck the ground beside Bricklin. Not a hit. Wait, this is a diversion. Locke quickly grasped Yan Anqing's intent and ordered Bricklin to change positions. However, it was too late. The magical leaf barrage ensnared Bricklin within a barrier formed of energy leaves. Roll. Bricklin charged fiercely at the magical leaf. Yet in the next moment, the psychic force bore down upon it. The energy spikes shot forth again, but with the barrier's obstruction, the chaos was mitigated. And as it lost its defensive posture, Bricklin was forcefully flattened. Damn it, Hammerarm. Bricklin, enduring the immense damage, slammed its arms against the ground, shattering the earth beneath and creating an uneven terrain that disrupted Kyrelian's power. Seizing this opportunity, Bricklin exerted its strength, breaking free from the psychic pressure. With high defense and substantial health, its weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Observing Bricklin, which remained in good condition despite the onslaught, Yan Anqing commanded, Lunar Power. In an instant, a full moon appeared behind Kyrelian, its radiant light transforming into the sharpest of attacks, surging toward Bricklin like a tidal wave. Spike Euroball. Locke instinctively sought to counter, instructing Bricklin to utilize Euroball as a means of defense. Bricklin spun rapidly, its body gleaming with a metallic hue, effectively neutralizing Kyrelian's lunar power. However, the attack still failed to reach Kyrelian, barely advancing a mere foot. Just as Locke began to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw Kyrelian gathering energy for another lunar power and gritted his teeth. Euroball. The words escaped him through clenched teeth, and Bricklin, weary yet resolute, attempted once more. The subsequent lunar power utterly drained Bricklin's stamina, and with a staggering lurch, it collapsed onto the ground, rendered incapable of battle. Bricklin has lost its fighting capability. Both sides may now switch to their next Pokémon. As the voice of Dian echoed, Locke's expression darkened as he recalled Bricklin, caught off guard by how swiftly his stalwart defender had fallen. This shouldn't have happened. By strength classification, he was a C-rank trainer, and the gym leaders of their region had praised his talent. How could this opponent be so formidable? Was he above C-rank? Locke pondered these thoughts before suddenly hurling forth his third Pokeball. Meanwhile, Yan Anqing, after recalling Kyrelian, also released a luxury ball. Two beams of light materialized, revealing Happiny and the emblematic bird within the arena. The emblematic bird. Huh, me? Happiny, glancing at its surroundings, turned to Yan Anqing in disbelief. Master, I am rather weak. Are you sure you haven't mistakenly chosen the wrong Pokeball? Happiny, you can do this. You are not as weak as you believe. Just follow my commands, understood? Yan Anqing's words instilled a flicker of confidence in Happiny, although unsure why the master had chosen it. Happiny resolved to trust in Yan Anqing's judgment. As it bolstered its own spirits, the emblematic bird unleashed a gust of air slash aimed directly at Happiny. Shrink. Happiny, though plump and slow, managed to have its size with the shrink ability, evading the air slash that would have otherwise struck true. Regrettably, they had yet to teach Happiny the toxic skill. Otherwise, with a combo of toxic, shrink, and heal, it could potentially outlast a multitude of Pokémon. A smile graced Yan Anqing's lips. Now, light screen. Having dodged the air slash, Happiny promptly waved its hand to create a barrier of light before the incoming psychic attack was deflected. The residual shockwave that reached Happiny was negligible, hardly registering against its substantial health pool. In that moment, Locke felt a shiver run down his spine. It seemed the opponent was intent on imparting lessons on how to combat a defensive Pokémon. Chapter 84, Consecutive Defeats. Observing the now diminutive Happiny, which had shrunk to merely the size of two fists, even the emblematic bird appeared unsettled, realizing that without pinpoint accuracy, its skills would likely miss entirely. Gravity. In the next heartbeat, a force of gravity ensnared the emblematic bird, causing it to plummet to the ground. Then, a small Chansey charged forward and collided with him. Despite being sent flying by his own air blade at such close range, the opponent quickly recovered and energetically charged back at him once more. Airblade. Psychic Force. Psychic Impact. Air Slash. Soon enough, Locke found himself overwhelmed. Under the weight of gravity, the emblematic bird could hardly take flight. Forced to watch as Chansey relentlessly slammed into it again and again. Even though the emblematic bird managed to land a hit on the small Chansey due to their proximity. After being knocked back, the opponent simply unleashed a soft-boiled and a healing wave upon itself, landing back on the ground fully revitalized. How could he even compete? Locke never imagined that he would one day find himself at the mercy of someone else's tactics in a Pokémon battle, especially when the opponent's strategy was so infuriating. Soft-boiled, healing wave, life dew. If that weren't enough, they could even use sleep powder. How utterly vexing. Chansey's lack of skill restrictions rendered it nearly impossible to defeat. In that moment, Locke truly grasped the extent of Chansey's annoyance. If Yananqing were aware of Locke's current thoughts, he would likely remark, "You have no idea what's in store. Toxic, stealth rock, electromagnetic wave, and substitute haven't even been introduced yet." With no limitations on skills, and unlike in the games where only one negative status can be inflicted, one must ponder how to contend with a pink demon that can poison, paralyze, exert gravity, and is capable of infinite healing while being shrunk to its limits. Furthermore, Yananqing contemplated whether, during double battles, he could utilize Kirlia's teleport to assist Chansey in moving. This would mitigate Chansey's slow speed, allowing Kirlia to focus on damage output. Of course, such an unconventional strategy could only be employed under conditions of unrestricted skills. Once limitations were imposed, one would have to consider skill combinations. However, if he were truly able to inherit the profound teachings of the esteemed elder, he believed he could withstand the numerous dark organizations abroad. At which point he would no longer need to worry about skill restrictions and could unleash his full potential. Yananqing's imagination soared, while Chansey grew increasingly confident with each hit. In stark contrast, Locke and the emblematic bird grew more and more frustrated until, ultimately, the emblematic bird was worn down to its demise, leaving Locke to genuinely exhale in relief, feeling a sense of liberation. Retrieving his emblematic bird, Locke silently vowed that upon his return to his homeland, he would capture a Chansey of his own. Having been tricked, he was determined to reciprocate. He wanted the trainers of Eagle Nation to know the name of the pink demon. It was the final round. Yananqing called Chansey back to his side, glancing at Locke while toying with a luxury ball. "If I win this match, I'll secure a 4-0 victory in the contest. Continuing with the next 2 rounds would serve little purpose." "I understand," Locke nodded. "Then let us see if you can win this one." Both trainers simultaneously released their Poké Balls, pressing their keystone stones. "Mega Evolution," they declared in unison. In the next moment, 2 figures burst forth. A Mega Beedrill and a Mega Pidgeot, colliding like swords. Mega Pidgeot unleashed its wind power. Swords dance. In an instant, Beedrill and Pidgeot completed their enhancements, once again transforming into beams of light that crashed into one another. The 2 Pokémon collided, spiraling skyward, as everyone looked up in awe, finally realizing the extent of their power. Beedrill swiftly thrust its twin needle, while Pidgeot flapped its wings, sending forth a colossal air slash aimed at Beedrill. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the air slash shattered, and Beedrill darted towards Pidgeot's neck like a bolt of lightning. Just as it was about to strike, Beedrill suddenly halted, transitioning from a rapid pace to an eerie stillness, leaving Pidgeot in discomfort. Yet, it had no choice but to release its hyper beam, forcing it to open its mouth and fire, allowing Beedrill to evade successfully. Had it been greedy for that initial strike, the hyper beam would have struck true. With its frail defenses, that blow would have surely resulted in disaster. How cunning. Thankfully, Yananqing had warned me. In that fleeting moment when Pidgeot's attack missed, Beedrill executed a swift turn and delivered a poison jab, its twin needle piercing into Pidgeot's back. Pidgeot let out a mournful cry, astonished that the opponent could break free from its unguarded position, something previously deemed impossible. Overconfidence in her own abilities led to a costly mistake. The missed hyper beam and the successful poison jab meant that toxins were now spreading throughout her body. With wings collapsing, Pidgeot fell helplessly. Beedrill refrained from pursuing, instead lifting its tail and launching a series of poisonous needles at Pidgeot. As the poison projectiles approached, Pidgeot spread its wings, regaining control and countering with a swift brave bird aimed directly at Beedrill. "Yananqing, you guessed right. They intend to lure the opponent in. Enough chatter. I'm no fool. X-Scissor." "Understood." Beedrill, seeing Pidgeot barreling toward it, showed no hesitation and charged back. Head-on confrontation. He had never backed down. Clang. This time, the collision sent both Pokémon flying. A reckless clash. Yananqing sensed Beedrill's dwindling stamina and immediately commanded it to strike. In that moment of being knocked back, Beedrill pivoted suddenly and raced toward Pidgeot. Hurricane. The ground was now perilously close to their descent, and both trainers shouted in unison. Pidgeot frantically flapped its wings, unleashing a violent gale that enveloped the sky, while Beedrill found itself like a small boat tossed upon a stormy sea, struggling to maintain balance. "This is it. Charge forward." Beedrill executed a sword's dance, spinning like a high-speed drill, boosting its power while barreling directly into the tempest. Observing this scene, Locke let out a sigh of relief. The frail Beedrill's reckless attack against the storm was undoubtedly a one-way ticket to doom. Not only Locke believed this, but Pidgeot also relaxed momentarily. Whoosh! Just then, a flash of yellow burst forth from the storm. Beedrill, dragging its weary form, slammed into Pidgeot with unrelenting speed. The sharp steel needles pierced Pidgeot's wings, bringing its health down to the same precarious level as Beedrill. The sudden wave of weakness and the intense pain from its wings forced Pidgeot to emit a mournful cry. Yet, in the next instant, Beedrill struck with its tail. Poisonous projectiles surged forth. The violent impact sent Pidgeot crashing down to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled as the ground beneath Pidgeot shattered, causing it to revert from its evolution, rendering it unable to continue fighting. Pidgeot is unable to battle. Thus, the victor is Yan'anqing. Chapter 85, Watching the Sun. With the final ruling, Yan'anqing, having achieved 4 consecutive victories, confirmed his triumph, deeming the continuation of the contest unnecessary. I concede. Locke recalled Pidgeot, sighing as he spoke. You, my friend, are undoubtedly more than just a C-rank trainer, perhaps a B-rank, or even an A-rank. In response to Locke's inquiry, Yan'anqing had Chansey use Healing Wave to tend to Beedrill. Beedrill rolled its eyes. Now that Chansey was present, Yan'anqing had grown somewhat complacent, neglecting to provide even an energy cube for comfort. However, once healed, an energy cube did arrive, and Beedrill had no complaints. I'm not entirely sure of my exact rank. We don't have such clear distinctions here as you do over there. I suppose I would be considered a second-tier trainer. Yan'anqing gazed at Locke and shared his circumstances. It aligns closely with my expectations, Locke remarked as he compared the levels Yan'anqing described with those categorized by his homeland, confirming that Yan'anqing was likely an A-class trainer. I am delighted to engage in a match with you. My forthcoming goal is to aim for national competitions, and I hope we have the opportunity to face each other again on the world stage. Let us hope so, Yan'anqing replied, shaking Locke's hand. World-class competitions resemble the Olympics of his previous life, where prodigious trainers from various nations stake everything for supremacy. The prestige associated with such tournaments is universally acknowledged as the highest. Achieving victory would undoubtedly elevate one's social standing to heights unattainable for the average person. At that point, the notion of a modest goal would be trivial. Even 10 or 100 minor aspirations could be effortlessly achieved. However, the challenges of world-class events are exceptionally formidable. Merely qualifying for the preliminaries would see only a handful of competitors from each country, an absolute stroke of fortune. Regrettably, such aspirations felt distant, for now. Yan'anqing needed to focus on clinching the provincial championship before seeking to become the successor to the esteemed elder. Only after accomplishing these tasks could he contemplate the world-class tournaments. Thus concluded a match that had captivated many. Locke and Diane departed, as they were there for leisure and, having enjoyed the sights, left the scenic area. After the match, Yan'anqing found himself devoid of motivation to continue battling and eager to witness the sunrise. Returned to the hotel to rest early. He reviewed the match with his Pokémon, discussing their individual performances while affirming their strengths and addressing areas for improvement. The Pokémon accepted his guidance with humility. While they often joked around, they understood the importance of seriousness when the time called for it. Once the review concluded, Yan'anqing treated everyone to a sumptuous feast, for he firmly believed in the significance of good food and drink in life. The meal, though not extravagant, was satisfactory. After satisfying their appetites, they headed to the hotel rooftops observation deck to witness the sunrise. The view was indeed expansive, accommodating nearly 100 spectators, which reassured them. Returning to their rooms for a restful night, Yan'anqing even ordered a professional massage, ensuring both he and his Pokémon received proper relaxation. After soothing their bodies and minds, they retired early, rising at around 4 in the morning. Battling the biting cold wind, the group made their way to the observation deck atop the hotel. At that moment, the once quiet deck was already populated with a fair number of early risers, though it was not overly crowded. Choosing a prime spot, Yan'anqing released his Dragonite, claiming a generous area. Froakie and Bagon perched atop Dragonite's head, gazing at the still dark eastern sky. Wrapped in a blanket, Yan'anqing settled on Dragonite's back, while Chasepin and Meowth snuggled under the blanket, seeking warmth in his embrace. His Gardevoir and Beedrill stood at either side of the railing, gazing into the distance. Meanwhile, Chansey produced the boiled eggs prepared the night before. I've warmed them up. Would you like some? Yes. The Pokémon chorused, each receiving 2 eggs. Yan'anqing took one, giving the other to Froakie to ensure it received ample nourishment. As he peeled the still warm egg, Yan'anqing took a bite. The texture was soft and tender, the flavor extraordinarily delightful. It was hard to believe that a mere boiled egg could taste so enchanting. Delicious, he remarked, with the other Pokémon nodding in agreement. Praising the egg's flavor, Chansey beamed, delighted that everyone enjoyed it. After a few bites, Yan'anqing turned to his phone, scrolling through messages and Pokémon-related knowledge to enrich himself. Anqing, I can't eat anymore. Would you like this? Chasepin offered, holding out the egg she had bitten into. And me, Meowth chimed in, presenting her half-eaten egg to Yin Anqing. Mine first, Chasepin insisted, pushing Meowth's egg aside and attempting to feed her own to Yin Anqing. Hey, that's excessive, Meowth protested, only to see Chasepin use Psychic to levitate her egg away, placing it in front of Froakie. Froakie stared at the half-egg floating before him, then at the intact egg in his hand, a look of indecision crossing his face. Should he eat this egg? All right, enough of that, Yin Anqing said, unfazed by the drool-covered egg, quickly consuming it, which delighted Chasepin. As for Meowth's egg, he took a bite before handing it back to her. Hurry and eat. You need the nourishment as well. As he watched Meowth take the egg, he affectionately patted her head. Chasepin, noticing the bite mark on the egg, felt a twinge of displeasure. Let me have a bite. Chasepin lunged forward, trying to eat the part Yin Anqing had bitten. Not a chance. Meowth swiftly shoved the egg into her mouth, denying Chasepin any opportunity. Are you looking for a fight? Meowth retorted defiantly. All right, the sun is rising, Yin Anqing interjected, separating the two Pokémon just as the sun began to rise. Surrounded by mountains, the morning mist, coupled with the newly risen golden sun, created a moment that felt timeless and breathtaking. Yin Anqing quickly captured the scene with his phone, snapping a selfie that immortalized the moment of Chasepin and Meowth, hand in hand, gazing at the sunrise, their quarrel forgotten in the face of such beauty. Isn't it magnificent? Yin Anqing chuckled softly, unsure if he referred to the scenery or the pure bond shared with his Pokémon. Chapter 86, The Waste Treatment Plant. After witnessing the sunrise, Yin Anqing and his companions tidied up, checked out of their rooms, and proceeded to mark their visit to the highest peak before descending via a different cable car route. Dressed in motorcycle gear and fastening her helmet, Chasepin pulled up her zipper and looked at Yin Anqing. Next, we should head to City F, right? Yin Anqing nodded. Indeed. To the fire-type gym in City F. I've heard there are natural hot springs there. I'll take you all for a soak when we arrive. As they spoke of City F, Chasepin's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. Anqing, once we reach City F, could you accompany me to a certain place? Of course. Where do you wish to go? Yin Anqing inquired, mounting the motorcycle. Chasepin clambered up and nestled into Yin Anqing's embrace. To the waste treatment plant in City F. The waste treatment plant in City F is a sprawling facility, situated in an exceedingly remote location, where refuse from surrounding cities is transported, resulting in a rather unpleasant odor. However, due to its vastness and the distance from urban areas, the stench rarely permeates beyond its confines. The facility employs both mechanical and biological waste processing methods, including the Alolan form of Grimer. This is also a rather substantial breeding ground for Grimer of the Alolan form, which requires an immense intake of toxic waste daily. The waste disposal facility serves as its optimal habitat. Ingesting refuse not only sustains it, but also amplifies the potency of the toxins within. Typically, players interested in cultivating Grimer will invariably apply for capture at the waste processing plant. Conversely, the numbers of the standard purple sludge variant of Grimer are steadily dwindling. The air is thick with the pungent stench of rotting refuse as Yin Anqing rides her motorcycle alongside Chikorita, still quite a distance from the waste treatment facility. A gust of wind carries the acrid aroma of decaying garbage, an olfactory assault that is overwhelmingly sour. Nearby, in the landfill area, Chikorita seems unfazed and guides Yin Anqing toward a peripheral section of the plant. Here, some kitchen waste, having undergone decomposition, transforms into excellent fertilizer, which the facility then composts. The location is situated within the landfill zone, where refuse is buried to decompose naturally, resulting in infrequent human visitation. This circumstance has fostered a haven for stray cats and dogs, along with wandering Pokémon, which have made this place their home. The staff at the waste treatment plant do not disturb them, allowing for the development of a unique ecological niche. Following the perimeter of the barbed wire fence, Yin Anqing swiftly arrives at a breach. Observing the hole, she looks at Chikorita with curiosity, asking, "No one repairs this?" They've tried, but it keeps getting broken. After several attempts, they gave up. There are rules here. Generally, people don't dare to meddle, Chikorita replies. Just then, a scruffy orange cat, which had been dozing by the fence, suddenly opens its eyes, stretches its limbs, and lets out a rather shrill meow upon noticing Chikorita and Yin Anqing. Recognizing the signal, Chikorita beckons Yin Anqing to slip through the gaping hole into the waste processing facility. Upon entry, the sound of flapping wings resonates, followed by the arrival of a crow, who greets them with, "Ah, a rare visitor. Little one, you have returned." The crow inspects Chikorita and nods approvingly. "You look much livelier now. It seems this fellow takes good care of you." Big sister, Chikorita approaches, embracing the crow, who reciprocates with open wings. "Is this your acquaintance?" Yin Anqing inquires. observing the scene. Indeed, Anqing, this is my big sister, who cared for me greatly in the past. And big sister, this is my current trainer, Anqing, who is also a wonderful person. I owe much to her guidance. Chikorita introduces them. I see. Anqing nods, extending her hand toward the crow. Hello, I am Anqing. The crow tilts its head in confusion. You understand our words? Indeed, Anqing chuckles lightly. Then you are quite the remarkable one, the crow responds, extending its wing to shake hands with Anqing. Chikorita, since you've come this far, why not join us? Everyone has missed you, the crow invites, flapping its wings to lead the way. Observing this interaction, Anqing feels a sense of unease, as if she were visiting Chikorita's family. Following the crow, they soon arrive at a small hill composed of assorted furniture and appliances, where a gathering of Pokémon and stray cats and dogs resides. The Pokémon show little reaction to Chikorita's presence, but upon seeing Anqing, the strays bristle defensively, baring their teeth. Quiet, these are guests. The crow admonishes from atop the hill. As it speaks, the strays shrink back, with some even wagging their tails at Anqing. Anqing glances around, murmuring, "This is a bit peculiar. What do you find strange?" Chikorita inquires, intrigued. Anqing responds, "Given the proximity to the city, one would expect the three major organizations to have cultivated some influence here. Ah, that's because we are here. As long as we remain silent, they cannot intrude." Chikorita begins to explain, but is interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. Turning to investigate, they notice several Pokémon atop the small hill, a Cleffa, a Gothita, a Sylveon, and a midnight form Lycanroc. Anqing scans the group, surprised by their presence. Alongside the crow, these 5 Pokémon exhibit formidable strength. It is little wonder that the 3 major organizations have not infiltrated this territory, for they are not a band of rogues. Those willing to join may find camaraderie, while those who prefer to remain apart are left undisturbed. Second sister, third sister, Chikorita exclaims, teleporting to embrace the Gothita and Sylveon. The Gothita inspects Chikorita closely, saying, "You've grown so fast. You're becoming a young lady. When the right opportunity arises, do make your move." Indeed, those boys are easily swayed. "A little thoughtfulness and compliance will have them eating out of your hand," the Sylveon adds. Coughing to regain their attention, the crow interjects, "Chikorita's trainer can understand us." At this revelation, the Gothita and Sylveon exchange startled glances. "Ah, what a dashing trainer," the Gothita exclaims. Brother, you won't be angry, will you?" Realizing the source of Chikorita's confidence, Anqing chuckles at the scene unfolding before her. Chapter 87. The Kiss of Absorption. Anqing, understanding the background of the Pokémon who once cared for Chikorita, bears no grievances against them. She continues to bridge the gap with Pokémon food and energy cubes, even sharing some of her own provisions with the stray cats and dogs. This gesture quickly fosters camaraderie, and it isn't long before these creatures warmly accept Anqing. As night falls, Anqing observes 2 mischievous figures hauling a metal barrel and tossing flammable materials inside, while a lit wick ignites a bonfire. The gathering animatedly recounts tales of Chikorita's earlier days as a Larvitar, sharing stories of her escapades while being pursued. In those days, Larvitar was constantly on the run. One fateful day, she stumbled into this waste processing facility, but her pursuers, equipped with tracking chips, continued their relentless chase. At that time, Larvitar lacked sufficient experience in evasion and exhausted her energy with consecutive teleports, leaving her unable to flee any further. Just as she believed capture was imminent, the crow and its companions intervened, driving the pursuers from their territory. It was then they discovered Larvitar, initially unaware of her connection to those 2 men. Upon witnessing the fatigued Lalalaisai, they lent her a helping hand, offering her some food, while also taking her back to ensure she could enjoy a good night's rest. Once she had recuperated, Lalalaisai finally conveyed her situation to the leaders of the crows. Upon hearing of Lalalaisai's plight, the crow leaders were naturally filled with fury and resolved to protect her. Their words were matched by their actions. In the days that followed, Lalalaisai resided there for 3 months, during which the crow leaders thwarted the relentless searches of those 2 individuals on several occasions. It wasn't until Lalalaisai witnessed the crow leaders sustain injuries for the first time that the naive Lalalaisai realized that as long as she remained there, her elder sisters would inevitably suffer from the unending pursuit, risking injury or even death. Having come to this understanding, Lalalaisai decided to leave the food she had gathered for the crow leaders and once again embarked on her path of escape. Kyrillian felt a profound sense of guilt towards them, believing it was her presence that had caused the crow leaders to be harmed. Conversely, the crow leaders felt a twinge of regret towards Kyrillian, lamenting their inability to protect her back, then due to their own weakness. Yet, all was in the past. Kyrillian embraced a new life, able to appear openly in any situation without the fear of being pursued. Yan Anqing gazed at Cerulean with a sense of wonder, remarking, "Perhaps it is fate that has led me to you, for it is through our encounter that I have arrived at this moment. Without you, I doubt I would have achieved such success." This was the heartfelt sentiment of Yan Anqing. Had it not been for Lalo Lasai awakening Yan Anqing's bond power, she would undoubtedly not have experienced such rapid growth. Although it is possible that in the future, Yan Anqing might recognize this and attempt to guide others, the time wasted before such realization would be immense. Anqing, Cerulean blushed slightly at Yan Anqing's words, her twin horns shimmering gently. In her perception, Yan Anqing's heart had never been guarded against her. Thus, she resolved never to let go, declaring, "Cerulean, we shall walk side by side towards the pinnacle of strength." Yan Anqing extended his hand towards Cerulean, stating, "Cerulean, this is a promise between you and me." "Yes, a promise indeed." Cerulean placed her hands onto Yan Anqing's, affirming, "This shall never change. I will cling to you for a lifetime. This is also our agreement." Yan Anqing remained silent, simply grasping Cerulean's hands. Words were unnecessary. In that moment, both their hearts were filled to the brim. In an instant, under the watchful gaze of numerous sprites, a brilliant light emanated from Cerulean. She has evolved? It must be so. Their promise had catalyzed Cerulean's transformation. However, do we need to find a trainer now? This once little sister has grown rather too quickly. Is that not splendid? The little one, who once required our protection, has finally forged her own path. As the radiance gradually faded, Cerulean, or rather Shinado, held Yan Anqing's hand tightly. She examined her new form and then fixated her gaze upon Yan Anqing. Under Shinado's intense scrutiny, Yan Anqing felt a sudden jolt within him. Her gaze was particularly aggressive, her fiery eyes nearly searing him. What is happening? Yan Anqing attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find Shinado's grip unyielding, leaving him no chance to escape. "I recall you once performed mouth-to-mouth on me, yes?" Shinado's expression turned nostalgic, prompting Yan Anqing to recollect the moment on the small island when he had administered rescue breaths and chest compressions to save Lalo Lasai. In the next moment, his vision blurred as Shinado leaned in for a kiss. A fervent, soul-sucking kiss that momentarily made Yan Anqing feel as if his very essence was being drawn away. With a satisfying release, Shinado, her cheeks flushed, licked her lips and declared, "Now we are even." "What the? I can't believe I was kissed by my own Pokémon." It took Yan Anqing some time to recover from the shock, grappling with whether he should feel elated or dismayed. The whirlwind of events had left him utterly unprepared. "Gothitelle, TSK, how bold." "Lanala, that's not my doing." "Gothitelle, nonsense, I didn't teach her that." "Lanala, it can't possibly be my fault, can it?" "Crow leader, enough." I sense something is amiss with Shinado. With that, the crow leader descended before Shinado and led her aside for a conversation. After a discussion lasting several minutes, the crow leader returned, looking conflicted as he sighed, "Be kinder to Shinado in the future." Yan Anqing turned to Shinado, who wore a light smile. But he keenly noticed a fleeting glimmer of possessiveness in her eyes. This development is quite thrilling. Yan Anqing mused, feeling a surge of excitement. However, he quickly chastised himself. Damn this excitement. Chapter 88. Soaking in hot springs and a chance encounter with the gym leader. Yan Anqing and Shinado rested overnight at the waste disposal site. And the following day, they bid farewell to the crow leaders and set off for City F. Initially, Yan Anqing intended to allow his Pokémon to recover before challenging the gym and unwinding in a hot spring. However, upon entering the Pokémon Center, where everyone recoiled from them, they realized that their prolonged stay at the waste disposal site had left them permeated with an unbearable stench. While they had grown accustomed to the foul odor, others found it intolerable. Consequently, both Yan Anqing and Shinado felt a mix of resignation and relief, grateful that they had not released their other Pokémon at the waste disposal site, where the situation would have been far worse. They promptly rented a room at the Pokémon Center, stuffing their clothes into the washing machine for cleaning, and entered the shower to scrub away the lingering odor. Although they managed to reduce the intolerable stench, it still persisted. I recommend you visit the aromatherapy pool at the hot spring. The workers from the waste disposal site usually go there after their shifts, and it works wonders, suggested the doctor at the Pokémon Center as he handed Yan Anqing the restored Poké Balls, noticing his gloomy expression. An aromatherapy pool, you say? I understand. Armed with this advice from someone with experience, Yan Anqing felt compelled to postpone the gym challenge and instead take his Pokémon to the hot spring. Spending a day there to rid themselves of the stench before facing the gym seemed prudent. The hot spring facility, likely still bustling due to the cool weather, was lively with patrons. After paying the fee and receiving a wristband, Yan Anqing recalled Shinado and proceeded to the changing room. Given the presence of many men, he was wary of Shinado's potential embarrassment. After donning his swimwear and grabbing a dry towel, he rinsed off briefly and entered the open-air hot spring area, where the temperature was pleasantly warm. The facility featured a single hot spring, but after filtering the water and adding various substances, it was divided into 36 individual pools. Following the directions provided, Yin Anqing led Shinado to the aromatherapy pool mentioned by the doctor. While the pool was not particularly large, it was filled with flower petals and natural aromatherapy oils, attracting many young women who were enjoying a soak. Uncertain whether it was embarrassment or the peculiar fragrance emanating from the man, there was not a single male in the pool. As Yin Anqing entered with Shinado to soak, she immediately attracted the attention of several girls. Among them, a striking young lady with short hair, clad in a one-piece swimsuit and possessing somewhat masculine features, boldly addressed Yin Anqing. "Have you been to the garbage processing plant? How did you know?" Yin Anqing paused, somewhat bewildered. "You must be from out of town. You haven't read the guidelines outside, have you?" The young lady chuckled lightly. "The aromatic pool is exclusively for females. Unless you're a worker from the garbage processing plant or a male who has been in there for an extended period, unable to rid himself of the odor, or someone recommended by the staff to use the aromatic pool." "Oh, I see. I indeed overlooked the guidelines," Yin Anqing admitted with an awkward smile. "Thank you for the reminder. The scent has dissipated sufficiently, so I shall take my leave. It's no trouble. I have experience with this." The kind young lady reassured Yin Anqing. "Since you're not a regular worker here, after taking a shower, you can soak for about half an hour, and the smell will be nearly gone." "All right, thank you." Yin Anqing nodded. "In that case, I won't have to soak for too long. After this, I can head directly to challenge the gym." "Challenge the gym?" The young lady looked at Yin Anqing with a curious expression. "You didn't recognize me, did you? Who are you?" Yin Anqing was momentarily taken aback, as he had only briefly glanced at the relevant gym leader and hadn't retained much information, only a vague impression. Upon hearing Yin Anqing's question, the young lady displayed a look of resignation, while the other girls stifled their giggles. "Hee, gym leader, your hair was burned, so you could only keep it short. No wonder no one recognizes you now." "Gym leader?" Yin Anqing was stunned before it dawned on him. Xian Long, the gym leader of the fire-type gym in City F. In photographs, her long hair was quite striking, which naturally drew attention away from her facial features. With her now short hair, her somewhat masculine features were more pronounced, marking a significant transformation from her longer-haired appearance. "Hello, Gym Leader Xian, I am Yin Anqing." Yin Anqing quickly extended his hand to Xian Long, introducing himself. What he hadn't anticipated was that upon revealing his identity, the other girls gasped in unison, including Xian Long, who regarded Yin Anqing with a look of shock. "You know me?" Yin Anqing asked, uncertain about their reaction. Of course, it's hard not to know someone with such impressive achievements as a newbie trainer, Xian Long implied, before her expression shifted to eagerness. "There's no need to go to the gym. I often come here to soak in the hot springs, and I've funded the construction of a battle arena in the hot spring facility. I'm excited to have a match. Shall we proceed? Do you have your Pokémon with you?" Yin Anqing produced a waterproof bag containing his phone and Poké Balls. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the odor before bringing other Pokémon to enjoy the hot springs, but it seemed the timing was now set for an immediate battle. Seeing this, Xian Long nodded and handed her card to a nearby girl, who quickly wrapped herself in a towel and went to fetch Xian Long's Pokémon. As Xian Long observed Yin Anqing and Shinado, she mused, could he be an elite-level trainer? How intriguing. In the next moment, she was taken aback, as she suddenly recalled that the Pokémon she had brought were all her mainstays. This was against the rules. She couldn't battle with them. However, Xian Long was quick-witted and soon devised a solution. "By the way, Yin Anqing, the Pokémon I brought are all from my top 2 tiers. If I were to battle you with them, it wouldn't be fair. Therefore, I will only use 1 Pokémon, restricting it to 4 skills, while you can use your usual 3 Pokémon without skill restrictions. This way, we can adhere to the rules. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Xian Long's proposal, Yin Anqing exchanged glances with Shinado before smiling and responding. "That sounds good, but I hope Gym Leader Xian won't mind us having the advantage in numbers. Rest assured, I possess enough grace to handle this." Xian Long laughed lightly, thinking that battling 1 against 3 was merely a minor challenge, even if her opponent was an elite trainer. Did she not hold the title of a city gym leader? Chapter 89. The overwhelming presence of a national-level gym leader. The girls soon returned with the waterproof bag, and Xian Long accepted it, inspecting the high-grade Poké Balls within. She retrieved one, opened it, and a Blaziken appeared at the edge of the pool. "During the upcoming match, I will use my second-tier Blaziken." Xian Long gestured towards Blaziken and then addressed Yin Anqing. "Be sure to give it your all. I just passed the qualification review to become a national-level gym leader, and within 2 years, my gym may ascend to that level. Hiss. This revelation caused Yin Anqing to draw in a sharp breath. From what he had gathered online, he knew Xian Long was powerful, but he had no solid points of comparison or an understanding of her actual strength. However, with this statement, Yin Anqing comprehended the gravity of her status. A national-level gym leader, second only to the Elite Four. If previously Yin Anqing had felt somewhat underestimated by Xian Long's willingness to take on 3 Pokémon, he no longer held such sentiments. 1 against 3, especially with a starter Pokémon like Blaziken. More importantly, Yin Anqing clearly noticed that Blaziken sported a bracelet embedded with a mega stone on its arm. A Blaziken of such caliber was merely from her second tier. Xian Long's strength was indeed formidable. Facing 3 Pokémon, it was uncertain who would truly prevail. With this realization, Yin Anqing swiftly selected his trio of Pokémon. He would lead with Gyarados, aiming to draw out Blaziken's fighting-type moves, exchanging blows, then follow with Chandelure, whose ghost-type moves would evade fighting-type attacks and resist fire-type damage. Endeavoring to whittle down Blaziken's health, with Shinado poised to finish, capitalizing on its high mobility through teleport to deliver significant damage. Of course, this was the ideal scenario, contingent on Xian Long adhering to his strategy, allowing herself to be drawn into Yin Anqing's rhythm. After soaking for half an hour, Yin Anqing's skin had wrinkled from the water, and the pleasant fragrance replaced the previous odor. Wrapped in a towel, he joined Xian Long and the others, entering a secluded wooden structure. As the lights flickered on, the interior revealed itself to be quite spacious, featuring a standard battle arena, nearby surveillance cameras, and a computer for operation. A girl activated the computer, and after a moment, gave Xian Long an OK gesture. Seeing this, Xian Long brought her Blaziken to one end of the arena. Yin Anqing, with Shinado, took his position at the opposite end. Feeling the heat in the space, Yin Anqing momentarily reconsidered his initial strategy involving Gyarados, rapidly contemplating a new approach. Let us proceed as previously planned. Xian Long snapped her fingers, and Blaziken leaped into the arena, beckoning to Yin Anqing with a gesture. Bring it on. Then I shall rely on you, Gyarados. Yin Anqing tossed a luxury ball, and Gyarados erupted into the arena. Gyarados? Xian Long observed with curiosity, although Gyarados possessed water-type moves. Its massive size combined with the unfavorable arena conditions rendered it a large target compared to Blaziken's agility. Let us change the battlefield. Yin Anqing understood that without altering the environment, Gyarados would struggle to endure for long. With a sudden slam of its tail against the ground, the Dragonite unleashed an icy chill that swiftly enveloped the arena, coating the surface with a thick layer of frost. Xian Long did not resist this maneuver. Her confidence assured her that conceding a slight advantage posed no concern. The battlefield had transformed, so now, she declared with a light chuckle, Flame Kick. The Torchic darted forward with remarkable speed, launching a kick toward Dragonite. The latter deftly maneuvered, narrowly evading the fiery assault as the Flame Kick grazed its head. Seizing the moment, Dragonite opened its mouth and unleashed a rapid water gun aimed directly at Torchic. In a quick response, Torchic shattered the icy surface beneath it and executed an agile roll, skillfully dodging the close-range attack. Such impressive reflexes, Yin Anqing mused, recognizing that only a Beedrill could match Torchic's velocity. Should I employ Song of Ruin? Dragonite pondered aloud, envisioning a 3-on-1 scenario where a successful hit would spell doom for its opponent. Yin Anqing swiftly replied, no need for Song of Ruin. The opponent's gym leader possesses the skill to evade it. There's no necessity to exchange blows. Let's use Surf for a widespread attack. Understood. The mental exchange lasted but a fleeting moment. As Torchic landed, Dragonite conjured a massive wave, charging toward its foe. Flame Kick. In an instant, Torchic unleashed a flurry of fiery kicks akin to the legendary Buddha's shadowless foot, sending a barrage of flame-infused strikes that cleaved through the wave, creating a clear passage. Relying solely on its rapid kicks, Torchic withstood the surf without being affected. Even as the wave dissipated, Torchic swiftly regained momentum, launching another Flame Kick at Dragonite. The latter barely dodged, but a glance at the scorched black mark by its head made it frown slightly. An accelerated Torchic? It didn't completely evade, Yin Anqing deduced, realizing the opponent's Torchic had the speed boost ability. Such a configuration would undoubtedly place it in the first tier of Pokémon elsewhere. Yet here it only ranks in the second tier? Xian Long's strength is truly formidable. Rain Dance. A clear day suddenly became overcast as dark clouds gathered, only to be replaced by Torchic's sunny day, dispelling the gloom. Yin Anqing frowned slightly. It seemed Xian Long intended to rely on fire-type moves to secure victory. What a pity, no way to bait out any fighting-type moves now, he silently contemplated. Can I lure it into close combat? No problem, I'm sturdy enough to take it, he replied, entrusting Dragonite with the task. In the next moment, Yan Anqing commanded Dragonite to use Hydro Pump. Though powerful, the sheer might of the attack made it challenging to adjust its aim, resulting in low accuracy. Seizing the opportunity, Torchic charged toward Dragonite, landing a fierce flame kick on its neck. Now's the time. Mountain Press. With a resilient stance, Dragonite absorbed the flame kick and, with a swift motion, pinned Torchic down, initiating a whirlpool that ensnared them both. The relentless flow of water caused Torchic to frown. Just then, Xian Long chuckled softly, Sky Uppercut. With a thunderous explosion, the water erupted, sending Dragonite soaring, while the whirlpool dissipated into a puddle below. A single decisive blow had rendered Dragonite incapacitated. Come back, Dragonite. You've worked hard, Yan Anqing said, recalling it. He glanced at the rapidly evaporating puddle beneath the scorching sun and swiftly released a luxury ball. Shadow Requiem Blade. The Tsangyan Blade Ghost surged forth, brandishing its dual swords in a swift assault toward Torchic. Torchic, now significantly faster due to the preceding battle, was beyond the reach of Tsangyan Blade Ghost. The first Dragonite was somewhat of a failure, Xian Long remarked with a light laugh. While I forced out 2 moves, I also provided my Torchic ample time to enhance its speed. Now, you won't be able to touch my Torchic. 2 moves are already sufficient, Yan Anqing retorted with a similar smile. What will you deploy for your final move? That depends on what your last Pokemon will be, Xian Long replied confidently, indicating her belief that she could defeat Tsangyan Blade Ghost with her existing skills alone. Flame Kick. Torchic unleashed a powerful kick, but Tsangyan Blade Ghost crossed its swords to absorb the impact. In the next moment, however, a glimmer sparked in the fiery eyes of Tsangyan Blade Ghost. As dark energy enveloped it, Torchic, unable to evade in time, became tainted by the dark energy, showing signs of fatigue as the flames on its wrists diminished. Vengeful spirits? Xian Long realized the gravity of the situation. Let us not forget that my Tsangyan Blade Ghost possesses ghost-type attributes. Yan Anqing chuckled, so? How much of that fire-type energy can Torchic withstand against such vengeful spirits? Or do you intend to strike my Tsangyan Blade Ghost with an utterly ineffective Sky Uppercut? As Yan Anqing spoke, Tsangyan Blade Ghost swung its swords, the dark energy surging onto them as it slowly sank into its own shadow. Thunder Punch. At that moment, Xian Long unleashed her last move, her fists crackling with electric energy as Torchic hurled itself toward its shadow. The electrified fists collided with the dual swords, sending Tsangyan Blade Ghost hurtling backward, while Torchic's electric power waned significantly. Pursue. Thunder Punch. Torchic transformed into a streak of light, chasing after Tsangyan Blade Ghost. Yet in the next instant, Tsangyan Blade Ghost matched Torchic's speed, swiftly slashing with its swords. To Xian Long's astonishment, Tsangyan Blade Ghost had caught up to Torchic. That's the shattered armor ability. Realizing the situation, Xian Long examined Tsangyan Blade Ghost's armor and discovered the tiny cracks that had formed during the rapid exchanges. It became evident that while its speed had increased, its defenses had become alarmingly fragile. How long can you endure? Xian Long shouted. Until your Torchic is devoid of energy. Yan Anqing roared back as Tsangyan Blade Ghost and Torchic continued to engage in combat, the dark energy continually seeping into Torchic. The latter felt its accumulated energy depleting rapidly. The fire-type energy still remained, but the electric energy from Thunder Punch was gradually exhausted. With one final punch thrown, Torchic found itself devoid of any electric charge. For a brief moment, it stood stunned. Yan Anqing and Tsangyan Blade Ghost seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful strike that sent Torchic reeling, while Tsangyan Blade Ghost regained some strength. At that moment, Xian Long's expression hardened. Thunder Punch was rendered ineffective. Sunny Day lacked lethality, and Sky Uppercut had no effect. The only attack left was Flame Kick. Ghost-type attributes are truly troublesome, she sighed. Flame Kick. Torchic lunged forward once more, relentlessly striking against Tsangyan Blade Ghost's dual swords. Enduring the pain of depleting energy from the vengeful spirits, Torchic unleashed a greater force in hopes of swiftly defeating Tsangyan Blade Ghost. However, Tsangyan Blade Ghost proved remarkably resilient, absorbing the blows as if its defensive prowess were maxed out. Finally, unable to withstand the barrage any longer, Tsangyan Blade Ghost was sent flying by a powerful kick, succumbing to defeat. However, at this moment, Xian Long and the Blaziken exhibited no signs of joy. The Blaziken gazed at its extinguished flames on its wrist, realizing that the residual fire energy within could sustain merely 2 more fiery kicks. Once depleted, it would be incapable of even emitting a spark. Return, Song Yin Ringue. You have been the true hero of this battle. Yan Anqing recalled Song Yin Rin Gue, and immediately thereafter, Shinado teleported into the arena. Do not presume that the absence of skills equates to our defeat. Blaziken. In an instant, Blaziken vanished from its position and unleashed a powerful punch toward Shinado. Shinado raised a hand, conjuring a reflective barrier before her. The punch shattered the barrier, yet the recoil left Blaziken's arm tingling. Mental strength. Fire kick. Boom. Blaziken unleashed all its might, channeling the last vestiges of its fire energy into this strike, while Shinado reciprocated with her utmost power. The two forces collided violently, sending both Pokémon hurtling backward. Shinado, utilizing her psychic abilities, stabilized herself and cast a healing wave upon herself, instantly mending her minor injuries. Meanwhile, Blaziken, having fully exhausted its remaining energy, collapsed weakly to the ground. Shall we continue? Yan Anqing inquired of Xian Long. Had it not been for Tsang Yen Rin Gue's vengeful energy draining the opponent's strength, it seemed likely that all three of Yan Anqing's Pokémon would have been no match for Blaziken. Of course, my Blaziken will not concede defeat so easily. With Xian Long's words, the once diminished Blaziken rose again, flames unexpectedly erupting from its wrist despite appearing devoid of fire energy. Yan Anqing. Just as Yan Anqing thought Blaziken was poised for a miraculous comeback, its subsequent actions caused him to worry intensely. The unarmed Blaziken charged forward once more, only to be repelled by another psychic force from Shinado. Struggling against the control, Blaziken charged at Shinado yet again, but was thwarted once more. Nevertheless, with a commendable spirit, Blaziken fought valiantly for 5 consecutive attempts before finally collapsing, utterly spent and unable to continue. Shinado returned to Yan Anqing's side, who sighed softly at the sight of the fallen Blaziken. Is this the caliber of a national-level gym leader? The road ahead of us is still long. Shinado nodded, grasping Yan Anqing's hand. Regardless, I will always be by your side, protecting you. Chapter 91, Xian Long's Message. This is the Ember Badge. Retrieving Blaziken. Xian Long handed a badge to Yan Anqing. This should be your 5th badge. You only need 3 more before you can await the commencement of the provincial tournament. Yan Anqing accepted the badge, shaking his head. My aim is to collect all 13 gym badges from this province. Quite ambitious. For you, it is indeed a feasible goal. Xian Long chuckled lightly. Given Yan Anqing's prowess, acquiring 13 municipal badges was a challenge within reach. Yan Anqing stored the badge away, then released his Dragonite and Tsang Yen Rin Gue, producing healing potions and energy cubes to attend to his Pokémon's injuries. Oh, you even make your own energy cubes? Xian Long approached Yan Anqing, picking up an energy cube to sniff, then shaking her head. These are rather basic energy cubes. They have lost quite a bit of their nutritional value. You have knowledge of this, gym leader? Yan Anqing's eyes lit up, eager to share. I created these while studying and researching. They naturally cannot compare to the masterpieces of the masters. Xian Long shook her head, smiling. I lack the energy to engage in such tasks. Generally, only those specializing in breeding would delve into this. Moreover, the recipes for quality energy cubes are often closely guarded secrets. Some masters even tailor the recipes based on the specific needs of the Pokémon. I see. Yan Anqing nodded, feeling a tinge of regret. It was indeed true. Trainers expend substantial energy training their Pokémon, leaving little time for other pursuits. Even knowing that the primary ingredients of energy cubes are fruit combinations, which are low cost, what trainer would invest significant effort into researching them? Only Yan Anqing, with his bond power allowing him to communicate freely with his Pokémon and grasp first-hand information, could manage such a feat coupled with the growth of his bond power. His stamina had notably increased, enabling him to learn new things while training his Pokémon. Otherwise, he would likely be overwhelmed like other trainers, focusing solely on training their Pokémon without time for energy cubes. Observing Yan Anqing's demeanor, Xian Long chuckled and shook her head. If you are truly interested, I know someone in G City. I can introduce you. When you challenge the gym there, you can visit her. She enjoys exchanging insights with others in this field. Thank you so much. Yan Anqing felt a surge of excitement. Being recognized by Xian Long meant that this person was undoubtedly an expert in energy cubes. Sharing insights would be immensely beneficial for Yan Anqing. After receiving the address and healing Dragonite and Tsang Yen Rin Gue, Yan Anqing took his Pokémon to soak in a hot spring. The relaxation after battle was exceptionally soothing. After indulging for a while, they enjoyed a massage, snacked and sipped refreshments in the leisure area, and before long, a day had passed. After resting for a night, Yan Anqing, accompanied by Shinado, turned their direction towards G City. Originally, they had intended to head straight to H City, but due to the matter of energy cubes, Yan Anqing decided to take a detour. High-quality energy cubes could provide Pokémon with enhanced nutrition and energy, significantly benefiting their growth and recovery. In a fantastical sense, one could liken Yan Anqing to an alchemist. Currently, he could only concoct a pill with a single pattern, while those specialized in this field could create pills with 9 patterns. Though the items were fundamentally the same, the disparity was not trivial. Upon arriving in G-City, weary from their journey, they were informed that the city was under martial law, requiring legal documentation for entry. Otherwise, they would be confined for several days. However, Yan Anqing and his companions were not deterred, presenting their identification and trainer certification to gain entry. Riding his motorcycle, Yan Anqing glanced back at the patrols on the main thoroughfare, curiosity piqued. What could have happened? Why is the entire city under lockdown for 3 months? Perhaps we could inquire with the Pokémon at the Tianji Pavilion, Shinedo suggested, equally curious. All right, I'll see what I can find out. Yan Anqing halted his motorcycle, stowing it away, and ventured into a rather secluded alley. However, traversing the alley yielded no sightings of stray Pokémon, nor even stray cats, dogs, or rats. Is this city truly this clean? Both Yan Anqing and Shinedo were bewildered. It was excessively pristine. Yet, upon exiting the alley, they suddenly spotted a blue crow perched on a streetlight, its gaze fixed on Yan Anqing and Shinedo. Blue crow. Upon noticing, Yan Anqing immediately waved to the blue crow, beckoning, "Come here for a moment." The blue crow expressed a hint of skepticism, replying, "I've never encountered such an audacious suspect before." With that, the blue crow let out a sharp cry. In the next moment, a swarm of flying-type Pokémon surged forward, accompanied by a contingent of uniformed individuals. Amidst the bewilderment of Yan Anqing and Shinedo, they were abruptly handcuffed without any opportunity for explanation. Yan Anqing and Shinedo, what on earth is happening? They were filled with a plethora of questions, yet had no outlet for their frustration, and were swiftly escorted into a police vehicle, which took them directly to the precinct. Once all personal belongings were confiscated, and they found themselves seated upon the cold, hard chairs. Yan Anqing observed the 2 officers entering with notebooks in hand, and immediately spoke up. "I am Yan Anqing, a 24-year-old unmarried male from City A, currently residing at Huahui Manor on Zhongshan Road in City D. I have no criminal record and have only recently registered as a trainer to participate in the provincial tournament's gym challenges. I have successfully challenged 5 gyms, and each gym leader can vouch for my innocence." As the 2 officers pulled out their chairs, they were taken aback by Yan Anqing's rapid-fire delivery of information, leaving them momentarily speechless. They scrutinized him with puzzled expressions. "How do you know all this so well? I've been in here twice. How could I not be familiar with the process?" Yan Anqing replied with a rueful smile. "But I wasn't here for any wrongdoing. I was here to assist." The officers nodded, believing him to be truthful, as such information could indeed be corroborated within their internal network. "Why did you take the back roads upon arriving in City G?" one officer inquired. "Well, if I told you that I have a general understanding of Pokémon speech and was curious about the lockdown in City G, wanting to inquire about the wandering Pokémon, would you believe me?" Yan Anqing chuckled awkwardly. His statement momentarily stunned the officers, who then lit up with excitement. "You can understand Pokémon speech?" Chapter 92. The tension breaks. That should be fine, he thought, observing the officers' growing enthusiasm with a sense of foreboding. Let's put it to the test. One officer released a Pokeball, and a herdier landed on the floor. "Herdier, say something, and let him translate." Herdier exchanged a glance with the nearby Manectric. With a dismissive tone, it remarked, "What should I say? That you're a cat slave who grabs every chance to cuddle with cats?" As the officer listened to his herdier barking away, he turned to Yan Anqing and asked, "What did it say?" Clearing his throat, Yan Anqing replied, "Herdier is suggesting that you are a cat slave who can't resist cuddling with cats whenever possible." The officer was taken aback, then glanced at his herdier, which wore a bewildered expression. "Wow, this human can actually understand me." The officer was now certain that Yan Anqing had guessed correctly. However, it seemed that his hidden trait of being a cat enthusiast had been inadvertently exposed. He glanced at his partner, who was struggling to suppress laughter, and felt as though the world had turned gray. He had always presented himself as a tough, iron-willed man. Now that image was shattered. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted them. An officer entered and stated, "The checks are fine. If everything is all right on your end, we can release you." "What is happening here?" One officer appeared disillusioned, while the other was suppressing laughter and pinching his thigh, causing the newcomer to look puzzled. Cough, cough. The officer holding back laughter quickly composed himself and said, "Yan Anqing, your suspicions have been cleared. However, we would like your assistance moving forward, if possible." "Of course." Yan Anqing extended his hand, and the handcuffs were removed. After receiving Yan Anqing's consent, the officers returned his identification, waist pouch, and Pokémon. They then led Yin Anqing and Shinedo into a detention room within the precinct. Through the iron bars, Yin Anqing spotted 2 dazed Pokémon inside, and his heart sank. The 2 Pokémon were a yellow Psyduck and a pink Slowpoke. These 2 were the only witnesses in a particular case, and it was evident that deciphering their speech would prove challenging, even for someone who understood Pokémon language. Listening to the officer's words, Yin Anqing observed the 2 Pokémon gazing at each other with an expression of sheer innocence, and he felt an impending headache. Classic eye contact. "Let me give it a try," he said, requesting the officers to open the bars. He and Shinedo stepped inside. "Hello there," Yin Anqing said, channeling his bond with the creatures to soothe them. Psyduck and Slowpoke glanced at Yin Anqing. Psyduck, hungry. Slowpoke, hungry. Yin Anqing. He retrieved a handful of Pokémon food and offered it to them. Psyduck waddled over and began munching on the food, while Slowpoke remained stationary, staring blankly ahead. It wasn't until Psyduck nearly finished that Slowpoke leisurely approached, stating, "Hungry." Yin Anqing and Shinedo simultaneously facepalmed. And Yin Anqing resolved firmly that he would never capture these 2 Pokémon. They were far too exasperating. After Psyduck finished eating, he pulled out another handful of Pokémon food. And only then did Slowpoke start to eat leisurely. Thirsty, Psyduck looked at Yin Anqing and spoke again. "Get some water," Yin Anqing gestured to the officers, who promptly brought a bowl of water. Psyduck promptly dunked his head into the bowl, nearly choking himself. At that moment, Yin Anqing struggled to contain his laughter. He began to understand why these 2 were deemed witnesses. Their sheer foolishness likely led the culprits to underestimate the information the police could extract from them. Indeed, Psyduck and Slowpoke were utterly incoherent, akin to 2 complete fools, causing Yin Anqing's blood pressure to rise. Shinedo, apply pressure to Psyduck's head. In desperation, Yin Anqing decided to resort to the plot of a story and apply pressure to Psyduck's head to see if it would prompt a breakthrough. Shinedo, unable to hold back any longer, immediately activated her psychic powers and firmly pressed against Psyduck's head. With a splitting headache, Psyduck let out a pained cry. However, that cry soon ceased, and a blue glow emanated from his eyes. Finally, he recovered, just as Yin Anqing braced himself for Psyduck's outburst. To his surprise, Psyduck spoke in a remarkably steady tone. "You 2 idiots need to wake up. This medicine is truly potent." Psyduck then directed his attention to Slowpoke, and without mercy, he used psychic power to squeeze Slowpoke's head. In the next moment, Slowpoke took over 20 seconds to respond before finally letting out a cry, followed by a blue light in his eyes, as he exclaimed, "Why did no one notice such a simple matter before?" In summary, Psyduck expressed gratitude for Yin Anqing's assistance and nodded in acknowledgement. Yin Anqing was at a loss for words, astonished that his attempts to aid had yielded results unexpectedly. "All right, officers, we can communicate normally now. What would you like to ask?" Yin Anqing sighed in relief, turning to the 2 officers. As the officers prepared to speak, Psyduck interjected. "They've asked dozens of times. I know what they want to know." Yin Anqing immediately looked at Psyduck, who exchanged a glance with Slowpoke before saying, "Those individuals are from the Water Shrine. We encountered one of them, a foreigner with a tattoo of a Gyarados on the right side of his face, accompanied by a Sizer. He mentioned leaving a gift for Zhao Ziyong and wanted to surprise him. By the time he was thoroughly confused, they had already returned to Eagle Country. After we were discovered, if we hadn't played dumb swiftly, we would have been done for. He injected us with something, and that's why we ended up like this. However, before succumbing to such a state, I vaguely overheard him mention something about heading to the southern province for some purpose. 3 months later, he officially arrived in the southern province under the guise of a vacation." The dull-witted creature added. "They seem to possess a special channel and are likely to venture inland once more." Yin Anqing, feeling somewhat bewildered, realized that he appeared to be embroiled in a matter of great significance. Although he did not comprehend the implications, he relayed the words of the 2 spirits to the officer verbatim. Upon receiving the information, the officer promptly made a phone call to report, while also instructing Yin Anqing to wait a moment, as someone wished to meet him. Yin Anqing nodded, despite finding it bothersome. He understood that the person wanting to see him was likely someone formidable, someone he could not afford to offend at this juncture. Chapter 93, Zhao Ziyong and Su Yun. Yin Anqing was escorted to a reception room where he was asked to wait, and was served hot tea along with some snacks. As the wait was rather dull, he took out the energy cube production machine. It was a square apparatus adorned with 2 rows of buttons, reminiscent of the primitive tools used in games to craft energy cubes. The method of producing energy cubes was quite straightforward, akin to a centrifuge that extracted juice from fruits by cutting them at the right moment, after which the mixture was cooked to form the energy cubes. This process demanded considerable skill and dynamic vision from the maker to seize the opportunity for cutting, juicing, and centrifuging. The least skilled producers would end up mashing the fruit with skin intact, resulting in a hodgepodge of a concoction. This was the standard method for crafting universal energy cubes, simple and quick, yet lacking the finesse of a meticulously crafted product. Each type of fruit required a different technique based on the hardness of its skin and the ripeness of its flesh. For instance, tougher-skinned fruits might necessitate a smaller incision, followed by internal squeezing of the flesh before extraction. The size of the cut and timing of the extraction could significantly influence the final product. Thus, for someone like Yan Anqing, who was self-taught through reading rather than formal training, achieving his current level of proficiency was quite commendable. At the very least, he had progressed beyond universal energy cubes, being able to create energy cubes that catered to the preferences of different attribute-oriented spirits. A true master of energy cubes would customize them based on the attributes, personalities, tastes, training regimens, and physical conditions of the spirits, compiling all this information to create bespoke energy cubes. A trainer fortunate enough to collaborate with such an artisan would experience an almost exponential growth in their capabilities. For example, Mr. Wu Zixing, the champion of the Flower Kingdom, had his wife, Lu Huiyan, as an energy cube master, and it was her assistance that propelled him to victory, eclipsing all competition to seize the championship title. Their marriage became a harmonious union, admired and envied by many, drawing the jealousy of countless onlookers. Yan Anqing quickly pressed buttons to make adjustments, completing the fruit cutting and juicing process. After cooking, he opened the drawer at the bottom of the machine, and a richly sweet aroma filled the air, while the energy cube displayed a medley of colors. Alas, it was yet another failure. Yan Anqing clicked his tongue. Although the success rate for single attribute energy cubes had improved, many spirits possessed dual attributes, and he had yet to discover the secrets to crafting dual attribute energy cubes. This was why, upon receiving an address for an energy cube master from Exine Long, he had rushed over with great eagerness. He did not dare to hope for bespoke energy cubes, but at the very least, he wished for guidance to successfully create dual attribute energy cubes. Yan Anqing took a bite and found it overwhelmingly sweet. Frowning slightly, he pondered what types of fruits might balance out such excessive sweetness. Shiny Duo also picked up a piece to taste, but quickly spat it out, gulping down some hot tea and fanning her mouth with her hand. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door, and it swung open to reveal a man and a woman entering. They first caught a whiff of the aroma in the room, which, while somewhat overwhelming, was still tolerable. They then glanced at the contemplative Yan Anqing and the energy cube production machine on the table, instantly understanding the situation. Hello, Yan Anqing. I am Zhao Ziyong, the gym leader of G City. Zhao Ziyong stepped forward, extending his hand toward Yan Anqing. Yan Anqing quickly shook his hand. He recognized Zhao Ziyong as a seasoned gym leader, possessing the strength of a national-level gym leader, though he had never applied for an upgrade, choosing instead to quietly safeguard G City. Yet, Yan Anqing did not perceive him as the primary authority, for behind him stood a tall woman clad in a form-fitting outfit, exuding an aura reminiscent of a powerful figure, who extended her hand toward Yan Anqing. Su Yun. Just two simple words represented one of the Elite Four, the Dragon-type champion. Yan Anqing hastily shook her hand, astonished to have encountered two members of the Elite Four in such a short span of time. What remarkable fortune. Let us cut to the chase, Zhao Ziyong remarked, observing Yan Anqing. Can you confirm the veracity of what the Psyduck and dull-witted beast have said? I can. Yan Anqing nodded, then bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before looking up to ask, Gym Leader Zhao, Champion Su, may I inquire as to what exactly is happening? This. Zhao Ziyong glanced at Su Yun. She nodded, prompting Zhao Ziyong to continue. Very well. Since you wish to know, it cannot hurt to share. Ultimately, I feel this matter is somewhat connected to you. As he spoke, Zhao Ziyong recounted the entire affair to Yan Anqing. After all, they had long since discovered through big data and internal communications that from the very beginning, Yan Anqing had been drawn into this matter. It all began with the water shrine, which led to the battle between Kyogre and Lugia. Yan Anqing and his companions unexpectedly plunged into the sea, resulting in the death of everyone on board, with only Yan Anqing surviving. Following that was the case in City C, where the police apprehended the suspect, disrupting the initial plans of the water shrine. Consequently, those who had been tailing them were forced to flee G City. Shadow Doll, Curse Doll. Lugia, Yan Anqing murmured, his gaze unfocused. Zhao Ziyong did not notice this, and continued, if what the Psyduck and dull-witted beast have said is true, then what is their motive for wanting to enter the southern province as tourists? Su Yun also furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend the thought process of those involved with the water shrine. Perhaps I know why, Yan Anqing suddenly interjected, capturing their attention. You know? Zhao Ziyong scrutinized Yan Anqing from head to toe. It must be Lugia, Yan Anqing stated, his tone resolute. Why Lugia? What do you know? Su-Yin inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She sensed that Yin Anqing seemed to know more than they had anticipated. I visited the southern province during the new year, and there, I encountered Lugia. She once apologized to me for causing me to fall into the sea, and I forgave her. Our relationship is quite amicable, Yin Anqing declared, delivering a striking revelation that left both Zhao Ziyong and Su Yun momentarily dumbfounded. On one side was a legendary, elusive, and immensely powerful creature, and on the other, a newly registered trainer still in the novice stage. Putting them together appeared exceedingly incongruous. Chapter 94, Su Yun's Substitute. Lugia apologized to you? You have a good relationship with Lugia? At that moment, both of them nearly shouted in disbelief. Yin Anqing, feeling helpless, had no choice but to recount the entire sequence of events. The two listened intently as Yin Anqing narrated the foundation laid during their encounter with the Dragonite swarm on the small island, leading to their reunion and subsequent aid to the water-type spirits in resolving their issues. Ultimately, the appearance of Lugia seemed to weave an intricate web, uniting circumstances that appeared unlikely to converge so harmoniously. Su Yun fell into deep contemplation. If what Yin Anqing claimed was indeed true, there must be remnants of Lugia in the nearby waters. Coupled with the prior statements from the members of the Water Shrine, I surmise that there exists a nesting ground for Lugia within the vicinity, and they intend to re-establish contact with it in order to take the next step. Damn it, these ruffians are truly lawless. Zhao Ziyong clenched his fists, a profound murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. He was determined to avenge his brother. Next, I shall make a trip to the southern province to set up a plan, aiming to capture them all at once. Su Yun spoke resolutely, asserting that the provocation from the Water Shrine must be met with thunderous measures to completely suppress them. It was also essential to sever any ambitions of those unscrupulous individuals, extinguishing their exploratory inclinations. Su Yun, I wish to take on this mission, Zhao Ziyong said, his tone unwavering as he looked at Su Yun. You know that even if you refuse, I will still go. Su Yun sighed helplessly as he regarded Zhao Ziyong. I will submit a request for approval. You shall have an answer within 3 days at the latest. Very well, I shall await your response. Zhao Ziyong nodded. Regardless, I will head to the southern province in 3 days. May I interrupt? Listening to the exchange between Zhao Ziyong and Su Yun, Yin Anqing finally interjected, raising his hand. Master Zhao, before you depart, could we have a gym battle? My goal is to collect all 13 badges from Jiang province, and if you leave, I won't be able to achieve that. Zhao Ziyong furrowed his brow slightly, but then nodded in agreement. Fine, but I have heard about your situation as well. I must ensure my main Pokémon are in peak condition. I can only battle you with my gym's reserve Pokémon, so I hope you understand. I have no objections. Yin Anqing began to respond, but suddenly Su Yun interjected. Zhao Ziyong, you should prepare. I happen to have suitable Pokémon for the match. How about I take your place? Zhao Ziyong looked at Su Yun with a puzzled expression, contemplating for a while before responding. All right, I leave it to you. Su Yun smiled at Yin Anqing. What do you say? Shall we have a match? Rest assured, I will bring forth an appropriate level of strength, ensuring fairness in our contest. Yin Anqing's lips twitched. The previous encounter with Jiang Yue was still fresh in his memory, and now he found himself facing Su Yun once more. Although it was a gym match, it was undeniable that Su Yun exuded a far greater pressure than Zhao Ziyong. Within the G-City Gym, amidst this open-air natural park, Yin Anqing gazed at the vast and unobstructed sky, instantly realizing this was the most suitable venue for flying-type Pokémon to showcase their prowess. However, to his surprise, facing him was not the flying-type master Zhao Ziyong, but the dragon-type champion, Su Yun. I will send out 3 Pokémon, and you shall send out 3 as well. There are no restrictions on either side, just defeat my Pokémon. Su Yun declared, tossing a high-level Pokeball into the air. As it opened, a Bastiodon landed heavily on the field. Bastiodon. Yin Anqing was momentarily taken aback. How fortuitous. A light chuckle escaped him as he threw his own Pokeball, summoning a Bagon to his side. Bagon, pay close attention and learn well. Yin Anqing instructed, then swiftly threw another Pokeball, releasing a Dragonair onto the battlefield. It would be utterly unreasonable to battle a Dragon type without utilizing an Ice type like Dragonair. Hail Blizzard! In an instant, Dragonair gathered a vast amount of ice energy, arching its neck and unleashing a torrent skyward. Under the bright sun, Bastiodon, encumbered by its heavy shell, moved sluggishly, but the moment Su Yun spoke, even before his command had fully resonated, Bastiodon expelled flames into the sky. The two forces clashed, vying for dominance over the weather, yet ultimately, the clear skies prevailed. However, at this moment, Bastiodon and Dragonair were no longer concerned with such matters. The fiery blasts and blizzards collided, the warmth and chill clashing violently. Although the clear weather provided an advantage, the blizzard gradually overpowered the flames, inching closer to Bastiodon. Su Yun observed, momentarily taken aback. Quite well trained. He remarked in admiration as the blizzard extinguished the flames, completely engulfing Bastiodon. Yet, when the storm subsided, the protective shield around Bastiodon shattered, revealing it to be unscathed. TSK. That was quick. Yan'anqing clicked his tongue. Bagon, too, wore an astonished expression. Had he been in the same situation, he likely wouldn't have been able to react in time. Body slam. Bastiodon charged fearlessly toward Dragonair. Heavy slam. Dragonair raised its fins high and slammed down forcefully, causing the ground to tremble violently, disrupting Bastiodon's charge, sending it staggering left and right. Ice Beam. Seeing Bastiodon losing its balance, Yan'anqing and Dragonair seized the opportunity. Dragonair opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful Ice Beam. Boom. A muffled sound erupted as the ground beneath Bastiodon's feet exploded, propelling it forward with newfound speed. Narrowly evading the Ice Beam, and unleashed a Dragon Rush that collided fiercely with Dragonair. Dragonair endured the Dragon Rush, panting heavily as Yan'anqing smirked. Well concealed. I wondered how the Dragon-type champion's Pokémon could be so weak, but it seems you were merely holding back. Absolute zero. As Bastiodon unfurled its scales, Yan'anqing, opting for a strategy of better to be shattered than to remain intact, commanded Dragonair to strike with full force. The piercing cold and surging dragon energy clashed, creating an explosion akin to a meteor colliding with the earth. Boom. Bastiodon was sent flying, rendered unable to continue fighting. Meanwhile, Dragonair was left gasping for breath, relying on its substantial health to endure. However, with its health not in optimal condition, if Su Yun were to send out a stronger Pokémon, it might not hold up. Dragonair, shall we switch? No need. I still have about a third of my health left. Once the life dew restores me, I will ensure that I take down at least one of theirs. Xiao Wenru, too, exhibited her indomitable spirit, and in a fleeting moment of mental communication, Su Yun unexpectedly withdrew Bastiodon. With such strength, I am beginning to believe that Lugia might indeed make contact with you. After saying this, another high-level Pokeball fell into her hand. Now, let me see where your limits lie. Chapter 95, A Swift Victory, Su Yun's Invitation. The high-level Pokeball was tossed, summoning a motorbike lizard onto the field. Motorbike lizard. Upon seeing it, Yan'anqing's eyes lit up. How could I have forgotten about motorbike lizard? Or perhaps, Yan'anqing had selectively forgotten about this Pokemon. After all, during his initial gaming days, everyone had a Gardevoir or a Metagross. Who would pay attention to motorbike lizard? What a pity. If only he hadn't already purchased a motorcycle, capturing a motorbike lizard as a mount would have been quite delightful. Yan'anqing sighed inwardly, then refocused. For the opposing motorbike lizard had transformed into its motorcycle form, dashing forward and unleashing a dragon claw toward Dragonair. Dragonair autonomously recovered some health, and seeing the rapidly approaching motorbike lizard, it opened its mouth to unleash another blizzard. Gear shift. The ground was scorched, leaving tire marks as motorbike lizard accelerated, deftly dodging Dragonair's blizzard, instantly shifting back to its normal form and leaping onto Dragonair's back. The dragon claw reached out, aiming for the nape of Dragonair's neck. Absolute zero. Yan'anqing suddenly spoke up. At the very moment when the dragon claw of the motor lizard struck the Lapras, a bone-chilling aura erupted from the Lapras, enveloping it entirely. Su Yun observed the Lapras and motor lizard encased in ice, a faint smile gracing his lips. As the ice shattered, both the Lapras and motor lizard succumbed, rendered incapable of further combat. Zhao Ziyong furrowed his brow at the sight, but chose to remain silent. It was evident to him, as an outsider, that Yan'anqing, having experienced it firsthand, recognized the leniency at play. No more idle chatter. Let us see if you can defeat this last one. Su Yun withdrew the motor lizard and promptly tossed a high-grade Pokeball, from which a Soundwave Dragon emerged in a flash of brilliance. The Soundwave Dragon. Yan'anqing retracted the Lapras and, without hesitation, threw a Luxury Ball while simultaneously pressing down on the keystone. In an instant, Mega Evolution was achieved, and the Beedrill stood alert, sensing the immense pressure emanating from the opposing Soundwave Dragon. Su Tianwang. This Soundwave Dragon has clearly transcended the realm of gym battles. Yan'anqing remarked, his brow furrowed. Hyper voice. Yet, Su Yun opted not to respond to Yan'anqing's words and instead chose to launch an immediate assault. The Soundwave Dragon generated a colossal explosion from its ears, enveloping the entire arena, including the Beedrill. Desperation. Witnessing the Beedrill, engulfed in torment under the onslaught of sound, Yan'anqing swiftly resolved to utilize the only move capable of inflicting explosive damage. The Beedrill transformed into a streak of yellow light. Darting toward the Soundwave Dragon at a terrifying speed, its stingers poised for a strike. The Soundwave Dragon remained stationary, enduring the Beedrill's onslaught without flinching. The impact sent the Soundwave Dragon hurtling back, its health plummeting to the brink, a tremendous loss that nearly left it breathless. Now, it's fair, isn't it? Su Yun stated. In true battle, fairness is an illusion. Whirlwind. In a flash, the Soundwave Dragon's wings fluttered, enveloping itself in a powerful tornado. In that moment, the Beedrill faced a choice. Charge into the tornado, risking its remaining health to withstand the onslaught, or wait for the storm to subside and confront a fully restored Soundwave Dragon. Let us go for broke. At this moment, the minds of Yan Anqing and the Beedrill synchronized, reaching a unanimous decision. Without a moment's hesitation, the Beedrill surged forward into the tornado. Boom! The tornado exploded, and the Beedrill, having reverted from its evolved state, was sent flying to the ground, rolling several times before losing its combat ability. The Soundwave Dragon, gazing at its pierced wings, chuckled lightly before collapsing heavily to the ground. The victor was clear. Zhao Xiong promptly declared the result. Yan Anqing emerged victorious. Yan Anqing rushed to the Beedrill's side, administering healing potions while also summoning a Chansey and Lapras. Together with Gardevoir, they utilized Healing Pulse to restore the Beedrill and Lapras. Yan Anqing, you are quite impressive, Su Yun remarked, recalling the Soundwave Dragon and approaching Yan Anqing. So, this is an assessment? Yan Anqing inquired, realizing that Su Yun had indeed been excessively lenient. The first round tested your judgment. The second assessed your decisiveness. The third gauged your courage and your capacity to take risks, Su Yun explained. It cannot be deemed flawless, but it is certainly satisfactory. And a sense of unease crept over Yan Anqing. I hereby summon you, Yan Anqing, Su Yun declared with an undeniable authority. You are to accompany us to the southern province, to form a coalition against the Water Shrine's invasion and safeguard the safety of Lugia. Do you understand? Yan Anqing opened her mouth, taken aback. This is an order, and dissent is not tolerated. Unless you intend to sever ties with our nation right now, consider my words mere bluster. Su Yun continued earnestly. Similarly, the rewards for assisting us in this mission will undoubtedly satisfy you. I, as a Dragon-type champion, assure you of this. With that, he produced an invitation from his pocket, one that Yan Anqing found somewhat familiar. Yan Anqing remained silent, pulling out an identical invitation from her own pouch. Witnessing this, both Su Yun and Zhao Xiong were rendered speechless. Who provided you with this? Su Yun inquired. The Ghost-type champion, Jiang Yue, Yan Anqing responded, retracting the invitation. Therefore, I will certainly lend my assistance, especially since it concerns Lugia. I cannot turn a blind eye. Upon seeing Yan Anqing's resolute demeanor, both Su Yun and Zhao Xiong nodded in approval. However, Gardevoir, who had been Yan Anqing's constant companion, felt a twinge of concern. Anqing, you're not planning to exploit Lugia's goodwill further, are you? Gardevoir had a strong intuition that Yan Anqing's enthusiastic acceptance was indeed influenced by such considerations. As for how much, that remained uncertain. Su Yun, brimming with energy, presented Yan Anqing with a gift upon her joining the team, a pendant and a wristband, each adorned with an evolution stone and a keystone, respectively. These were specifically meant for Gardevoir's evolution stone. This constituted part of the rewards to be granted upon the mission's completion, a preemptive advance aimed at enhancing Yan Anqing's prowess. Upon learning this, Yan Anqing accepted it without hesitation. To her, this venture was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity.